knowledge, the esoteric master's PhD or whatever, to be able to speak on it and truly understand it. They pulled that one off.
But don't
Yeah,
they use that diameter in other equations, like for like
yeah,
serious
when it suits them,
equations?
when it suits them. But there was a guy the other night, do you remember, who was like, "You guys aren't qualified to even look at the numbers," because we were asking him the numbers because
Yeah,
he obviously didn't know them, and he was like, "You're not qualified to look at the numbers."
exactly, exactly. That's the idea.
Oh man, crazy.
That doesn't sound very scientific, right? I thought
So they're
science was supposed to be transparent, easy facts that even a retard could put together, right?
so they're pretty much saying the numbers don't work.
No, they're saying that you can't grasp it and they can't explain it.
No,
You,
they are holding to the numbers. That's their entire religious worldview. But they're basically saying even when it says we should observe it via the geometric horizon, you can never observe it. It's all refracted. So it just refraction makes the Earth measure flat. That's pretty much where they've got to.
again, another mysticism of light.
I mean, for me, it's very simple, and every geometry teacher would say the same thing. If light is bending, then you don't have an engine for your geometry. Like that's that's true, but they don't want to accept the simplicity of that. They're like, no, no. But then when they argue for 7/6 R, they're not arguing for bending light. They're arguing for a bigger Earth with a tangent to that bigger Earth. So again, I mean, it, I don't know, man. It's disheartening.
Or you could see it as heartening because the truth of the world is a lot more simple than we think, and to inspire some hope as far as change, I suppose. If it was inconceivable and incomprehensible, I think that'd be a lot more intimidating. It's not some Cthulhuan Euclidean geometry, thankfully. What's disheartening most, I guess, is the human tendency towards hive mentality. Which is fair when it's consensus-based science or political decision making, but when it's the consensus of every ancient worldview and cosmology, every religion throughout the world agreed the Earth was flat. Consensus doesn't matter. They were Neanderthals.
Well, what I like about it, because when I kind of came to this, it struck me almost how, in retrospect, the globe heliocentric model seemed unassailable and almost due to its unpenetrable nature, like the math that it's wrapped up in. The majority of people are like, whoa, see the equations on a board and like, okay, yeah, this isn't for me. I'll leave this to the Einsteins.
Yeah.
But it was never going to be the undermining of the globe model, the heliocentric model. It was never going to be like a small error in that math, which is essentially what they're now trying to address all the time. Like some guy forgot to carry the one. The the Achilles heel of the whole thing is like the
What
fundamental assumptions.
was a clerical error.
Yeah, yeah. But it's like, no, the actual destruction of it comes about by not even having that on the board. It's like your initial assumptions for the whole thing are erroneous and fallacious and wrong by direct measurement. So it's like the simple things, like the nature of water, the nature of gas, level, is what took out all of heliocentrism. Not some guy being like, hey, you forgot to carry the one, look, debunked.
For real. Bust out a level, mystery solved. Let's move on to other pressing issues for humanity besides arguing about some NASA space fantasy. That's the one that tickles me is they want to dog on flat earthers for being religious, spiritual, more metaphysical minded, or fantastic or whimsical in some ways. But all these nerds really just want to have a Mass Effect Star Wars lifestyle. They just get emotionally
Yes.
defensive because you're taking away their fantasies of being in total recall and colonizing Mars and all this other stupid fantastical shit.
Yeah, and they raise them to that level of godhood when they believe them to be capable of such insane feats that they're claiming. Like, this
Mm.
government can't get clean drinking water to Michigan, but you think behind closed doors they're developing a little robot that's going to be running about on that little light in the sky you think's Mars, collecting samples, chatting back, coming back. They're traveling to these rocks, they're blowing up meteors, like traveling distances which are impossible to even fathom, let alone travel. So they do
Because
ascribe these godlike powers to the agency whilst claiming themselves to be the skeptics. But no, I'm
yeah,
skeptical of that shit.
their skepticism is just arrogance. It's just coping with their ego and wanting to cope with that, which is a funny trend I've noticed is that they're nerdy, weird little white boys who can't get a girlfriend. So I think they just all want a sorry blue skin space girlfriends. It's like maybe if I throw all my chips in with science and space travel, I'll get a space girlfriend.
Yeah, the whole irony of the label skeptic nowadays, like, if you ardently defend three people going to the moon and playing golf in the 60s, you are apparently a skeptic, a moon landing skeptic. Oh, I
Censorship
don't
is
believe those
getting real, though,
conspiracy
right?
theorists. Yeah, of
Definitely.
course.
A lot of people are starting to see that, though, like, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, it
Yeah,
just
I've
pushes
spoken to a
the
lot of people who have come to this after realizing it was being treated the same way a whole number of other subjects that they have recently discovered is pretty much correct are treated in the
yep.
same way.
Exactly. When you see the similar pattern as this boiling pot boiling over, it's like, oh,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
the similar
Once you start
reason.
to recognize what propaganda is, you can essentially find your way to all the things they don't want you figuring out or looking at.
Yep. Whatever they ridicule and dismiss as the most flagrantly unacceptable like narrative to hold, that's the one that might hold a little bit of truth.
Yeah, like when they started, I mean, they went in front of the US government in Congress or Senate, whatever it was, head of Google, and they were like, you have to do something about all these conspiracy theories. And they
Yeah.
agreed that they would censor flat Earth, right? So
Yeah.
they started those little pop ups coming at the bottom of some videos like, warning, this is not state sanctioned information. This
Yeah.
may influence your brain. And when you
This
see
is
one of those pop ups, that means it's probably something you should be looking at here. When the lady
this
is
is
protesting like
this
this,
is wrong. This is wrong think.
A
yeah,
fact check.
yeah, exactly. When they start fucking fact checking, you know you're looking at something dodgy.
Yeah.
I feel like I have like real friends.
Oh,
You
I
sound
can't hear
really
that
far
guy.
away, brother.
Someone's, yeah, like, you're really low.
Yeah, I feel like I have like real friends that truly like they don't understand the geom. They don't really care about the shape of the earth in a sense. However, they know it's a globe. You see what I'm saying? So it's like they'll say, "Well, you know, I've had people work on this thing, and I know they're not lying. Or I had people accomplish these feats, based on a globe, and I know they're not lying." And
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah, I know, I get it. Trust me, I do get it. Yes, you've been off
It's
of
like
Cape
your
Canaveral or
it's
whatever, and you smell
it's
like the
like
Rockies."
it's like your favorite sports team, and like, yeah, we went ran for 20 yards. Like, no, homie, you didn't run shit. Somebody else did that. You're just attaching yourself to
Yeah,
that accolade.
we've been
Yeah,
to the moon.
I know what
but
he's talking about with his
like,
friends, though.
so my whole like, it's like I get you, but at the same time, if the Earth were a sphere, then there would be these geometric consequences. So it can't be a sphere and there not be any consequences of that sphere. Like that's just impossible. Like some people, like my friend, um, over the weekend we were talking about. No, actually, a couple days earlier this week we were talking about it, and basically she just said, I just thought that I couldn't see Cuba from whatever island she was on, specifically because the Earth is too big. Like she never even thought in her mind, it never ran across her like she never thought that, okay, I'm not supposed to see it because of Earth curve. Like that didn't cross her mind. She just thought I can't see it because it's too small. She was like, but 100 miles, that's not enough for there to be Earth curvature of this magnitude, like, and yada yada yada. And because she kept hearing about the horizon geometry, she's like, what is that you guys keep saying? And she's like, because when I like look at stuff, like when I'm out at sea, when I'm on any cruise or whatever, like the curvature of the Earth doesn't even cross my mind. And I'm like, that's what it is. Like people don't know what they're looking for if they're gonna try to falsify this thing. They're looking to confirm their bias with things that they know and love. Like how you gonna go to what you already to believe to be true to go look, see it's true.
Yeah, exactly. Like I was
They're
saying with the
they're
Star
gonna
Trek,
settle you.
Star Wars things, or people who are really into dinosaurs and stuff, it's usually attached to some sort of really emotional thing that, underlies the materialistic fact-based underthing.
Right. You say like my friend, he has a Ferrari and he drives people around all the time and all this, and there's a Ferrari in his garage, and then it's like, except we've never seen a Ferrari in his garage, and we're in his house like every day. Like
Yeah,
every day.
yeah,
Every day we wake up, we go have a beer. There's no Ferrari there. He doesn't drive it. He drives just some regular Ford, you
yeah.
know. And they're like, no, he has videos and he hangs out with all these celebrities. And dude, I had a pathological liar friend. I'm not calling these like I'm not calling. I can't really say who I'm calling a liar, not a liar. I'm just saying if it's true, then there
Yeah,
would be evidence of it. And
yeah,
they can't accept that if it were true, then there would be evidence of it. They just start talking about reasons that there aren't any evidence. Like, oh no, you can't look at the distance because because refraction. So it's like, oh, so we can't validate the claim because of something else. So how do we validate it then? You can't validate it with a line of sight. You can't validate it with
it's
radar. You can't validate it
it's
with.
the it's one of the grand interconnected things of the
But that's
state
such
and the
bullshit,
government
though, right?
religion. Well, it all falls down to narcissistic manipulation on a grand scale. The same thing institutionally that science, academia, religion, politics all aim to do is to cultivate that mindset of cognitive dissonance where you don't fucking question what it is. Just like with COVID, you jump up, you jump down, you put the mask on, you put the mask off, you do this, you do that, and it doesn't have to make sense or be. It's
Holy
purposefully
fuck.
doesn't
Let me
make
go get my
sense just for
tinfoil
training.
hat and let me go buy this guy a better fucking mic. Jesus Christ.
Ooh, sorry about that.
Yeah,
No.
there's 2 points there that I was thinking about,
Mm-hmm.
and one of them is like, yeah, you're right. Like people have to really force themselves to think about the globe, to actually think about things like curvature, motion. Like in their day to day, when we speak to them, they describe what they see. So they say, oh, the sun's moving, the stars moving. They'll describe it as a flat Earth with the moving luminaries. But then if they really want to think about, oh wait, why haven't I seen that far? Oh, it's the curvature. They have to like build that in their mind because there's no reference for it because we are on a flat Earth. But also, with a lot of the people, what I feel like is happening is that they're so wrapped up in the psychological and sociological aspect of it. Like, why would someone lie to me like this? Because
Yeah,
humans are emotional and they're looking at it, they're almost looking at it like their mother or their father has lied to them. But they're having
exactly.
to dress it up with, like, oh, but refraction, oh, but some other non sequitur argument. But what they're really getting up against is that they cannot accept that this level of sociology exists. This level
Exactly.
of complicit deception. They just
Yeah.
can't get past it.
Yep. It's the Stockholm syndrome on a grand scale for sure.
But the crazy thing, because somebody said that's bullshit though, right? The guy with the green icon. Yeah, it's bullshit because prior to 2020, they were out there on all these beaches making all of these observations, and all we have to do is just go back to all of the old videos. I do that all the time. I'm like, look at CFI investigators and how they thought they were out there disproving, predators wrong when they were talking about the flags disappearing from the bottom up on the boat, when
Uh-huh.
the guy specifically said at 1.2 miles the stripes are going to begin to disappear, which means he's expecting the horizon to be at 1.2 miles, like the formula suggests, and then you can literally see the horizon behind, not in the shot. Fuck being behind the boat. The horizon is not in the shot. All you see is more water leading up to the shore, leading up to the mountains or whatever that is beyond. But there's no sky meets the water there. There's no water and then sky or water and then mountains. Like they're in front of that boat. All of that's happening behind the boat. So it's like it's not like we're just saying it. It's what they've been arguing for the past 10 years up into 2020.
It's an
Like
interesting
how do you,
take.
how do you
That's an
explain?
interesting take I hadn't thought about before. That one of the beneficial side effects of their COVID lockdowns was getting people off the beaches and not able to do these types of experiments. It's pretty funny to think about.
But what about technology? So like did technology catch up at this time that we can totally verify that it's not curving? Like are there new instruments or new tools to
Well,
measure?
one of the
Or
things I would say that has been quite impactful is the fact that Nikon made a bunch of cameras that it was very easy to do long distance observations and zoom whilst recording video. So the
definitely.
combination of that new camera technology and YouTube meant that the visual proof was being shared instantly and everywhere. And,
Yep.
and it's undeniable when you start seeing, I mean, this is the amazing thing about this subject. I mean, you'll see just like GIFs, like a single GIF that you've never seen anything like it in your life, like just a long distance zoom of a boat coming back into effect.
Oh, one
That's
one
like
more
something you
example.
don't see.
Yeah, man.
One quick example, and please take it back. Um, Again, prior to like 2018, you can Google it right now. Like, oh, you can see curvature from a plane. Um, you can see curvature from really high up, and everyone believed that. That was one of the leading arguments, along with look what happens when you go out to sea, or yada yada yada. Like these were their two crowning achievements, right? And now we're like, oh yeah, actually, look at all of these high altitude footages that
Yeah.
they've like scrubbed the internet of
Look
mostly.
at all the
There you
look
can
at all
still
these
find them.
interviews with look at all these interviews of pilots testifying to it being flat. Look at all these gyroscopes that don't move. Look at how their flight paths
No,
don't make
that's going too
don't
deep
make
into
sense
it.
on a
That's going
global.
too deep into it. No, 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 no. Fuck all that.
Oh
They
yeah, you
said
don't think?
they saw
No.
visually Earth curve from left to right from
Uh,
30 miles in the air. And then we started sending balloons 120,000 feet into the air. And you could clearly, as a matter of fact, I had never seen anything like it because all I saw was the curved rectilinear lenses, like, the fisheye lenses.
yeah,
So when I saw that, I was like, holy shit, what? Like, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and say, oh, you can't see curvature from that height. That stuff is flat. Like, so again, we're living in this world where they're pretending that they didn't have these arguments that they just lost. You just lost, and you just won't admit it. You just keep moving the goalposts, as we say.
the globe post. That's funny.
Yeah, that's why I like to post that Bill Nye video of him doing his little boats over the horizon demonstration, where he just has like a studio setup of some bent blue cardboard to be the water, and they start to move the boat down and say, "Look, it goes behind this point," just like Elijah does when he plays his clip for how stuff works. That has been the argument, and they still say in the mainstream that is the argument. It's only really on the Discord or the internet where the argument is way past what it is in the mainstream, that they've rejected now the geometric horizon, boats going over the horizon, essentially any argument relating to obstruction due to curvature at the horizon. But yeah, I mean, they'll try and take it back now, but that's been a cornerstone of the whole thing for as long as they've pretty much told us, Aristotle, etc. It's just a few short years, less than a decade of people actually questioning it, and the globe loses its geometric horizon. I mean, the writing's on the wall.
The writing's on the ice wall. Got him.
Well, thank God the Earth is not flat.
Hope.
Water's level, though, isn't it?
No, waves aren't flat either.
That's the drink, piss, or die guy.
Yeah, drink,
know.
piss, or die.
Oh, God.
Yo, I've got you clips saying that.
Thank you.
Hilarious.
What's his name?
Drink, piss, or die.
Bear Grylls.
Well, it's PD. This guy's been like, oh, it doesn't matter. Someone ban him.
Like, what are they arguing about? You know, like if they're not arguing about line of sight, any of these things, like just think about it. They still argue the same. Well, how come we see this and how come we see that? And how does this work? How does that work? So
You're gonna need to turn your gain up.
you're going from an offensive stance to, well, how do you explain this?
Is he talking to us?
Yeah, Elijah, you're coming in a little quiet.
I'm just saying they're going from an offensive stance to how do you explain this and how do you explain that and what's the alternative for this and what's the alternative for that,
How do
instead
you
of
explain eclipses?
Sorry, Elijah. I don't understand why you're still making claims when you didn't justify you didn't respond yesterday to me pointing out that the logical explanation for why you believe the Earth is flat is affirming the consequence.
God.
Like that shut you up really fast, and notice how he's being quiet again.
affirming the consequent is not if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens.
No,
So you
no,
are mistaken. I'm
what
not
you
about
did
to
was
sit here
if
argue
P
with
then
you.
Q,
You're a
premise
retard.
2 is P, conclusion is Q, right? And so the problem is, right, these
No,
flat
that's
earthers.
exactly not what I
Hold
said.
on,
As a matter of
hold on.
fact, somebody can post in the
So
chat because it's just an argument that's been floating around for I don't know 3 years now. It has a
yeah,
diagram and everything
so
on it. It has the form of the
notice how he's
argument.
metaing right now, and he's not responding to what I'm saying.
Well,
Notice that
I kind of am
notice that
responding to what you're saying because you're saying I'm
notice
doing
that
something that I
yesterday
didn't
he
do.
didn't respond to what I had to say because he didn't have a response. Now somebody
Is
might be trying
anybody
to
gonna
feed him
get control of the
lines, right? But
conversation
he
or what?
doesn't actually
Like,
know what he's talking about.
is this
So
gonna
if there's a flat
is
earther
this gonna okay?
with an
Well,
Yeah,
whatever.
evidentiary claim,
dude, if you're gonna duel, then just chill out and go one at a time.
He just wants to talk about what didn't happen all day long, and no, like I said, if P, the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, every distance to the horizon would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Not Q, every distance to the horizon is not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, not P, the Earth is in a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's what I said.
Damn, that's some wizard shit, bro.
I mean, you can go now.
Do you want him unmuted or no?
Yeah, you guys wanted
Yeah,
some.
just want to see what he has to say to that.
Yeah, you guys wanted some globy
Okay.
competition. Let's let him cook.
Yeah, so that's not the argument you gave. You gave an argument on the positive end. You're making a critique of a different argument, right? So the argument you made yesterday was if P then Q, premise 2, P, conclusion Q. That is affirming the consequence. P2 affirms the consequence. Now I understand you don't understand much about logic because you're probably a layman.
Don't go there, bro. Don't
Wow,
go there.
dude.
Just
Well,
keep
no,
it
it's
normal, yeah? Just keep it
no, I'm
normal,
not
yeah?
gonna
Why
well,
insult,
because
man?
laymen are speaking about things that are already solved,
You
problems
just
that
be
are already solved.
respectful, yeah? Just be respectful, yeah?
No. He's a
No.
layman.
Okay.
It's fine.
Well, that's
It's a
okay. You can
descriptor.
just go back on mute
It's a
then, bro.
descriptor. He's a layman.
You're not going to be,
Right?
if you can't be
So,
respectful, you
no,
can't
it
be
is a
respectful.
descriptor.
That's a
Yeah,
basic,
it's an accurate descriptor. He's a layman.
basic requirement,
And
yeah?
you're a lame man, bro.
Yeah, you are a lame man. So I'll give you one more chance, right? So I don't care what you think about the people here. You talk to people with respect, or you'll just be on mute. Yeah? Can you manage that?
I mean,
You want to try again?
he can say what he likes, but the bottom line is, no, I didn't affirm the consequent.
You did.
Well, prove it.
Your argument yesterday was if P then Q.
It's
Premise 2
recorded. Prove
P.
it. It's recorded. Prove it.
Conclusion Q.
Find the recording and prove it.
If you want to retract from that statement, that's fine. If you want to concede from that statement
No,
that
I
you
know.
made yesterday,
I know what I said.
no,
Why do we have to? Why do we have to
why
argue
did
about
you?
it? All I'm saying is, how do we
And the
prove it?
question is, why did you go
If you
silent
have the
yesterday?
recording,
My
if
question
you
is,
have
why
the
did you go
recording
silent
and the
yesterday after
time,
I made the argument?
because of
Bro.
this. But instead of arguing about why I might have went silent, how about, okay, if it's recorded, you can tell me what time we had our interaction, and then if you don't want to listen to it, I will go back and find it,
I
and
don't know
I'll
what
play
time
it
we
for
had our.
everyone.
I don't have the timestamp. I'm sorry, but I know that you said that. Now, the fact that you're retracting it now shows the fact that you're not confident in what you actually believe in. It's fine.
Well,
You're
no
you're
one really
backpedaling.
cares
You're,
about.
Well,
you're
Wolfgang,
backpedaling from your initial point of view.
Ever
And
heard
so
me? Have you
again,
ever heard me cite?
again,
Excuse
No.
I'll
me.
ask.
Well,
I'll
Wolfgang.
ask.
Have you,
Well, hold on.
yeah.
I'm asking.
Well, no. Wolfgang, or anyone who's been hearing me argue this for the last 3 years, have you ever heard me not put it as P, Q, not Q, therefore not P?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this guy's just triggered us. You've pissed him off.
I was gonna
About
say that
something.
I've heard many conversations in the server that started with somebody malding about getting wrecked in a previous chat. This isn't very productive.
Yeah, exactly. So listen, guy, we don't care about you getting upset yesterday. It's
He's
a
trying
new
to run it
day.
back. He's trying to run it back, bro. He's trying to recoup those ego points.
Yeah, it's a new day. Move on. Try something new, yeah?
I'm sorry. He was the one that made the initial argument yesterday. I
Okay,
made
bro,
the
it doesn't
rebuttal,
matter.
and he
That
muted
was
himself.
yesterday.
Stayed
Today is
quiet.
a new day.
So I was
Today
just
is a
coming
new
back
day.
to see if he actually had an answer today. So
You'll be okay.
it wasn't even a debate. It was just embarrassing. He just was silent.
Okay, well, what argument do you have today? Anything? Oh,
Did you ask me a question while I'm muted for an
yeah,
optic
I
win?
didn't
That's
realize.
embarrassing.
No, I didn't mute you. But
That's
I asked
embarrassing.
you
But
what argument you
so
had
I'm waiting
today.
for I'm waiting for a positive claim for why the Earth is flat.
So you don't have one
Which
for the globe.
seems to be the case that nobody here has the confidence to take on somebody that actually knows what they're talking about. So
Okay. So could you tell us your top
Well,
three
I
globe
did. Well,
proofs?
no, not even. I did. I said, well, yesterday, it's a true dichotomy. Either the surface is curved or it's not, unless there's an alternative. And then he was stone cold silent, didn't say anything. Crit said he's not responding to you. And then I said, okay, then. Well, now that we've concluded that, then I took him to the logical syllogism that is the modus tollens, and I gave the form of the argument that I just gave. So If there is no curvature, then that only leaves one alternative. That's actually proving my premise that there's no curve.
Yeah, so clearly it's above his head that he's affirming the consequence. I'm waiting for somebody in here to actually engage with me with an argument, with a positive argument that doesn't commit a fallacy. Does anybody want to do that? Because if not, you don't deserve my time. Anybody here?
We got
Deserve
fucking
your own
I
time,
mean,
We got
bro.
that's funny
Aristotle up in
because
here.
there's no argument that I've
I'll give
heard
it. I'll give it.
in
10,
the
I'll give it
entire.
10
I mean,
seconds.
I'm sorry, excuse me. You can give it to me when I'm done. There's no argument for your side that comes
I haven't even.
without an
What
affirming the
side?
consequent,
What's my side?
without you're affirming the consequent, begging the question, or reification fallacy, or an amalgamation of all three.
What's my side?
I think it's
That the
pretty
Earth is
obvious
a
what your
globe.
side is, bro.
What's my
That,
side?
that the Earth is a globe.
When have I made that claim?
Oh fuck.
Oh yeah, bro. You're definitely not
Uh-huh.
a salty glober. Good one.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Then.
So
Anybody
then,
want to point me to the direction in which I made the claim? I'd love to watch the clip.
So you're a
So
flat
you
earther?
so you agree
Anybody?
there's no curve?
Oh, so nobody does. Okay, that's fine.
You agree
So I'm
you
waiting
agree
for
then that
a
there's no
flat
curve?
earther. I'll say it again. I'll say it one more time, and then I'm gonna leave
So
if nobody answers.
you agree that there's no curve then, yeah?
Just leave.
Do we have a flat earther that actually wants to step up?
Yeah, there's no curve.
Yeah, it's a true dichotomy. So I know you guys like to stay in the shadows where
So
there's no
again,
determining factor, but like I
I'm
said,
asking for an argument.
it's either curved or it's not curved across a distance. Now, um, unless you have a third alternative, like I asked you yesterday. So you're gonna have one or the other, my brother.
We don't deserve him.
See how he's going quiet again? Because when I said that yesterday, he was quiet. This is just a tactful way of trying to take the. I mean, you can't take the argument from me. You didn't think I can make a positive claim. Sucks to be you. I did. You can't do anything with it other than lie and say I affirm the consequence.
How do you grow up? How do you grow up? Like, what kind of a single child environment are you living in? Grow up and that's how you behave. You come into a room like that, crying about yesterday.
It's interesting.
You
It is
guys don't
funny.
deserve my time. You don't deserve me.
It's not. It doesn't win the argument by any chance to have the moral high ground, but it is a funny trend that the globies tend to be very vile and vitriolic, and the flat earthers tend to have some amount of moral code or reasonability that allows them to be able to compose themselves a little bit in such a great conflicting conversation that apparently triggers so many people.
I think it might be your anecdotal experience. I feel like across the board, people can be shitty whether they're globers or flat earthers.
That is true for sure. There's plenty of flat Earth shitheads that I've met too. Got streaks of misanthropy as well.
And being on opposite sides, it's more likely you're going to experience a vitriol from the opposing side.
For sure, the good old tribal conflict,
Yeah,
regardless of the
but
merit.
there's no flat earthers who are trying to get globe earthers to lose their jobs by calling up their employers and stalking and harassing them online, like the
Yeah,
globers
That's
do.
fucked up.
or trying to get their kids taken away by the state, or trying to
Yeah,
get them,
yeah.
or get them trying to
Globers,
get locked up, all kinds of shit.
globers do that to each other too, though. People are just
That's
people are
true.
just fucked up.
Yeah, you globies need to be less shitty.
True, we do.
They're nihilists on a deep level. It's all just
Well, there's no such
it's a
no such thing as
it's Darwinian survival of the fittest and subjective morality. There is no real shittiness.
yeah. As I was gonna say, there's no shitty to the globie.
It's all just perspective, man.
Yeah, society's agreed that I can be a dickhead. Dear me.
That hard solipsism is something else.
Now, are there any globe believers in here who aren't already triggered, looking to
Get
take
triggered
down
now, 'cause
Elijah?
There's lots of triggering red pills available.
That guy's just been like lying in bed all night for last night, just fucking Elijah.
He went to work. He went to work all day at his normie globy job, and he's just like, motherfucker. Right when I get off work, I'm going back on Discord. I'm gonna even the score. Just wait.
Exactly. He was affirming the consequence. He was.
No, bro. Listen, I got it. P. You said P equals minus square times 2 to the 5th power. I heard it. I trust me.
Yeah. See how they don't even formulate it in relation to the Earth? Like their arguments cannot discuss the Earth in any way. He's talking about P's and Q's.
It's just abstract fucking sophistry.
Yeah.
Is water flat though? Like, can you prove that?
Oh, the Earth isn't carbonated, therefore it's not flat. It's flat.
Well, it isn't curving, is it? Or is it? You seen it curving somewhere?
No,
Like,
never.
over a distance?
I'm just wondering if they have an argument, right? Like, because like you say, like 70% of the surface is water. If it's flat, like, what's the argument?
Yeah, you can't have a 70% flat ball. That's our argument.
Mine too, dude. Unless there's a way not to prove that or to prove it, I don't know.
It's academics. Water isn't curving. Been checked.
So what's the argument then? Like, come on, guys.
I don't know, bro. I put water in a bucket and I spun it around really fast and it didn't fly off, man. That's what's happening on the Earth.
You're right. Bucket Earth.
That's right.
That's what the ice wall really is. The rim of the bucket.
That's right. No, bro. It's like Terry Pratchett's Discworld, bro. It's just the barriers to a disc that's on the top of 4 fucking elephants on top of a turtle flying through a still heliocentric galaxy model.
Well, it's amazing how pervasive that cosmic animal theology is.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, you guys, questions, answers?
Yeah, how's your night going, brother? How you doing?
Yeah, all good, bro. You?
I'm doing all right. I'm finishing up overtime right now.
Nice. Yeah, no, we're just waiting for the next valiant globe defender to fall on his sword.
Well, so before the Discord broke, I was asking about something that I saw lately involving the International Space Station. Do flat earthers like, or maybe you specifically, do you believe that there is an International Space Station like in the sky?
I mean, there's an object. There's something up there.
Because
There's
you
a
can
light.
observe it, right? Like
you can observe it.
You get a camera and
It's
like,
not.
look at it.
It's not got a bunch of dudes in it floating around in monkey suits playing David Bowie songs.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like we know, like from the way that we can observe it from the Earth, we know it's not like a balloon. Like it's clearly like not a balloon.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I've not observed it in any detail that I would make a claim to, but certainly there seems to be people photographing what looks like some kind of craft, you could say, but certainly not what they're showing you on TV.
Yeah, I just put the tinfoil
No,
hat on.
I don't even want to say. I don't even want to say craft. It's an object. Let's keep
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Now, who's to say that those objects haven't been up there for fucking thousands of years? We don't fucking know.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, true.
I ain't going up to find out.
No, that's the one thing they always like to do. Come on, if we paid for it, wouldn't you get up in a ship and go to space and
Yeah,
want to be
bro.
proven right? Like, no, fuck you. I ain't getting into your trap. I ain't gonna fall into your little MK Ultra theater ride like Willy Wonka, bro.
Would you guys strap yourselves into a missile shot into the sky? No.
Run by Freemasons who
Yeah.
know
Knock yourselves out, bro.
who see you as a disbelieving normie.
Say theoretically, like 50 years past, we're all like old, like dying men. But like theoretically, there is like a moon colony, and like your grandchildren are going, and they're telling you like grandpa. Like,
Then
Earth is
still fuck
definitely...
that. All of the choices are shit. Moon, shit. Mars, shit.
Would you trust your grandchild that who came back from the moon base and was like, yeah, it's definitely a globe? Like at that point,
I'd say, do you have waterfalls? And he'd
Well, I was
say,
gonna say
no.
Even
Okay.
that's not proof. They could just get on a fucking teleporter like they live and get teleported to another fucking realm or dimension or some other type of illusion or theater experience and just report back what they perceive. That's not guaranteed
Well,
proof.
did you see there was a Channel 4 TV show years ago, like in the 90s or early 2000s. I think it was called Space Cadet. This video's on our server. You can check it out. It was like a documentary, but it was like a comedy. So they basically took like 5 members of the British public or something, told them that they were applying for a competition to go to space and become astronauts.
Oh
And
yeah, I
these
saw
people
that.
applied, and they got them on, and they basically just put them through like some shitty basic training type stuff. Told them a bunch of space theory, and they put them in this simulator, but they didn't know it was the simulator. So they're simulating
Exactly.
them taking off into space, and they have them live in this little fucking box for like a week or two, thinking that they're in space,
There's a
and
really
they
good
get
YouTube
little
video showing
screens
that.
out, and yeah, they eventually find out at the end. Now you've just been on the ground in England in a studio.
Been bamboozled, mate.
That actually fucked them up though. Like some of them
Yeah,
were
yeah.
really
Could you imagine? Well, think about it. That's my point, right? I mean, all
That'll
these
give you some
stories or
that'll give
whatever.
you some Truman Show feelings
They
for
could
sure.
they
Yeah.
could trick members of the public with what's essentially a good, like funhouse VR
Theater
machine,
ride, yeah, yeah.
right? Like a theater ride. So they're fooling people left and right. So this idea that like, nah, there's no way they could be fooling people. It's like, think about it.
Well, and that's another point I point out reasonably. I was like, okay, so let's just compare what you perceive in power levels here. Hollywood can make such amazing, profound illusions and trickeries and deceptions or whatever. You don't think the government and the scientific apparatuses of the world governments don't have way more fucking advanced versions of the same thing?
Well, we're kind of seeing it's all one big government now, right?
Oh yeah, world government has always been the thing. It's always
Yeah.
been one world shadow government with the illusion of many. Also, just like One Piece.
Dude, the One Piece is real.
That is, bro. Kaizokuware.
I was talking about the anime.
Yeah, not the live action, bro.
The live action was good actually. My girlfriend
Oh
cried
no,
at the end.
no.
It wasn't bad.
I'm not gonna lie. It tugged on my heartstrings as a fan a little bit, and it was still kind of cool. But there was so much bad changes. I didn't like it.
Yeah,
It was way too rushed, way too many race swaps and blackwashing, way too many other things.
You're like, wait, who? Oh yeah, I guess yeah. I mean,
Lucky
yeah, Lucky
Roo,
Rooster. Yeah,
and Nojiko Nami's sister.
but technically, like a lot of the characters, like in One Piece, would just be considered Japanese. So they just want to mix it up a bit.
Well, no, not at all. Oda said that most of the characters like have like a cultural inspiration. Like he said, Sanji would be French and Luffy would be Brazilian, which is why I assume they cast a Mexican for him.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, there were certain inspirations, but not like every like I would say like it was more common for him to pick a Japanese person because he is Japanese.
Yeah, for sure. Most mangaka do that for sure. I get that.
Because it was an international show, they're just trying to appease everyone.
Diversify.
Yeah.
I'm going to be king of the pirates.
Dude, I swear that they had him say One Piece just to be funny.
One Piece.
Yeah, he was saying One Piece.
All right, let's take it back to Earth, guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Any more questions, bro?
There's no Marines in here, no world government lapdogs. I need to send some admirals in here for a decent fight.
Do you? Oh, wait, never mind. I was gonna go on with the One Piece, but this is
Yeah,
no,
sorry.
it's not the place.
Well, owlishness is muted. Who muted you? I'm gonna unmute you. But don't spaz out.
One Piece.
Owlishness, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. You're unmuted, just so you know.
Am I gonna stay unmuted?
Well,
Ooh,
depends how you
that might
behave, I
be up to
suppose.
you.
We'll see.
Not for asking.
So, got any questions, comments, insults?
No, I don't do insults, man.
Appreciate that. Goes to the room generally, but yeah, feel free.
Hi.
What's up?
I was just saying
Flat,
hi.
how about that?
Yeah, someone rustle them up. The newbies going.
No, I mean, try not to be too incendiary, but they might need to get a rise out of them.
I almost feel like globe versus flat isn't even a debate because it's like flat isn't a shape. So is it really even like an argument? Like because like I could say like the Earth is
Yeah,
flat.
it's not an argument about shape, really, on our side.
Yeah, because it's kind of like arguing like God like versus not God. It's like the God proposition is bringing up like a proposition, but the atheist is just denying the proposition.
Well, no, not really, because on their side there is a shape claim and there's a size claim that can be tested.
Yeah, it's not a faith claim.
Well, no, but in the sense that the flat earther isn't like proposing like a model, like
yeah,
like the same way like an atheist isn't proposing like a creation story.
well, they kind of do. They all say Big Bang.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that's not. I mean, no one believes that the universe began at the Big Bang. Just the furthest back that. That's.
I know a lot of people believe that.
I was
Yeah,
about to say most people I talk to do.
They are uneducated because no, like that's not the case.
Oh, we got Bill Nye's study in here, boys. You got to teach the Globies something today.
Well, I mean,
yeah, how would you correct them?
Well, because the Big Bang, as we know it, isn't the beginning of the universe. It is, as far as we know, like fucking nanoseconds. Like it's the furthest back that we can see. So it's like
what happened? What was the start then?
The idea is there wasn't a start. The universe has just always existed.
How'd you know that?
I from what I've heard, like the Big Bang, like the idea is the closer you get to like the to the actual Big Bang, like which we can't even see because we can only see up to like couple like I don't know what the term is, like nanoseconds.
I was gonna ask that. How can you see back to the Big Bang? What kind of fanciful wizard technology claims to have the ability to see back billions of years to the creation of the universe?
I mean, it's the what's it called?
What's the testing?
Microwave background.
Microwave, radiation background. It is pretty much what they consider the Big Bang to be, but the idea.
But that's not necessarily looking into the past. That's just a theory.
Yeah, it's just a theory from the microwave radiation background that we like observe from instruments here on Earth.
So they stick a bar into the sky. It tells them a number, and they say this is how far back the Earth is, or how far back the cosmos goes.
Well, so from what I've heard, that physicists like suggest is that the closer you get to the Big Bang, the time almost infinitely slows down. So it could be the case that there is no beginning to time. Time has just always existed, and
what's their evidence for that?
Well, I mean, there's not necessarily evidence, just the hypothesis.
So it's like a religious theory.
Exactly.
I mean, it's an idea. So, but I mean, I go even further. Like this is just me going off on my own ideas from things that I've heard. I'm not citing anything or anyone. It's just me talking. But from how I believe the universe works, I well not believe, but I mean, I don't know how to put it. Like it's not like definitive. Obviously, it's just kind of like what I've gathered. I feel like a universe with life would be inevitable if the Big Bang was just pretty much like an infinite thing. Like the Big Bang happens and the universe goes on for like fucking googles of years, and then maybe eventually there is a big crunch where all of the mass and energy in the universe is brought back to a singularity, and then it restarts. So with an infinite infinite iterations and instances of universes, it is inevitable that there would be a universe where life would arise.
Do you think that's a lot more likely than just a creator?
Well, I mean, they could both be likely. I don't think there's no way to put probability on it because we only have one universe. There's no.
So what made you choose that one?
We're getting the Christian Science approach where God made the Big Bang, right?
What made me choose that one is because the God claim doesn't explain where God came from. It just says God is a necessary thing for all of everything.
Does it need to explain that to be true?
Does it need to explain what to be true?
Not explaining where he came from.
Well, yeah, no. Like at the end of the day, in terms of the deistic aspect of God, like pretty much everyone has to be agnostic about it because we can't know if this universe was created or not. But for me, that it could have either been the case that this universe is a happenstance, like where there was infinite iterations of universes where life was inevitable, or the universe could have been created.
Right, but your rejection of it, you said, was because it can't explain where the creator came from, but that's not contingent on how likely it is or not.
It's not a full rejection. I just lean more towards like it makes more sense that an infinite iteration would eventually lead to life and every other possibility in reality.
Right. Well, what is it that makes you lean that way, though? That's what I was asking.
So I mean, probably like when I was younger and I was going crazy in my head and I took some LSD and I couldn't stop thinking about like fucking everything and infinity and shit. And I was like, all right, that just makes sense to me.
So you broke your brain on drugs.
I mean, I didn't even do that much. I tripped once, and
well, no, that's ironic.
And
I do
psychedelics. Putting the pieces together over a long period of time, and it just made more sense to me because I could never accept the idea that there is a God, like especially because I was raised Christian, so the specific like Christian God really turned me off. Like that just made no sense to me. But obviously, the general deistic claim of God that like the universe could have been created, I can't disprove. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know whether it was created or not. But I could see a universe where it was created and where it wasn't created. And I think for me, like because I can visualize a universe which wasn't created, like makes me like not able to be a theist. Whereas most theists, I feel like can only see this universe as created and nothing else.
As far as this postulation of the universe is concerned, are we still envisioning some sort of endless universe with spheres and stars flying around inside of it? Because if all that is bunk and untrue, then all of those ideas are essentially moot.
Yeah, true. Yeah. I mean, if the Earth is flat, then it would destroy my foundation of reality.
Correct.
Hence why there might be so much apprehension with the subject, eh?
Mm-hmm.
It is terrifying because if your entire paradigm falls apart, then what are you left with? You have to start from scratch, right?
And that also answers the question: why would they lie?
Indeed.
It's your worldview.
I don't know. Money, pocket. It reminds me of the Thulsa Doom scene in old Conan the Barbarian. Like he's talking about the riddle of steel, and it's not real physical power of the sword. It's the ability to make people believe shit and do what you want them to on a deep subconscious level.
Well, that's it. And what's the most deep fundamental thing you can give someone or convince someone of? It's their entire worldview.
Their place in the world and who they are and what they are and where they came from and their purpose.
Exactly.
Couldn't you agree though that religions have been using like this for a long time to kind of control the masses?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's man.
Yeah, but that's just that's playing off humans' natural predilections towards seeking divinity and religious or spiritual thought. That's not the same as the organized institutional overlays that the system is used to cope and counter and co-opt that natural human inclination.
Yep. So, I mean, the globe, these ideas that you've got, they come from the Catholic Church. Yes, I do.
Somebody
Oh, yes,
mentioned
they do. Oh, yeah.
It's kind of funny though, because the Catholic Church, a Catholic priest was the one who invented Big Bang cosmology, which is widely accepted, right?
Exactly.
Mhm.
The scientific apparatus is Catholic.
A Belgian Catholic priest who invented Big Bang Big Bang cosmology.
And it was the Catholic Church that pushed Copernicus to publish his heliocentric calendar.
Didn't they burn Copernicus at the stake?
No, they paid for his publishing. You're thinking of Galileo.
Nicholas Copernicus. Ooh, he was a Polish guy.
Mm-hmm. Jesuit, if you believe the rumors.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. The fucking heliocentricity is just very religious in nature.
No, but they. Well,
And what is the Catholic Church? Just the combination of the Jewish Pharisees in the Old Testament mixed with the Roman pagan system around like Apollo and sun worship there. So you just get the Old Testament ways combined with sun worship. That's where you get the Catholic Church. The two factions that killed Jesus came together to form a cover church.
few factions that killed Jesus.
That's right, the Pharisees and the Romans.
Well, it's way more complicated than that. That's like a simplistic YouTube view of everything, but
I know. I'm just being
way more
rhetorical.
complicated. That's just the atheist YouTube view of it. But I mean, there is truth in that. I mean, definitely. But
Yeah, I thought this place was about flat Earth.
But isn't that like a massive like persecution
more
of Jews happened because people believe that the Jews killed Jesus,
there's
all
much
that
more
bullshit?
complexity. There's much more complexity to all those things, and you actually have to go into all the angles. If you just say those things, you can actually really put people in the wrong direction as well. You got to have the full picture. There's a much bigger.
But I
picture.
don't understand. Like medieval Christians, like
There's a much bigger
persecuted Jewish people because they thought the Jews killed Jesus. When Jesus was a Jew, each and individual apostle was a Jew. Like
None of that is the reason why I was referencing. I was just saying that the structural roots of the church that's just all I was pointing out.
But you're just looking at one angle. There's so many different things that happen at different times, different people.
And it is a conversation for another day, unfortunately, because the topic that we're on is the Earth.
Just so you guys know, this isn't Earth. This isn't Earth. Hello, Trinity. Earth to Trinity. This is an Earth-based channel. Please return to the topic.
So I'm just replying to the topic that you were saying. So
yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. No, we were just gonna move it back. I mean, the points we were making just casually is that heliocentrism and the Big Bang both come from the Catholic Church, which are the cornerstone of the heliocentric globe belief. Yeah, and a lot of these people consider themselves anti-religious or whatever.
Yeah, and isn't the Catholic Church like the only religious group in the world that's talking about aliens and aliens coming to Earth and all that wild stuff, which is obviously more in the realm of science fiction than any other previous religious belief.
Is that true?
The religion channel is empty, actually, if you guys want to join religion for this topic.
Knock yourselves out. He thinks they're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Anyone? I know there's a few of you out there.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
The spinners.
Did you guys know there's like microscopic organisms that live in your eyebrows? It's crazy.
What does this have to do with flat
Like,
Earth?
no, nothing. I just learned it today.
I'm sure there's microscopic organisms living all over.
I'd like to ask Zero's how he's going with his petition to have the Flat Earth Room shut down and what he's doing back here if that's the case.
Oh, Zeros is here, bro. You're only helping our journey to the top. We appreciate
Yeah.
your attendance.
Zero, why don't you pass that petition my way? I'll sign it for you just so I can show you how useless it is.
He's trying to get rid of a Discord channel.
Yeah, he's trying
That's
to
what
get
he's
a petition
petitioning
read.
for.
He's trying to get rid of our channel.
What a righteous cause. Well worthy of effort.
How dare these people talk?
That's
Okay,
hilarious.
thanks for the link. Oh, no, that's an IP grabber. Never mind. No, I'm not going to sign that. I would have, though.
Probably best not to sign any contracts that a Globey gives you.
He
What's
messed
up,
up the
Zero?
link too.
Zero,
You
what's
just
up?
have to read it. You just have to read it and follow the instructions. It's not a link. You have to fill it
Zero,
out.
why did you make a petition to have our channel shut down?
Probably because it was a liberal space for liberals to sit in.
No, shut up. I want to hear Zero.
No, you can straw man me. That's fine. That's what you guys do, right?
Well,
Yep,
you've got
liberals.
there's numerous messages saying sign this petition to have the Flat Earth channel shut down. Didn't you?
Yeah, because what this voice chat goes against TOS. You can't spread misinformation that harms society on Discord.
What misinformation that harms society are we spreading?
It's only
Be specific.
medical. It's only medical. It's only
No, it's not.
medical
No, it's not.
information.
Read it.
No,
Read it.
shush,
It's not.
shush,
Harmful
shush. I'm speaking to
information.
Zero.
Information
What
that is
misinformation? What? Be
that is
specific.
harmful to society. That is harmful.
What's the misinformation
You
exactly? Be
are
specific.
denying the science with your flat Earth
Denying the science. Which science
conspiracy
specifically?
theory.
Show us
Which
the
science specifically?
You know science has been
I
wrong.
showed
They
you
used to say
every
sugar
science.
was...
I showed you every bit of science.
Okay, could you name the scientific
refuse-
experiment that we deny?
You refuse to try to understand it.
Bring
What
it. What is
scientific
it?
experiment? Which
Make up your own
experiment?
definitions of words.
Slow
No,
down.
that's what
Slow
you're
down.
doing.
Don't
That's
have
what
the
you're doing.
scientific literacy
Slow
to
down.
comprehend
Which
the
experiment
evidence
are
that
you
I've shown
talking
you.
about, Zero? Zero, which
Any
experiment are you talking about? Which one? Name one.
Every experiment.
Name one.
You refuse to try to understand them.
Could you name one experiment? Could you name one experiment?
I'm sure I could. I'm just.
Well, you sure you could? You started the petition on I'm sure they're denying the science. What science? Well, I'm sure you're denying it. Come on, Zero. You started a petition. You must have had some information in there, no? They've denied this science. ... I'll come
Bro,
back with that later.
Just leave
Yeah, I'll
just
come back
leave
with
them
it later.
alone.
I'll
Just
come back with it
leave
later.
them alone.
So this is why she's banned and shouldn't have been unmuted.
You dig your own grave, Alishness. That's a shame. So where were we? Zero? What science did we deny?
Yeah,
was
what
the
did the woman
experiment?
do?
Who's that now?
It was a woman.
Who wants to know what she did?
She's trying to
Ah,
start
yeah,
a petition to get us
Part of
taken
myself.
down. You're talking about Zero, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, so Zero, what was the scientific experiment that we denied?
I can show you multiple experiments.
Well, could you not
you
just
can look.
name
You can
one
Google
then?
them yourself. You can Google
Which
them
one?
yourself.
Google
You
which one?
refuse.
Google
There's
which
so
one?
much evidence that
Could you name
the
one?
Earth is not flat.
Which
There's no
experiment should we
debate.
Google? Which experiment
We've
should we
known
Google?
for like over 2,000 years.
So why can't you name one experiment?
You refuse to understand the evidence.
To understand what experiment? Which experiment?
Literally every experiment.
Which one? Name one.
Anyone. You can Google
Which
them
one?
yourself.
You can't name
You
one.
name one. You can name one.
It's your argument. You said we
You guys have
deny the science.
You have autistic memory of names and dates,
But you can't
cannot
give us one name or
comprehend
one date.
the
You can't give us
scientific
one name or
literacy.
one date. Of which scientist? Of
redefine
which
all the
experiment?
words.
Could you name one scientist?
And the funny thing is that
I guess not.
if I do get your server shut down and banned and all the accounts associated with it banned from Discord, you'll see this persecution as you being justified.
What is wrong with this right now? So you're admitting
Isn't
that you're
this
trying to persecute
amazing?
us. That's crazy.
What is wrong with this plan?
Why are you trying to attack our channel, bro?
Because you guys are a bunch of jerks.
How?
Not
You're
only
the one trying to get us shut down for
do
things you don't like.
think that the Earth is flat and deny science and refuse to even try to
Can you
understand
show
the
us
science
do
and
you
make
think-
yourself
science?
literate.
Do you think when you hear an opinion you don't like, you should be able to silence
Rear
it?
door! Rear door! Thank you, driver.
Do you
What
think when you
science are you
hear
talking about, Zero? There is no
when you
science behind your spinning ball.
yeah, Zero,
There's no
when you
science. There's
yeah,
no
remember you
science.
couldn't name
There's
one
no
experiment?
data. It's all a conspiracy theory that's been
Well,
ongoing for
which
2,000
scientific
years.
experiment? Which
2,000
scientific experiment should we be
years.
looking
The
at? Oh,
Freemasons are
Zero,
behind it,
please.
right?
Can you
Right?
show
Zero,
me?
you need to
Freemasons.
chill, bro.
Can you
Zero,
show
you need to
me?
chill.
Can you
Listen
show
to
me
me.
something dating back 2,000 years that shows the Earth was a globe? Anything dating anywhere near that time frame that shows the Earth is, I always say hint to the Earth being a globe.
Zero, you're getting very upset about the science, but you can't name one scientist or one scientific experiment. What's
Yeah,
that about?
you don't understand.
What?
You don't you
What don't
don't
we
have the
understand?
scientific literacy to
What don't we
understand
understand? Okay,
changing
tell us,
the
educate us.
definitions
Zero,
of
Zero, educate
words.
us. Zero, educate us. What do we not know? What don't we understand?
The funny thing is, you could actually, you know what? Again, what my problem is with you guys is that you're such arrogant pricks. You don't follow or abide by the own rules that you've laid out.
You're
You're
worse
just
than us, bro.
jerks.
You don't actually
You're
have evidence,
jerks.
man.
You're jerks.
Wow. Okay, okay. That's enough feelings for one day, Zero. I truly hope you get the help you need.
You guys are pricks for not accepting my honest opinion. Can't stand you guys. If I
You
say it's a
denied
globe,
this.
it's a globe.
You denied the science. What science? Well, the science.
NASA, NASA, you designed it. NASA.
Papa NASA.
Be specific, man. Be specific.
That's pretty tragic. But Zero, we appreciate your attendance.
No, we don't.
He's
Now
he's,
sit
he's
there like
essentially
a good
put up.
little.
He's essentially
Now
going
sit there
around the
like a good.
server. Yeah, he's essentially going around the server flyering for us. We've had a bunch of people come and be like, "Did someone make a petition to have you shut down?"
Bad press is better than no press, baby.
That's
You
it.
just sit there quietly, Zero, and sit in the classroom and learn from the teachers who are going to school you, buddy.
I don't understand though. Like, if I say, I prefer cartoons over reality shows, does that mean I get prosecuted for it? I'm confused.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Apparently, there's only one truth now.
I was trying to be funny. I don't know if that landed.
What a massive reveal. But the main two motivations is one, you guys are trying to undermine the
You're roboting a
stability of
little bit.
Your mic
society.
is ass.
Sorry, my bad.
That was all right at the end there. Carry on.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm on the highway. I was just saying, it's funny, the two motivational reveals. One, that you're undermining society through questioning authority. That's a big, ironic thing that they don't want to overtly admit that, hey, you should just trust all authority blindly. And two, is this just the emotionality of you guys are jerks, mean and arrogant. Very
Yeah.
scientific. Very scientific.
Why would the government lie to you? If they say jump, you say yes, sir.
No, and about science, and like there's a lot. Like we're talking about science, lied about sugar, and lied about cigarettes being healthy for pregnant women, all kinds of Tuskegee level of experiment shit. Like, are we gonna like delude ourselves to the human foibles of science? No, they got the white lab coat. It's like a priest smock. They never lie.
Impossible.
Certainly not for millions of dollars.
Well, that was funny.
Yeah, I really thought after all that buildup, if somebody was writing a petition, there'd be a better argument.
Man, he couldn't have been more stereotypical. Doesn't understand any of the arguments. Doesn't know the subject at all. You deny the science. What science? All the science.
I, thought, 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 I
You're next. Petition to shut down Limbo. D-dubs, whichever one it is.
Is there anybody else here that can tell us what science we deny or?
I'm out here denying science right now, Globies. Better come and get me.
Better stop the harmful misinformation if you care about the collective.
Harmful misinformation. He's like a COVID enforcer or something. He's like the guy at work who's holding up the fucking rules. Doesn't even understand them himself. Wow.
Is screaming at you in your face about how you're gonna kill grandma by not getting vaccinated.
Hate it when that happens.
Oh wow. He's crazy. My science.
Zoidberg
denied.
I think Zoidberg was gonna show us how he can stop Mars rotating.
Oh wait! Before we get to
Yeah.
that, Zoidberg is a relatively impartial observer, from what I'm hearing today. What do you think about that little interaction we just had, Zoidberg?
With Zero?
Yeah, what was that about?
Well, I mean, that's kind of wild. I don't know what to say. Like, I
Did you
think
see how he said?
petitioning.
Did you see how he said we deny the science? But then when we asked him what science, he didn't even know what science he meant or existed.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
that's
right
fine.
now,
I don't have like high regards in terms of like scientific knowledge from Zero. Like, he's just an
Yeah, but
anti-authority guy.
his
That's it.
argument is specifically that we're denying the science. So his argument assumes that he has some knowledge of it.
I mean, if he doesn't, it will be kind of a redundant conversation.
Well, obviously he didn't.
Yeah, did you say he's an anti-authority guy, Zoidberg? He sounded pretty appealed to authority to me.
Yeah, anti-authority. Bro's like, that's TOS. Ooh, we're calling
Zero
them
is
authority.
Zero has criticized me for being authoritarian in the past, so I'm not surprised.
Zero is expanding his argument, right? Now he's saying everyone should be persecuted for being arrogant jerks. This is his newest argument.
I'm confused what Zero meant when he said that you guys are hurting.
Were you guys arrogant jerks though?
Who are you guys hurting with your flat Earth stuff?
I don't know. Let's ask Zero. Zero, who are we hurting?
Oh, am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
No.
No.
Yeah, we can hear you. Who are we hurting?
I I don't know. Maybe no one.
My
Probably
mom.
no one. You guys seem pretty harmless.
Oh, really? Is that why you started a petition to get us shut down?
No. Again, you're asking me why I started the petition. I'm going to tell you why. It's
Okay,
because I think you're arrogant. You're jerks.
No, you said that it was harmful misinformation.
No, yeah, you're violating TOS. I do believe that.
Being jerks.
Well, how
No. I have my own reasons to bring this to Discord. I have personal reasons. But
So
that
you've been
doesn't
upset.
Oh, this is
You've been
personal,
upset.
buddy.
Yeah,
Did
but it
someone
doesn't
say-
change. But it doesn't change the fact that I can make a cohesive argument that you have broken
Can you?
TOS. That you have broken
Could
TOS.
you make a cohesive argument that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yeah, I've made many arguments with you. One of the funniest things I think is that you think that there's a container around the Earth.
And that's not you making an argument for the spinning ball. What's your argument for the spinning ball?
I'm not here to debate flat earthers. The debate is over. It's
Okay,
been
so you're
over.
not here to discuss. You're just here to shut
No,
down.
I can discuss anything. Oxygen.
You're here to make sure. You're here to try and make sure that other people can't discuss it.
You want to
I want
control
to
the
control the
conversation.
conversation. Well, that's ironic because you're trying to shut down a conversation that you apparently don't want to have. So you don't want to have the conversation, but you want to stop other people from having the conversation.
This whole attitude you have.
This whole attitude of exposing you for the contradictory melt that you are. Saying you're trying to control the conversation. No. Think about this. He's saying you're trying to control. He's saying you're trying to control the conversation. And he said, I don't want to have this conversation. So he doesn't want to have the conversation, but he wants to shut down other people's opportunity to have the conversation. And he's talking to us about trying to control conversations.
I mean, I don't get it, right?
Think about that. Think about that.
Yeah. You're here
Yeah.
more than any other channel. I don't understand this. Do you hang out with the people you don't like? Is that how it works? Do you go to a class that teaches you things that you don't know anything about, and sit there and learn, or sit there and yell? Like, I'm confused.
I feel like if anything,
For real.
it's better to have this Discord with this chat with people, like because at least they're trying to test or challenge like their ideas.
Yeah, I can challenge something.
You can't though. We've been waiting
Yes.
for it.
So no,
Right.
no,
So
no, no. So you
to the
claim the
normal
Earth is
people.
flat. That's your claim. What? And you
No,
don't
no, no,
have
no,
any
no.
evidence
No,
for
no,
it.
no. This is not. These are not flat earthers telling you that they want the people to have the ability to have this conversation. These are people who believe in the globe. So why are you stopping them from having the opportunity to have the conversation that you
No,
don't
no,
want
no,
to
no.
have? That's
No, I'll
selfish.
have a
You are
conversation.
selfish.
Let's talk
You said
about.
no, no, no. You said I don't want
Okay,
to have
talk
this
over me. Tell
conversation.
me.
You just want to shut the conversation down. That's what you
Yeah,
want to do.
because you're jerks. You mute people whenever they try to engage with you.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. That's why you're
Is
trying
that
to have
against
the fucking
TOS?
server shut down.
No, that's not
Is that
against
against
TOS.
TOS?
No, what's
Oh,
against?
okay.
No,
Are
I'll
you
I can
really
cite
a
what's against
grown man?
TOS.
Are
I
you
don't think
really
they're
a
like as
grown
bad
man?
as like Dark Dawkins. Like I've been coming here
Bro,
for a
you're
little
like
bit,
30.
and they're pretty.
Get off your high horse.
Gang up on me, everyone. Gang up on me. You're all a bunch of cronies.
Get your life
I'm not
together.
trying to gang up on you, brother. I'm on your side.
What does that mean?
He's just a fool. He's just a fool. So you're not a flat earther, are you? The guy who's just speaking.
Yeah, no, I'm not a
Me and
flat
Zero
earther.
trying to start a fight.
Right. But you
I'm
want
trying to
to.
defend you guys, like in
You
the sense
you
that
think so? You agree that Zero is in no position to try and have this channel shut down because he personally is upset, right?
Yeah. Because I feel like at the end of the day, it's good for this channel to be here because it gives people the opportunity to change minds. It gives us the opportunity to change flat earthers potentially to globe earthers, and obviously like vice versa. Even though as a glober, I don't think that's
What the
going to
heck are you
happen.
guys talking? What are you talking
Right.
about?
So could you speak directly to Zero now and tell him why you think what he's doing is fucked up?
Well, I can't necessarily tell him because I don't know his personal experiences, but I can say that I don't think it's fair to lump a bunch of people together. I've been coming here a little bit. There, like everyone's different. Like some of you guys are super chill. There is like maybe like one or two people that were like not chill here, but like that's like just person to person. Like most people let you speak. Like there's enough moderators. Like if like I think I got muted once. And I got quickly unmuted, and I think it's because
Yeah,
I
and
interrupted someone.
how many Discord channels are able to maintain a 40, 50 person VC and actually have it be coherent conversation? It requires moderation.
Yeah,
I was going to
So
mention
the
that.
moderation's pretty good. They let everyone talk, and unlike the Christian Discord, like where Darth Dawkins will just mute you.
Have you noticed that every other channel in this server
How
is
about
toxic waste?
hold on? How
Like
about
This is a
seriously.
great channel, bro.
How about I'm not a mod and I get talked over the most, and then people pretend that I'm rude.
It happens.
right. So Zero, you just heard the other Globe guy saying he thinks other people should have the opportunity to discuss. Do you disagree with that?
What?
The Globe guy just said that you shouldn't be trying to shut down this channel because people should have the opportunity to discuss it. Do you disagree with that?
No, I'm fine with that. I just don't like you guys
So
because you're
then why are
mean.
you trying to get us shut down?
You're mean.
Oh, we're mean.
Because we're mean.
Is that against
Revenge.
TOS?
Only he can
Wow.
Yeah,
shut down
you're
the
That's
channel.
rude.
TOS
You're
podcast.
obnoxious. You're
Don't
arrogant.
Wow.
You lack any humility.
Wow.
So is
Which
that
one?
everyone in
Which
here?
one
Is
out
it
of the
Believe
zero?
50 people?
100%
Is
that
that
you're right, and you won't even.
is that
So we
everyone
can't
in
even.
here? Is it zero? Because
Which?
I remember
Yeah.
you quite clearly private messaging me and me trying to get you unmuted so you could talk. So why are
And
you
that sounds
lumping
like you're
everyone in the
directing
same
now.
bag?
It sounds like you're directing some towards certain people, not
Yeah.
everybody. So you
Who
can't
is
speak
it
about the
though?
whole. You can't speak about everybody in the chat if you're just directing somebody.
Can you
Yeah.
start naming
He's had.
names? Who do you hate? Because there's a lot of people in here.
Oh, you didn't get a trophy, dude?
He
Yeah,
didn't
you're
get a
not going to get a
participation
chance to
award.
speak if all you can do is spew out insults to a room full of people. So I know you're upset. Very clearly, you've started a petition to have the channel taken down. But
Wow.
you can't be so selfish because other people want an opportunity to discuss. And if you don't want to discuss it, that's fine. Don't try and take your ball away so that no one can have fun
Yeah,
because
please don't do
you're
that, dude.
upset. So cut that shit out.
Reminds me of a 7-year-old child that once he gets upset takes the ball from 30 kids and runs away.
Yeah, right.
That's exactly what it is.
Every time you ask me a question, I try to answer it. You mute me.
It's because
Yeah,
you
but
just
you're
start
not
insulting
answering.
people.
All you're saying is you're rude, you're obnoxious. I hate you guys. That's all we're hearing. We need a
You're
therapist.
yeah. That's why that's why I want to shut you down because I think
You
you're
need a
hypocrite.
therapist. You don't need people on Discord to tell you that
You
you're
need a
beautiful.
therapist. Nice insult.
It's not an insult. It's
It's
literally
not.
what you
What was
need.
it? What was it? Why did you say I
It's
need
a
a
recommendation
therapist?
for mental health, my friend.
Oh, are you a
Zero.
doctor?
Yeah.
Just be mean to him.
Zero.
That was an
Zero.
obvious
If this
insult.
is the
Now he's trying
case,
to
zero.
back.
No. Zero. If this is the case, why have you spent, since this channel was open, so many hours in this chat listening to it
Exactly.
and taking part in it? Why have you been coming here for weeks now if it's so terrible?
Make it make sense, bro.
He has an abuse king, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't
You
think
don't
it's.
apply the rules to your own people, only
Well,
to
so why have you been
people that
coming
commit
for
to
weeks?
engage.
Why have you
This
been
guy can
sitting here
insult
for
me.
weeks?
It's fine. It's fine. You're hypocrites.
So
You
why?
don't
Well,
abide
you're
by
getting
your own
insulted
rules. You're
because of the way
hypocrites.
you've been
You're
behaving. It's the way
hypocrites.
you've
You
been
want people.
behaving. See, I can't even talk because you just are on a constant stream of
Yeah.
loathing and madness. You really
It's
need to
funny.
find some more healthy ways to spend your time than
He
on
comes in
Discord channels with
insulting
people you hate.
people, then he cries when somebody insults us, then he calls us hypocrites. So
It's
look,
hate
if you
speech.
don't
I'll
want to
be
get
honest.
insulted, don't insult people. And if you get in where you fit in, don't try to make yourself fit in where you don't. It's that simple.
I'll be honest. In the past half
The
an hour,
world
I think
doesn't have
he's
to
held.
change for you.
Yeah, so
Just
he's held
Mike.
more insults at us than we've held at him in the past hour. I'll be honest with you guys. All I'm hearing is we're all getting butchered by this guy. We're all assholes, arrogant
Yeah, he's
scumbags.
just
I don't
listen.
think any of us have called him any of these names, have we?
Somebody has jaded him, and he needs to take it up personally with the person who jaded him, and not apply it to everybody. I just joined yesterday. I don't even know the kid.
Yeah, I don't think this is like a flat Earth like Wilbur thing. I think it's just like he's just putting all of you guys in a box.
Yeah, someone upset the guy.
Well, yeah, one of you guys
Conversation
pissed him
flat.
off, and for
It
once, it
is
wasn't
numbers.
me. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I wasn't here.
There's plenty of flat earthers in here that have been moderated as well.
We've
That
all
doesn't
been
even make
muted many
sense. You only mod
times.
people that disagree with you. That doesn't even make sense, bro. Come on.
Bro,
Yeah,
I've been
but to
muted
say
just as
you
many
guys
times as
don't
you guys.
moderate,
Yeah, what are you talking about? I'm a flat earther. I
A
got
friend of
muted 3
mine.
times. Don't cry.
Now, a friend of mine
Why
took
would you even
issue with
moderate
me.
anyone who disagrees
A
with
friend of
you
mine
anyway?
took issue with
Hold
me
on.
using a particular word
Hmm.
yesterday.
We're arrogant,
If
but he's
if
belligerent.
he's responding to us in this room as a whole, especially because of his extreme prejudice against perhaps one person, what would you call that?
Like bias or something?
We call that childish.
Well, he's not directing it, so yeah, that's childish to me. If you would
Well,
address
I mean,
what the
if
problem is
he's
with the person,
labeling a particular group and saying we're
Hate
denying
speech, and
his
it's against
particular,
TOS.
he's saying we're denying his particular group's science, and of course we asked him, well, what is it? And he can't really articulate it, but he just knows that he doesn't like us. What do you call that?
Just to make it clear, no one is denying
Bigot.
science.
I have no idea, bro. What do you call it,
I
bro?
would
What do you
say
call it?
that too. Yeah, the word that he guessed it, and I would say that too. But I mean, I don't know. For some,
I'd
I,
just say hater.
It is what it
I,
is. I think we've given him enough attention for the day.
One of you guys pissed him off. Now he hates us all.
Yeah, I just
But
wanted to get an
such
answer
is
as to
life.
why he was starting the petition. I think we got our answer, boys. Another
Moving
fan.
on.
I mean, let him petition, man. It's not like he's going to remove all of us from Discord.
No, I love it. I want more petitions.
It's not the first petition I ever seen, and it's the most. If you
Hey,
don't
definitely
do
wouldn't be
what
the
I
best one
say,
either.
listen. These type of people, they worry about their liberties and their rights, but nobody else's liberty or right to do as they please, so long as they harm no others. So, people like that really shouldn't be considered. It's either an equal thing, or you don't deserve rights the same way I don't deserve them.
I agree with that. If we don't all have rights, we can't pick and choose who has them.
I agree.
It's like my dad said, everybody out here screaming, I got the right, I got the right. Well, guess what? The other person that you're screaming at, they have a right too.
Yeah, I don't like you talking shit to me and calling me names, but I'll defend your right to do it because it's true freedom.
True.
So insults are,
Makes sense.
They're
Someone's
not deadly.
preaching.
But freedom is
Offenses,
cumbersome.
offenses taken, not given, and nobody ever taught these children that they're like, I got a right to my opinion. Yes, you do, but other people have a right to disagree, and nobody has to accept you or agree with you, or even let you in their group. That's just the
You're
way it is.
preaching to the choir now.
Right. If you don't like it, go talk to the fat chicks. You know, maybe you guys will have something in common. Be all good. Or come hang out with the ugly people or the gearheads. We don't
You
hang out with
listening,
the
Zero?
rockers and the greaseheads. You know what the hell? We get in where we fit in. We don't go around crying about it and waste our life crying.
See, I think Zero should be listening real close to this man. Very, very wise.
Yes, listen well. Listen up,
I
buddy.
mean,
I was
all
raised in a
individuals that are of that young man's age, I'm assuming he's probably in
yeah.
his early or mid 20s. They need to listen to the elders around them. They haven't been taught to listen to the elders around them. That's what
I
I
agree with
did,
that.
and it helps.
Nah, that's bullshit. They
No,
listened to their elders, and then their elders were wrong about a lot of shit, and it led them astray. So now they're skeptical.
Well, you know what?
who
He has a
taught
point
Well,
there.
you're
You're
right.
right. You're
No,
hold
right.
no, no.
on.
You're right.
You're
You're right.
right.
You're right. There's outliers like that too. There's outliers.
Who taught you that though? Was it the government that told you
Well,
you
it's,
think
you know what
No,
this
no,
someone
way?
no,
told
no,
me,
no.
bro? It's
Like I
called
can
when
Hold
you
on.
eat.
explain.
Listen, when you eat the
Like
fish,
Did
pick out
everybody's
the
parents,
bones.
they
bro.
use to tell
Everybody's
you?
parents told them to get a 4-year degree. They got the 4-year degree, went
No,
into
not
plenty of debt, and
everybody.
now
Look,
they're
here's the
fucking broke.
saying right here. When you eat fish, pick out the bones. That means the knowledge that you get, don't take it all in. This is the thing that makes sense.
My dad told me to collect skills, not degrees, because you can make a living off one skill and you can work for yourself. But so I'm sorry you were
There you
raised the
go.
way you
You
were.
can still use the fish
It's
bone
not
though.
about your degree; it's about what you offer to the world, and
Absolutely.
if you can make money off that service. And if you don't know
Service.
this,
There you go.
and you and if you don't know this, and you sit around and whine and cry about your situation and never try to provide a service that people would pay for, then that's why your life is miserable. There's
Preaching
something
to the
you're
choir.
good at. There's something you're
Yeah,
good at, and you
it's a
should.
value exchange.
Hey
Everybody
man,
comes
this
to that
guy's talking
information
real
at some
shit,
point
Exactly.
in
guys.
time.
Listen to this guy. He talking real shit.
Well, you should work for yourself, and if you did, you wouldn't be more miserable. You wouldn't be so miserable. You'd be more comfortable letting other men think what they want to, because it doesn't
Amen.
affect your living. Because you're your own damn master, but you're not.
Y-
You're a puppet.
You guys notice how Zero is still in this channel? That's crazy.
Yep.
He's waiting for his moment.
He
There's
said
plenty
there
of
is
other
no
channels,
debate.
Zero.
There is no debate.
I think he shouldn't listen to his elders. He could listen to his peers. I have a 18-year-old daughter here that could probably school him in respect and etiquette and proper
Don't
Damn.
education.
don't pull the age card on him. He'll just think that he's Baki the Grappler is gonna train to beat his dad and
Yeah,
show all you
that's what I'm
boomers
Well,
what's
saying.
up.
all right,
I can
guys.
get
I'm gonna
somebody
have
your
to.
age to give you some hardcore principles, morals, and ethics if you want.
If we have any more moderators in the chat, I'm gonna be dropping off pretty soon. So just keep an eye on the chat. And guys, if we can keep it onto the earth as much as possible and see if there's new people in with questions, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm battle mod, but I don't like to mod no more. Too many
Yeah,
people hate.
I know, Mike. I thought that was you.
Yeah,
Good to
they
hear you.
too many people like to hate on you for just that position. They give you some damn label and you can make people respect people, and now all of a sudden you're some bad fucking guy for shutting up a guy who's calling somebody a pedophile or something, you know? I don't get it nowadays. Where's the
Unfortunately,
logic?
it's the world we live in. You accept what you're told and call it a day. That's why a lot of
No,
people just believe everything they're spouted on the news stations, the agencies. If they say circle, you say yes, sir.
yeah, this kid, he says it's appalling that people like us have a platform, but what's appalling is when any man can't think free of his own will. That's what's appalling.
He
Freedom is what you should defend, not your right to dictate what freedom is.
he
All right.
thinks he thinks censorship is the way to go, right? Like that's what's being taught right now.
You do it as we can censor you, right? It works both ways, but no one's censoring you. We're still listening to you,
I mean,
even though
censorship's probably a good idea in some circumstances.
I think when it comes to actual violence, yeah. Anything else is very limited.
So calls of action, or you consider that violence?
Calls to action to what? To protest?
No. Like if I say, so like obviously me murdering someone is violence. Me telling somebody else to murder somebody isn't technically violence, but it's illegal.
Intent to commit a crime? No, that's not legal.
Yeah, but not all calling to action is a calling people to go murder people. That's just
I agree.
That's a category error.
Would you be? Wouldn't you be telling someone to commit a crime under the class of intent to commit a crime?
You know, when you incite something, then it's committing a crime.
Inciting is only based on criminal activity, and you can incite anything that's not criminal and not be in trouble for
Sure.
it. If you incite, if you call to
Like
action criminal
Fourth
activity,
Amendment.
then yeah. But if you're calling people to not to revolt, but to stand up and yell that they're tired of stuff, that's not criminal because
Obviously.
nobody's doing criminal action. So you have to be specific about the circumstance.
So I've given you an example of which censorship is probably a good idea. Do you agree?
No.
It is under specific terms. Yes, I would agree. I don't want to hand a retard a pistol and give him a CCP and let him go around and cap anybody. And I don't want to let just any old buddy go out and tell people to eat Tide Pods. So censorship does have its good and its bads. But as far as just thought censorship, you shouldn't censor what people think or their opinion.
Well, if it's my opinion that somebody should die, why are you censoring me?
Well, you're not acting on it. I would say.
I don't think anyone is censoring you.
Yeah, I would say.
I mean, it's literally illegal for me to, want that, express it.
Say you should die is
It
illegal.
depends on how you word it.
Actions are. That's just it. Actions are illegal. Words are not. Thoughts aren't. That's the thing. You're not the thought.
You can't say I'm going to go kill somebody, but you can say I wish for someone to die. Yeah.
Yeah, you judge.
Can I ask you to kill someone for me?
Can
No,
I ask something?
obviously not.
In which point geometry will become the criminality?
Yeah, everything falls down in extremes, so it's no surprise you guys go to extremes to make your point. But those extremes
What?
are usually not natural circumstances.
This is not an extreme.
Yeah, I agree with the thoughts. Your thoughts can be criminal, but the words are like actions.
You judge men by their actions. Words aren't actions; they're thoughts.
Words are actions.
The typical
Thoughts are
trope
thoughts.
is you yell fire in a crowded building, people are going to die.
The
That's an
reason it's
action.
not an action is because the offense is taken, not given.
Verbalizing words to others is an action.
Yeah, maybe because like I said, you could literally just say fire in a crowded building. People are going to die because of the action of the words that you say.
So you're
very true.
So you're so scared that you wouldn't let a man say what he thinks just because you live in fear over it.
Well, I mean, there are direct violent repercussions to some things.
No, I ask a direct question.
And I gave you a pretty fucking direct answer, sir.
You censor a man out of your fear because you're a scared person.
Yeah, that's how this works. I'm scared people are going to murder me, so I ban murder.
Do you think that would get rid of murderers? There's the question.
Really? Is that the goal now? We're going to reduce everything to zero, or it's a useless policy that we want to get rid of?
Well, if we're going to ban and censor everybody, there should be a productive means of an end there, and it should work towards something productive, meaning we no longer have murderers. But we're going to have murderers no matter what dumb rule you pass.
You're right. This is why we shouldn't have laws against murder, because it's clearly useless. It's not productive.
Here we are with
let's get back to flat Earth, though.
You're implying that it's not a productive law. Therefore, I mean, you're the one in the wrong here. You're going to have to explain yourself.
It's not because more people are going to get madder because their words have been censored, and then there's going to be more violence. So it's not. It's going to be counterproductive. Just like going to extremes to make your point.
I think you guys got to get off this point, though.
Yeah.
Flat Earth, guys.
Anybody still think they live on a spinning, tilted, wobbling ball in a vacuum chamber?
There we go.
What about your RFIDs or the digital ID that they want?
Okay, so that's not the topic that we were trying to segue to.
Yeah, but that have a lot.
Do you have any ballers in here? Any ballers?
Anyone play with
get my
balls?
segue, man. I'm a boomer. I'm trying to keep up.
Where's my 5.56?
Right.
Where's the ballers?
I traded in for a 7.26.
Where's my 5.56?
What if the Earth is a cylinder and not a disc or a ball?
It's a donut.
Get out. Get out. Both of you.
It is without form.
We're getting ready to go right back to triangle Earth. Damn it.
Wait, but what if it is...
Triangle Earth?
Wait. I have a semi-serious question. Is Hollow Earth an actual thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I got one. I got that for you. Look,
That doesn't brand
so
that. So a lot of people say that ties into flat Earth. It does not.
so hollow Earth is not the way that you actually think it is from my research. It's
I
actually
have
that
no clue what could it be.
the Earth would be if it's flat, it's honeycombed, so it's not exactly hollow.
Okay, well, he has a point because yes, there's caves,
Honeycomb?
there's caverns, there's underground. Yes, so there's a point there. Absolutely, you could say honeycombs. That's kind of a good one, but the shape
How?
is not no hexagon. There's no hexagon shape, so don't get that idea.
Yeah, no,
So
we don't live on a beehive.
What about
Exactly.
those hollow earthers that say you go in
I mean,
at the North Pole and it's just the inside of the sphere?
wait, isn't technically the flat Earth theory that it is in fact like at least a rectangle? Wait, no, it couldn't be. It would
It's
have to
like a
be.
beehive with
No, 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 no.
uneven, not
It would have to be
unsymmetrical
a
holes
cylinder.
in caverns and
Are,
depths.
are you saying that body of water in flat Earth theory it's seeking level?
I want to know whose flat
Level,
Earth theory
yes.
we're
Sinking
talking about.
depends because water fills, so it would never
Yeah.
sink.
Just because,
Are
like,
you
what's the
saying
theory of what's under the
are
Earth?
you saying that in globe
Mhm.
Earth model that water is curving?
Right.
I mean, it's probably hot under the earth, though, right? Like,
What's
you know that
containing?
for
Hold
a
on, hold
Well,
on. What's
fact.
sure.
containing the world? So the world is a ball, right? What's
Mhm.
containing
But what
the
is the
water
shape?
that is on the sides of the so-called Earth that's tilting?
Is the
What is
water
containing
flat?
it?
Is the water flat or isn't it?
What is containing it?
Is it flat or isn't it?
Is the
It has to be
water
flat. There's
flat?
no other way for it to be not flat. Look at your water bottle. You
Yeah,
I
turn your
mean,
bottle. You turn your water
I
bottle
don't
upside
think
down. It's
I don't
still
think the
flat on
water.
the top.
Exactly. So it has to be flat, right?
It has to be.
The guy that
Has
went
to
to
be.
under Earth, are you seeing a flat Earth floating in space? What do you mean by under?
No, like we
What do
have
you
the ground and what's under the ground, right?
Yeah, a lot of people believe flat Earth is the floor of the universe.
Well, we know it's hot.
But
We know it's hot
know
under
there's
us.
things under us. Like we know there's
And
things like we can
and
dig.
how much we
There's
digged that we know what
We
is the
can't.
8
biggest
miles.
hole?
I think
We can't
like
dig
8 kilometers,
because it's so hot.
Super borehole, 8 miles.
8 miles, 8 miles.
that's not
It's
very
close.
far.
It's not
And
quite
I
where
mean,
8
is
that's pretty
miles.
fucking far, honestly.
and
It's
where
so
is
far
the
Not
away.
where is
really.
It gets
where,
really hot down
where,
there.
No,
what
it's not.
where is
It's
It's
the
just
not hot.
where is the
memory.
center? Where is the center?
I mean, we don't know what's all the way down there, but we know that like if we
It's
dig
on it
down, like
at
there
least
are things.
at
You
least
know,
it's
in
on.
that super borehole, we found out what we thought we knew about down there. We're actually totally wrong about it.
Did we not expect it to be hot? Did we not expect there to be rocks? What were we wrong about?
I mean, the center of the Earth would technically be the
Composition,
same as the
grade,
radius, right?
temperature, yes, all the above. Have you
Like
ever
4,000
read
miles.
about the super borehole, the Russian super borehole? If you had, you'd know what
I've
I'm
not read the
talking about.
story, no, but I
The
imagine they
story?
assumed correctly that it would be hotter down there.
What do you mean story? It was an experiment of a type. Has a
down
datum
down
and
They
all
wanted to
that.
just dig a hole.
down
No,
where?
no, yeah, they just dug it to dig it. What the fuck?
The Soviets did that shit, bro.
Fucking moron.
Bro, I have a video right now of the borehole machine, bro. That shit is freaking crazy looking. It looks like a fucking big ass cylinder, like a big ass worm, like a metal worm.
No, nobody digs a hole for just no reason, buddy. We got a
The
reason. if we're
Soviets might
digging.
have.
We're digging a
It
hole. We got a damn good reason.
The Soviets also
We went to space for no reason.
Well, bro, you know they use underground bases and they
Did we
have
though?
military underground shit, so they could be building shit like that, tunnels. Shit.
Did we go to space though?
the Soviets also domesticated foxes to the point that they were like pets.
To the point that they were what?
Like pets, like they domesticated them over
Oh,
years.
that's
And I thought
pretty
they were
cool.
like tame. Yeah.
What,
They're
what
probably
kind
good
of
hunting
fox?
animals for smaller pests too, as well.
True.
Did he say
You
dolphins?
know the kind of fox?
No, foxes.
Oh, foxes.
I'm assuming not.
Foxes are naturally friendly.
Imagine having an army of foxes.
It's not that hard to domesticate a fox. They're
I
pretty
agree.
friendly. I live in the country, so we
Yeah,
have
they're like
foxes.
canines.
Get them as
Yeah,
babies. You're good.
Yeah, we have foxes around here. We feed them. We throw food out for them. We don't try to hand feed them, but they're not too scared of humans.
You know, you put a glove on it, hand feed it. It might get a little used to you. You might be able to start fucking with it more.
I believe that they selectively bred these foxes over generations for them to be more tame.
I do. I got pet raccoons. If found them on the side of the road. Their mom had been hit by a car, and I fed them with a bottle until I could turn them back into outdoor animals.
You know what's crazy? The animals don't debate about what shape the Earth is. They already know what shape the Earth is, but they don't tell us.
All they know is they shit on Earth. They eat.
Yeah. They
So
know
it
what
was
shape
like
the
an
Earth is, bro.
experiment.
Come on, bro. You don't think birds know?
You say,
Granted, it
"Where's
was an,
Earth?" and they look down.
so they did do it for an experimental purpose, but like essentially what they did was like the Soviets were like, "Hey, let's just dig a big hole." That's basically what happened.
No,
No,
actually,
there's always a reason,
not.
brother.
You didn't read the PDF, man. It's really simple.
I'm reading it.
Yeah, the deepest hole in the
Keep
world,
reading,
isn't it?
buddy.
Isn't the deepest hole ever only like 7 miles?
That's just Russian super borehole, and it's in between 7 and 8. It's not quite 8.
How deep is
Yeah.
that big ass trench I always hear about?
The Marianas Trench.
Yeah.
That's probably not even as deep.
It's not.
It's not
Oh
the
shit.
deepest.
No, there's still research being done in the Marianas Trench, and there's another trench that has been found that's actually deeper than it, but they haven't fully mapped out either one. They could go deeper than what they know right now.
Correct.
Yeah, it's certainly
It's
unexplored territory. That's for sure.
It's actually crazy how much of
Sorry,
the
I'm
ocean is
just chiming
unexplored.
in like that. My 2-year-old's in the background screaming.
Well,
Probably
they dug
underwater
that
caves.
hole for. We dug that hole in Kola for core samples, geology.
Okay.
Yeah, so to say it was dug for no reason at all, and then it just turned into an experiment, that's dumb. No, it was a geological study. It's a geological study of composition of Earth at a depth.
That's an expensive project just on a whim.
Yeah, it's basically what I said. It was a research project, but essentially the Soviets were like, "I just want to see what's down there," so they dug.
Yeah, that's geology, guy.
I feel like it's just ingrained in our nature to want to dig holes, and then eventually we're like, we can dig really deep. Let's see how deep we can go, boys.
Is
The
there an
rumor-
explanation for why the heat gets why there's heat down there?
The rumor for why the Russians dug down there and what they found down there, and to answer that question as well about the heat being down there, is now, mind you, I do say take this with a grain of salt. I don't know how everyone feels about giants and all that type of stuff, but apparently they found an entire civilization. Yeah, they found an entire civilization, an entire advanced technocratic city of giants, and they've been in communication with them for a very long time. So
I believe it,
bro.
The hole was very thin. It wasn't a very big hole.
Hold on. Do you see how the big ass doors that we have on Earth right now? On some historic buildings, there's
Bruh.
huge doors. There's
I get
huge
shut down
doors.
for I get shut down for speculation, and you homies are going into reptilians and Nephilim. Come on, that's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair.
That might take it to another extreme, but I'm sure there's tall people built very big.
I mean, we have to deal with the facts. Look, giants themselves, as like giant humans, yes, they are real. They've all throughout history have been documented. They are real. As far as like reptilians, Anunnaki, all that type of stuff, I think that's all just one big distraction.
Is Bigfoot
honestly.
real?
Are they big enough for my girlfriend to be attracted to them? Because if
No
so, we're
comment.
gonna have a problem.
That was a really good joke, I guess.
Them damn reptilian giants stole my woman.
Yo, I'm not gonna compete with a 9-foot tall man. I'm just not there, bro.
Bro, you got to think smart, like a Spartan. Go for the Achilles heel. Everything dies from that.
I mean, I don't think any ancient humans were over 8 feet. I think they were. It says that archaic hominid Heidelbergensis grew to over 7 feet.
I'm low key glad they're all gone.
But then
I
also,
would have been an incel forever.
yeah, I would be very curious to see like a corpse like that, like giant corpse, like over 10 feet or something.
Have you guys kept up with the alien shit in the Congress?
Fuck no.
No, that was obviously a troll.
No, there's like 30 corroborating witnesses at this point, I think, so far.
Are you talking about the paper mache?
No, that's the Mexican shit. No, I'm
What
talking about
the congressional hearings they just had like a month ago, where they were talking about how they found crashed craft and fucking organic bodies and samples and shit like that.
Yeah, they're still going on in private meetings. Apparently, they've talked to a shit ton of people at this point.
I don't think the government's very smart, and I sincerely believe that there are just rich people out there that can do shit to fuck with the government, just set up some shit and then have the government investigating just for the fucking laughs.
Really?
Yeah, I do not have confidence in our government. They're about to shut down again.
That playing the fool technique works well for them. Convince everybody of their incompetency so they can not be so under suspicion.
I mean, rich people definitely have more power than the government.
Yeah. The rich people control it.
I mean, yeah.
You're right. It's just whether or not they're truly at odds or incompetent, or if they're that's just part of the structure of things to make sure that people don't feel too oppressed if they can lull themselves to comfort at night thinking that the politicians that rule them are dummies.
I don't think that the wealthiest powers of the world are like as in unison as like perhaps like a lot of people would suspect.
Who do you think's the most elite of the whole world?
I don't know. I've heard like the Arabian kingdoms that got like tons of fucking money.
Yeah. Are we talking about within like what's known to the society at large, or because there's obviously probably something more in control that would never let itself be known to the public? Whether that's just, a group of psychopaths or really smart people or reptilians or whatever.
It's probably just a private organization between billionaires or something.
I think they're all cloaked, invisible, three-toed gnomes. That's what I think.
Lock the door, okay?
Everyone fall asleep?
Yada yada.
True. True. That's true. I agree. Correct.
Globers all passed out, exhausted from defending the globe. That isn't real.
Oh, this chat isn't ironic. That's pretty funny.
Anybody got any of that globe proof?
Yeah, I look out in the world and I observe that it is a globe.
How?
I'm currently on the International Space Station.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, any non-troll globe proof?
I'm not trolling, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the International Space Station doesn't have the internet or something?
No, I don't think that you're on it.
Oh,
You got
okay.
any
Well,
proof you're on it?
whatever.
Instead of just
No,
anecdotal?
there's some confidential shit here that I probably shouldn't talk about. So
Your
any
proof
proof
is
that I can
okay.
give is not
You
I
don't
confidential.
even
got.
know how to state it in a military term that you can't display private information.
Military? I'm not part of the military. Sorry.
Well, most people on the ISS are. So,
I'm not most people.
and you signed a disclosure act, is what you meant to say. But okay.
You mean an NDA? A non-disclosure act? Do you mean? Or, and by act, do you mean agreement or?
Well, regardless of what
Yes,
you want to call it.
agreement.
Why are you trying to roast me when you don't even know basic terms, dog?
Well, your proof is confidential, so you can't share it with us. So I guess we'll have to get
Well, no,
another glober
I
on the
can
mic.
share it with you. The Earth is. I can look at the. I can look at the globe right now.
So what are you seeing? Any curving? Any spinning?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
what you can't do is prove what you're saying is actually reality.
I mean, that's fair, but to the extent that that's true, I don't really see how that can
It's your
be a
story.
unique.
You
To the
can tell
extent
it,
that
but
that's true, sorry, I wasn't finished. I apologize. To the extent that that's true, it's not like that doesn't apply to any other viewpoint, right?
it
So
doesn't apply to a proof because it's unverifiable.
no, I'm saying that to the extent that that's true, it's not a virtue of any viewpoint if you take it to be the case
I'm
that
not
like
asking for
your own
virtue.
faculties can't be trusted, right? So
Pretty sure he said globe proof, not globe virtue.
I don't know what you're saying. You are too quiet. I'll try to put you on 1 second. What's your name so I can increase your volume?
Globe virtue, that's my name.
Glow virtue. Can't see it, therefore I'm not going to look for it.
Well, I'm on the ISS. You can't see it. You're right there with me. What the hell?
No, that's not true. You're not on the ISS.
Yeah, I can't prove I am either. Neither can you.
I guess. I mean, that's fine. If you don't believe me, that's fine. I don't really care.
It's not about belief.
Okay. Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
I don't know why you believe you're on the ISS.
Well, I'm looking around. The dudes in government told me I would go to the ISS. I guess I mean, technically, I guess it could be like a perfect
The
replica of the
dudes in
ISS, but I don't really see
government.
the reason
My
for that.
God,
So I
you
guess
don't know
if
very
if you
much about
want,
the chain of command.
you can put like a little superscript and be like some sort of satellite. I guess it's not necessarily the ISS, but I think I'm on some sort of satellite. Yeah.
Some government dudes told you that, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really reason.
You
I don't
sound
really
really
see why they
official.
wouldn't tell me I'd be on the ISS, but
That's a need to know basis when it comes to government and military.
yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
So, is there a reason why you believe the Earth is flat?
There's many, but I'm sure you just go back to I'm chilling on the ISS, so why should I waste my time becomes a question.
Well, I mean, just because I can, like you said, right? My form of evidence isn't convincing to you, right? Because even
It's
though I
not
can tell you that
evidence.
I'm on the
We've
ISS, you
already
don't believe
covered
me.
that. You keep
So
calling it something it's not. You can't verify it. Evidence is verifiable. Facts are
that's not necessarily true.
demonstratable. Facts are demonstratable.
That's not
Evidence is
necessarily true.
if you
Like
can't verify it, then it isn't evidence to anything. So that's like
well, I mean,
saying
like if you
I
take the
got
verification
DNA.
principle to be
I can't verify
how
that
do you
DNA
verify
is
the
yours,
verification
but it's
principle?
proof you did something. That's
How do you
pretty much
verify the verification principle?
well, I would have to tell you my verification process, and then either you accept it or you deny it. We tried to do
Why
that,
do
but
you
you
believe the
said
Earth is flat?
I can't do that. Well,
You can't
it's
tell me why you
visually,
think the Earth is flat.
observably, and locally flat. That's the way I observe it every day. I never walk out my house and see curvature. I can tell you, you just want to make a bunch of grandstanding because I'd rather not, you know, engage with a guy who's just disingenuous. You're not
I don't think I'm
making
being
any
disingenuous.
proper arguments. You're just slinging shit. You're
I
sitting
don't
in the
think that's true.
sandbox throwing poop around.
I don't think that's true.
Well, I didn't ask you what you think. I'm making a statement. I don't need you to co-sign. I don't care about consensus.
I don't feel as though it's necessary for you to care whether or not I co-sign for me to say that I don't co-sign, right?
You're a
Those are
waste
two
of
distinct
time,
statements.
guy.
So
Prove
does
me
anyone want
wrong.
to give
I'll
me a
wait.
reason as to why they think the Earth is flat, or
I just gave you 3, but you didn't touch them.
oh, I didn't hear. Sorry.
Oh, maybe that's because you were too busy talking.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe that's why I said fuck. Why bother? Because every day when I interact with Earth,
Do you know?
it's
Do you have a reason as
observably.
to why you
There you
believe the Earth
go.
to be flat?
There you go. I get ready to give it, and you just interrupt me again. Do you want to grandstand some more? I'll let you. You sound like a dumbass. Go ahead, dumbass.
Do you have a reason as to why you believe the Earth to be flat?
Sure. Are you gonna let me say it this time? It's observably, locally, and measurably flat. I never observe Earth to curve. Sure, I look in the sky and see spheres, but I don't see any similarities between the spheres and the Earth.
Why you believe that to be sufficient evidence?
I believe it to be one observation of many.
I don't really see a reason why locally observing lack of curvature is actually sufficient
Lack
evidence.
of seeing a reason doesn't make it any more invalid as an observation.
I'm saying it requires more than just local observations.
Yeah, I agreed with that when I said it's one of many.
Yep.
What's your point?
So
Well,
if you bring up,
how about the measurably part? Not
when you
the
say
observation,
measurably,
but
what do you
measurably flat. We
mean by
do
that?
survey it. We survey it in planar, and then geodetic surveys add in spherical geometry, so we never measure it as a sphere. And
Okay.
this is my part of my profession that I do for a living. I mean, nowadays
Yours
I
doesn't
pay
go
another
through.
surveyor to do it, but I'm qualified and certified to do it.
Okay, that's cool. So is there a reason why you believe the Earth to be flat?
Yeah, but it seems you don't want to address it.
Oh, sorry, I
Measurements of
must have
planar survey. Or is
a
it just a
planar survey.
category you're not versed in?
Okay, so you believe the Earth to be flat because planar surveys?
Is this a game where you just keep asking the same dumb question, you never address what's being said?
I'm clarifying.
Actually, you're not, because you keep drifting from the topic.
I'm
We
sorry, I
started.
must have
I made a
misunderstood. Did you not
positive
say that the
claim.
Earth is?
I made it a positive claim multiple times, and you just kept on with the same dumb question. How is that? How are we moving forward here? How is this productive? It's not. That's the easy answer. And that's why most people here probably don't bother with you.
Oh, thank you for unmuting me, sir. I appreciate whoever did that.
You weren't muted.
I was muted, but now I'm unmuted.
No, you weren't.
Okay. Well, I appreciate whoever did that.
They didn't
Anyway,
do anything. You weren't muted. I sat here and watched you. You weren't muted at all. You're just a
Oh,
clown.
there
I
he
don't think
is. Get him, Quantum.
You're just a clown.
Report for duty, damn it.
What's your scientific evidence for your globetard?
I just told you I'm on the ISS.
What?
Sorry. I just told you I'm on the ISS and I am observing the
You're
globe.
not on. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation, Sunshine.
Is to be on the ISS is a violation of the
That's
second
correct.
law of thermodynamics.
That's correct.
Can you explain how that's
Yeah,
the
I can
case?
explain why. See, the
Okay.
ISS is allegedly into the 10 to the negative 17 or negative 6 tour. Sorry. You can't have a high vacuum, such as this, next to gas pressure without a container. So while you're on the ISS, how is everyone on Earth still fucking breathing?
Oh, thank you for unmuting me. I appreciate that. The way people are breathing is because there's a thing called the atmosphere.
Atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
I don't really understand the objection there.
Yeah.
Just because it has no
Well,
inherent shape
because
doesn't
you're
necessarily
ignorant,
mean.
it's a contradiction in terms. It's just out of ignorance.
Well, for example, if I have
For
a
example, it's
cube,
out of ignorance. So you would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Gases have no inherent shape.
if I have a cube and
Oh,
the
fuck off in your cube. It's
density
fail
for
first
that,
grade intro to gas behavior, period. Right there. You're finished. Go to a cake decorating forum. Try again.
if you have a cube and the
Shut
gas
the
is
fuck up with your cube.
He doesn't want to hear about the cube.
No, we're not listening to any
sorry,
bullshit about your
what
cube.
about it? What about like a trapezoid or
You're
something?
trapezoid. You're a fucking trapezoid. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
The gas pressure
Jeez.
is what? I don't understand what you mean. There is a
You don't
container.
understand. How do you have gas pressure without a container? A fucking second
told
grade
you, there is a
understand the
container.
Have you
question.
ever farted out your asshole? Have you ever farted out your asshole? The gas was in your fucking stomach and then it came out your asshole. You fucking piece of shit.
Are you talking to me?
That's simple, my friend.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to other guy?
Talking to you.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. So it seems like the gas density.
Gas density? What the
Yeah.
fuck is density?
What?
How do you have gas pressure without a container?
I just
Who's
told
saying
you.
there's no container?
Yeah, I don't understand why you think there's no
Why
container.
I think? Define gas pressure. With citation, please.
What do you mean?
What do
I
I
don't understand
mean?
that.
Just put him on mute. Fucking shut him up. He's a dumb fuck. What do I mean? 1 + 1 is 2. What do you mean? Fuck off. Yeah, you're muted for being a dumb fuck.
Thank you. Sorry.
You're muted. Shocking. Yeah, you're a dumb fuck. What do you mean? Everything that dashes your fucking face in is. What do you mean? What do you mean about that? What do you mean, gas pressure trapezoid? That's why you're fucking muted. Sound like Helen Keller, for fuck's sake. Reconcile that, by the way. No, no one's going to unmute you. Why? We're protecting everyone else in here from your ignorance. Public service, it's our duty. Talk to Opa. About what?
Appa.
What their favorite color is?
Wait, did I spell Appa wrong?
Holy shit, another fucking... Show gas pressure without a container.
Show what?
Gas pressure without a container.
How do I do that?
That's the question.
Why do we have to?
Well, because we live in gas pressure, and according to the heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion. We lived adjacent to a vacuum without physical containment. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That's why. That's why you got to show it to prove your religious horseshit that's going to get dumped on here in a second. So, having said that, how the fuck are you still breathing? Yeah. Good question, huh? Thought so. I know. Let's have a spelling
No,
contest.
don't mute me. I'm not even fucking talking. The fuck do you want me to say?
I wasn't talking to you.
No, I'm talking to Cherry.
Thanks for
What?
interrupting. Appreciate that.
Well, he
So,
told me to. He told me to interrupt or I was gonna get muted.
will somebody mute his dumb ass?
What the fuck? Can't win. What the fuck? What am I supposed to do?
Shut the fuck up. So, today, kiddies, at 29 minutes after the hour, right there in 24/7 Flat Earth chat, we're going to go over the definition of gas pressure. This is fucking second grade, okay? Chemistry Elmhurst.
Oh.
The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of the container. Holy shit, you're kidding me. From NASA, gas pressure. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of the container. Because the molecules are in motion, gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the, guess what? Container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. Back to Elmhurst Chemistry Department. On kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container causes, that's a really important fucking word right there, causes pressure. You see, you can't have gas pressure without a container because it's part of its cause. Chem Libre text. Pressure, this is gas pressure from Chem Libre text. Pressure is caught, there's that fucking word again. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. Well, why do we need a container for gas pressure, QE? Fucking retards. You get it? Probably not. Have your slobber nurses translate it for you. Or you could be a dumb fuck, right? All of a sudden, you're traveling down the boulevard, boom, get a flat tire, blowout, right? So you phone up, the tow truck takes your vehicle to the big old tire, right? And then you realize when you're sitting at a big old tire, you're in the waiting room, and you realize, fuck, I forgot my wallet, all my credit cards, I got nothing. So you say, oh shit, and you get the tech's attention, right? And he's fixing your flat tire. You get the tech's attention, you pound on a little window right there. Okay, come on over here, man. You say, listen, I left my wallet at home. I have no cash. I have no cards. Can you just put the gas around the rim? I can't afford the tire. Fucking imbeciles.
Do you see flat Earth progressing?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Are you still talking about a dead swan after 3 years, or do
Who
you
the
see flat Earth progressing?
Who the fuck is that guy? Flat Earth progressing. Oh, I remember in 2016 when I first came out here. You guys should just stop. Flat Earth ain't going anywhere. They said that for 3 or 4 years and shit. But I don't know. I'm not in the business of flat Earth, an inanimate object progressing, right? I'm just out exposing pretender clown frauds. Mainly at this time,
Don't you
heliocentric
feel like you're
all-hard
censoring flat Earth
spinning
by
space
making them
monkeys
repeat these horrible arguments
and
over and over?
business is booming. Say again. I don't know.
Don't you think
Was
you
the
are
middle
censoring flat earthers by
was the
repeating
middle
these horrible?
did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? Sorry about that. I didn't hear what you said. Go on. The floor is yours now. Go ahead.
You guys are gay. The Earth isn't flat. Grow up. Little fucking life. Get
The
a
Earth
job.
isn't
Take a
flat.
shot.
You heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey. You're dumb as a bag of hammers. My cat's litter box is smarter than you. You're a dumbass.
Do you feel like you've been censored?
I'm
Huey?
being censored. I've been censored. Yeah, for the first 3 years or so, I was censored. Sure.
You don't feel like you've been censored more now?
No, I got my own YouTube channel.
What about flat Earth in general? Do you think that's being censored?
From Google? Google? Yeah.
Well, with horrible repetitive arguments.
Horrible repetitive arguments. Like what arguments and repetitive? Well,
like, not understanding science and not accepting
not
science.
understanding science. Do you just compromise
Not
yourself?
accepting
Because this
measurements.
isn't a scientific topic. You just compromise yourself.
No, we're discussing the topic in general, aren't we?
Science in general. Well, science doesn't have anything to
No,
do with
we're talking about
fucking
flat Earth in
shapes,
general.
you clown. You just compromise yourself. You'd fail 5th grade general science. Thanks. That's unsolicited. Priceless. Anything else?
I'm sure no one here has heard you say that to someone that they've failed 5th grade general science.
Yeah.
Don't you think you
Correct.
are the problem with flat Earth?
Oh, I'm the
creating
problem.
these loops in arguments where you're
I'm
never
the
actually leading
solution.
anywhere?
Loops. Can you get somewhere around hyperspecificity for us, please?
Well, you've been saying the same thing for many years. Do you think that
that's
flat Earth is going to
I've been
progress at all?
rebutting the same fuckwit
Oh,
arguments.
sorry, was I talking?
I'm sorry, I've been fucking rebutting the same fuckwit arguments. Do you think my rebuttal should change?
Are you expecting the same arguments?
I've been hearing the same arguments for 8 years, dude.
But are you expecting the same arguments?
Am I expecting? I'm expecting dumber arguments.
No, you're expecting the same arguments, aren't you?
The same argument? Well,
It's
give
not
me a
like
new argument.
LiDAR.
LiDAR?
Yeah, LiDAR.
LiDAR equal globetard.
No, a LiDAR is a very specific way of measuring the Earth.
Really? Give us the measurements.
It comes in a format of a dot projection.
Dot projection. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Can you post them?
it
Well, show
has
everyone.
a 3 millimeter.
Who gives a shit?
It's
Show
quite easy
everyone.
to find. I'm unable to post in chat.
Somebody give him posting fucking capabilities with his LiDAR horseshit.
Go ahead, DM me. I'll post it.
So you've already claimed that LiDAR's bullshit?
Yeah.
You already know about LiDAR, right?
I do. It's not a globe Earth proof, that's for sure. LiDAR. Is that science?
No, it's non-science. It's non-scientific. It was
Okay.
created just by magic,
Oh, you don't know what fucking science is. Let's go back to that.
You want
What's
to
natural?
repeat your
What is
argument
natural?
about science and me not knowing about science and me not
Yeah,
developing
you don't.
past the 5th grade level? Is
Yeah,
that what
you
you want
don't.
to talk about again for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
millionth time
Again,
probably
yes.
this month?
Yes, I want to compromise your science
Yeah, let's talk
acumen
about flat Earth progress.
again.
Let's talk about you making a measurement And you guys making a measurement for
Making
once.
measurements, shit. We already done that. You're about 4 or 5 years a little bit late. A little bit tardy. So we can compromise your science acumen. Well, it already was compromised with your first claim before. What measurements do you want?
He ran.
Eddie. What a clown.
Who's next?
I am.
Flatsy, was that you?
That's a good Flatsy impression. I'll have to remember that.
Battle Mod, where's my 5.56 at, man?
Oh, that's who was yelling that. I kind of got sidetracked, man. I just took a break, man, when I had the meltdown. It's all good.
I wasn't around for the meltdown. I got kicked off of Discord before that.
My oldest daughter came home from service, so I've been spending most of my time with her. I just now got back to Discord.
You didn't give her the ammo, did you?
No. She does prefer that round, though. I prefer 223 or 308. You know.
That's fine. I could go 223 or 5.56. My barrel can accommodate both.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's always a good setup.
I just fell backwards into it, man. I didn't know it when I bought it.
Got lucky then.
Where's my Where's my fucking 223 then?
Do you want to talk to Tiger? He wants to talk to you.
No, I want my fucking ammo.
That's just expensive nowadays. That motherfucker don't even know, John.
Yeah, I know.
That shit ain't cheap nowadays.
I'll let you go. I'll break you from your promise.
I'm eating, but
Yeah,
you ain't gotta break it.
Yeah.
I'm
Dog
eating.
pissed on the floor. Cat ate my homework. I pissed in the wind. Tugged on Superman's cape.
Oh no, I just took a hiatus when I had a meltdown and said fuck fuck one person, but other people got fucked in the crossfire. So
I told you I wasn't around, man. I probably 2 or 3 weeks before that, we all got kicked off of Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I came back to find out I was banned. I had to get my alt account out. But I just kind of left. I forgot all about Discord. I don't like to let trivial stuff run my life, you know.
Well,
No
heck,
free.
it appears you forgot about the ammo.
Yeah, no free rent in my head.
I didn't. Apparently, I didn't forget about it.
Well, I had no way to fucking message anybody when they banned my other account.
Well, now you got a fucking message. You just right click on my ass right up here that's highlighted.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
that's what I was going to add friend right there because I just realized we're still not friends. A lot of people I haven't even got, I couldn't keep in touch with because they banned me because of, the ADL. I had mod there and I wasn't even there modding, but their server got took down, so anybody who was in administration got banned too. So
yeah, the same thing that happened to us over at Betty server. Yep.
Yeah,
all right.
Go get back to kicking that dude around. He was annoying me.
I know you want to get past the ammo thing. I know that.
I honestly forgot about it.
Yeah,
it's been a year and a half,
you probably
2 years.
would. Yeah, it's been a while.
Rupert.
I never forget.
Yeah, I got some ready right now, bro.
How much you got?
Well, since my daughter shoots at, I've got a couple hundred ready.
I told now you. I think it was a case that you're gonna send me.
100 or more, yeah, that's
That's
simple.
a fucking. That's not a fucking case.
Well, it's a case of this redneck. You know, if you're not gonna make 100, just don't fucking shoot the gun.
100 fucking rounds? No. 1,000 fucking rounds is in a case.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I know that you know.
I'm just saying, if you don't have 100, you aren't doing shit.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
But yeah, I get to do the same thing, and I enjoy it. So yeah, it'd be nice to help somebody else enjoy shooting with their kid.
Yeah, it would.
I enjoy it.
I'm not enjoying it right now because I ain't got fucking any ammo.
I feel you. You say I can send 223 too, huh? I can send both then, huh?
You can send both.
That makes it simpler,
doesn't it?
It does. I'll have to get back. Let me write that down.
We go ahead and write that down, and then because my wife asked me about that not too long ago. She said, "Where's that ammo at?" I said, "The dude left Discord."
Well, I didn't want to, but I got pissed off, John. You know how it is.
That's fine.
You piss a motherfucker off, and well, all bets are off. Damn it.
That's fine. We can move on. We could just keep that. We could PM each other. We can let it go.
Just to co-sign it. I don't hate nobody. I still love y'all. I was just mad.
Oh, that's all. Oh, that it's not. I didn't think anything about it. Well,
yeah,
I was already gone. I was
That's
gone, man.
That's not for you. That's for other people in the room. But
all right.
I don't stay mad forever. I'm not like that.
Me neither. I just get even.
Well, I thought that went without saying, but hey, you know.
I try my best to get even, but it's hard to because of distance and stuff. But you know what I mean.
You come to this political server, and it's like all these guys are back to the oldest crap, logical syllogisms. Let's form a logical argument. I don't want to argue based on fact or scientific fact because I know I'll lose. So I want to logically infer it or deduce it.
No, I don't know what. If you've been in here hearing that, I haven't heard that. All I heard 99% is gravity. They're back in 2015. It was like stepping back in a time machine. I had to fucking call Doc Brown.
Yeah. When I came in here last night, that's what I thought. I was like, man, these guys are just where we were when we started. What the hell is this?
Yeah,
it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun though.
Just hang out for a few more minutes. Somebody will come in with gravity. I'm shocked. No one said gravity when I brought up gas pressure without a container. I was absolutely shocked. I'm sitting here waiting for it.
Could be they got all those guys muted. I think Owlish would probably go for it.
Owlishness couldn't spell cat if you spotted her to C in the A.
I don't like to say that man or the woman here. People got mad about their pronouns,
Well, she's a woman. I heard her talk.
That's what I thought too, but I found out otherwise.
Yeah, here, if somebody can unmute Owlishness, you can hear her talk. She's a woman.
That's what I think.
Hi.
Told you.
But I'm a Gen Xer, they call us boomer,
They put her back on mute.
And the damn thing changed, man.
She says hi. Back on mute.
That's funny as fuck.
Hey, Owlishness, just so you know, I didn't do that shit, man. I can't mute anyone in here. I'm not a moderator.
Oh, Ham is muted. You can unmute Ham and let him have a crack at QE. There you go.
Why? Thanks. He already did. He fucking went down in flames. The $6 million man is fucking blushing over in a corner.
Well, let's make bacon. I like bacon.
I
For
thought
sure.
I had lost that quote with Dr. John Wallace, where he said that babies can't because of Earth's spin and rotation and gravity, babies throw up and can't walk.
That's a good one, but that was a poor transition. What the fuck what the fuck did you go to that for?
All because of the 2015, 2016 arguments.
That wasn't even 2015, 2016 art. That was just outrageously fucking insane.
I thought I had deleted it or I lost it, and then I found it because I'd saved it under a weird title.
Saved it. I saved it. It's on. I've got shows on that go
Oh
over
yeah,
the.
I was
Yeah.
worried I was going to have to wait to run into it again to get it, but I found it.
No, I went over it quite a number of times. I can't remember what the show's titled. The dumbest shit that ever came out of Baltart's mouth. Just go on my channel. Just type in some shit like that. You'll get it.
Toe tag so many times he's out of toes.
Yeah, it's not in toe tags. Just general. I can't even remember what it's called. It's been. I was gonna follow up on it. I think I got the 60 or 80, and I stopped because it was just so fucking stupid. I mean, grown adults and shit. I say maybe I ought to post those in here. Where do I got that saved? Not the video, the list. Smoke them if you got them. Fuck, where'd I put them? Top 50 dumbest Baltard comments. Here we go. Do I got a shift on those? Yes, I do. Oh, I can't do it that way. I got to go back in. Okay.
Hey, I got one to add. Last night, somebody asked Owlness how we measure mean sea level, and she said with a plumb bob. I said, man, that's a smart girl.
That's some stupid shit. What a plumb bob. If she would have said with the color yellow and its social security number, that would have made more fucking sense.
I know. Like, what the fuck was a plumb bob gonna tell you about the sea's level?
Now where'd it go?
But it's just, just getting started. That's all. We'll teach her.
Oh, there they are. All right. Let's see if it'll post. There we go. There you go. You can go through them.
Yeah, I like these, man. It's been a minute. I actually enjoy reading the shit some people say. Some of it is like unbelievable. Like, really? Somebody said that?
I forgot about the Danny T one. Oh, that's so hilarious. I remember hearing the audio for that, and he's like, "Well, yeah,
Yeah, that's its own numpty clip. Yeah,
yeah."
Zanuck said planes can fly motionless if they're at 1,000 miles per hour eastward. The very speed implies it's not motionless. What the?
Because I remember that he was going through it. He's like, "Okay, so now you're inside." I remember the exact verbiage. He's like, "So say it, say it." He's like, "Yeah, the plane will be flying backwards."
Magnetic West. The effect of time is the cause of time.
He says he didn't say that now, RC Meisty, that he never said that. He never talked about magnetic or any west or anything.
Oh, he's through. He
Oh
said
yeah.
There was a bunch of people in that.
Yeah. I think I was there when he said that magnetic west shit. To be honest.
Yeah, I was.
I'm looking for the one where it says we're a double blind or double. Oh, I just found it. Yeah. don't have to be conscious to make an observation. Although yeah, it was a double blind, right? Or triple a triple blind like chemistry experiment.
Now it's double blind.
Oh, okay. Where the
There-
chemist doesn't know what he's making.
yeah, it was Sly Sparkane, but he parroted it, or Sly Sparkane first said it, then Charles Flat Earth Math mindlessly parroted it. So I fucking destroyed them both. $27 is the shout out to you with Dr. John Wallace.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, babies also can't walk for 12 to 18 months due to adjusting to the spin of the earth. That's why we throw up and can't talk until about 14 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, the funny thing is a colt, a horse, or a cow, they'll stand up, man, minutes out of the womb.
I
So
like the. Oh,
why
sorry.
wouldn't it be the same for animals? Colt be running with his mama at 20 minutes after birth.
The one was funny too, where it's like, how come Kojo isn't there? It's because Kojo can't even make a coherent comment. You know, dog bones or clocks.
Oh, I know who sent that. That's Brenda. I made a rap out of it.
She owns it too, though. That's where like RC is like, say, I never said that. Like Brenda would be like, damn right. Like all
You got
dog bones
dog
are
bones
clocks.
for clocks, chicks that have cocks. Brenda's in the VC are getting put on the spot. Yeah, it's funny. This is a political server. They're sending around a petition. We're going to petition them flat earthers out of here. This is a democracy.
It's like free advertising because they posted in all the other channels.
Yeah.
So like people who weren't even paying attention, they joined the server, they joined the channels they go to. Like, what the fuck is going on in that flat Earth channel? Damn, I gotta check this shit out.
Yeah, like I better go check this out.
It like
They
doubled the traffic to the channel.
Hey, the funny thing is that probably most of the people in the server don't like that guy. He's just mad because he don't fit in flat earthers too. I think that's a product of the way you're raised. If you can't fit in with groups of people, maybe your parents didn't, have you interact enough with other children and other people to know how to deal with people. It's probably the fault of your father and your mother. Kids they only know what they're taught. Children, not kids, children.
It's also too like getting bullied and harassed, and like kind of like the nerd who grew up but didn't really have education to get a really good job. So now they're kind of like sitting alone in their bed seat and playing video games all day. You can sometimes like a nerd got bullied in school, but he studied a lot and got a pretty cool job, got really high pay. Then they got a nice car, a nice wife, nice kids, nice house.
Or he's a cop now.
Yeah.
Could be a cop. I really don't like that if a cop looks at me and says, "Man, I knew a guy like you in high school." I'm like, "Oh shit, let me change my direction here, buddy. I don't like the sound of that."
Oh yeah, it means that someone who bullied him.
Yeah. Like, my bad. He could have been my brother. I got 4. I'm generally not scared of cops, so I don't break the law.
Generally, it's like how do you talk to a police officer?
Same way I talk to my brother, like a man.
Oh, I'd say you don't. You do not talk to the police. Everything you say will only be used against you. Not
Oh,
one thing you
I
say
know
can help
that.
you.
You got to be smarter than the words you say, buddy. I mean, do you just talk without thinking? An intelligent man should have no worries about talking to a guy, even if he's trying to get him in trouble somehow. Shouldn't have any reason to be fear of that. First off, you shouldn't be breaking certain laws. I don't agree with all laws, but most I do. In the spirit, they're meant to keep people safe. I mean, if you're a thief, hell no, you don't want to talk nothing. You'll probably snitch on yourself because you're a dumbass. You can't go out and earn your own shit. If you just copped you some heroin or some crack and you're talking about that guy shouldn't talk to the police, well, yeah, I'd agree. He's so fucking stoned he'll send himself to jail right now.
Bev and Craig had a debate this afternoon, and it just degraded into both of them just misgendering each other.
I can't even do Craig, man. He's more of a child than my children. I just can't do it. But, you know, he makes a living doing that, so I don't want to mess with the man's living if that's all that you got, you know? That's not cool. But to go from, you know, career military to a YouTube live streamer who's just jovial and belligerent, well, that's a big leap. That's a large drop, in my opinion. I feel sorry for him. But hey, you choose your life. It's not for me to choose your life.
I
Just
don't know.
not to
It seems like it's up in the air. I mean, it's like you want to think that someone wouldn't be stolen valor, but he has said some really cringe things that someone who's in the military wouldn't say. And where he said he went to training, like Gleam is from that area, and said there's no training facility there for what he said he went to.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know all the details, but I just remember the one where
Yeah, I don't know
I think.
anything about the Royal Navy.
Oh yeah, so it's hard for me to judge, just because it just seems like
American
someone who's.
service, I might pay attention to what you say and try to figure out whether you're full of shit, but service in other countries, no. Like a person asked me one time, I thank Craig for his service, and I'm like, he didn't go in service to my country. And then they want to say, well, we've done coalitions, yeah, that's cool, but you don't defend, you didn't take the oath I took. I don't salute you. It's that simple. You think the military of the U.S. is going to salute other militaries if they didn't share a commonality like mud or blood? No. Not going to salute that guy or thank him for his fucking service. He didn't serve me, he served the Queen. He didn't serve my people either, or my nation.
It's like interesting too, like someone who is in the military and they're that triggered as Craig is, that freaked out over flat Earth, which he says is also entertainment. So he's triggered by his own entertainment. He blocks people. He mutes them, kicks them, whatever. Shuts their. He says this content is entertaining, and it's the most dangerous conspiracy theory that's ever existed. Like his worldview is just an endless spiraling that I it's hard for me to put that mind that behavior pattern into somebody who is a veteran, especially one that says he's a combat veteran. I guess he had some, which is interesting too, because he said he's worked on a submarine. What combat have you seen in submarine battles? I mean, they're like, what naval engagement were you involved in?
If you guys stop believing in the flat Earth, do you think your guys' lives would improve?
You want to go into what belief is or what?
I mean, you have to like change your GPSs to work with the flat Earth. It's like hard. Like how do you guys remove the parts of the glow Earth from the GPS programming?
Was the first GPS global? Lawrence?
Hell if I know. It should be right. Like, cause otherwise it would be a mess.
No. There's no reason it should be. Unless you can give me a valid one.
Wait, so if you were going towards the edge of the flat Earth on the GPS that was programmed for the flat Earth, like you would stop, like it would say stop right here, and but then the ocean
What
would keep
edge?
going.
What edge?
Like there would be, it would say, it would show ice walls, but there would be no ice walls. Like how's that gonna work?
What edge?
Like in your view, don't all the edges have ice walls?
In my view. Or is this your opinion of my view?
So I think the North Pole is in the center, and then the South Pole, well, the Antarctic,
Would
or
imply
the
that we need a sphere to
Antarctica.
triangulate signal is kind of ignorant of how we do it, but whatever.
Yeah, hey,
Wait,
Hoppy, wait for a second. Let Bonnie finish with talking.
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Wait, battle mod. Like in your view, I'm asking your view. Is it all the edges have ice walls?
Yeah, that other guy that tried to get in there, you finished. Somebody muted him so you could.
Oh, no one muted me. Wait, I gotta call.
Or Booney. So what exactly are you looking at here? You said so flat earthers, if they believe the earth is a globe, their lives would increase or become better somehow?
Yeah, I mean, are you using any GPSs right now changed for the flat Earth?
No, I haven't used a GPS for 15 years. And I also
Shut
made it.
up! Shut up! You're a liar. I'm saying you're a liar.
I use GPS. I got a fleet of trucks for an asphalt company. Fuck yeah, I use it. Do I care whether whether somebody added sphericity to it or not? No. What matters is, do my men get to the job site? And truthfully, we don't need a globe for that. I can give them a road atlas. Roads lead to job sites, not a globe.
Yeah, but if you were to go long distances, like, what are you gonna do? Like, it's gonna say ice walls and stuff. Like, where it's not, there's no ice walls.
Who fucking drives from across the ocean to an ice wall? How dumb is that? Am I supposed to answer that or entertain it?
Wait, and the flat Earth are all the continents on the inside of the big circle, and then it's ice walls around, or how does that work?
If you don't know, why are you debating flat Earth?
I'm just why can't you answer any questions? Why do you have to like not?
Well, that's
like,
a
I'm just
valid
asking.
question. Listen, you denied a model you have no knowledge of. That's a valid question. Why did you deny it?
Okay, here it is. Look. I didn't look at the model beforehand, so now educate me on this.
Well, there's many different models. Some people believe there's a dome. Some people believe there's ice shelves. You call it an ice wall, but technically it's an ice shelf. And we actually know there are ice shelves. So the same question would apply on a globe. When we get to the ice shelves, how would GPS work when there's no communications over Antarctica or in the Arctic Circle? Same fucking thing. Got to do with the radio signal and the capability of it and being able to triangulate your position, whether you
That's
use a
true.
satellite or a ground satellite, because you can
That's
have
true.
both.
Another globe head destroyed.
Wait, are there any like electrical engineering students or electrical engineers in here that can tell me like is there radio capability over Antarctica?
Another globe head destroyed.
Shut up.
Well, I mean, you're the Glober. You tell us your satellites don't work in Antarctica.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna look it up. 1 second.
He said, "Let me ask the Oracle."
The Google. That's what I said. The sharpest
No.
tool in the shed. Okay,
Google.
use
How
the
is
tool.
Battle Mod wrong?
I mean,
Which is the sharpest tool? Is your noodle or is your Google the sharpest tool in the shed?
Look, you know what Chat GPT stands for? A chat globalist. Okay, so this is our stuff. So you can't mess with it.
That's true.
Oh my god. You know, the funny thing is that GPT doesn't have anything to do with globalist. Generated pre-trained transformer.
I'd like to know what makes him think that GPS has anything to do with the globe, apart from the fact that they stuck the word global in the term.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that globe Earth is a ground positioning or just general, like a global overall positioning system. It doesn't work everywhere. And it uses ground. Your
Geographic?
handheld device that you have in the palm of your hand, that's not talking to a satellite. It's talking to a ground station.
Well, 98% of all information on Earth is transferred through fiber optic cables, so only 2% they even say goes through satellites. But they act like a satellite that does 2% of the information can host all of a system.
It's like the globalists read the advertisement marketing campaign about, hey, have space age technology in the palm of your hand. Only $299 with $49 for map updates. And they're like, yay, science. And that's it. That's their full logical thinking. They didn't.
All right. So when I first got my GPS, right, it said, "Are you a globalist? Are you a globist or
No,
a
it
flat
didn't.
tard?" Yes, it did. And I pushed the globe, and then it took all the ice walls away. All the ice walls went away, and then it showed the rest of the world.
Okay, tell me, what was the name brand of yours?
I'm not gonna share it. I'll share it maybe with you later. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna talk
that's
about it
because
right
you
now.
didn't have one.
I have a real
You
question.
probably can't even afford a GPS unit, let alone a car to use it in.
Oh, can we talk about something specific though?
He's
Instead of just GPS generally?
bullshitting.
What is your guys' understanding of like how Starlink works, like the internet service?
Does it work?
Yes, people will subscribe to Starlink and they get internet through the satellite that is in low Earth orbit.
Well, last I heard, there's a civil lawsuit going on.
I
Starlink civil lawsuit.
People are still subscribing and still getting internet from that.
Let's see, Department of Justice. Oh, this is the one for. Okay, yeah. There's a lot of lawsuits going on right now. Holy crap!
And if they were like in on the whole conspiracy to hide the flat Earth, like why would they be sued? Like,
what's a conspiracy? What's this conspiracy you're talking about?
Well, I mean, because they claim that they have satellites in low Earth orbit, which, like, if that's not true, then they're lying about that, right?
So why would you think low orbit is not possible? on the
Well,
flat Earth.
because the idea of low orbit is that the gravity is letting it is having it rotate around the Earth, like, and how would that work in flat Earth? Like how could it stay in the air like through like not with gas, not with like any rockets, just through the gravitational pull of the orbit of the Earth.
So gravity's pulling it down, but it's staying up. Is that what
Well,
you're saying?
yeah, because it's moving at
Yeah,
a constant speed in one
whoa.
direction, and while the
Yeah,
gravity is also pulling it down. I mean,
yeah, but
it's
you're making too many assumptions. Okay.
okay.
So let's just say, for sake of argument, that the alleged gravitational field of the Earth disappears at certain altitude, basically becomes nothing, right? And so you're basically just there like buoyant. Okay, so that's plausible. You got to keep in mind that if you're going to start critiquing your worldview, you can't maintain your worldview while having an alternate worldview. It'd be like, how does my worldview work in a worldview that's contradictory to my worldview? Well, the answer is obvious. It doesn't, and it can't. So you have to have different answers for the same thing. You can't use one answers from one paradigm in another paradigm. Otherwise, you just have the same paradigm. You're not doing any critique whatsoever.
I mean, I'm not really sure I follow it. Maybe because I mean the understanding is that there's like thousands of satellites that have been launched into low Earth orbit, and they've all used the same math and the same trajectories, the
Yeah, and
same.
Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm not. I mean, obviously, like I know you guys don't believe it, but that's
Don't
like.
believe it? No, we know it's not true for an absolute fact.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, so I just got back. Are you discussing gravity? For God's
No.
sake.
We were talking about Starlink.
Or GPS.
Well, yeah. Well, I went from
Oh,
GPS to more
he
specifically like
touched on
Starlink.
gravity with the free fall orbit, and AI took in on that.
Well, yeah, but
And I wanted to say AI. Don't they say that from the core out, gravity does weaken the further you get away from Earth?
well the substance of what I was trying to ask is
Is that not what they say?
the substance of what I was asking about Starlink is Starlink is an internet service that you can subscribe to, and supposedly it is from satellites that are in low Earth
Yeah,
orbit.
I know you
So
guys act like
so
satellite couldn't exist on a flat Earth. I
well,
get
no,
that.
I don't say that because they could just you could have balloons, but specifically, and there are balloon satellites, but specifically Starlink
It
is a
could
low
be
Earth
more
orbit.
than you could do it more ways than a balloon. We could have a solar powered fucking drone that follows the sun around on its circuit.
Yeah.
You don't need just a balloon. There's more ways than that. Should I?
So that would be like your I don't know. I'm just wondering like how Starlink would work in like a flat Earth model.
Would work.
Yeah.
Flat Earth model, there isn't a model. There isn't a
Okay.
heliocentric
True.
Baltard model either. And by the way, do you know that GPS system works on the Cartesian coordinate system?
Yeah. I was trying to move on from GPS because I know that doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to get jackhammered. Do you know what the Cartesian coordinate system is?
I wasn't the one that brought up GPS.
The XY. Oh, you weren't. All right. Sorry.
Tic-tac-toe board.
All right. Fair enough. I won't hold you to it then.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's not going to be all. It's not going to be all good.
Because it is a fair argument that our cell services use land technology, so it's like GPS is a dumb argument.
Well, they do. That's why it's called a cellular network.
Yeah.
So cells of ground position
But
transmitters and receivers.
I feel like what I was asking about Starlink though is like not even because I'm not sure like it's not obviously anything that anyone could know other than the people that work there.
You did bring up Starlink though.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like I brought it up, but it was probably unfair to bring up because it's like obviously no one but the people that work there are going to know.
I came to the right room. All the greats are here.
You don't have to work at Starlink to know that it doesn't have anything to do with a globetard.
Well, I mean, like the idea is it's in low Earth orbit. So I mean, they have to be lying about that, right?
No, I don't know whether if they're saying the low Earth. What is the Tor value of low Earth orbit?
What is the Tor value?
I don't know why they'd have to lie about low Earth orbit.
The pressure value. torr, pascals, psi?
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, the
Somebody look
pressure
that up.
differential. What's up?
I'm sure it'd be different at different heights
Delta
of
what?
orbit, low. Like there's probably a lot of different. It probably varies.
But what's with low Earth orbit? Is that somehow kill a flat Earth too?
Well, I mean, because the idea would be that
It's
it's
just an
going around
arbitrary line.
the sphere.
Around the sphere,
Hello,
yeah.
how's
In
it
your
going again?
model, it goes around the sphere. But listen,
And it
don't
doesn't
interrupt
require
me with the
energy. I'm
stuttering,
not trying to
please.
interrupt you,
So,
brother.
listen, it an orbit doesn't require a sphere. If it did, there'd been no way I could have orbited the platoon when I was in the military. So, and I had to do that often because I like to talk when we were running. Orbit is just one full circuit around an object. It doesn't matter what shape the fucking object is.
Yeah, but the
That's
idea
not a
is
true statement.
there's no energy
It
that's
is
like
a
pushing
true
it.
statement. Just
That,
because you say it is, it
Orbit
doesn't prove
orbit
anything.
is it
And just
doesn't just
because you
require
overtalk me, it
gravity.
doesn't make your
I'm
assertion
not
more
over talking.
powerful. Yeah, I
Luke?
wasn't
I
done
wasn't over
talking when
talking.
you did that. You're
just trying to
rude,
get
man.
Again,
That's why you
orbit
got problems with people.
orbit isn't just a thing that occurs. It's a emergent property off of gravity. So if you deny gravity,
Gravity.
you also
What the
deny
hell is
orbit.
gravity? It's not an emergent property, you numpty.
I
What's
didn't say
gravity?
gravity is an emergent property.
Gravity's not an emergent property.
I
None
didn't
of it's
say
an
that. You
emergent property.
misunderstood.
You don't know what an emergent property is. You don't know what
I didn't
gravity
say
is.
that.
And you don't know what low Earth orbit. What the fuck is gravity?
So what he
I
said is
didn't say that gravity is an emergent property.
the gravity of the platoon
I didn't
made
say
me
the gravity is an
made
emergent
me orbit
property.
it.
So
didn't say that.
again, how does orbit function
What
without gravity?
How does orbit
what is an
function?
orbit? What is
Yeah.
What
orbit?
is orbit? Orbital mechanics. Is that what you're referring to?
He is.
How does orbit function without
Hey, how does
gravity?
orbit function without a flat fucking plane to get the elevation angles off of there, sunshine?
Again, I'm going to ask you one more time.
I'm going to ask you one
how
more
does orbit
fucking time.
how does orbit?
Or how
I'm
does
gonna just-
orbits work?
Are you cutting me off?
They work
Sorry,
on a
sir.
flat
I
plane, you
apologize, sir. I
idiot.
wasn't finished.
Yeah, they're on a flat plane. Kepler
define-
boned you
Sir.
numpty dipshits.
Define orbit. Fuck.
Sir, I apologize. I wasn't finished. Please do not cut me off.
Yes, you were finished. You're asking a malformed question.
Sir.
How does underwear work on a globetard?
Sir. May I finish, please?
How does underwear work on a globetard? No, you may not.
Well,
Sir,
they
you keep
wear
on cutting me off, sir.
Sir,
They
fuck you. You're a clown. Your question's malformed.
Sir.
Orbital mechanics is based on a flat plane.
Sir, you're
idiot.
denying the existence of gravity,
Flat plane, idiot. Are you denying the flat plane?
Sir, you keep on denying the
Sir,
existence of
sir,
gravity.
are you denying the flat plane where orbital mechanics is based on?
I asked you a very simple question.
Sir, you keep on denying the existence of gravity, sir.
Sir, you keep on denying the flat plane that orbital mechanics is based on.
Can I see where gravity is in the definition of orbit? Can you just show me that one?
Sir, are you going to answer my question?
Sir, are you
can
going to
say
answer
no,
my
and then I will
question?
answer your question.
I answered your question. You're begging the
didn't.
question. You're using
I have
our
no basis.
worldview to try to refute our worldview, you dumbass.
That's not what I said.
That's what it results in.
That's not what
We
was
know
said.
that's not what you said because you're a dumbass.
That's not what was said. So again, how does orbit function without
Here
gravity?
you go. So orbital mechanics, we're not going to ring around the rosy again, you fucking idiot.
You could just describe how orbit
Orbital
functions without gravity.
mechanics. I just described that the basis is off a flat Earth.
That's not a description.
Yes, it is.
No, it
Describe
isn't.
orbital mechanics, dumb fuck.
How does orbit function without
How
gravity?
does orbit that? Just put him on mute. Kick him out.
Is orbit a function?
It's not. He's a dumb
Why
fuck.
won't you answer his question?
Well, because
Listen,
his dumb fuck
because
He's,
it's not a,
he's asking a very simple question.
It's not
Yeah,
a
and I answered
logical
it.
question. Orbit isn't a function. It doesn't have functions. It's a definition of one circuit of revolution. An orbit isn't a.
Why aren't you answering his question? Well, orbital mechanics is the basis of his question, and Kepler's orbital mechanics is all based off of fucking flat Earth elevation angles, you dumb fuck. Do you understand that?
You don't have to answer an illogical question.
Batamod, I don't need any help. I got this.
Yeah, I know.
So, there, Mr. Helper. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, I'm unmuted. So again, you
So
have any
again, just
descriptive
shut him up.
basis?
No, that's that dumbass Ham that was muted earlier, that got compromised earlier. Shut that fucking clown up. Jesus. What do you just unmute these guys at random?
We do.
No,
Hey,
it's a time. There's a bot that automatically unmutes them at like 20 or 40 minutes.
I was
He was
wondering
already compromised like 2 hours ago.
where
Yeah, so
does
the
that
time ran out, and it unmutes them automatically.
Oh, brother.
where does that style debate actually work that he uses? That's what
It-
I was wondering.
Below primary school.
I mean, that's a logical question, right?
And
The correct answer is Gem Pandas.
Oh, jump, yeah. Was it that somebody said the low Earth orbit? Was that Ham idiot?
No, the other guy. No, the other guy's pretty cool. He was talking about lower orbit.
That's
Yeah, I was talking about Starlink.
that's
Yeah,
12. That is 1,200 miles. That is right around 10 to the negative 10th torr. You know what that classifies as?
What?
I think it's a high vacuum. 1 second. Let me make sure.
All right, Quantum Eraser, I'm gonna learn this stuff and I'm gonna debate you and destroy you, just like I destroyed Dark Dawkins.
You couldn't destroy a soup sandwich.
I'm coming at you're in my crosshairs now. I'm gonna learn this stuff.
Listen, dude, don't
We'll
say
see you in
shit
about
like
10
that, 'cause
years.
I'm an instigator. I'm gonna hold you to that every time I see
100%.
I'm gonna be like, hey, motherfucker, you learn that shit yet?
All right, I got Dark Dawkins 3 times. I beat him 3 times. Now I'm gonna come after you. I don't
Well,
even know this stuff. I'm gonna learn it.
If a
What
man
stuff?
doesn't have his word, he doesn't have anything.
That's delusions of grandeur, dude.
I'm coming
Which
after
stuff
you.
you gotta learn?
So
I'd
10.
like to know.
Hey, hey, Quantum. You know my theme
I'm
song
sorry.
is? It's that one.
So ultra high vacuum. I'm going to stay on topic. So ultra high vacuum, 10 to the negative 10th torr. So you got big fucking problems there, sunshine.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
Ultra high vacuum.
Yeah,
10 to the that's a pressure value. It's an ultra high vacuum. You can't have an ultra high vacuum adjacent to a pressurized system without a physical barrier. So
Well,
my question to you
I
is,
obviously would say gravity, and you would say what gravity?
so that gravity is not going to help you. We'll get to that in a second. We'll get to that in a second because this is the second law of thermodynamics deal right here. So how can you have a vacuum, ultra high vacuum, next to, adjacent to a gas pressurized system without a physical container?
Well, because space would be a vacuum, and then the Earth is pressurized with the atmosphere because the gravity.
You just repeated what I just said. Okay, and then what?
So and the concept is most of space is a vacuum, and they're just large formations of mass
that's not answering the
that
question.
have gravity to
how the
form
fuck
a
are you still
pressurized
breathing?
area.
Okay, you're deal. Okay, which type of gravity are you talking about?
Just the gravity that bends space and time.
Bends space and time, really?
Yeah.
And space is what?
Space, I believe, is like dark energy.
No,
it's constantly expanding.
no, it's not. Define space.
It's space time. I believe it technically has like a physicality to it, like a very very.
No, it doesn't. Space is length, width, and height. Define time.
Time is like entropy, basically, like the
time is an entropy.
So
you got
I guess a frame of real life would be like a Planck second or something.
No, it's not. So you got you said space and time is your rebuttal to how we can have gas pressure without a container, and you said space, length, width, and height was physical. Really? Show me the length of width.
Well, I can't. I mean, it's theoretical.
Yeah, so it's not physical. What's the chemical formula structure?
It could be physical.
I'm not done yet. What is the chemical formula and structure charge, spin, or matter, or the millielectron volts, kcals, or kilojoules of length, width, and height.
Well, space time isn't matter.
No, not space time. Hold on. We're
Well,
just
you're
going with
saying
time.
length, width, and height.
We're just going with space first. You
Yeah.
said it's physical, so it has to be physical. It has to have matter or energy. So
Well, it doesn't
matter,
have matter.
chemical. Yeah. Then it's not. That's a law of identity violation. Then it's not physical.
I think it's called like invisible matter or something, but it technically.
No, it's not. No.
I mean, it's just a hypothesis. It's the theory.
It's not a hypothesis
that's
either.
positive.
What's a hypothesis?
Let me Google the definition of hypothesis.
Oh shit! You're digging deeper and deeper.
It says a supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence.
A supposition is not a proposed explanation. So that's a dichotomy.
It says, but well, I mean, that's what Google told me.
It's a false dichotomy. So wherever you got that, that's horseshit.
Oxford language.
Yep, that's incorrect then.
All right, the second one, a proposition made as a basis for reasoning without any
incorrect.
assumptions of its truth. I don't
Incorrect.
think that one's.
That's incorrect too.
All right, let's see more. It stems from Greek under and placing, foundation.
That's not a scientific hypothesis, son. You'd fail fifth grade general science.
The etymology.
No, we're not caring about fucking etymology. I asked you what a scientific hypothesis was.
Yeah, I would say it's probably just like a proposed like explanation based on like
incorrect
evidence.
It's not an explanation. Incorrect.
It's a proposed explanation.
It's not an explanation whether it's proposed or otherwise. It's not an explanation.
Like the proposal is how like the whole I forget the exact word. Like they can call it the globe model, but there's like a more like
there is no globe model.
What is a super fancy word that fucking scientists attribute to like the whole
cosmology?
Word. No. What is it called? You know what it's called.
I don't know what you're talking about. I asked you what a scientific hypothesis was, and you're giving me a fucking recipe for an upside.
I told you
upside down cake up.
I answered your question, brother, and you're just saying no. You can tell me what you think.
It's incorrect. I said it's incorrect.
Yeah, I mean that's okay, but I mean you asked me a question, I answered it, and if you say it's incorrect,
you answered it with an incorrect answer. You'd fail fifth grade general science.
Okay,
from
then
Colorado State. From Colorado State University, 31 minutes after the hour. Scientific hypothesis. You heard everything you just said? Listen to this. A special kind of prediction, you never said prediction, by the way, that forecasts how the independent variable, you never said that either, will affect the dependent variable, and you never said that. So you don't know what a hypothesis is.
I mean, I would argue that language is not as static as you may presume.
As static as I may, really?
Language is very dynamic. It changes over time.
Language is a dynamic, really.
It's extremely dynamic. Yeah, we didn't speak English 500 years ago. It was Middle English.
Oh my God!
Old English 1,000 years
ago. Just put him on mute.
You see that? You're Quantum Race is switching philosophies. I'm gonna get you. Quantum Racer.
On. This is news to me. I thought we were cavemen speaking English. Damn it! Somebody lied to me.
Yeah, you're finished.
Give him a Mr. Obvious outfit. That's funny. These guys at this politics server, they don't really like flat earthers.
Cut that fucking thing out of there.
Could have fooled me. The voice chat's been hopping.
It has. I've noticed there's some guys in here. I see them in other lobbies, and then they come in here. They're cool. But there are those who are like from the censor everything era that think their rights infringe on my rights.
I was up in the Ukrainian channel up there, and they were in a heated argument. And the one comment the guy said was, "You can't even win an argument against the flat earthers down there."
That'd make a good soundboard.
So they're egging them on, right?
Yeah, next time you hear that, record that shit. I'll put it on the soundboard at my server. I like them live stream bites, man. I'll take sound bites from a live stream and make it part of the soundboard. And people actually think, like Zanuck is there saying dumb shit, but he's not. I'm just soundboarding.
Oh, by the
I
way,
don't.
your fairy tale gravity with your air pressure, that doesn't work. Even if I gave you all of Newtonian gravity that was debunked 108 years ago, I give you that times 1,000. And then I give you the non scientific theory of special or general relativity by Einstein that was debunked by quantum mechanics about 100 fucking years ago. I'll give you that times 1,000. That will not affect the entropy of gases one damn iota. My poster child example, if gravity, fairy tale fuckwit gravity, affected gases, it would never rain. Game, set, match, by the way.
Isn't that why they say theories that don't comport with the laws of thermodynamics aren't worthy even looking into?
Yeah, but we can destroy it right at its base because it's not an actual scientific theory.
Right. But who considers a theory a scientific theory that defies the laws? No.
Scientific theories don't have anything to do with natural laws. But
Oh, I
it
know.
can't go. I see what you're saying. It can't attempt to refute laws, or they will be refuted.
Yeah, and the laws of thermodynamics are literally demonstratable. They're the foundation to a lot of things. So it's hard to go against them. Because if they go out the window, then I'd say 60% of what we actually know would go out the window. Don't talk about energy no more because you don't know nothing about it, how it transfers, how it moves. You just killed the laws.
I watched something the other day that said that ideal gas law isn't very applicable in certain circumstances.
Ideal, yes.
And that's what, yeah, and that's why Van der Waals he corrected it to get more accurate.
Yeah, because we don't often in nature find gases in ideal states. That would be a pocket or an anomaly. So they don't apply to the atmosphere, and the corrections are made for that, parts per million, not ideal state.
What are ideal gases?
I'm gonna let them answer.
No, not you. I was asking
I
the
know,
other
I know,
gentleman.
I know.
Well, I see. The thing I watched wasn't really claiming that there's any such thing as ideal or unideal gases. It's just that the ideal part is referring to the situation that when they behave correctly, when they behave themselves, you can apply the ideal gas law, ideally. And
Yeah, so what you
No.
meant is it's a
No.
hypothetical gas.
No. That's not the answer to my question. So you don't know what ideal gases are.
Yeah, I have read that and I can't remember it at this
Right.
current moment.
What's the difference between real gases and ideal gases, and what does that have to do with them not needing a container?
Ideal state and natural state.
That's not an answer.
I know it isn't, but ideal gas is hypothetical. One that's in a perfect state that obeys all the laws.
No, that's not what an ideal gas is.
Oh, shit, you're testing me now.
An ideal gas is defined as one in which all the collisions between molecules and atoms are perfectly elastic and in which there are no intermolecular attractive forces. Back to your Van der
Right.
Waals. Van der Waals forces are intermolecular attractive forces.
Right, yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, but there's no intermolecular attractive forces between real gases either. If there are, they're quite fucking minimal. Huh.
Hey, John, drink, piss, or die. Did you hear that?
Leave him. Get out here, Petey.
He should go live in Guatemala. They like piss drinkers down there.
I got drinks from the hose.
I bet he does. I hear the fluoride in his voice. He probably washes with Dove soap too.
Man, what I miss.
You know that.
Basically, kinetic theory, what you described, QE.
Yeah, that's for ideal gases.
Right.
Doesn't matter. Real gases. Like I told you, the only difference was there's no intermolecular attractive forces. Yeah, you would have to have for intermolecular attractive forces with real gases. Are you saying that the intermolecular attractive forces overcome entropy? I don't think so.
Well, this video I watched was implying that PV equals nRT applied in certain real life situations,
such as
extreme pressure, gas under extreme pressure,
Yeah, that's
temperature,
right.
or
Correct. You got it right.
That's
It would
that's
have
a
to be
real.
gases under fucking extreme pressure.
Yeah,
Where do we
but
find that in the Atmo?
yeah, he prefaced that in real life situations and then went to compressed gas.
yeah, we don't.
We don't.
So all instances in this video was absolutely talking about gas in containers. I mean, it wasn't. It didn't even go into atmospheric pressure or anything like that. Yeah.
Right, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. You got it right. So the gentleman that was speaking on that video is absolutely correct. It would be under extreme pressures for any intermolecular attractive forces to overcome entropy. I'm talking fucking. When they say extreme, they ain't kidding. So it's non sequitur to the point. Doesn't really matter. It's just now you know what ideal gases are compared to real gases. Let me put it in. Let me do this. Who am I speaking to?
Yeah, T-Dub. I'll definitely grab that off
T-Dub,
you.
I'm going to put it in
Thanks.
chat.
All right,
From
thank you.
varsitytutors.com. I'll read it out so everyone gets it. Measurements of real gases deviate from ideal gas predictions because intermolecular forces and the volume. This is another. I left this part out, but it's Mux next. The volume of the particles themselves are not taken into consideration for ideal gases. The volume of the space between the particles is considered for ideal gases and does not contribute to deviation from ideal gas behavior. There you go. That's a pretty thorough definition right there.
So all the
that's
particles are points.
Say again?
All the particles are charted as points.
Yes.
Yeah, because Van der Waal said, he went, oh, hang on, what about the space that the gas particles are taking up? That every time you add gas to an empty container, it's taking up volume.
True.
We still do see pressure, volume.
All
and
those
temp-
Van der Waals forces are electrostatic. By the way, I know that it's probably a word you've heard before. Oh boy.
You mean they're not gravitational forces?
No, we're talking way past you, Mike. This is a shit.
No, you're not past me. I'm ready. I'm just that's
No, this
sarcasm.
is unless you're into the wits it, shits it debacle. Are you up to date on wits it, shits it debacle there, Mike?
No, I'm not. I'm not up to date on Discord.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I'm
John.
talking about. So
I've
yeah,
been on
you're not up to
vacation.
date with that.
I'm not. It's cool. Spare me.
Yeah, I will because it's really stupid. He's a pretender clown, numpty dipshit, lying, double speaking sewer rat.
But
Yeah.
I'm hip to
Shocking.
electrostatics.
Say again?
I'm hip to electrostatics up myself.
Well, I'm not denying electrostatics, but what he's claiming as electrostatics is fucking horseshit because he doesn't know what electrostatics are. Simple.
I got a question that's very important. Is there a company that sells gas that's actually called Ideal Gases?
Fuck, I don't know.
There
Did you
has to
get?
be, dude. That's such an obvious name for a company.
That's a good
I say,
marketing.
listen, I say we get together, we pull up a bunch of money, and we start a bail bond service. And I already got our slogan for us, and we'll just split the money. We'll incorporate it's FE Flat Earth Bail Bonds. We'll get you out before the soap drops. We'll get rich, man.
Salacious.
Yeah, we just multi-state advertise that shit.
Right, but we don't let you out until you listen to a flat earth spiel.
Well, we'll make sure the soap don't drop.
Captive audience.
We'll get you out of the cell, but then you got to go here and watch a video. Tell me that's not catchy. We'll have you out before the soap drops. They'd have our card in every book and cell in America. I've been looking into that though. Bail bonds is a good way to make money. Just having money. You got a large amount you put in escrow, and you're just like, yeah, I got your cash. Let him. Then
Mike,
you
you're a
make
walking, talking, incoherent red herring fallacy.
Okay.
What?
Do you
Your
work
red
for
herring
yourself?
fallacy, the discussion. This is 24/7. This is flat Earth stuff, man.
Oh, I know.
To be fair to
I,
Mike,
I
he
would
red
I would
herrings
classify
himself
that as a
himself.
diversion.
Men don't do business on flat Earth, John.
Well, I'm
Well,
just
since
saying
he's not making
you're
an
driving. You're a
argument,
flat earther driving away from the conversation of flat Earth. Usually, we get numpty dipshits in there doing that thing.
Well, to be fair, money can be flat and round.
Thanks.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
No,
You don't
I
have to.
got some shit started, man. Go
You
on.
don't have to apologize. I'm just telling you.
Well, I was only apologizing for your offense, not for what I did. If I was sorry, I wouldn't do it.
Now,
I'm one of them guys.
I did divert away for a few minutes, but the topic needed to be discussed about the 556 and the 223. But I caught myself and I said, you know what? We can talk to that. We could speak to that topic on PM. Let's get back to the flat Earth. So
I like it.
I don't
Tell
think
me
you
more.
can. I don't think other people can catch themselves.
I know, but it takes some money on
All
flat
right,
Earth
hold on.
to change the world, right? If you want to
Yeah,
change
that's
the
great.
world,
It also takes money to
you
go to
first
a
need
range
some
and pay your
coin.
range fees and buy ammo. Now,
Well,
when
if
you
you
go to
want
the
to
range
change
with
the
your 556 or 223, right, and you're going to put up your target, you're going to get a shot grouping, right? And that's how you're going to know whether you're good or not before you adjust, your sights and whatever.
Oh, you didn't even say the key word. Zero.
I know you need
Yeah,
multiple
you
shells.
zero. Yeah.
You need multiple
So
rounds.
yeah, so if you got the right target, you got the zeroing target. It tells you exactly the mills and all that to
Sure.
adjust on your sight posts. So after you have that all done, let's say your spread is 3 inches, right?
Oh, that's crazy. That's a fucking pogue.
Well, yeah, we got to be generous. So
At what
you
range?
zero the target till you get the 3 inch spread roughly around the bullseye, roughly center mass of the target, because it's not really a bullseye target. But then you realize you forgot to account for Coriolis.
Oh, that's some
right?
horseshit. That's a fucking
But
red herring.
But
listen,
we
I already shot
understand
him in the
the
track.
shot grouping, right? And there's different variables that make your shot grouping off, so your round placement won't be consistent. Whether that's your breathing, your trigger pull, your sight picture's off, you're not consistent, right?
You're a pogue.
So I got a question. Yeah, I got a question for the people that think that you need to account for Coriolis, what is the shot grouping for a 16-inch gun on a battleship at 22,000 meters?
Shit, I don't even know that.
Well, that's what I thought. Fuck, I was thinking about answering this.
Well, guess. I mean, think about it. So the round, the whole shenanigans is like 6 feet tall or more.
How big's a projectile?
Let's
Is it
just say
rifled?
1 meter.
Does it rotate?
1
or
meter long.
Is it smooth bore or is it a rifled bore? These things matter.
Yeah, true. Let's just say smooth.
To get a grouping, I'm going to have to know the bore.
Well, you get your grouping by firing the weapon consistently, right? So you don't have breathing in this situation. You just have your position, right? The target location, right? And then you have your firing solution and the mechanics necessary to get that done. Like if the powder, the gears, the pneumatics, the
Can we get to the
electronics,
point?
right?
Can we get to the point real quick instead of dragging this out? I have so many moments in life to live.
Okay. So anyway, you fire the first round. That's obviously just your first one, and then you fire the rest, and then you see how far apart they are, right? So they did this with the right-handed gun on the turrets, right? And the shot placement was a swing differential between 200 and 300 meters. So that means at 22,000 meters, this weapon system firing consistently with all the same firing solution and everything, plus or minus any other variables, can't even get their rounds shot grouping less than 50 meters.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right?
Yeah,
Now,
that's crazy.
What is the alleged? Yep. What is the alleged accounting of deviation that Coriolis would do at that range? It's for the Globers, by the way, that like to come in here and say, "Oh, Coriolis, blah 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 blah."
Yeah, it'd be Mangus though. Magnus.
So I'm not even going to give you the answer, Globers, but I'll give it to the flat earthers. So Globers, put your fingers in your ear right now. All right, I trust you, since you're the most upstanding citizens that exist. So if I remember correctly, 9 divided by 3, 30. Yeah, so the differential Coriolis at that range allegedly is 30 meters. And the rounds are dropping sometimes in excess of 10 times beyond that scope, right? So whether you account for Coriolis or not is practically irrelevant, which I know this. You know why I know this? Because when I'm trained and when you call for fire, if you're within 200 meters of the target location, the smartest thing to do is move 100 meters back, and you got to call danger close to the fire team so that they don't blast your ass. Because whether they account for Coriolis or not, they have no idea where that round's going to land with up to a 200-meter swing. Yet these Globers will have you believe that if I put Coriolis in my firing solution, I'm going to drop the first round down somebody's throat like a bunch of retards.
No, we killed a lot of our own men with our own fire, mortar fire, and other things. Imagine them guys in Vietnam calling an airstrike.
Hell, they don't even know what Coriolis effect is, for
Or
fuck's
a
sake.
strike
Ask a
from the
Baltard.
coast.
Ask
A
a
strike
Baltard what the Coriolis effect is. They don't even know what it is.
But a right-handed barrel is a rifled barrel. That's telling you it's got a right-hand rifle.
Holy shit, Mike.
Mangus.
We're not going into the ballistics of friggin' rifling and shit, are we?
I don't know. I think he's in a separate conversation.
No, I wouldn't use Coriolis. I'd use the Mangus effect. And that Miller twist rule. That was the point, to calculate it, not Coriolis. But if it has a spread that far, fuck. That's crazy.
Dude, that's why when I first came across the flat Earth idea, and I started hearing people make all these claims about the military, and then I remembered all my experience. I'm like, dude, you guys are stupid.
I'm glad I never knew that when you call in for a strike.
You never knew that because it's all horse shit. So we got 3 veterans in here, at least me, AI, and Mike, Battle Mod. Listen, I spent over 20 years in the military. Most of that, half of my career was in recon. Right? I fired with snipers, I worked with tankers, artillery, everything. Nobody ever even mentioned not that they take it into account. It wasn't even discussed ever. So
Yeah,
fucking
not one
ballers,
time.
fucking ballers. And they appeal to manuals. Here's the technical manuals. Here's my rebuttal to that. See, I was in Berlin for a good portion of my career, and what would happen is they would get a whole bunch of defectors, East German and Russians, and they'd ship them off to G2. That's intelligence, right? And they'd debrief those some bitches.
Mm-hmm.
And then after they debrief them, they'd come down and give us the briefing, right? And they'd tell us what they said. And they said, this is what the Russians and the East Germans said. It's such a bastard to train against the U.S. military forces. The number one reason why they stated, do I have everyone's ear at this point? Yeah. Was they
Yeah, I
don't
know the.
follow
Go ahead.
they don't follow their fucking manuals.
Yep. So we can't cheat. We can't cheat off their test.
Hey man, excuse me for going a little motard, but a motherfucker was trying to kill me, and I had to adapt.
They could put Jimmy Hoffa's fucking burial address in any one of the technical manuals, and he'd be safe. The only time that I opened up a fucking military technical manual was for E5 and E6
Yep.
and Soldier of the Month and Soldier of the Year boards. Other than that, we didn't fucking touch them.
So does that mean that the enemy had copies of the manuals and were trying to predict what
Yes,
the enemy
of
was
course.
going to do?
Yes, you're very perceptive.
Yeah, they're not classified or top secret in any way. They're like widely distributed.
They think, oh, they're only gonna do this so often, then they're not coming back, and then they never left. They were just hiding. But the manual said,
Dude, that's why also like what I was explaining about artillery. It's like artillery is scary because you have
wouldn't
no
it be
idea where it's gonna go.
wouldn't it be smart to make an army your manual public and give them a joke manual? Wouldn't that be a smart thing for the army that tries to be smart enough to use your manual
Nah,
against you?
because look, they can't trust the average rank and file to maintain the manual. So once the manual gets in the hands of the regular dudes, that's the end of that.
And just to add on, can I add a little addendum to this? For all you fuckwit ballers that mindlessly parrot your boyfriend baltards and wiki that refraction, if refraction was anything like what you fucking idiot delusional muppets dream it up to be, it would render all the militaries on the earth impotent. By the way, you dumb fucks. How about that?
And that's coming from a low rank soldier like yourself, right?
Ooh.
With no
Low rank.
physics
How do you know?
background.
Hold on a second. Let's get
He
this.
called you a
We want to.
soldier.
Oh, wait a second. We want to find out what my rank was.
Yeah, let's figure out what your rank is.
Yeah, what from
Also,
a
what are your
low rank
qualifications in
soldier? So
physics?
that would mean that that you know what my rank was. How do you
Right.
know that?
It would also
Were you
assume that you
enlisted?
know what people's ranks do in the military.
Were you
Yes.
enlisted?
Oh, look at him now. He's asking me if I was enlisted. What a dumb fuck cracker.
Oh,
Yeah,
what the? Yo, bro.
Were you
You
commissioned
better.
officer or not?
Hey.
Probably not.
You better
What
get
if I were
straight real
both?
quick, son. Hey, son. You better get
So-
straight real quick, bro.
Why?
Before you step in your own mouth.
He's already done it.
Oh wait.
Too
So
late.
Do you know the difference between a commissioned officer and a non-commissioned officer?
I don't think he does.
part of it's usually a college degree that separates the two.
Right.
It's
So let's say you have a college degree.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? Like, how does that differentiate you as
It
a
helps you become a
competent
commissioned.
agent?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what? No, I'm talking about competency.
Rank and status.
Right. So
Competency, not too
it has
much.
nothing to do with competency, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then, what's your point about are you a commissioned officer versus an NCO? Doesn't seem like you have one.
Yeah, I just see commission being a little bit more competent than ground forces.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Competent in what, dude?
Hey, hold up.
He doesn't
Send no-
fucking know. He's
Listen,
just talking out his head. Hold on a second.
I
Hold on
know.
a second,
I
Mike.
know.
Send them
Hold
out
on a
on
second. Hold
patrol
on a
then.
second, Mike. Mike, he made a statement that he knew what my rank was. How do you know that?
I'm just making
Do
an
you know what
assumption.
my
Am I
fucking
wrong?
favorite color is?
Pink.
Come on.
Is it pink?
No. See, your Evo fucking mind powers have failed you again.
Anyway, so
Is it yellow?
yeah, listen, yeah,
Like your
Kubias.
spine?
Like I went. Okay, check this out, bro. I went to a combat theater, right?
Yeah.
A war zone, with a commissioned officer fresh out of his college degree and his commission. He was with our unit for 6 months before we deployed. Right? He almost got me killed 3 times because he's fucking retarded. He's one of the stupidest motherfuckers I ever met in my life. Dumb as shit.
Yeah. I think if they're so
Dumbass
competent,
pogue coming in here like you know fuck all about the military.
So you
Fuck
want to take
right
a look
off
at
out of
IQ
here. Hey,
differences between commission and
yes,
non-commissioned?
dude. Yeah.
Let's see.
My IQ was 500 times that moron's IQ.
skill
say so.
sets. Skill sets.
Let me
You're
ask you
skilled
a
in-
question there, you Cubanite, you
What's up?
fucking idiot moron that stuffs his foot inside his mouth every time. Let's say
Yeah, keep insulting him.
let's say that I was
Excuse me?
both. Let's just hypothetical this. Let's say I had done my enlisted tour, got up to the rank of staff sergeant, then departed the military, then got a college degree, and then came back as a commissioned officer.
Oh, you have a college degree
What
now?
the fuck would you
That's
have
news
to
to me.
say about that, you dumb fuck?
It'd be news to me that you had a college degree.
You fucking, it'd be news to you. You're a fucking retard.
What did you get a
talking out
degree
your
in?
ass. Just put him on mute.
Hey,
What a dumb fuck.
He knew your rank, but he didn't know
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna
had
have
a
to put you on
degree.
mute so I don't get pissed off because I can't stand dumbass pogues talking like they know shit.
You know, he claims to bench 100 kilos as well.
He never
Yeah.
said your rank.
It's just like, no, you don't.
Yeah, he never said my rank, right? Good one, Mike.
That's right. But he knowed what your education level. He's a smart kid. His parents must be proud.
His parents are prouder than game roosters.
Hey, but look, I gotta be fair. I gotta be fair because I don't want the record to be dirty. Now, my lieutenant, okay, that we went to war with, he was trying his best. Don't get me wrong, but
Right.
trying your best doesn't cure stupid.
Nope.
Yeah, I've had to follow the orders of people that didn't have my skill sets and just thought they were smarter than me on how it was going to get done safely and get my men home too.
Yep.
But yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so in a troop, right, we got squads and stuff, and so you have the actual, right, which is the lieutenant or the officer, could be a captain, and then you have the highest ranking NCO, which is on the 6. So you have the 2 and the 6, or maybe it's the 2, whatever. 1 is the lieutenant, 6 is the highest ranking NCO with the most, usually the most experience. So he's battle hardened. He's seen it all. He knows it all. He's wise, experienced. And then you've got a lieutenant, right, who is legally in charge, but dumb as a piece of shit.
Not all of them are, but
No,
if you
not
get
all.
True
if you get-
story.
if you
But
get
the point
The point is that you're showing up when you're a lieutenant. You're a greenhorn. You're a novice.
What you're talking about a butter bar right out of the academy.
Book smart as
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Well, I
but
mean, he
there's-
has a college degree, bro.
Yeah,
Hey,
but you
book.
can't. Yeah, but we all know that this fucking Yakubinite moron, doesn't even know how to spell military.
Let
Right.
alone veteran.
I've had some officers that are smart as fuck, and I've had others that are as dumb as my cat's litter box. It's just
Oh,
that
yeah.
you have too, and Mike has too. So
Yeah,
this
some
is
of them are
all
smart
just
enough to know you.
generalized horseshit.
Yes, yeah, it is because some of them are smart enough to know you have more experience in that situation than he does, and so maybe it should be your call or you should have input. There are some men like that.
We can move on. It was just an idiot diversion from a retard.
Right.
I don't know much about military ranks, but I can guess QE's favorite color.
What?
Gold.
Medium rare ribeye color.
No, that's not an actual color. My favorite color. My favorite color this week is turquoise.
I think he meant blood
What are you
red.
talking about, dude? You can. Hey, listen. As a professional, credentialed art educator, I give you the authority to name your own color.
Blood red, man. Blood red. We'll just call it blood red.
You don't know how many people in history named their own colors, man. You can do it. You're free. You're
Is
free,
that-
man. You can name a color.
Bro, I
Is
make
that
my
blood? Is that blood color before it hits the lungs or after?
own. Yeah, that matters. Mixed with bile or not. Mixed with bile or not. Now, other
What are we
bodily
talking about
fluid-
now?
Who the fuck
Color.
knows? You
Texture,
you
color.
started the color shit, so you said that he could name his own color, and somebody said blood red, but blood's not red.
I don't know, dude.
Blood.
You're giving me flashbacks now.
All blood is not red. How about that?
I know this. On your steak, it will be though.
Dude, what makes the green grass grow? Blood, the bright red blood.
I mix colors. I make custom colors for my car paint. I got a system for that. Then I can give it a number and label it.
How do you
Man,
know
I
that
can't remember
God
the
loves?
rest.
How do you know that God loves the infantry?
Here we go with another fucking pug.
He
God
made the
loves
sky
what?
blue.
The
He
cold
made
blue
the-
steel.
He made
Yeah,
the-
no, because he made the sky blue.
Yeah, good one.
Kill with the cold blue steel. Stab between the second and third rib. Twist, pull. Arrgh.
Oh, brother.
Shit's getting deep here, man.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna have to smoke another one.
Listen, those are just mantras that you have to sing in the military if you're actually a combatant.
If you're actually a fucking pogue, I never sang that shit.
How do we know? How do we know the color?
Yeah, like I said, if you're actually a combatant.
Nice one, AI. You're still
Hey,
a fucking pug,
listen,
dude.
I've heard similar shit, but I've also done Airborne Daddy, but this ain't no cockfight. Buy me a sandwich, you see me at the VFW, and it's all good.
He'd love to know your accolades just to dismiss them. That's interesting, Flatsy Klein. You want me to take a picture of my I love me wall?
I just
Nah,
showed
I
him
wouldn't do that.
the
I wouldn't.
Desert Eagle.
A Desert Eagle.
Yeah,
It
that
wouldn't
came.
matter.
It came from service. There's my accolades. Hard to kill, baby.
It wouldn't matter anyway. Like you'd show them like your DD-214, completely dox yourself, show all your duty stations, all everything. They just deny it because no, it's fake.
I would never
Dress,
show it anyway. Fuck.
dress
Oh yeah,
flus and all. Dress flus and all. That motherfucker was never nothing.
yeah. It's like it's completely point. Nothing will convince these guys of anything they don't want to be convinced of themselves. So if they're coming in here with a claim on the table that, oh, you were never in the military, you never have a
Yeah,
college
I got a
degree.
question though. Hold on, bro. Do you display your stuff, John? Like your old dress downs or awards?
No, they're all up in the attic.
Yeah, I don't do that either. My daughter came home from the Navy. She wants to build little cases and shit and put them everywhere. I'm like,
No,
but I
but
got
I retired, so you know what they did. They put
Yeah.
together, you know, they had a big what do you call it?
they made you a display.
Yeah, they made me a
Yeah.
display for retirement.
The
Yes.
shadow box.
I forget the
No, they
actual
got a
name of it.
name for it, man.
There's a name for it. I can't remember it. It's
Dude,
out
I
there
used
in
to have
living room.
mine. I used to have my stuff on display until I cracked the glass. And then I was like, screw it. I don't have time to fix this glass, so it's just going in a box.
Right. It's in glass, and mine hasn't broken yet, so it's still out there in the living room. All right.
Yeah, that's cool. That's what I mean. I'm in the third generation house, so grandpas and dads are here, and my brothers.
Sure.
Because so they want to put my stuff too.
Now I got a whole shitload of stuff underneath my bed. It's got a whole bunch of cat hair and fuzz on it, and the rest of it is up in the attic, where it should be.
Oh, you know what? Mike, 240 Bravo or M60?
M60.
Yeah, all the way M60.
I never fired one, so I couldn't tell you from experience which is better. So I'll have to take your word for it.
It's just the sound of it, man. It's
Yeah.
so distinctive, right? And it's just an ass kicker. M60.
Plaque, achievement plaque, right? An achievement plaque or display. The fuck do they call them things?
What? It's not shadow box.
Oh, my grandfather would be mad as hell right
It's something to that effect. Crap. I can't something like that.
History box, memory box. Yeah, something like that.
They weren't all accolades, Flatsy. I was in the military for nearly 21 years. They're not all accolades. There's a lot of them, but not all of it. Let me ask you a question. Since I have 3 honorable discharges, what if I got like a dishonorable discharge in one of those? Does that negate the other honorable ones? I always used to ask people about
That's
that.
a good question. That is a really good question.
Is
I
it the
would say-
last one?
I'm sorry, I would have to say that the discharge, no matter what it is, doesn't negate your actions under service. But that's just my opinion.
But I'm asking a technical question. If I have 3 honorable discharges, and I do, let's say the last one was dishonorable. So
Belted the CO or something.
it wouldn't matter. You just get a dishonorable discharge for the last
I
one.
know,
So does the dishonorable one trump the 3 honorable ones?
No, you have to do math correctly. It's 3 minus 1, so it's 2. So you're good.
I'm trying to remember. So you're legally disqualified from certain things if you have a dishonorable discharge generally.
Correct.
But that
It
I
would have to
can't
be the
remember
last
if the question asked. I can't remember if the question asked, "Have you ever been dishonorably discharged?" or if it just straight up asked, "Are you or were you dishonorably discharged?"
Oh, for retirement, man, yeah, that would matter for
That's weird.
retirement and benefits.
There was the thing with National Guard where they went through basic training and they were considered active duty. They get discharged honorably, but then later get kicked out of the National Guard. And then you have the weird thing where they qualify for federal but not for state.
That is hilarious.
Hmm.
That's pretty funny. I'm sure that's happened before.
No. Really?
Yeah. Yes, that's definitely happened. We can move on. It's just it's something that I've always thought about.
So anyway, for Yakubinite's benefit, Quantum Eraser's degree is in advanced textile production.
I make synthetic fur balls for ceramic cats.
He's actually a Chia Pet engineer. Remember Chia Yoda? Remember Chia Yoda? That was him.
Chia Pet. I always thought, why would anybody grow a mold, man? Just plant a fucking plant in a pot or a bucket.
Because dude, Chia Pets don't have like much work. You know, you just pour water on it and bam.
Yeah, it's for lazy people.
Well, then you
Okay.
answered your question.
There you go. All right. Because a plant does require work, you know.
But also, they have the little patterns. You know, like what's the most famous one? The pig. I can only
Guinea
remember the
pig
pig and
or
the Yoda.
pig, something like that. I don't remember what the original Chia Pet was. I'm too busy taking shit. I'm still taking care of my mom's plants.
I thought it was a lamb. I thought it was a lamb.
Like some sort of rodent, if I remember right.
It was a chipmunk.
I got an aloe vera plant that's been here since I was 18. I still change the soil and repot it. It was my
Wasn't
mom.
it wasn't it a hedgehog?
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
was thinking. Yeah.
hedgehog. Yeah, that's what it was.
It was a
hedgehog.
fucking gopher.
Some kind of rodent, yeah. I couldn't think of it though. But yeah, hedgehog sounds about right.
A fucking badger.
I think them hanging herb kits are.
It was a honey badger.
There.
Oh, I could tell. I could tell. Just hold on a second. I got a question for these fucking pugs. It's gonna expose them. So AI Overlord, Cret, and Battle Mod. Battle Mod, maybe not so, because he was in the Marines. I don't know what they do in the Marines, but the other two. What are the 5 principles of patrolling? Don't look them up. You got to tell me right now. Go.
I don't know enough. It's like
You're a
Spock
fucking
or
pug.
The first one you can't fall asleep. You have to stay away.
What?
No, it's like.
Listen to these fuckers delay so they can look them up.
No, I thought you were gonna
I'm
be
not-
like in general order or
Let me
something
get
like
in
that.
there, Crit. Logistics, recon, information.
Wrong. You're a fucking pug, but I'm
What
gonna
the heck?
dismiss it because you're in the
something around
Marines.
control,
This is you're in the Marines.
logistics.
You're okay. Don't worry about it. For the other
Recon.
AI Overlord, you had plenty of time to
But
look
there's
that shit up.
7.
Oh man,
Holy
I
shit,
didn't
Mike!
look it
Shut
up.
the fuck
I
up.
didn't look it up, nor do I remember.
Okay, fair enough. You want me to tell you? Now I can't
Sure.
tell you because people will know if I challenge them. If they say they're in the military and I challenge them that they're a fucking pug, then I can't
Oh,
tell you.
dude,
Well, they're
somebody
gonna go look them
tried,
up. And I'm
somebody tried
compromised anyway.
busting me out, man.
Holy shit, man! You guys can't shut the fuck up just to let me finish a sentence.
Man,
I know.
you
But,
better double time.
I do know what they are. It's like
Got more time in the fucking chow line that you guys got together.
I know planning is one. Planning, reconnaissance, control.
Oh, you got one. Okay, here they are. Planning, recon, control, security, common sense.
Yeah, security.
And staying awake.
They should add that one. You're right.
Yeah, well,
You can't fall asleep and do.
Recon's an easy one. You don't do shit without knowing what the fuck's going down. But then you always got to listen to some other jackass tell you what to do, so then you got control.
No one's gonna hear this. I can always use this again. I
Yeah.
haven't used it in years, just to compromise fucking pugs in the room right now.
It's been a while for me, but I got some of them.
Yeah.
Man. I'm pretty sure there was 7 for me though.
Yeah,
Dude,
you're
there's a guy.
different. You're a
There's a
jarhead.
guy.
They're different. This fucking AI won't. What
Yeah,
the
because
fuck, dude?
I don't think we mentioned common sense. If you
Yeah,
didn't
you
have that,
did.
you weren't a fucking Marine.
That's what I'm saying. You're a Marine. It's different for you guys, you
Yeah,
dumbass crackers.
we got a hyper ego, man. We don't do that dumb shit that you guys got to do.
You know the
Remind
Army
people
has
to use their
actually
common
fewer
sense.
fighting men than the Marines.
Do they?
Yes.
Listen, Rangers and Recon Army are badass motherfuckers. I won't take that from them. My family hasn't always been Marines, so I got a couple
No,
of
but
uncles that
I'm not disrespecting Marines. Just as far as you know.
I wouldn't disrespect any of their special skills operators. I mean, my uncle still beat my ass, and that motherfucker's like 75. He was a ranger, man. I ain't met too many people like him. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, they're fucking brain dead.
Yep. He'd get it done. I'd see how he could be the guy you just give a gun and go into another nation and get her done. He'd probably fucking do it.
Was he a Ranger qualified or was just in a Ranger battalion?
I'm not sure. I know he was in the Ranger Battalion.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in Ranger battalions that are not Rangers, though. Just as a little.
My
tick.
brother was Army, but he's ballistics. Or
He went
blown.
ballistic?
No, he studied bombs and shit like that. He was a bomb tech. So whatever that is,
EOD.
he likes to blow shit up every 4th.
Yeah, he's the EOD.
Yeah, that motherfucker's crazy too.
Yeah, they have to be.
Army, there's certain positions to fill. I don't give a fuck what branch you're in. You're a crazy motherfucker.
Yeah, but
Going up.
he's still EOD is still a fucking pogue.
I mean, can you imagine approaching a fucking bomb with a metal suit in the middle of a fucking conflict?
He's still a fucking pogue.
Nobody's wearing uniforms. You don't know who the enemy is, and you're gonna go up and try to disarm their fucking bomb.
He's still a fucking pogue.
That's pretty
Army
fucking
bombs. What the heck you talking about, bro?
I think it's pretty dumb. It could be remote control.
You just put a heat round in there. You just put a heat round in there, and that's the end of that.
Right.
Throw a white phosphorus grenade in there.
Why the hell are you gonna go over there? We know it's
Okay,
a
so
bomb,
yeah,
right?
so the primary reason that we had EOD come was for intelligence, not to disarm the bomb, but for intelligence on the device for whatever purposes they wanted to use it for, like to try to find sources or track people or some nonsense
Yeah,
like
that
that.
makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So he's gonna risk his ass to know where the switches came from. All right.
Yeah, because like you don't need some dude to get in a suit and bring an explosive device to set off the other explosive device, where you can just shoot an explosive device at it.
Right. I know that.
You
But
know that
no,
we're
if you're gonna
hold up, Mike. You know we're boring the fuck out of everyone in here. Do you understand that?
Yeah, we are. I do. But you
Feel
come
free to
out
be interesting. Feel free to be interesting any moment now.
here. I'll throw it out there. If you make it to Michigan in around the 4th, come by and you could see my brother blow shit up until the day he dies.
But dude, look, it's all Quantum Eraser's fault because Yakubinite was trying to bait him into a globe Earth debate by saying you don't have a physics degree, therefore the Earth is a globe.
And I know what your rank was.
Pinky. He said your color was pink. What if it is? I like pink.
Oh yeah, he says, I just want to know what degree QE got. And then Flashy Klein was he got a nice one, and then Yakuga Knight's like so a GED.
GED.
Like, yeah, that's a degree.
Now
Good
you
luck,
did
dude.
tell him that you left the service or whatever you went out from where you were, got a degree, and then went.
No, that was a hypothetical.
Right.
Oh, okay, okay.
But that hypothetical is actually true. Oh shit. So
that what you call multiple?
So I worked for a living, and then I didn't work for a living. How about that? What you gonna do with that? So I was both a non-commissioned officer and a commissioned officer. Not at the same time, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah, the ideal being a CEO doesn't work for his living. The grunts do. If the Pogue don't get it, I want him to.
Wasn't it that dumbass cracker like a couple nights ago, like 3 or 4 nights ago, that said that I stated my degree, and then he was going to go get the part where I demonstrated my degree and credentials, and he never did. Was that the same Yakubinite fuckwood retard? Is that same guy?
I wasn't here.
No, you weren't here.
I was here, and yes, it was the same guy saying QE this, QE that, and he also questioned your credentials. He did, yes.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. We could move on. He's just a fucking
He's
retard.
part of the QE fan club. I noticed you got a lot of fans here, bro.
Right. So for those of you not following why this conversation devolved into what it is at present, is because we were talking about the Globers' inability to substantiate their nonsense Coriolis claims, let alone understand what Coriolis is in the first instance. Now that you're up to speed, let's continue.
Yeah, we'll continue. Yep. I have yet in 8 years to hear one spinning ball space monkey tell me exactly what the Coriolis effect is. Not a single fucking one. The same with refraction, the same thing with what's an experiment, what's a hypothesis. Not a single dumbass cracker. Not one fucking time. What's up with that? Tell me, please.
Any globe believer at the moment, this is the time to present your case. You can address it to QE, Quantum Eraser. Go ahead.
It sounds like you're setting somebody up for failure.
And I'll be muted listening.
Holy shit.
Looking at the name list, there's not much to pick from.
Start with Flatsy, because I think she's a globetrot.
No, I don't think so.
No, she's sincere. But hey, I got a question. Did they ever make a documentary about your unit?
Yes.
Cool. If you said no, I was going to gloat on you.
Nah, I was in a particular situation where they did. I might be out there in the movie somewhere.
Everybody that knows me that, from my hometown area, they swore that I personally was in the documentary about my unit, but I don't remember seeing me in it. So I don't know what they were looking at, because my troop is Bravo and the troop that was featured was Charlie. So I'm like, I wasn't there. So we had a homeboy die, one of the newsmen in the combat theater, but he died from his blood vessels in his legs, PAD, peripheral artery disease aggravation. and his wife now campaigns for awareness. So why he was aggravated was in the plane ride over, we had to bring so much equipment, right? So he was basically sitting in like a fetal position the entire plane ride. Then when we got into the vehicles, right, he would sit in a position where his legs were up all the time, like pinched, kind of. And so the way the theory goes is that that's what aggravated his whatever that disease is, and then released blood clots, which nuked his brain.
Oh man, that's fucked up.
Yeah. So he went to the combat theater and basically died from sitting down. Really sad way to go.
Yeah.
Is there a term for these cause of death? Is there a term for it? No. Yes.
Probably deep vein thrombosis.
Well, the overarching disease is called peripheral artery disease.
And the cause of death was probably deep vein thrombosis.
Okay, thanks.
Probably. I'm just speculating though. I don't know that.
Yeah. Well, it's the cause of death in those cases is aneurysm. Basically just a testament to the modern lifestyle where we're so sedentary and sitting in positions constantly that are stressing out our veins and arteries, plus eating things that stress out our veins and arteries. And then your stress level increases the more you try talking to Globers. So I don't know what to tell you.
Not mine.
So theoretically, there could be a directly influenced death from a globe Earth, flat Earth debate that gets heated. But man, you know what? I used to think Jen Panda would have a heart attack while he was arguing. That dude would be arguing.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard a couple guys like that where I had to say, "Hey man, you're gonna have a stroke. Chill out."
Yeah, dude, you can literally hear the vein in his forehead in his voice.
Yes. I'm beating dudes down at chess while I'm doing this. Right now I'm playing a guy that's 750. And if he doesn't make the right move, I just won. I won. I like that. I'm only rated 475. On chess.com.
You know what? If we didn't mute Yakubinite, maybe we'd actually would be talking about flat Earth at the moment.
That's a thought.
You know that it's got to be sad when they're like, "You guys aren't going to accept my evidence." Like they already know their evidence is weak.
It's been a long time since I heard a lot of the arguments that the Glovers are actually using here. I see why you guys jump on them. It's like, oh yeah, we covered that for a long time. 5 years ago.
It seems they always come with assumption. They assume something. With no proof.
Is no one here talking?
You are.
Yep.
40 fucking
You were about to tell us why you believe the Earth is a globe.
Why I believe it's a globe?
Yeah.
Just feels right.
That's a good answer.
Feelings over facts.
You have any
Why
scientific
do you
evidence?
I just
You
feel
have
that
any,
way.
you have any scientific evidence for that globe tard?
What, did I feel like it's round?
No. You have any scientific evidence for your globe tard?
I said what? I said I feel like it's round, and you want scientific evidence?
Feel like we ain't interested in your feelings, sunshine.
Well, well, I don't see the problem. You guys asked me why I thought that, and I told you.
Well, your feelings, yeah, that it's not gonna hold up.
What do your feelings say?
My feeling that you're a fucking retard.
Well, your feelings don't really hold up. I don't really care about
Yeah.
what you feel.
All right, so we've got documented proof that you're a retard. What's your scientific evidence for your globe tard?
My scientific evidence? What's a globe tard?
A globe tard. It's a sphere ball tard Earth.
I mean, you call me. I prefer the term globalist. I feel like
Globalist. I prefer spinning ball space monkey religion.
spinning ball space monkey religion. Why do you call it that?
Yeah. Well, you got a spinning ball, right? Heliocentric
Uh-huh.
ball, and most of you idiots are evotards. So spinning ball space monkey religion.
What's an evotard?
Evotard evolution.
Oh.
You got to
Sorry,
have that. It's part
more
of the
obvious not
game.
to say it. So, what do you think happened instead of evolution?
What do I think happened instead of what's evolution?
Speciation over a long period of time.
Speciations is a man-made construct.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. But you understand like what evolution the idea is.
No, I
What
don't.
do you?
Post the scientific theory of evolution.
It's really not that
Post
complicated.
the scientific theory of evolution in the chat for everyone to see.
But do you know what do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
You don't know what you've never heard of the theory of
scientific
evolution?
No, I haven't.
You've never
No,
heard
I
of it?
don't.
Really?
So unless you
How did you know what an
post the
evotard
scientific
is?
theory of evolution, then no one's gonna know.
What do you mean? I feel like it's
Post
pretty.
the scientific
Why?
theory of evolution.
I just want to know what you believe in. I just want to know what you believe in. I don't see the problem.
Post the scientific theory of evolution in the chat for everyone to see.
Okay, so if I post it, will you tell me what you believe in?
Yeah, go ahead. Post
Really?
it.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
I feel like that's pretty easy. While I'm looking for it, can you tell me what you believe in?
Well, I've been fucking believe it. Why would I need to believe it? It's fucking a scientific theory. I wouldn't need to believe it.
I didn't say believe it. I said I want to know what you believe in. I said,
do you know what
belief?
I don't have any beliefs. I either
You have
know
no
it or
beliefs?
I fucking don't.
Well, that's what. Okay,
Train
so what do you?
Diarrhea of the mouth, evotard.
Well, I can't post. I can't. I can't. I don't have
please?
permission. I don't have permission. I don't know what you want me to do.
Give this fucking retard permission to post his non-scientific.
I prefer
theory.
globalist.
You're a fucking retard.
What do you mean, bro? I'm just trying to have a conversation, and you're super hostile.
You're just trying to have a conversation. Just trying to talk.
With you, yeah.
Yeah, with me. So post the scientific theory.
I can't post it, Con. What do you want me to do? I can't. I don't have permission. What do you want me to do?
Bro, just DM it. DM it to
Damn it.
somebody.
Okay.
DM it to me.
Okay.
I'll post
I got
it
it.
for you.
Okay.
Then we're going to show how you don't know what a scientific theory is, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, so
Who's animal overlord? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
This is gonna
Yeah.
be fun. You
I
just
feel like I
step.
just
You
pull
just step
a
from the.
bunch of stuff.
You just step from the fire right into the fucking blast furnace. You don't
Are you
even know it,
retarded?
you poor dumb bastard.
The blast furnace? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well,
What are you gonna blast?
before I got the flat Earth, I was out here fucking eviscerating dumbass evotards
Evo tards.
for
Oh,
about
okay.
10 fucking years. So you
Okay.
step right out of the fire into the
I
blast
mean,
furnace.
I'm probably not gonna really debate evolution with you. I just want to know what you believe.
Debate
I don't really
evolution. Evolution, what's that?
Dude, I don't know what you want me to fucking tell you. I feel like it's a
I
pretty
I
well
want you to
understood
give me the
concept.
scientific theory of evolution, for
Yeah,
fuck's
there's
sake.
one. That was the first thing off
All right,
Google.
we
There's
got
one.
we got it
Do you
posted
mean
there.
there's more than one?
I just posted
Yes.
off of Google because I really don't care about what it stands
You
for. I
really
just wanna know
got
what you believe
posted
in.
off of Google.
Yeah, I feel like I've made my intentions pretty clear. I don't really
Evidence
care.
supporting biological evolution. Well, I didn't ask for evidence yet. I asked you
Yeah,
to define it
yeah.
first.
I already told you what
Yeah,
the game
you
I'm playing
fucking
here.
diarrhea of the mouth piece of shit.
I just
Fucking
want
mute his dumbass.
What the fuck?
Just fucking mute him.
Why are you freaking out? I'm just trying to
Yeah,
talk
just
to you.
because you're a fucking pretender clown fraud. Fucking
There's
mute
30
him.
people in here. We're the
Just
only people
fucking mute
talking.
him.
That's not gonna, dude. Why? I'm
Just
trying to
mute
talk.
Triggered one
dumb
of his
fuck.
manic episodes, bro. Good job.
Just a
Need
dumb
more of
fuck.
them.
Do
Quantum,
we
why
have
can't
a
we
moderator in this fucking room
to moderate what?
to moderate your dumbassery?
I'm trying to
I
talk to
didn't
you.
ask you. Hey,
I
dumb
didn't
fuck.
ask you.
I
You
didn't
did
ask
ask me. I asked
you.
you to post a citation.
Hey, dumb fuck. That's not a citation. That's a source, you fucking moron. And number two, I didn't ask you
sure.
for evidence. You can't shut the AI. Fucking mute this idiot.
Bro, your own people are with you. What are you doing right now?
Your own people. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that must be pretty
Fucking
embarrassing.
mute your own people.
Those lower ranking cult members aren't listening again.
Listen, I'm trying to read his source here. So the first word, it says a long process, and it spells a long process ALONG as one word. Yeah, so I'm gonna just take this source and take a dump on it.
Okay. Well, that's
Oh,
right. What are you talking
shit.
about?
Scientific.
A long, that's
well,
a
let's get
long
with the
path. That's
scientific
actually
theory.
correct, by the way.
Can you tell us what?
Yeah,
a
that's
scientific,
embarrassing.
Can you tell us? Can you tell us what a scientific theory is first?
Dog, come on, man. Why is this so pedantic?
Pedantic? No, this is semantic, not pedantic.
No, we're being overly correct because I asked you if you knew what it is. You said no, but I know you do, so you're being
I
pedantic.
don't
and
know.
not
You
having a
know I
conversation.
do. Wow, you got special Evo mind powers then.
You said, well, you called me an evotard, which implies that you know what it is, right?
No,
Like, why would
I
you
know
call
what
it
an evotard is. I don't know what
right? What's an
evolution
evo?
is.
So how would you know they're retarded if you don't know what evolution is?
An evotard is a retarded person that believes in evolution.
Why would they be retarded if? Well, what is it then? If you don't know what it is, why are you calling them
Well,
retarded?
I know what I just told you what it was.
No, I'm asking if you don't know what evolution is, why are you calling them retarded?
Because they believe in evolution.
Why? Why is that? Why is that retarded?
That's what.
Why is that?
Well,
why is that
because they
retarded?
can't define it. You dumb
Because
fuck.
they can't define. But
Like
so you know what it
can't.
is. You know what they've defined it as.
No, I didn't say I didn't know what it was.
Interesting. So you don't know what it is, but you're calling
You
it
fucking
retarded.
clown.
You're being very
What's a
coherent.
scientific theory?
You're being very coherent right
What's
now.
a scientific theory? Oh, I'm being very coherent.
Yeah.
Yeah, your sister said so.
That's about again as coherent.
Yeah, that's about as coherent. What's the scientific theory?
I don't know. Lick my taint.
Yeah.
Just have
What's
a
the
discussion.
scientific
Why
theory?
are you? What is a seasonal asterism? How about that?
What's
How
the
does the flat
scientific
Earth?
theory?
How does the flat Earth account for seasonal asterism?
What's a scientific theory, Evotard? You don't even know, do you?
Well, do you know what it is?
Yes.
Cool.
That's
So
why
you know
I'm
what that
asking you.
So you know what a scientific theory is, but you don't know what evolution is.
Yeah, that's right, because it's
How
not a
does that
scientific
happen?
theory. That's why, you dumb
It's not
fuck.
a scientific theory?
That's correct.
No.
What the fuck are you talking
What
about?
the fuck? What's a scientific theory, Crayon Muncher?
Oh my god, dude, you're
What's
crazy,
a scientific
man.
theory?
Dude, do you have any other mode? Like, how about let's just talk about what you believe in?
What is this, the 12th time? What is a scientific theory?
Answer the question.
Yeah, keep in mind you were asked to define evolution and then give the scientific evidence or theory for it, right? And then you gave us a source which is like some toilet paper that's half used.
Well, how
So
the
what's that?
fuck? What do you asked me for evidence? That's the evidence. That's the site
Not
from
the
fucking
evidence.
Google.
I asked you to define it first.
Well, I don't know. I just feel like this is like this isn't
Before
really
you
how a
provide
conversation
evidence
goes.
for something, don't you have to define that, dumbass monkey?
No.
Oh, so you provide evidence for something that's non-defined?
For
Are
something
you a
that
moron?
people generally understand, and I feel
Are
like
you a
doesn't need any
moron?
explanation. Okay.
Are you a moron? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a moron. That's
Yes,
what
you
I'm
are.
deriving from this. Yes, sir.
Yes, you
Can you
are.
Can you
You
tell
got
me
that
about what
shit
you
right.
believe in now?
What? I don't believe in shit.
They
What's a
avoid talking
scientific
about
theory?
flat Earth at all costs.
What's a scientific theory?
Why are you muting me? We're the only people talking. It's not like we're disrupting.
I'm not
anything.
muting you. I don't have muting powers.
It's not
What
muting you.
is a
I'm muting
what?
you because you're not answering the question. You made a claim that this was a scientific theory. Now back your claim and answer the question, what's a scientific theory? And if you don't answer and talk over, I'm going to mute you.
I didn't never claim that. This guy's just sitting here fucking berating me. I didn't claim anything. I just asked what he believed in.
You claimed that evolution was a scientific theory.
No, I didn't.
He claimed it wasn't, and then you laughed at him. So what is a theory?
What are you talking about? I didn't claim that at all. I just asked him what he believed in.
He never claimed it was.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Are you guys listening?
Yeah, we're listening to your dumbass. What is
Dude,
evolution?
Why are you? This is just why are you doing this?
What is that? Why is you?
Dude, you know what it is. Why are you doing
so
this?
we know
How
what
am I
it
the
is.
problem right now?
Because you're throwing claims out that you need to
I
support.
haven't claimed anything. I haven't made a single claim.
Oh, you haven't, right?
What was the claim?
So what's the substitution for
What's the
evolution
claim?
if evolution doesn't work?
What's the claim?
That's what,
What
that
claim
was
did I
your
make?
fuckwit claim.
It's not a claim,
there is
you
a
idiot. It's a
claim.
question. It's a
Hey,
question.
friend, you already made a claim. Your claim, at least, is that Mr. Quantum Eraser knows what evolution is, even though he claims he doesn't. And he's asking you, who believe in it, to tell him what it is.
That's not a claim. The claim
Yes,
saying,
it
I
is.
think okay, he's calling me an evotard, so he's either saying he doesn't, he's making that name up, or he knows it and he's being difficult. I mean, are you serious? He's being difficult right now. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Physical? Oh man.
Well, listen. Lots of people use words, and some of them mean one thing, and some of them mean another. Some of them mean what the general consensus is, and some of them have a more nuanced understanding. So the correct question to you would be, what does evolution mean to you?
I'm just out.
Since
Okay,
you
but
can't
I don't.
post a scientific theory of evolution.
I can't post anything.
Well, you couldn't post that if you wanted to, because you're not going to find it.
I'm just asking what this guy believes in. What is going
you don't
on?
want to touch that, do you?
I'm just. Why doesn't he want to touch it? Why don't you guys want to touch it? What do you guys? Okay, so no, but I'm saying, what's the substitution?
I made a positive claim.
Okay, so but I'm asking if the theory of evolution is not,
there he
valid.
goes. Theory of evolution.
I'm asking whatever you
No,
want
it's
to call
not scientific. There,
Okay,
done.
Okay, I'm asking what happened. I'm just asking what happened.
I know
other
what
than
you're
that.
asking.
Okay,
you
thank
got a
you.
replacement. What happens? Okay, so you don't have a theory, a scientific theory of evolution. So I don't have to replace anything. That's what happens.
I'm asking you what you think happened.
I don't have an opinion on it.
You have no opinion?
No, I don't think we came from monkeys. I don't think I can prove it. You can't prove we
evolution,
did. So that's pretty much where it is. A stalemate
is
is what
it
we call that.
well, I'm just trying to have a conversation. Is it a religious thing? You think
Just
God
having
created it?
evolution is a religion.
I'm not, dude. It's like, you know what I mean? Like God, do you believe it's creation?
Evolution is the religion here. Make no mistake about it. So you said evolution theory. What is evolution theory?
Right. That's the next logical progression.
Right.
No,
It
it's
is.
not. It's
No, it's not.
What evolution
I'm just trying.
theory
Have you ever
should
had a
I
conversation with a real person before?
Yes. Now, which
Really? Is this
evolution
what's
theory
happening?
should I believe? You said, does he believe evolution? He said, what theory?
I didn't know. I didn't ask that either.
He just
No,
asking
you
you
just
to be
said-
specific about what you're asking if he believes in it.
You just said
I'm not being
evolution
specific at
theory.
all. I'm asking you what you believe
That's
in.
the
You
point.
just said
Yep,
evolution
very
theory.
simple, man. The globe's a
Dumbass.
lie. The Earth is a flat topographical plane. Now, where's your globe evidence? Simple.
It's not. It's not.
There's his evidence. He said it. It's not.
It was
You want
just as good as
evidence?
AJ's. So.
You want evidence to prove for Earth
Well, the
isn't
current
flat?
claim on the table is that the Earth is a spinning ball flying through space. So we are
No one said
questioning
flying
that
through space.
claim. We don't hold the
just
burden
claimed
of
that it was
proof. The
flat.
globe does. So where is the globe evidence?
I'm not debating you. I'm just trying to ask what you believe in. This isn't a
Yeah, I
debate.
can't tell you what I
And we
believe
just told
in
you.
if you can't preface the fucking thing you were asking if I believe in it.
I didn't ask you if you believed in it. I asked, what do you believe in? That's all I've said.
Listen, QE can't tell you whether he believes in the theory of evolution unless
I
you
didn't-
let him know what that fucking
I
theory
didn't ask
is.
him. I didn't ask him what the theory of
And
evolution
he
is. I asked,
asked
what
for
does
it.
he believe in? That's what all I asked is, what do you believe in? That is it. I didn't posit or say.
Not the theory of evolution.
He believes that when he goes to the supermarket, there might be rebuy there, and he's gonna buy it. He believes in that.
What?
What do you guys think about like the photos from the Apollo missions of Earth? Right? Isn't that kind of
Those
Bullcrap.
were away from the
around?
Evotard religion.
Well, aren't Apollo pictures part of the Evotard religion?
Pictures science.
I want to hear about beans evolving into steaks, man.
But they're evidence.
That's a better story. It's more
Well,
poetic.
dude, a cow eating grass is actually grass becoming a cow. So technically, that's
Well,
grass
there you go.
evolving into a cow.
Holy
I
shit!
always
You
thought I
are
was
so
vegan.
stupid.
Well, dude, I don't know what evolution is. So, I mean, why is my synopsis of what evolution is less valid than what somebody else's who can't tell me what it is?
Evolution is the change in heritable characteristics of biological populations over successive generations. It occurs with evolutionary processes such as natural selection and genetic drift on
Natural
DNA.
selection. Where'd you get natural selection? Is a reification fallacy. Natural nature doesn't select shit because it would need sentience and
sexual
intelligence. I'm not fucking done yet. It would need, that's one reification fallacy. Natural selection. Yeah, so that just crumbles your whole
It's not.
fucking
No, it doesn't.
parrot.
That doesn't.
Yes, it does.
That doesn't mean
Nature
anyone that we
doesn't
believe
select.
nature's picking things. It's
Nature's, well, you said natural selection, so it
Dude,
must
it's not
be
a sentient
nature
being.
selecting.
I just meant
right.
I meant sexual
Oh.
selection. That's,
Dumb
I
fuck.
was defining the word for you. What I meant by it.
What you meant by it. What was the last part of the definition?
That it's sexual selection. And
It's
genetic drift.
Well, and
Genetic
it's also
drift. Where'd you get
survivability,
genes
too.
from naturally? Shut the fuck up, Break. Put him on mute.
Put him on mute.
It's mute, not
Thank
moot.
Dearth. Where'd you get
Mute
genes
him.
from naturally?
What do I what?
Where did you said genetic drift?
That was whiskey.
That was
didn't say
whiskey.
anything,
That was the other guy.
I just joined. I don't know what you're talking about.
It wasn't me, guys. It wasn't me.
So 1 second, guys.
Maybe
Whiskey
if
was
4
reading
more
the
people
definition.
call
Hello,
the racer who actually said
whiskey.
it, he'll get it.
Whiskey was reading the definition. Go ahead, whiskey.
I was done. And I never said that. I don't know where genes came from. I was just saying what I think evolution is that now that there are genes.
What do
they
you think?
change.
Okay, then what's the scientific theory of evolution then?
I have no idea.
Since you defined it. So now, once we define something like plants, we need plant growth theory. So I need the scientific theory of evolution, even though we just debunked the definition as a reification fallacy. All right, but still,
I don't know what that is. Can you define what reification fallacy is?
Reification fallacy is the fallacy of misplaced concretedness. That is, the map is not the territory. That is, you place concreteness on concepts that they don't physically exist.
You're reifying a concept into reality.
Yes. Natural selection is the poster child because nature is not sentient or intelligent, so it can't fucking select anything.
Yeah, I don't think it is. No,
It does.
I guess
There's
I'm
no.
confused by
There's
what
no
you're saying,
choice. There's no
A better
choice.
explanation would be the survival of the fittest. As we know, that these species don't evolve, they die out and become extinct. Can you give me an example of evolution where one species has become an entire new one?
No. They have to define it. He already did. Now I want the scientific theory first before any evidence is provided for that something. We got to know what the fucking something is first.
Exactly.
What are you guys doing in here?
Only an
You just
ignorant
can't.
man tries to deny a thing he does not know.
All
It's
right,
the
I'll
same
take it from.
game. It's the same game Evotar's been playing the whole time. They don't define the mug, right? And then they provide evidence for something.
Well, we've
Well,
seen like mutations in
you could put
bacteria,
mutations. Were mutations of what?
the genome of bacteria,
The genome. The genome of yeah.
the
That's,
DNA.
where'd you get genes at?
I have no idea.
That's what I'm talking about.
You got no
What?
clue, buddy.
Dude, Joe, that's a good point. What is a gene after all? What is it?
Concept.
What a gene is not a concept necessarily.
Speak up.
Well, show me one then.
Deoxyribose nucleic acid.
Those are big words.
That's what it is. That's what DNA is, right? So you're gonna have to tell me how they get naturally pentose sugars, nucleic bases, and fucking nucleic acids naturally, please.
You mean
Of
like
course,
how
it's
they
all a second
came
law of
from?
thermodynamics violation from the fucking get-go because all the reactions are uphill.
Yeah, you mean like how they came from?
Oh, not only that, but they're all time sensitive and they have to be in combination during the time window. And the probability of said thing occurring, right?
It doesn't have anything to do with probability. There
Holy
is no probability.
True. Well, yeah, because it's zero probability. So
It
there you
is. Exactly.
But some people are swayed by probability arguments in the sense that if it's such a high number, then it couldn't happen. So then rather than just accept it, they just say, oh, well, there must be another universe. Because if I have infinite universes, then I have infinite probability.
Yeah, they make it.
Now that,
it has a chance 1 in infinity, so it's
Show us
happening
another.
somewhere.
Show us another universe.
listen, chill out. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen. So I know these other universes exist.
If you gave me
Paint it yellow.
if you gave me the social security number of the color yellow, that would have been just as relevant as your rebuttal right there.
What?
Yeah, so his comment was
I'm
just
so
stupid.
What are you guys debating? I'm not even.
I'm just saying. Yeah, we've seen bacteria evolve in scientific.
Bacteria evolve. Bacteria don't evolve. What's
laboratory setting.
What's evolve mean?
Forced mutation just became evolution.
No, Mike, you're above your pay grade.
Okay.
What's evolve mean?
It's the changing of DNA and genomes and
changing. Where'd you get DNA from? Here we go.
I'm not making a claim that
yes, you are.
Where it came
you
from.
said that bacteria fucking evolve, right? Did they
well,
change
we already
from
have the bacteria?
Did they change from bacteria to giraffes or some shit in the petri dish?
They changed from a bacteria that can do one thing to a bacteria that can do a different thing.
Oh, so there's still a bacteria really that can do one thing.
That's
for
a
instance,
quality, isn't it?
Well, their DNA sequence changes, so
their DNA sequence change. Really?
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean?
It means it's just a set of rules that humans have arbitrarily defined to say when a species is a different species.
Yeah, species is a different species. Well, species, there's about 150 different definitions of species. Which one are you going with?
This is a garbage debate style.
It's
Yeah,
not garbage.
How did
the
we
coin,
get
the species was first coined by Aristotle, you dumbass cracker. Right?
Yeah.
And it has different definitions.
Whoa,
so
don't
what
call
you're gonna
people
do,
don't call people the C
what you're
word,
gonna
please.
do,
In a racial
don't fucking
context.
interrupt me.
Whoa, hold on. Who said that?
Who said that? Your sister said that. So
Jesus Christ.
Hey, he's right though, Quantum. That word is a violatable word here, and so if a moderator hears you say it, you need to be muted. That's just the way the rules are in this server. And then now you know, so now you can police your speech correctly and avoid logistical censure. All right.
So no species.
I imagine somebody muted him in light of him saying that word and then not understanding the context. So there you go. So
Yeah, I'll give him a second chance, but yeah. Also, when I'm addressing the room, please unmute moderators. Thank you.
How do we get species?
What
before
word?
DNA sequencing?
What word was that? Hold on.
Oh my
What
God.
word was I muted for?
The C word, the bad boy word.
Which one?
The one that reiterates the bad
The
boys.
one that rhymes with Packers, the racial slur.
No, he's gotta have. He needs a theory of that. Honestly.
Wait, hold
Cracker?
up. Are you telling
Is
the
that what
white
you
guy
said?
a white guy can't say cracker? Is that what you're
So
saying?
if you're talking about eating crackers, that's fine. If you're calling it in the racial context, it's not allowed.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, you Evo tard numpty
Really?
dipshit.
There's a racial context to cracker?
Oh,
there is.
for goodness sakes.
Yes.
Yeah, this is pretty retarded, honestly.
Back to the conversation.
It's pretty simple. Just don't say it. You can keep it going.
Shut the fuck up.
well, all right. You're barking up the wrong tree if you want to maintain freedom of movement on the server.
Barking up the wrong. Are you fucking
My
warning me,
authority.
AI overlord?
Yes, we don't own this server.
Hey,
That's all it
would somebody see someone walking into a pit? Do they say, "Hey, there's a pit"? I mean,
is.
Hey,
go.
when I just
Listen, we just don't own
say,
the server.
oh god, we'll have a little fucking conversation there, AI overlord, later. Where's the other fucking
Well, I mean,
Evo
there's no
tard?
conversation to have. Like, you're not in a venue that you own, and somebody else owns this venue. They're present, and they're telling you the rules of the venue,
Oh,
and
I'm
you're bucking them.
sorry for breaking the CAR word.
Nice, good job, dude. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Hooray, progress.
Hold up. You think an apology is valuable?
Fuck off.
Oh, that was great. Hey, that was great. Don't.
Apologies can be diplomatic. They don't have to be sincere, okay?
Okay. Because I never mean it when I say sorry. It's just because you want it.
And at the end of the day, for any Globers in here that are taking offense to QE's language and all that, that's just QE. And as you'll see, QE just told me no and abused me. So it doesn't matter whether you're a Glober or not. If you're coming here and you're presenting something and you're not showing up with the evidence, it is what it is, man. If I, as a flat earther, say the wrong thing, other flat earthers are going to jump on me too.
So where are we at here? The where are we at with this Evo tard bullshit? What is a scientific theory, Evo tards? This is where it ends. What is a scientific theory? What is a scientific theory, Evo tards? Yeah, you better remain silent.
I
because
just
it's
think that
your
nobody
ass.
wants to have a definition debate. I feel like it's just
A
kind of
definition debate. That's called the
Yeah.
Socratic method. Idiot.
Is it?
Yeah,
It
it
just
is.
he just goes, "What's the definition?" over and over again to things he knows the
Yeah,
definition of.
exactly.
Really?
So we
That's
can
pretty awful.
communicate. So we can communicate with each other.
Right. How do you
What?
debate without defining terms?
You
Well, I
don't.
feel like you don't need to define every single term. I feel like it
I didn't
becomes,
say every single term, but
You're right. You're right.
scientific
You're correct.
theory is a
You're
very important fucking phrase for you to define.
I think where it was left off was something about gene replacement.
Yeah, we're not even there yet. Let's go. Let's head back to what a scientific theory is. Like they understand genes.
I mean, would you just like read a Wikipedia article I sent it to you? Would that suffice?
Nah. Read a Wikipedia article. That could be a problem. Do you have a citation with the Wikipedia article?
Yeah, they're at the bottom.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
Yeah, they're at the bottom.
They're at the. They really are.
Yeah.
You know why?
true.
They let me edit it. I can
Yeah,
edit Wikipedia.
anyone
That
can
is scary.
edit.
Give me your link. I'll give it back to you changed in 10
He's
minutes.
an idiot. He just says they're at the bottom. He doesn't
No,
know
but I'm
his ass
saying,
from a
well, like if I
pipe wrench.
send you a link
Shut
for you to
the
read
fuck
and we can get
up.
on the same page of, I mean, is that
Shut
good
the
enough?
fuck up. You couldn't get on the same page as a number. Yeah.
Edit.
Nice. That's good.
You're a dumb fuck.
I'm asking if we're to
What's
define
a scientific theory?
If I send you the Wikipedia article, you
What's a
accept that?
scientific theory?
So yes.
If you
Okay, how about this? How about this? I'll
if
read
you
you this.
were a freshman, yeah, there you go. If you were a freshman at university and asked, "Can I post a wiki article?" They'd laugh their ass off at you. That's why I know you never attended university, and
Yeah,
you
I'd lower
probably
your
never
grade
fucking
just for
graduated
mentioning.
high school.
I'd lower
That's
your
not-
grade just for mentioning it.
Yeah.
Well, we're just talking about the definition. We're not even debating anything
He's
yet.
not asking
yourself,
for you
kill
to put
yourself,
the link.
faggot.
He wants. Jesus Christ.
So if I read the Wikipedia article, is that okay?
No,
He
you have
doesn't
to
want
provide
the
a
wiki
case for it.
definition. He wants to know that you understand
Nigger,
it.
nigger,
Why?
nigger.
No. He's asking. He's
Oh,
asking for the
man. Come
definition. He
on.
wants to make sure we're on the same page. That's the whole point of this. If not, he's being disingenuous. Very
So
obviously.
let's do a different source then. If
You're
he's
a
not
disingenuous nigger.
satisfied with that.
Someone
Yeah,
mute
you're a,
Jesus.
Nobody's gonna say
you're a
something to
band.
that guy.
You're a gams. That's what you
Hey,
are,
they're
bro.
gonna do it now, bro. I guess.
No,
We're
he
trying to
was it.
find them.
Where'd that
It's
dude go?
chaos.
Zeus, what's up? He said the N-bomb.
It's Vamp. No, it was Vamp, wasn't it?
I don't know. I didn't see who said it.
Well, Zeus is the one that said we couldn't say the white boy word.
Well, Seuss is
All
gone,
right,
but
What?
let's get back on
Oh my
topic.
goodness.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah, just
I'll
move
take
along. We'll do
I'll
that in
take
the background.
let's get back on topic. I'll take your wiki parrot. Go ahead.
Can I just send it to you, or do I have to literally read it?
Nah, just go ahead and read it.
Are you
Go ahead and
serious?
read it, dumbass.
All right. A scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world. And
Incorrect.
Okay. Well, we don't even know which what do you want?
It's incorrect. It's
That
not an
one-
explanation. There's no
I'm reading
scientific
it.
hypothesis. Shut the fuck up. It's not an explanation. There's no scientific hypothesis that explains shit. It's a supposition, you fucking moron.
I don't. What do you really
What
want from
did
me?
you just say?
You're a fucking moron.
What do you want from me?
Post the actual
I can't.
scientific
I
hypothesis.
can't post anything.
Post it to me and I'll post it for you.
Oh, sorry. Who was that?
That was AJ. Message it to me and I'll post it for you.
Okay, I will send you the Wikipedia article because that's where we're at.
Why are you guys so obsessed with wikis?
I'm just trying to have a conversation. We can't get anywhere.
I think the
Listen,
Because you don't understand.
maybe this is-
Collegially, Wiki is not an accredited source, and that's because any moron can edit it. You ask a question, thanks for letting me answer it.
Well-
That's
well,
why we
break-
don't
In a
accept it.
dissertation.
We don't accept it because we've been to college.
Well, he told me he was cool with it.
And information is all about source, accredited source.
Yes, and I just proved it incorrect. You said it was an explanation. Whoever wrote that's a moron.
I
Post-
do.
And
Post it
since
for me
you
in the
used
side
that
chat, guys.
argument, that becomes yours, and
I didn't
you are
make an
now the
argument.
moron.
I didn't make an argument.
Go ahead,
You asked me for the
overtalk
definition.
me again, you fucking prick. You dumbass prick.
Break check. Your scientific theory is in the side chat. I posted
Thank
it
you,
for
sir.
you.
Thank you.
That is an explanation. It's not an explanation. I already fucking debunked that. It doesn't explain shit. It's a supposition.
You're
Dumb
asking
fuck.
for the definition, dude.
It's wrong.
How? What
I
definition's
just
right then?
fucking.
Then what definition's
You're
right?
a retard. Put him on mute.
I do.
Put them on mute.
I thought it was. I mean,
him
I
on
kind of
mute.
agree. I kind of agree with the definition that AJ put in.
You
that
agree? Well, that's
create an
great. We're not in an
hypothesis and then do
agree-disagree
it-
genre.
Wait.
This is not a subjective thing. It's not, the cake decorating forum or whose favorite color is the best forum. I don't give a fuck what you agree with.
You do a.
And
you,
that
you
wasn't
create a
my
hypothesis.
example. I posted
Say
that on
something.
behalf of Break Check because he
We
doesn't
all
have the
know that.
ability to post.
Yeah, you create a hypothesis and then make an experiment to test that, and then if your observations match, then that you conclude that that is some evidence supporting it, even though it doesn't guarantee that that hypothesis is correct. But then you keep creating more and more experiments to test.
You
No, you
missed the
fucked
first
up.
You can
step.
never in the
You
industry. You
missed
can
the
never be
first step.
sure. You can never be sure of anything 100%. So all you can do
No,
is
yes,
keep
you
coming
can.
up
We
with
can never be
tests.
sure of 100%. Is that 100% true?
It might not
Oh,
be.
got you there, buddy.
We can never be sure of 100%. Is your statement 100% true? You fucking retard.
Yeah, you might be able
Yeah,
to.
so you
but
just
we don't know.
contradicted yourself. Just shut the fuck
You
up.
just debunked yourself, Whiskey. That's hilarious.
I mean, that means I'm pretty smart, right?
Background noise, somebody.
AI, your background noise. Should I mute you for now?
Oh, my bad.
I don't. You're driving. Yeah, he's good.
The Earth is flat because when I went up in a rocket, it was just flat, and when I came back down, it was flat.
Wow, Higgins, that's amazing.
Nobody's ever been in a rocket and seen it from space.
Are you sure
That's
about
what
that?
I'm saying. I just went up to the firmament, hit the firmament. It was like jelly, and then
You
All
two
right,
smoke too much weed.
He's in fantasy land. Whenever you come back to the realist level, you can. Realist level begins. Forget about fantasy land, bro. Come on.
Yeah, but how do you prove anything without coming up with a hypothesis and then making an experiment and getting evidence, or having it support it one way or the other?
Yeah.
So, what part of the globe is science?
Well, there was
So we
someone
were
said, "Hey,
talking about evolution, actually.
well,
Well,
someone
no,
said, hey,
we're
the Earth might
talking
be
about
round,"
the
and
nature of the Earth, and we're talking about science. So I'm asking, where is the science supporting the spinning water ball?
well, it would be like the hypothesis is that the Earth is round.
Oh, you've
Experiment,
already made a mistake.
go into space, and
You
the
already
evidence would
compromised
be we
yourself.
took a picture of it.
You already
So-
compromised yourself. That's not science.
So
You're in
how
a
did you
category
manipulate
error.
the Earth?
You're in a category error. You should have objected to AJ's question or query by saying, AJ, that is a malformed question. There is no scientific evidence for shapes. Since you did not do that, ipso facto, you're a pretender clown. Follow? You probably don't.
I don't see clowns very often anymore.
The shape of something is not
You look in a
science,
mirror.
it's geometry, dude. We don't use science to measure drop over distance.
He set you up,
Yeah, going good there.
and you fell right for it. Good job, AJ. You're compromised. Who is that? Whiskey Renegade? How many
Whiskey.
times is that now?
Took his
3 times already.
Next is checkmate, buddy.
After the first few times, it just becomes normal.
He's running out of material.
Whiskey, you're debunking yourself again and again, bro.
I don't know. I don't know how.
He doesn't know how.
That's the problem. You don't know.
You don't know what you don't know.
That was a new one. You don't know what you don't know. Interesting.
I mean, can you guys explain it more clearly?
I
Yeah.
would, but I don't know about it.
I don't know how much clearer it can get, dude. I'm sorry, but if we're looking at the Earth and we're questioning the claim of the globe, we are looking for drop over distance. This has nothing to do with science.
Yeah, shape isn't a science question, no.
The kid's puzzle question.
I'm confused why shape isn't a science question.
Can you show me the shapes in science?
No, I'm just saying the scientific method is a system to try to
Which
provide
scientific
evidence
method shows the
or
shape of
that
the Earth?
definition that you've created.
Can you show me a scientific method that shows the shape of the Earth?
Measurement is one thing, science is
Yeah,
another.
the pictures we took from space.
Can you show me these pictures?
I can look them up later and send them on the chat.
Pictures aren't science, for a start. And secondly, you're talking about pictures from a violation of natural law. So, pretty irrelevant, really.
Isn't this the same guy who just fell for the same trap just a minute ago?
Yeah.
My goodness.
He also agrees with the wiki definition, the scientific theory is an explanation, but that was debunked already.
You guys wanted definitions, and then didn't want to read them. I don't know what you really want.
Bro, you haven't
We
read it.
want more Wikipedia.
I mean, I can post something that isn't, but I mean, if we're just trying
Break,
to get definitions
break.
that would
Oh,
discuss it, I feel like
Did you read it?
I
Did
was
you
just
read it,
messing
Break?
around.
I tried
start
to.
with this. Do not
I
start
was
with this
muted
Wikipedia
again.
shit again.
Well, we're only concerned about definitions so we can talk about things, right? We're not
Do you
actually.
have a brain? Can you actually define anything yourself without the need for google.com.au?
Well, what can you guys not? Do you guys not know the definitions of all these things?
Yeah, we do, but we're asking
so then
you.
why am I
And the
doing? So
problem
why am I
is,
doing this?
because
you're
you're
trying to
making the
prove to
claims
us.
and you're the one speaking
I
about
haven't made a
science
claim.
and theories and things like that. So we want to
Nope.
ask you to define it so we know that you know what you're talking about.
Didn't.
And from the citations that have been given so far, those citations were incorrect.
Didn't claim
And
any. I
Wiki,
didn't claim a single thing.
and Wiki isn't a good place for citations anyway because it can be changed.
Sure, but I didn't claim anything.
So what's your point?
I'm asking you what you guys believe in or to have a conversation, but you won't accept definitions that we use colloquially, so it's pretty much impossible to get beyond 3 words.
Yeah,
Well, if
what if
we're
we
asking,
have a conversation that's not this like debate type attack thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
I don't think anyone's attacking anyone. You just aren't making
Yeah.
any assertions.
Right, and I'm being muted constantly. I just want to know what you believe in. Is that such a bad thing to ask?
we question the shape of the Earth and we find no curvature, and we find that the Earth to be measurably flat. We have claims on the table of things like gravity being science. They're not science. What else would you like to know? There's not much further to go. There is no rotation. It can't be measured. It can't be witnessed. You cannot measure rotation from the inertial reference frame, non-inertial reference frame, from the frame that you're in. It's impossible. That's just facts. That's what we believe.
So what do you think, like, so how are we kept down? Like, if there's no gravity, we're not attracted to mass, like, what keeps us, like,
Well,
down, you know what I mean?
the problem is that falsification's independent of replacement, and we can make assumptions on that, but we're not here to talk about assumptions. We're here to talk about what we can prove. Yeah,
Oh,
and
I'm
we can
more
prove,
interested in the assumption.
that there is no curvature, that the Earth is a topographical plane. Simple. No curve, no globe.
Can we talk about the assumptions?
We don't like assumptions.
Well,
We
but I
like
mean, if you guys
facts.
have, if there's like assumptions on like what's doing it, can we talk about that? That's more interesting.
We don't make assumptions. We only know the truth.
Well, that's sort of going off into the weeds on the topic. The topic is that the Earth is flat, and we can measurably show the Earth is flat. So how everything else works around that is really irrelevant to the conversation at the moment.
Okay, so I guess then how do you measure the Earth is flat then? What's like how do you do that?
So do you know the circumference that we're given for the globe?
I am not aware now.
Okay, so they give us a radius, of 3959 miles, yeah? And off of that, we should be able to work out the drop over distance, because anywhere you're standing on a ball, the Earth is going to drop away from you. Yes?
Yeah, like if you go far enough out, it'll eventually be over the curb or something, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you're standing on a basketball, yeah? It doesn't matter what point of the basketball you're on, you're at the highest point and you're going to look around the curve where it's going to drop away from you. And then at a certain point, if you're trying to look across that object, it's going to be blocked by that curvature.
Gotcha. Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Sorry.
So
So you're talking about the radius and circumference thing.
yeah. So again, it's a mathematical equation. So the calculators we get tell us it's approximately 8 inches per mile squared. But the way that we can look at it too is that if we are standing on a shoreline, then the furthest distance to the horizon, the physical curve of the Earth that would be blocking things, would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if we're standing on a beach at the shoreline and our eye line's at 6 feet, then we should start seeing this physical curvature blocking things at no more than 3 miles or 5 kilometers.
Okay, so it should be completely over the drop, basically.
Yes, and the claim is that that's how they know it's a globe, because we see ships disappearing over a horizon. Yeah, you would have heard that.
I've heard. Yeah, you can. Yeah. So okay, so you're saying we can't measure that actually?
Yeah,
Or
so the globe paradigm is, or what they teach about the globe is that there is this physical horizon. However, it can't be seen, it can't be found, it can't be measured, because the horizon is actually optical and moves in and out according to the conditions.
so it's like hazy or something? That would be what it's doing. It not the roundness is what you're saying.
Well, what we actually see, yes, is an optical horizon, and it's where the sky appears to meet the earth in a horizontal line. Yeah, horizon. That's where the word's derived from. So the problem is that there is no physical curvature. It's actually just assumed. It can't be found, it can't be measured, it can't be detected. Now, that optical horizon, yes, it can move in and out according to conditions, which is what we witness every single day. However, the physical curve of the Earth is not something that can move. The Earth's not breathing in and out. Yeah?
Okay. Okay. So so it's just flat and goes on, and then the optical horizon is what makes us not see it, not curvature, basically.
Well, correct, yes. And I'll drop a picture in the chat for you.
Sure. Okay.
So you got a modus tollens there? Yep. And now these oil rigs, we know that there's refraction occurring here because we can see how it's affecting the cranes, but these oil rigs are nothing to do with this photo or this modus tollens apart from a marker for distance, yeah? So we've got platform Hillhouse at 6.21 miles and platform Habitat at 9.41 miles, yet we can see water beyond those platforms to a horizon in the distance. And when you actually watch the video of this, that horizon would be at approximately 30 miles because there's some land markings on each side as well at 30 miles out. So, but just for this, we can say it's around the 10-mile mark. Would you agree that that horizon's at approximately 10 miles beyond platform Habitat? Yeah? All right, cool. So this had an observer height of 1 feet. So the modus tollens is if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, which would be P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q, which would be the geometric horizon or that physical horizon. And that has to be in every direction, not just in front of you. So it's not just the curvature's in every direction.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you're standing on a ball, it curves away from you in all directions, not just in front of you. If you look to the side, behind, it doesn't matter where you look, it's going to curve away, yeah?
Maybe you wouldn't perceive it because your field of vision is narrow, though, and you're only looking forward. I don't know, but okay, I guess I see what you're
Yep.
saying.
Yep, cool. Okay, so that'd be Q, the geometric on curve and that's off their own curve calculations. So in this photo, not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. So in this photo, the observer height on the beach is 1 foot. So that dictates that the max distance to that physical horizon can be no more than 1.22 miles, yet we have a optical horizon at 9.41 miles. And you would also know if you've done any time on the water that you're not on any sort of curvature. You're looking flat out over the water. We also know that water, large bodies of water at rest, find level.
Like, what does that mean? It's like flat? Is that what you're saying? Or it fills
Yeah.
up?
So if we have water, if you have a let's just say a puddle, yeah,
Mm.
then the edges of that puddle would be a shoreline, and the top of the puddle would be flat. Underneath, the water would conform to the shape of whatever hole it's in, and then a bigger puddle would be a lake, and then a bigger lake would be an ocean. Yeah. So water at rest, I know the ocean has waves, but water that's not running will run down and find level.
Oh, okay. Like it fills up the space that's available. This is what you're saying.
Yeah, and then the top is always level, yeah? Whether it's a puddle, whether that's a lake, whether that's a bowl, it doesn't matter. We'll see that a river will flow down to a lake, and then once it hits the lake, then it will be at rest in the lake, and the top of the lake will be level.
Oh, so you're saying it wouldn't be level if there was a curve. It would be curved? Or I'm not.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
how do flat earthers explain tides, or do y'all not have an explanation for that? It's just one of the things that you don't have, like you haven't figured out.
There was a guy that I seen looking into tides from the flat earth side, and it was actually quite interesting, and I might be able to find some information on it, but it was about tidal nodes, and it was actually showing that there's high and low tides in many different locations at different times, and it's not linked to the moon the way that we're told it is. It can't be, but I couldn't say too much more on that. I only watched it briefly, but I might be able to find a link for you if you're interested.
Well, the globers don't know what causes them anyway. All they have is abject speculation based on the presupposition of a globe, so that's not very useful.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it's not curving, it can only be flat.
Okay.
Yeah, tides work in reality. The globe is a fantasy. So there you
Sure.
So then when we do, say, celestial navigation, we're using plane trigonometry, right triangles, to create elevation angles. Now for that, those we're making a horizontal line out to the horizon and eventually to the GP, or the ground position of that celestial body, which could be over 3,000 kilometers. So again, you cannot form an angle from a curved baseline.
Okay.
What about being able to like get on a plane and go from LA to Dubai and then Dubai back to New York and then New York back to LA? Like, is that like just a big circle?
the plane is designed for a flat horizontal plane. It's not designed for a globe curving and spinning. So the plane, it's the aircraft itself is designed to make it practical in reality for a horizontal plane, no pun intended.
Fly from airport to airport. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't
Fly
take
level.
account any curvature or move or rotation of the ground. So yeah, go ahead.
Fly
Yeah,
level,
that
the
point.
same way the sea is level.
Yeah.
How
Sea
come
level,
planes?
horizon,
Nothing in
horizontal.
your.
How come planes travel faster at higher altitudes then?
Maybe they got wind to help them.
Oh, okay.
Jet streams.
There are actually jet streams, yeah. You
Yeah,
can look that up in your own.
there's less air resistance with the higher you go because the air is thinner. So.
Oh, okay.
That's jet streams.
But I was just more saying like you can go like with respect to the sun and the moon, you can seem to be going in the same direction, and then you still end up back in the same place.
East to west.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
Testing. Can anyone hear me?
according to your question, an analog clock wouldn't work because the hands wouldn't be able to circumnavigate around the face.
Testing. Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you, Jetson.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Hey, I never used push to talk. I'm very new to Discord. I've never done this before. So, what's up, guys? I do have a question for flat earthers. It may seem a little bit out of left field, but I've been collecting data, if you will, on this subject. I found a weird correlation, and I just want to know what the flat earthers think. Do you guys believe the Holocaust happened as it happened, as we're
Don't
told that it
even
happened?
start with shit like that, mate.
All right,
Got
you're
nothing
muted.
to do with flat Earth.
He just got Discord, and that's the first question he's gonna ask. That's definitely a troll, LARP.
He's trying to get to something, guys. He's trying to explain something.
That's not
No, he's
the
not.
topic of this channel. You can go to a different channel, maybe try it. You might be muted on that one as well.
He's trying to lump us in with a group of people that we don't agree with. So go try someone else, mate.
Come on, Justin. It's not about the Holocaust.
We can
And-
unmute you if you agree not to ask silly questions like that.
Yes,
Keep
please,
to
please
flat
do it
Earth.
to him.
All right, Jetson. You can ask one more question. Go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
The topic of the VC. You see the topic of the VC?
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm sorry about that. I thought I was in a politics server. First of all, second
This
of all,
is a
like I
politics
said,
server, but there's different
oh, it is?
channels with different topics.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I didn't mean anything by that. I was literally just curious. So yeah, okay. So we can just talk about flat Earth. Are we talking about flat Earth? Like what? I'm still confused. Like,
Yeah, man. That's what we're talking about.
You said that you joined the Flat Earth VC and then you were gonna ask something about it, and then you jump into something else completely
well,
unrelated.
that was
That
because
sounds like a
of
troll. That sounds like a LARP.
No, you can ask two of the other people that I've already spoken to in here.
He's
I've
not
asked them the
trolling,
exact
no.
same question. But
So
it doesn't
Do you have
matter.
any
We don't
the man
questions on
said
the
what?
topic of the VC? Do you have any questions about the topic of the VC? Do you?
Okay, is it just politics? Is it flat Earth and politics? Like what is?
Flat Earth.
what is
Yeah. Flat Earth.
Just what the name of the VC says.
It's just what the what?
Title of the VC.
It's just flat Earth in this room. Nothing else. No speculation. Nothing else. We're here to discuss the nature of the Earth.
Okay. So just flat Earth. Okay. So you guys believe that the sun and the moon are local, correct?
Don't know.
Observable phenomena. We all see it from the ground. We observe the cycles.
Gotcha. Okay. So how do you explain why doesn't the sun fall into the Earth?
What?
Well,
Why doesn't the sun fall into the Earth?
First of all, I would say that that's an answer that we can't answer. However, what we can do is we can actually look at the shape of the Earth under our feet and notice that it's not a shape, that it's flat. We can measure it flat.
But the way that the sun operates is that it converts hydrogen to helium through its mass.
How do you know that?
Is the
How do you
sun
know
the
that?
Earth? Is the sun the Earth?
Is what?
Is the sun the Earth under your feet?
No, the sun is not the Earth.
Is the Earth under your feet or above your head?
It depends on the elevation that you're at, but typically it's underneath you.
If there's
So it's
no
underneath you.
curvature under your feet, how does the sun prove that wrong? If we can go out and show that there is no curvature and that we're on a topographical plane, it doesn't matter what the sun's doing. It doesn't change the fact of the ground we're walking on.
We die without the sun.
No, it doesn't.
Well, it does because we wouldn't be here without the sun.
But that
I'll
doesn't
agree with that.
shape of the
We
ground.
don't know what the sun is.
Correct.
So.
But whatever the
doesn't-
sun's doing is not relevant to the shape of the ground that we're walking on and doesn't prove the shape of the ground. We can actually take measurements and see that there is no curvature.
Right, but by your theory, the sun is local.
What theory? What
The
theory?
flat
No
Earth
one said
theory.
the sun is
No,
local.
my
We just said we
corners, my
observe it doing things.
So you guys are different kind of flat,
the
because all the flat earthers I've talked to say that the sun and the moon are local, meaning
listen,
that they're
the
underneath the
corner
firmament.
store, that I can go buy stuff, that's local. The sun is something of the heavens above. It's not the stuff that you're walking across. It's not the plane that you're walking across or doing things in the real east level. You can
Right, but
determine.
local.
You can
By
determine.
local, I mean
You can.
underneath
That
the.
it's not, bro. Local. It's local. Is the store that you go buy milk and eggs. That's local.
No, local. Okay, wait. There's not just one definition for local, first of all. Second of all, local as in underneath the firmament.
You're building
So
type of
that's what I've heard from flat
construct.
earthers. Do you
How do
guys
we
believe
know
it's
it's
You're
not
building.
local?
outside the firmament and it's not? How do we know what the firmament is? How do we know there is a firmament? These are all things that we can't answer you, but what we can answer and show is that there is no curvature and that there is no science behind the globe.
Do you believe in anything?
My goodness. I believe that when I go to the store, there's gonna be milk and eggs, and then when I get there, I know there's milk and eggs, and I buy them.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Exactly my point. Exactly. Yeah. What does this do with the shape of the Earth?
Okay, this is like. Okay,
What you'll
so.
have, okay, let me explain,
Okay, so the
Jetson.
sun doesn't matter.
All right. Now, there are people and there are flat earthers. There are flat earthers and there are other people who believe in the Bible. And the Bible describes a firmament with the sun and the moon within the firmament. Now, in this discussion here, we have people coming in here that obviously don't believe in the Bible or believe in any type of religions. So if we were to bring up that as an evidence, it's not going to be relevant. So what we deal with here is what we can really see, what we can really measure, what really is, and we don't speculate on what could be. So at the end of the day, again, if there is no curvature to be measured and we can falsify that, well, then whatever the sun and moon is doing, the sun and moon is doing, and it's obviously working. It's not relevant if we can measure the Earth to be a topographical plane and not a ball.
It is relevant though, because it's relative evidence. Because you cannot have a local sun.
So
You
we
cannot
could
have a
go and
local
take a
sun.
measurement of a flat plane with no curvature, and we could be wrong because the sun and moon are doing something.
He just said you can't have a local sun. He's just building. He's building a construct in his mind, and he's saying this construct in Jetson's mind doesn't work. It doesn't work in reality. Therefore, what you guys are talking about is wrong. He's building some type of straw man in his mind and debunking that.
Wait, this is not a straw man. This is directly correlated with the shape of the Earth. As far
your
as
mind.
what the no, as far as what the
Yeah.
argument that has been proposed to me with literally every other flat earther that I've
Are you
ever
talking
talked
to with
Now,
people that are not in this
you might
VC? Are
think
you
different.
you
Hold on,
talk
you
up?
might
Hey,
think
listen,
different,
dude.
but I've
Talk to the people in this VC and address that. Don't address people that are not here to talk about what you're trying to portray in your mind. Okay.
And I just explained that scenario to you quite clearly.
Well,
Okay,
does
so
the Earth
where do
have
you
any
believe the
demonstrable,
sun is?
measurable, observable surface curvature? How about that?
Good question.
Well, according to him,
Also,
it doesn't matter if we don't
Well,
know what the
let's
sun
see
and
what he
moon are
says.
doing.
No, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. But where do you guys believe the sun is? We can talk about the
Yeah,
curvature and
that's
everything.
irrelevant. So,
First,
does
I
the
want
Earth
to
have any
know where the
demonstrable,
sun is.
measurable, observable surface curvature?
Okay, but first of all, answer my question. Where do you believe
No,
the sun is?
no. First of all, we're going to find that demonstrable surface
No, I
curvature,
asked
if
a
there is any.
question.
Yeah, we really don't give a shit about your stories about the sky and then interpretations from your interpretations of the sky that the Earth is actually a ball and blah blah blah. We're just going to look directly at the Earth itself and see if it is that thing that you're interpreting it to be from the sky. So, do you have any direct evidence that it is?
And we answered that question and said we don't know.
Well, what's he going to
So
say?
you don't know. That's all I wanted to know. You don't know. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, so we can
Jetson,
move on to.
You haven't figured out what's under your feet. How are you gonna figure out what's on
Oh
the
no,
head?
I'm very confident as to
Listen,
what's under my
Jetson.
feet.
Jetson, you haven't figured out what you living at. The thing that you are operating in the realist level. You haven't figured that out yet. And now you want to talk about the luminaries and how that works, bro. Like, you're out of your league.
Okay, so it's all relative. If you want to pivot
All
to another,
relative.
It's not a pivot. Actually, you're the one who's trying to pivot off of the central point here, which is the globe in question. We just want to get to some direct evidence of that, if there is any, and you keep trying to pivot away from that and then say that we're pivoting. That's pretty rich.
I don't understand why you're so mad.
It's not gonna work here in the
We just
with
want
the
your direct
adults.
globe proof. We've just we're just getting a bit impatient because we've been waiting a while. Like, if you could just take off the tap dancing shoes and get us to this globe proof, we can all just pack it in and go home. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, stop dancing, Jetson.
Okay, what do you want to talk about then?
I just
what
told you like 6 times, dude. Maybe you're not the one.
Okay, well, what is it? What do you want to talk about?
You didn't hear me the first 6 times I said it to you?
No, because a bunch of people were talking at once.
We want a direct demonstration of surface curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so you want me to somehow in this voice chat without a camera show you that the Earth is curved.
Well, maybe you've taken a picture of it with a camera before. I don't know. Show me whatever you got.
Well, we could just say who in history's
this a
ever
debate?
directly
Is this a
measured
debate
curvature
or, like,
drop
what
over
is this?
distance. Who in history do you know that's ever measured curvature drop over distance?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can just Google the curvature. Like you
Well,
see,
this is your
we don't
claim.
want to Google
This
it.
is your claim. You haven't done that already for your own claim?
Okay, so you guys, you realize that you guys have to provide the evidence to the contrary of the.
No.
That's a
Oh, so
reversal.
it's a proof
You're right
reversal.
there for a second, because falsification is independent of replacement. That's the first point. If I falsify something and I don't have a replacement, doesn't mean that it's no longer false. And secondly, the claim that's on the table at the moment is that we live on a spinning ball flying through space. We are questioning that claim. The burden of proof lies on the claim, not the person questioning it. So
it sounds like he
whether
thinks
you're claiming the Earth is flat.
no, I'm asking you, who's ever measured drop over distance? Because we've tried to figure that out and we can't find anybody. So obviously
do you
you
try to figure it
believe
out?
in these things.
he's trying to
we wanna
reverse
know-
the burden of proof onto you. He thinks that his fantastical claim is true by default for some stupid reason. Just go
Wow, you
outside and
guys are
show us where you see the curvature of the Earth, the curvature of any lake or ocean or any spinning motion, anything like that.
I mean, I've been to the top of Mount Rainier. I definitely saw curvature.
Oh, you
If
definitely
you guys
did.
want to go there.
Okay, we have your word that you definitely saw a curvature. Cool claim. Can you provide any evidence for it?
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. You want me to like show you on a voice channel, like earlier I said.
Yeah, I guess you're not the one. Oh well, I got my hopes up there for a second.
He's saying he came to a gunfight and he's saying, hey, I can't defend myself. I have a claim. I'm gonna tell you guys how everything works, but
I thought you guys would
believe me, bro.
That's like the mistake that I made
Trust me,
coming in
bro.
here.
Yeah, you thought we would just believe you. You could just come in here and say, dude, I totally saw the curvature. I know I did. And we'd just be like, oh, man, he saw the curvature.
yeah,
It
he's
really is
right.
a glitch.
Jetson saw it.
Nice
All
try.
right.
Better luck next time.
Right. Yeah, no.
Jetson's figure it
I am the
out.
one who invited
You
him. I am
asked
the one
me.
who
What
invited
the
him.
fuck? You asked me.
That's true.
Demonstrate Earth curve. Go.
Over a voice chat?
Well, you can,
You want me to
Now,
demonstrate
if
the
you like, you
curvature of the Earth
hang on.
over a
If you
voice
like,
chat.
if you like, you can post your photos to me, and I'm happy to post them in the voice chat for you if you don't have the ability to post.
Okay, I do not have photos of the top of Mount Rainier. I am sorry, that's on me. Because 4 years ago when I was there, I wasn't expecting to be in a flat Earth debate where I'd have to show those
Oh,
photos.
so you're a liar now. Oh, got you.
So are
Yeah,
you
I'm-
saying that you saw
yes,
the curvature
yes,
from
I'm a
there?
liar.
You saw the
No, that
curvature
makes
from Mount
perfect
Rainier?
Yes, I did.
yes,
He
said
saw
that.
the curvature from Mount Rainier. Now we know you're a liar. Or maybe
Yeah,
you
it's very
actually
high up.
confirm your bias. No. You know what? I'm gonna take that back.
MC, have you been there?
I'm gonna take that back. I'm
No,
gonna
you
take that
haven't.
back. I'm gonna take
Can
that
you see
back.
the
So
curvature from an airplane?
No.
So if you can't see it from a
And you
plane,
can't
why are you
see
going to see it from a
curvature from an
mountain?
airplane? Wait, you can't see curvature from an airplane?
Nope, not according to your own paradigm. Go and have a talk to your own astrophysicist about that.
Okay, so how far can humans see? Like, what is the distance at which we can view, like, land? Like, how far away?
Well, that depends on the conditions that we have on the day, because the conditions change daily. And,
That's
you
a
know,
clear
if
day.
you have a listen to people, weather reports, they'll tell you what the distance of vision would be for that day according to the weather.
Okay, imagine that it is clear. Do you know how far the human eye can see?
We're not imagining things here, dude.
It's 9 miles.
Do you think we could see infinitely?
It's
If it,
9
if
miles.
it's not if it's not on a ball?
It's 9 miles. I'm just talking about anatomy now. Like,
I can see
literally, the
9
human
miles?
eye can see 9 miles away.
Oh.
Where did you hear that from? Citation, please.
That would be wrong.
Why can I see the
Oh.
city
You want
86
me?
kilometers away?
You want me to? Oh, well, why can you see the city? 86 kilometers away.
Correct.
Yeah. What instrument are you using to see the city?
My eyes.
Just your eyes. You can see just
Correct.
with your eyes the city. Okay,
You
and
can
that's
see
like
pretty
what?
far, bro,
86
depending on how
kilometers.
high you are up, bro.
86 kilometers. So that's like
This is
what?
from
That's like
this
40,
is from
39 miles.
This is from the beach across the bay. 86 kilometers.
What bay and
And I
what
can
city?
confirm that. I can 100%
Called
confirm that.
the city is called Melbourne, and it's from you can see it from Geelong. Might not be 86, but 60, 70 kilometers.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
you're
you can
not
also
using
see it
instruments.
from the Great Ocean Road. What's that first town along the Great
Okay,
Ocean
you're not
Road,
using
Timbo?
instruments such as a camera or a
No,
telescope
just
or
your
a
eyes, mate.
scope or anything.
Just your
Just
eyes.
your eyes.
Yep, just your
There
eyes.
goes that 9-mile claim.
You're positive? Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yep,
Bro,
I see it
you
all
can
the time, mate.
from the river, like 20 feet above sea level, you can see Mount Rainier, the Mount Rainier you were talking about. You can see like from over 50, 60 miles away.
Hey, Timbo, how far would it be from Apollo Bay to Melbourne City?
He said 9 miles is the limitation of your eyes. That's just crazy, bro.
Stupid.
9 miles when? At what observer height? From what elevation?
Maybe he has bad eyesight. That's a possibility.
I just picture him like looking around, right? Anything past 9 miles is just fucking blurry.
I do have bad eyesight. And I would like to rescind my earlier argument. It's
Okay.
not so much the distance that you can see; it is light. So excuse me, it's the distance of light
Well
that
done,
you can
mate.
see, which is
Well done
also.
well done for going back on what you said. That's
Well, yeah,
that's
people can.
honourable, mate.
Yeah, people
Honourable.
can be wrong. I mean, people are wrong sometimes. I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
claiming
that's
to be like
fine.
infinitely
So
smart or
Jetson,
whatever.
the 9 miles eyesight, it's not correct, okay? The limitation to 9 miles is incorrect, okay? So that's fine that you
Yeah, that's
admitted
correct.
that's wrong.
Yeah, so you can see infinitely, as it turns out. Incredible. The human body
No,
is
not
so.
infinitely. That's
what?
incorrect. That's incorrect.
No,
Not
no, no.
infinite.
You can see
Nobody's making
infinitely,
that claim.
but the light. No, no, no. You actually can see infinitely, but light is what
No, there's
like
no
the
such
distance
thing
at which
as
you can see light.
infinitely. There's no such thing as infinitely.
Yeah, that's just wrong, dude.
No, I
Sorry.
mean there's no limit on how far the human eye can see.
No, there is.
Like I just
That's
looked it up.
incorrect. Bro, you just were wrong about the limit and you're saying now it's unlimited. Like,
Oh my god, I was wrong one time, so I must be wrong this time.
that's double
Yeah.
speak right now.
That's
All right, do you want me
actually
to
double
link
speak.
you? Do you want me to link you my source that states that you can see infinitely? However,
You just
the
Googled that and
distance
found
at
that
which
out?
you
You
can
just said
see
you can only
light.
see 9 miles. Now you're changing? Like, what
Okay.
the hell?
I already admitted I was wrong about the 9 miles.
Oh, so
That's
now you're
why
wrong. Now you're like, oh, then it's infinite, actually. That's right. Yeah.
I don't feel like you're listening to the conversation. But I mean, we're getting into a semantic argument now, right? Like we're talking about the flat earth. We can talk about human anatomy if we want, but what I'm talking about is
Everything but flat Earth.
I don't know.
Right?
You just you. I don't know if I'm gonna trust you about human anatomy because you just said that the limit view of the eye is 9 miles. So if you're wrong
Right,
about,
and I
you're
said
wrong
I
about
was
many other
wrong.
stuff, many other things.
Right, and I said I was wrong. And I don't know, like, if you guys were expecting me to be like all knowing or something. I'm not God over
No,
here.
no,
So.
Definitely not.
Nobody.
Don't worry about that.
But now you're saying we should trust you when you say we can see infinitely. We should trust you on
Well,
that.
I can send you the link for that one.
Okay, where's the link? Go ahead.
Okay, where do I put it? Because like I said, I don't use Discord very often. I'm pretty new to it. Where do I put it?
Hey, Jetson, I feel like you should add a but at the end of that claim. We can see infinitely, but
But the distance that we can see light differs. So where do I put the link?
In the open chat, you go up into the open chat. If not, you can DM it to Bisticles and he's gonna post it for you.
oh damn it, dude, I'm outside. All right.
All right, send it to Jamesy.
No, you can send it to me. I'm on I got my phone. You're good.
Yeah, send it to Jamesy. I mean,
I
on the
found general chat if you would prefer me to put it in general chat.
No, we're not in.
in the chat that is about this VC has a chat. It's called Open Chat. You see the top layer of this VC voice channel. You're gonna see Open Chat. It's like a chat icon. You click that, and over there you can post text. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, wait. Who? Let me just send it to the one guy who was talking. Who am I sending it to?
Me or Gemsy or me
Under Heaven Earther. Under Heaven Earther.
Under
UAE.
Heaven.
Yo, Jetson, I have a question.
Okay, yeah, what's that?
So, if the claim is we can theoretically, hypothetically see an infinite distance, the only thing we should consider is the light, right? Because light really mucks up the distance we can see. It determines. So, if I let go of a balloon in say it's a clear sky, blue sky, 3 in the afternoon, should I technically be able to see that balloon forever?
Sorry, say that one more time. I was looking for
If I
Under
let
Heaven.
go of a balloon, right? 3 p.m. It's cloudless sky, just blue. Should I or should I not be able to see the balloon in its entire duration up in the sky?
What do you mean by its entire duration? Like for the whole time it's in the sky and like however far it
the farthest
goes?
it goes up.
Okay, so again, that has to do with light reflecting because the whole reason you're able to see anything is because of the light bouncing off of objects.
Sure.
So it would be limited to the extent to which we are able to see light.
Okay.
What about angular size? Have you ever thought about angular size?
Yep.
What about angular size?
Well,
limitation.
What if it gets as it goes away, it gets smaller? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So what about when it gets to a certain point that your eye can no longer resolve how small that object is?
Then you don't see it. I mean, like, I don't know what. Then you don't see it.
Therefore, you can't see forever.
Do you want me to like send you the link to it as well, or?
Oh, I DM'd you, so it's easier for you. Just go to your direct messages. Outside of the server, you can search direct messages, and you're gonna see I text you. You have to
Okay.
accept
Is
my
that
message and-
Under Heaven like talking, or is it?
Yeah, that's Under
someone-
Heaven, and you're gonna see Jamesy in your DMs.
Okay, so just give me 1 second, because I'm all doing this from my phone. So just give me 1 second while I.
All right.
Oh, that's why you can't see the chat. The chat's up in your right-hand corner.
I don't know if he can because he's new to the server and all that stuff.
If he's on mobile, it's in the top right-hand corner. It's got a bubble and a number of how many messages have been posted.
I mean, am I wrong to assume where he's going to go with this? Oh, henceforth we see infinitely. Therefore, what's obstructing our view is the geometric horizon.
I think he's gonna make an argument that since we
no,
can see, he's gonna make an argument that since we can see the stars, and he's gonna say the stars are billions and trillions and billion miles away. Therefore, we can see forever.
Well, no, that's all light. No, that's all light. I'm not saying that like, okay, so I'm not even trying to construct an argument based on this. We literally got onto this because I said that I saw the curvature from Mount Rainier. That's like how this began. And then you guys were like saying, you said something. I don't even remember anymore.
Listen. You thought you saw the curvature, but you didn't. That's the thing.
No, that's gaslighting. That's like ridiculous. I did
Okay.
see it.
Okay, so what height should you see the curvature at?
I don't know. All I know is I was on a mountain and I saw it.
Were you
You
like
know
at
the
the tippy top or the middle of the mountain or 1/3?
I was about I want to say I was probably about 2 miles away from the very, very top.
So the planetarium director Paul Larson says it should be around about 1,000 miles.
1,000 miles of what?
Up.
To see what?
That's when you should start. 1,000 miles up. That's when you should start seeing the curvature.
Then that would be incorrect.
Does any globe believer in here agree with Jetson that you should be able to see the curvature of the Earth from half the altitude of Mount Rainier? Is it just Jetson Globe Earth or Globe Earth?
Well, I just called Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a glober, and he said, "Oh hell no."
Yeah, Neil says hell no, Jetson. He's like one of the priests for the globe, and you should listen to what he has to say about that.
He's a hostile witness, correct? Says you can't
That's
see the
nice.
curvature from a plane.
That's nice. I'm
Earth's too
saying that I
big.
saw it. I'm not saying that like I literally saw it like in like a big fucking circle and all around. Like I looked, there was just a big like sphere. That's not what I'm saying.
Relax.
But
we're not having a go
sorry,
at
what?
you. Just relax. It's all right. Just relax. We're not having a go at you.
No, I am relaxed. No, I'm relaxed.
Jetson,
I'm sorry.
there
that came off.
might be a thing that is called confirmation bias. So you maybe went over there saying, "Hey, I'm gonna go to the mountain. I know for sure that I'm gonna see the curvature," and then you saw something and you said, "There it is. I confirming my bias."
No. I just went there because it was a trip and like I just happened to see it. So I mean, it was just there. I didn't even know flat Earth was like a big thing back then.
All right. I don't know, man. That's a tough one because
so someone said 1,000
you
miles.
can't see from the globe. You can't see the curvature from the altitude.
I mean, if I'm on the moon, I can clearly see the Earth.
Okay, when did you go to the moon?
When?
I mean, on Earth, I can see the stars. What's going on there?
I don't know.
I can see the stars as well. I don't see any curvature on the ground when I look at the stars.
Why do I need to see a curvature? I mean, I can see like hundreds of thousands of light years away, man.
How do
you
you
know the stars are that far away? Is there a presupposition, an assumption, an idea of a story?
Dude, you're gonna walk past. He said hundreds of thousands.
Is there a meaningful distinction between
you
being
see
able to
light
see something
from that
versus being
distance
able to
because it makes
visibly
a
see
journey
something?
to your eyes. You don't see
and discern.
that crap.
In order to see, do I need to like discern qualities? Just light.
I don't know. Do you wear glasses?
No, I don't. I don't.
I doubt you went to the moon, metaphorically speaking.
I totally went to the moon. Don't worry.
Listen, if quality wasn't an issue, then some people would not worry about wearing glasses.
Fly your mama on the moon.
They wouldn't even wear them. Fuck quality.
Can I just ask you how you know that the stars are such a distance away?
How do you know they're not?
Well, you just claimed that they were hundreds of
Well, you're
millions of light
stating the
years
negative,
away.
so you prove it.
No, that's not how it works.
No, that's how it works, man.
Think about it. No, what's your name?
Status quo says this. You say
Hannon.
nuh-uh.
Hannon, remember, you're coming from a model idea that has a presupposition about the distances, and you're making a claim. This is not your claim. This is a borrowed claim that you have, that you learned, and it has a certain parameters of distances, and you're repeating this, right?
Right. Everybody does that.
I just look at the sky and I see stars.
Yeah, but you're saying I see
I've
the
seen videos
stars
of the
as well.
ISS, and there ain't no stars where they are. So I would assume
Wait,
that they're
everybody
pretty
repeats
far
the
out there.
claim that they've been told.
Heck, we've even sent
Everybody does
rovers
that.
to Mars, and
We?
Oh yeah.
any
By
stars
we, do you
there
mean
either.
you
We
and
also
me?
sent the Hubble Space Telescope really out there. Still hasn't reached a star.
Wow.
Oh, there's a lot of beliefs going on there.
Yeah.
A lot of distance.
I like how like
a lot of-
looking at the stars and the sky to helps you determine what you're standing on. Yeah, that makes sense.
Hold on. Can we real quick? Can we just like do away with the whole like you just believe whatever you're told argument? That's literally everyone.
But it
No,
is
no,
what
that's
the
the
guy
whole
just
point.
Wait, wait.
That's the whole point. Let's go to the realist level, the things that we can verify and confirm.
Well, that's literally what the guy just did,
Wait,
though.
how do you
guys
go
are
to the
pulling out the
realist level
whiteboard and
to
the
prove
math?
that the Earth
Like,
is flat?
Flat water
gay
crisis.
belief to have.
Go ahead. You were about to say something. Go.
Well, I just said that that's literally what the guy just did, though. He appealed to the status quo.
Yes, appeal to the status quo. Eat your goy slop.
Not the dog whistles. That's nice.
Yeah.
So we literally
do you live
all.
under a bridge?
No,
Well,
I live
if
in
I
an
lived under a
apartment.
bridge, I don't think I'd be able to see the stars.
So can we just put away that whole like you just believe whatever you're told argument? You
light
all
years
do that.
away, those ones.
Oh, man in sky said, "Let there be light," and there's light.
The sky said, "Let there be light."
I think this guy's kind of a waste of time, but
Yeah, get
you're
rid of
correct.
him.
Yeah.
Who
The other
measured
guy's
the
alright though.
distance?
Where's the other guy? He was alright.
Hey, that's a cute question in the side channel.
All right, can you answer it?
Who measured those distances?
Yeah.
Who specifically measured it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Isn't it more important to how they measured it?
Yeah,
I think that
that is
is
more important. You could just add, yeah, you could answer either.
Okay.
You don't.
What are we even talking about anymore?
Jetson, we're addressing Hannon. You can wait until he replies for the question. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
How did they measure?
You can say you don't know. That will be honest.
I don't personally know, but let's see what they say. All right, so there's different methods to measure the distances between planets. There's a thing called the parallax method. So this method uses the apparent shift in the position of a planet as seen from different points of Earth's orbit. Interesting. We might have to look more into that. There's Kepler's method. This method uses the orbital periods of the planets and their relative distance from the sun expressed in astronomical units. We'll have to look more into that. And there's Copernicus.
How do you know the distance to the sun?
Well, these are just the different methods I have so far. Okay, and there's Copernicus's method. This method uses the angle between the sun, Earth, and another planet to calculate the distance from Earth to that planet. All right, so
okay, what are
with
those?
that,
Let's look at those. What's the given distances that you've got? Because you need some given distances before you can start that equation. So what are they?
All right. Ooh.
You can't
So
start
projecting
an
the
equation.
light of the sun from a mirror onto a wall using the ratio of the image diameter to the wall mirror distance. That's kind of cool.
You can't start an equation without any given distances. If you've got no distances, then you can't start an equation. So what's the given distances that they gave you? Start that equation.
Well, I just something good for the
To
talk.
calculate the distance sun to Earth.
Okay.
So the equation of motion, S equals VT, where S is the distance between the sun and Earth, the speed of light in vacuum, and T is time it takes to get there. All right.
Are you trying to prove to them that the Earth is round through like mathematics?
No.
He doesn't actually know the maths.
No, I don't know the
Okay.
math.
Yeah,
I never
no,
had
that
a
doesn't
need or a
matter.
case
Wait.
use for the math.
The burden of proof is not on round earthers; it's on flat earthers. First
That's
of all,
retarded, mate.
they're the ones
Jetson,
how do you know
making
the
the
distance between
claim.
the Earth and the Sun?
Jetson, you're
I
saying
think
that
I never
you're
looked
hello,
into the methods that they use to measure distance between celestial bodies. So
Yeah.
Jetson,
I
you're
just
claiming that
Okay,
the
I'm
burden of
I
sorry.
mean,
of
they
Please,
proof
believe
one
the
at a
is
sky is
time.
just
For the
like,
love of God, one at a
black
time,
felt with
please.
a bunch of holes in it. So I don't know, man.
yeah. Hannon has diarrhea of the mouth at the moment, even though he just read his claim. He's claiming something he doesn't know about. He just read
I
and
didn't claim anything. These are just different methods.
he
I'm
wants to
gonna.
teach everybody in here. He wants to teach everyone what he just read. Can you believe
I
that?
just need to. I need to
I'm
explain
not trying to
something
teach.
to
I
the
just looked
guy.
at the
Hang
different
on.
methods.
I just need to explain something to the guy that said the burden of proof is on the flat earthers. Who said that?
That was
That was
Jetson,
me,
and he said
Jetson.
round. He said round. He doesn't even know what round.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh my
So
gosh.
did you say the burden of proof is on the round, on the globe earthers, or on
He
the
said
No,
flat
I
round.
said the
earthers?
burden of proof. I said the burden of proof is on the flat earthers.
Not
Okay,
on the
so I'm
round
gonna
earthers.
explain something to you. So every
Is
day
it
we
or is it
go
not?
out. Hang on. Every day we go out and we see a flat and stationary plane. Now they tell us that we live on a ball flying through the vacuum of space, but we don't observe this. So the burden of proof is on the person claiming what we don't observe. Do you understand that?
That is literally the same as me telling you that when I went up to Mount Rainier and saw the curvature, that now the burden of proof is on you. You can't have it both ways. Which way is it?
Oh god.
Do you feel like
Well,
you're moving?
No, hang on. You just made a claim that you saw the curvature of Earth from Mount Rainier, so you would have to prove that.
Yeah, and you're making the claim that the Earth is flat because you can see it. So you need to prove
We're
that.
making the claim that the Earth is not a globe the size they give us, flying through the vacuum of space, spinning at the equator at 1,040 miles per hour. That is what we are looking at.
And
They
how do
make a
you?
claim. We are debunking the claim.
Oh god, this is so dishonest. I can't.
Okay,
I
debunk it?
fucking can't.
the burden of proof is on the person making the claim
That's
that
not
the
fair.
Earth is a
That's
spinning
dogmatic,
ball.
man.
I have not heard a single thing from you guys except for
Good.
questions.
Okay.
Why don't you
You know
tell
what?
us
You know why?
how the
You
Earth
know
is
why?
flat?
Because you never
Because
fucking
you're
ask.
retarded.
Why don't you ask us why we think the Earth is flat, you moron? Ask.
Well, wait. Why? There's this one
Ask. Ask
YouTuber.
the
He's a
fucking
scientist,
question.
right?
Ask the question.
And
I
You
can't
know
if
why?
I'm
Because you
muted.
don't want to know.
I can't if
You're not
I'm muted,
muted.
you dumb fuck.
You're not
Jesus.
muted.
whoa. Let's chill. So there's a
Ask.
guy that's
I was
Why
for
don't
the
you
entire
ask?
time you were talking.
Now you're
Yeah,
going to be muted. Right?
why is the flat Earth?
There
Oh
you
yeah,
go.
of course.
Well, hold
Okay.
on.
So why
So
don't
there's
you
a
Why
ask
is
the
the Earth flat?
question?
scientist. Hold on.
Why is the Earth flat?
If you
Yo,
want to
hold
know
on.
why we think the Earth is flat, why don't you fucking ask?
Yo, Timbo.
I just did.
Don't tell me to calm down. You shut the fuck up.
Yo,
Why don't you
Timbo.
ask
I have a
the
request.
question? You want to know?
Oh
You want
my
to know
god.
why we
That's why
think
I'm
the Earth is
asking.
flat? Ask the fucking question. See, you guys are retarded.
Okay, why is it flat? Why is it flat?
Because it's measurably and observably flat. Do you
How is
want
it
to? Do you want me
measurably
to
flat?
elaborate
How
on
is it
that?
measurably flat? Even like no,
Being
even
measured.
even
Don't ask me a
hold on, even
question and then
observably
get
it's not
fucking
even flat.
talking. All right?
Even observably
Ask a question and then shut the fuck up. All right?
I'm looking at hills right now.
You
This is
asked
not
me
a
a
flat.
question. You said, how is it measured flat? We have laser tests across varying distances, starting at a height, going to another height, and not measuring any curvature at all, leaving it 6 feet, ending up at 6 feet on the other side, maximum distance 35 miles. No curvature detected.
Are you
What do you
taking
say
into
about
account
that?
elevation? I would ask if you took into account
Feet. We
elevation.
just
I
said
would ask if you
6
took it.
feet off the fucking ground. Are you listening to a word I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm telling you that's not how you do that. You have to take into account variables. That's how science
What's the
works.
variable? Go. Variable. Give it to me.
Elevation, for one. You're just telling
6
me
foot.
6 feet and 6 feet. And
6
from what
feet
distance?
off the lake. Frozen fucking lake. 6 feet.
What's the distance? Like, this is just intentionally vague. You're
30
dishonest.
miles.
So
He
it's
told
30
you all
miles,
these
and
points.
you're telling me there's no elevation between those 30 miles, and you used
It's
a
across
laser
a
of some
fucking lake.
sort.
Water is flat, moron. A lake.
Oh
6
my
foot on
fucking
one
god.
side, 6 foot on the other side. What do you say about
Okay,
that?
what is the... Yeah, I'm asking you, what's the elevation difference between where the laser starts and where the laser ends?
6
Also,
feet.
Fucking hell, man. You guys
so you're
are
telling me...
retards.
No,
Literal
you're a
retard.
retard. You're
Listen to yourself, man.
Brother, hold on. Listen, okay, if you're on a lake, it's frozen, then it's a continuous level surface, right? That's what it's gonna be. That's the nature of water. So if you're a 6 foot target, right, and a 6 foot laser shot, they're both at 6 feet, and you have a plane level in between them. The globe Earth claims that it's curved, right? If it was curved, then the laser wouldn't hit the target because the laser would shoot off into space. There'd be a big hump of Earth curving the way. But if the laser hits the target, then by the methodology of laser transit measurement, then that means that there's not a big hump of Earth curving the way. All right, there you go.
Understand that?
Okay, now that I'm unmuted. Okay, so you're saying that you controlled at 6 feet on each end of that 30-mile lake, correct?
Post the data for you if you want. Would you like that?
No, I'm
Would you like
asking
the
you.
data?
I'm
You want to
asking.
read it?
I'm asking
Yeah, no
you.
problem.
You controlled for that, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you
So the principles,
factored
yeah,
in.
just real quick. The principles of water level is that if you're on the water on one side, right, then the water level's the same on the other side, and it's just that simple.
Okay,
Right,
I
go
feel
ahead.
like you might be misunderstanding me. I'm not talking about water here. I'm talking about elevation. Elevation from one end to the other. So I don't know why you keep bringing in water. I don't know
Water's
why you're...
level, dude.
Okay,
Water is
but you're
level.
measuring... Oh, dude, fucking
Water
hell.
is level.
You're measuring from one... I know!
Okay.
You're measuring from one side to another. I don't know what water has to do with it.
All
Yes,
right,
I know you're on a
hold
lake.
Because
on,
they're
friend. I
standing on the
understand. I
water.
understand. Hold on. Listen. The term to get your elevation, so you would know height differentials, is reference to sea level. That's how you know height. Now, you don't actually need sea level itself if you're standing on the same body of water. You know water's level. So if you're at a location and you're standing on the beach, right, and your feet are touching the water on one side and your target's touching the water on the other side, then you know they're at the same level, right?
So you're telling me that the elevation between Wilmington, like the beach of Wilmington, is the same as Africa, is what you're saying? Because they both share the Atlantic Ocean.
What?
You're telling me that the water is level, and so
Yes, because
therefore,
the elevation is the elevation above sea level. So yes, if you're at the ocean, yes.
Well, let me ask you this question. Do you think that the oceans slope from one continent to the other?
Hold on, there's like crackling going on. Is that me or is that one of you guys?
That's done. Go ahead.
Next question.
Okay, can you ask the question
Yeah,
one more time?
let me repeat it. I'll repeat the question. Does water slope from one shoreline to the other?
Does water slope? Like, does water go down? Like, for no reason?
Like diagonal. Like the water's at like a slant, like a ramp from one
No,
continent to
it's
the
not.
other, from
No,
one
it's not
shoreline to the
slant.
other.
No, it's not going to
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Right. So then we expect water to be level on both sides, right?
Yeah, okay.
Plus or minus any current water motion, like a tide, a tidal bore, a wave, right?
Okay.
Right. So if you're on a frozen lake, which can't possibly have waves, then your expectation is it's level all the way across.
But okay. Okay. Hold on. Let's imagine, right? Yes, the water's level. Okay. Now on one side of the lake.
Yo, flat earthers are retarded. Burn in hell, nigga.
Anyway,
That was
okay.
human
So
creds. Get him.
okay, so look, on one side of the lake, it's just flat ground. On the other side of the lake, there's a hill. That's why I'm asking if you adjusted for elevation. Because yes, the water is level, but is the land level from where you're measuring from?
6 feet.
Yeah, but every time I ask you what you mean by 6 feet, you bring up the water level and you're
They're
not
on a
talking about
frozen
the
lake.
land.
They're on a frozen lake, dude. They're standing
Okay, so they're
on the
not on land.
frozen lake.
Okay, thank you for finally fucking
He said it like 5
clearing
fucking
that
times.
for me. Thank you for finally clearing that up for me, for fuck's sake. God damn.
Hey, listen, man. It's not my fault that you don't listen the first 4 times. All right, jeez, relax.
Okay, well, no one said that. Literally no one said that.
He
But
said
it's
6
fine.
feet across a frozen lake. That's what he said. Elevation height was
Yeah,
6 feet.
across,
6 feet.
that typically means that you're on one end of the shore to the other.
Okay.
No one says across and you're like, oh, I'm in the water. Like, who fucking says that? Who
Okay.
means that when they say that? Okay, come on.
So when you say elevation, right? You asked me what elevation it was, and I told you 6 feet. Where do you think the elevation comes from? The water's
The
surface.
land. The land.
The elevation
Because
comes
you're
from
talking about
from
from
the
one
water's
end
surface.
to another.
The elevation is always from the water's surface.
No, dude. Okay, we're getting there again. Like you're talking in a different fucking language.
What language? English.
English. I heard it. You guys heard it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I get that. You're fucking talking a different fucking language, as in you're speaking
What
retarded,
language?
and I'm speaking logically.
Speaking retarded.
So when I say 6 feet above the water's surface, that's a retarded language.
No, when I say, "Hey, we're on this shore of the lake,"
Yep.
that person's on the other side. Do you think that
Yep.
means they're in the water, or that they're on
No,
the
because
other
you didn't
shore?
listen to the part of when you said what elevation, and we
Dude,
said
this is
6 foot.
semantic. It's semantic and it's ridiculous, and you're doing
It's
it
not
on purpose
semantic.
because you know you're full of shit. Let's be real with each other.
Oh, you know I'm full of shit, am I? How do you
Yes.
know I'm full of shit?
Well, Jetson, you're full of shit because you've been in this conversation for some time, and now you're acting like you never had this conversation before. And you just said that you just got Discord, this and that, but you've been on the 24/7 Flutter Discord before, and it's kind of ridiculous to pull
No,
this
I've
stuff
never
in
been in
there.
this Discord before.
Yeah, you said you spoke to Flat Earthers in the past. Blah, blah.
The thing is, I invited him to the main server, but he couldn't find you guys, so he can't debate you.
Yeah, he's been looking for more Flat Earthers, right? So he had this conversation before, and he just said he didn't. But earlier he said he did. Now he's saying he didn't.
So back to the laser test.
Talking
Do you know
about
how
liars.
much? Do you know how much curvature there should be at 10 miles?
I love how you muted me the entire time you claimed that I was talking to people.
Hang on. Hey, can you answer the question? So, do you know how much
Yeah, I'll
curvature
answer the
there?
question as soon as I'm done, like debunking what this fucking person was lying about me about. When I say that I'm
Doesn't
talking
matter.
to other
You said it's just semantics, isn't it? So don't worry about it.
Just
So,
semantics.
you know,
Concentrate on the topic and stop calling people liars if you
yeah,
want
this
the
is what people
same
do when they
thing done to
lose.
you.
They mute.
So
They mute
so go
people.
ahead.
Do you know how much curvature there should be
Keep
at
it
10
muted.
miles?
Do I know how much curvature should be at what?
at 10 miles? How much
Oh yeah.
drop over distance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
How much?
when I talk to flat earthers, it's typically on Omegle and not on here. You're fucking retarded. Second of all, yeah, the amount that
Okay.
the amount of curvature that should be after 10 miles is about
Yeah.
80 inches.
That's 66 feet.
66 what?
Feet.
From what observer
About
height?
80 miles.
Timbo?
Oh, sorry. No, it's probably not correct. It's 6 feet.
Right.
But if you were 1 foot off the surface, it would be 66 feet. So.
That's just the amount of drop. That's not
Yeah,
accounting
drop.
for observer height or anything.
So
It's
Jetson.
66 feet, not 6 feet, not 80 inches or whatever the guy said.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
So-
8 inches every mile. It's 8 inches every
You gotta
mile.
square-
If you're talking about
miles
You got to
squared.
square the mile. Square the mile. It's not a slope. It's a curve.
Yeah. If it was 8 inches every mile, it would look like a line, like a slope. It's 8 inches per mile squared. It quadratically. Is it quadratically increases?
Exponentially or whatever, but yeah.
I think it's quadratically because it goes back around.
And why did
Yeah.
you say miles and not miles squared?
What are you
Sorry?
talking about? Are
No,
you
you
even
asked
listening,
me.
dude?
Yeah, no,
I
he
said
asked me
how-
at 10 miles. He did not
Yeah.
say squared.
I don't have to say squared. What's the drop over
Oh,
distance
fucking hell.
at 10
This is so,
miles?
you know what? You know, I'm like this close to just being done. You guys
Oh,
are so
please
fucking.
get out of
Okay,
here.
let's hang on, Beasticle. So,
Sorry.
hey, dude, I asked you what. Just calm down, all right? I just asked you what the drop over distance should be at 10 miles. Now, the equation for that is 8 inches per mile squared, but you don't say 10 miles squared. Do you understand that?
I'm sorry, is this supposed to be a debate or is this supposed to be like a circle jerk of flat earthers? Because I keep getting muted, and it's like usually in a debate, you don't
Can
mute
you
your
just
opponent.
answer? Can you just answer the question?
This guy's a
What's
lot.
the question?
He's a
Listen,
troll.
you were
He's, I,
muted while Homeboy. Listen, you were muted while Homeboy was talking. As soon as he opened it up
Can
to
like
you to
one
respond, you
person
were
talk at a
unmuted.
time?
What's the
Holy
issue?
fuck.
All
The
right,
issue is
dude.
that you're
Whatever.
fucking, you don't want to have a conversation.
You won't even
Yeah,
answer
get
questions,
fucked, bro.
man.
There, go get fucked, Holmes. There you go. How you like them apples, fucker?
he's a troll. He's been in the 24/7 Flutter Discord doing this before.
You
He's
just
done it in the
you
past.
just made me owe my son $15 for all those swears.
Oh,
Thanks.
told you to get fucked. That's what he told you. You heard that?
I usually don't hear AI say that.
Retards, man. Listen,
Go
listen, bro.
get
Listen,
fucked,
bro.
bro.
If you complain after the homeboy says his sentence,
You're cutting out, AI. You're cutting out. Bro.
Almost sounded like a song.
AI. You sounds like you're making a new hit single with your robot.
Yes.
Yeah, he's driving.
It's catchy though. I like it.
the floor to you to respond, and then you're unmuted to respond. The person waits for the person to open. Whatever.
What
Yo,
about uterus?
you're cutting out really bad, AI. You're coming in like
No, I can't read anything.
Driving. Leave him alone.
There's two options with that guy. He was trolling, or he didn't comprehend it.
He said he's new to Discord. Remember?
Did you search his name on the server?
Yeah, and he's been having the account for over three since 2020. So new to Discord.
It's new by a couple of years.
First of all, who the fuck uses Omegle still? What is he in like 2012? Jesus.
What's Omegle?
Exactly. Exactly, bro. It was like a chat roulette kind of Zoom meeting kind of thing back in the day.
Oh, I've
Guys,
seen that guy.
it's
that guy
usable.
Harry,
You can use it,
Harry
Omega.
Mack.
It's okay.
Seen that guy Harry Mack on there. Yeah, that
Go
guy
ahead,
that
Ali.
raps those words.
You said you wanted to introduce him earlier. So you guys are friends. Go ahead, Ali. Ali.
Yeah, I say that you can use Omega. It's okay. I found a lot of flat earthers in Omega.
So what happened with Jetson? Why is he lying about having a new Discord account when he's
Man,
just...
I was talking to him on Omegle and my English is not that good, so I told him that there is Americans who have flat earth server. You can debate them, you can talk to them. And I invited him. That's the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
No worries.
Oh, so it's your fault?
It's his fault.
Well, look, we got something that Elijah wants us to read. I can't read it because I'd rather not crash into trees, but somebody
I
can
read
do it.
some of it. I read some of it.
Cool. What
Yeah,
was it about?
Well, someone is asking at what altitude you can see the curvature, because he said from an airplane. Like, let me check. It was the person said that he can see the curvature from 9 to 12 kilometers on our airplane. So the guy is saying that he can see it from Mount Rainier. I mean, come on.
Dude, I knew that was bullshit as soon as he's like, yeah, I saw it from Mount Rainier. Let me go get the pictures. Oh, wait, I actually don't have the pictures. I never actually went there. I'm sorry. I'm a
I
liar.
DM him. He never replied to me.
Yeah.
He said he was going to send the stuff. He never replied.
Yeah,
I'll
and then
find
he
it
was
one
like,
day.
oh, you know what? You can only see 9 miles. That's the max distance. Oh, wait,
And then
I'm
he said you
wrong?
can see infinite.
Oh, you can actually see infinitely. Like, what the fuck?
Where did the 9 miles come from, though? What was the rationale?
He just said it literally out of his ass.
Come on, guys.
He took
don't
it back
understand
after
that.
too. He said
Can
9
you
miles is
unmute
wrong.
him and talk to him? Unmute him and talk to him if you want, guys.
No, I'm good. You guys can talk to him. I don't like liars.
I don't like people that bitch about being muted.
I know.
So I just keep them muted.
Okay.
You guys are seriously gonna mute me? Like, I never had a conversation. Okay, alright, back to muting.
Yeah, is that how you feel?
Yeah, actually. It's like, you have the floor, go for it. Don't use the
Wait,
floor to
guys,
fucking complain.
Ali the Arabian want to talk to him.
Oh, go ahead, Ali.
Are you sure, Ali? You want to do this, Ali?
The thing, man, you didn't understand my point. My point is that he's American like you guys, and he supported the globe. Why you don't just communicate respectfully to each other?
Do you believe in the
Because
club,
he's a
Ali?
liar, bro. Do you respect liars?
And I would
Lies?
say something.
Did he
Wait,
even lie
wait.
to say?
Yeah, he
Hold
lied
on.
a million times. He lied. He keeps lying.
Okay.
Ali, do you believe in the globe?
What?
Do you believe in the globe, Ali?
No, man, I don't.
What does the Quran say about the globe?
He says many things in the Quran, man. Just forget the Quran for a second. We are not talking about me. We are talking about you guys. Just what
the
Jackson
breakfast?
lied about. Can just unmute him and let him say what he like.
No, don't worry about him.
What's the thing he
so much.
lied about?
Don't worry
Fuck
about
him.
him.
Why are we not worrying about this?
He didn't want to have a conversation with us. He was not listening, making claims
Who is
without
it?
Yeah, you
any.
got
Why don't you
Timbo
post the Black
and
Swan?
AI mad, which is rare.
Post the Black Swan, unmute him, and then just ask him to point to the curve that he thought he saw from the top of the
All
map.
right, let's post. Someone post the black swan, and Jason.
Who's making all that noise in the background? Was that AI?
It's my bad. It might have been me. I'm cleaning up and stuff.
It's AI.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sounds like you're banging tins around or something.
Whoa, that's his wife. Careful.
See, the black swan goes hand in hand with that article I just posted.
I know fucking Elijah's trying to like get people to look
Hey
at the
Elijah,
article.
I
He went
saw
all over
that
the place.
article.
Hey,
Bro,
Well, Elijah's on the mic, man. Do you want to talk to this guy now that you can? Now that you can talk.
Yeah, someone who can stay calm.
Damn, guys.
Pass.
So I gotta talk to him then. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, all right.
As soon as he said he uses Omegle, I'm done. I'm over.
Elijah.
Omegle.
Hello, hello. I mean, I don't know if you can. In that article that Elijah put, there's someone saying, "Hey, you can see the curvature from the beach, right?" Let's see.
From the beach.
From the sea surface, and he posting like a boat, a distant boat, 6 meters, and the boat is like 30 kilometers apart. And then within seconds, the boat was disappearing, claiming that it's behind the curvature, but it's actually giving like an effect that is like mirroring, when it's going away, like Fata Morgana or something like that is reflecting, like the water. It's covering the visibility, and they're saying that's the curvature.
Huh.
How do you dispel arguments about like shadow measuring?
Dispel.
Shadow measuring is not curvature measuring, it's shadows. Shadows is not the curvature of the earth.
Well, I mean, for that you'd have to like beg the question that like the okay, so your view is the sun is just like a light bulb on top of this like flat planet, and it just like kind of spins around.
Are you talking about Eratosthenes?
I think so. I'm not familiar with like different branches of it.
Well, it's inconclusive because Eratosthenes supposedly did a measurement from a distance from one point to another point. We assume the distance to the sun being like unlimited, parallel light rays, and then he measured the shadows and say it's a globe. But you can do the same. You can do three assumptions about the distance to the sun, converging light rays, and you can add whatever you want to the numbers and make it flat or a globe or even concave.
I don't think that's how that works. I
I
don't think
like-
you could just like flub numbers to make it like a
How
globe.
does it work? Tell us how it works.
Right. So they measure the shadows, they measure the degrees of the shadows, and they measure it in different phases. So in the different seasons. So they can measure not only the Earth's tilt, but how to calculate the
What are you talking about?
the angle of the shadow that it makes and the progression that the angle makes.
Stop right there. Elijah brought this point up the other night. Did you say the angle of the shadow?
Yeah.
So the shadow's a straight line, isn't it?
Well, like the angle compared to the origin.
Right. So it's two straight lines, right? One being the stick, one being the shadow, the angle of the shadow. That's two straight lines, right? And then you have a right triangle to measure, right? So there you go. It's flat. Right there. Angles you can't measure shadows over a curved surface and get the right measurements. It's not a right angle triangle then.
Okay. I mean, I just asked how he dispelled it. But I guess if that's the way that you dispel it, I guess I would just look into it a little more so I know every single thing about it.
That's a great idea. Good job, man.
But like isn't that kind of like a
did
retarded belief system? Like you
did
need someone to
Eratos-
look up
did
like every single
Eratosthenes-
detail.
Did
I know the
Eratosthenes
details,
make
bro.
any? Did
You
Eratosthenes
don't
make any
because it's been repeated and it proves it's a globe. I just don't know
was
the
wrong
intricacies.
or not?
Sander,
what he's
you're
what-
making
what he's
an argument
talking
from
about-
ignorance. Sander, you're
what
making
he's
an argument
talking-
from ignorance and making a claim about it. Go ahead.
What he's talking about is what looks like a triangle with one curved line, which is called a sector. It's not specifically a triangle; it's just semantics. But you can measure the curved angle sector.
The problem is it's not a measurement of curve. It's a measurement of shadow angles from which curve is interpreted and inferred. It's never measured. It's just assumed in the first place and then calculated from the measurement of something else.
Yeah, they never measure any curvature. They measure shadows, angles.
Yeah, I mean, you could have a light in the top of your room right? And have a fucking soda can here and a soda can there, and they'll have different angles of shadows. So like, you're still like you said, you're still inferring a globe. Like, oh, I assume globe. Let me measure these shadows. See, globe. Really doesn't prove shit.
It's not. It's not an assumption. It's a measurement.
Oh,
That's the
What's
outcome.
not a
not
wait?
the
What's not an assumption?
The curvature that you
Yes, it
able
is.
to calculate
Yeah, it is.
from the shadow. It's
Yes,
not
it
an
is. It's
assumption.
not
That's
measured.
the result.
So
That's
No,
the
it's
it
not.
was
No,
it
it's
was
not.
it was the guy.
No, it's not.
It was
Yes, it is.
Aristophanes.
Claiming
No,
that
it's
it's
not.
not doesn't
It's
mean it's
not. Listen, it's a direct measurement of shadow angles. What's assumed is that they're diverging the way that they do because the Earth has a curved surface and because the sun's rays are parallel. Those are both assumptions. Those are never confirmed at any point in the process. They're just taken for granted, and then the sphere is just reified from those assumptions and the measurements of shadow angles.
Right.
You got that, Sanders? You got that, Sander?
So you're saying that because the assumption is made that the sun would have to be, or the Earth's surface would have to be curved for that to be true.
No, it wouldn't.
You're
No.
saying that assumption is begging the question too much?
It's just interpreted that it is.
Well, it's only interpreted that it is because the symptoms of what it's doing can only mean
Symptoms?
that.
Is
That
it a
doesn't make any
disease?
sense. Yeah, it's a weird,
Like
it's a
the
weird word
fact,
to choose, and
the
also
fact,
Like,
no, they can't only mean that. It could just mean that there's a closer, smaller light source with divergent rays instead of the giant one with parallel rays that you assumed.
Right.
but wouldn't we be ripped apart and absolutely burned alive if a star was that close?
You're assuming,
Star.
you're
Oh dear.
assuming a lot of things in that sentence, bro.
So okay, so it's a giant light bulb.
We don't know what it is,
and
bro. It's just the sun.
I got a question for you. I got a question for you. What do you think the sun is?
Well, it's a big giant ball of gas. It's a big nuclear reactor, and it's constantly reacting
Oh
every
god.
second.
Okay,
boy.
and how do you know that?
Well, because we get energy from it, and we can observe the energy from it,
So
Really?
big ball of
and the
gas
size
gives
of it,
you energy. Is that right?
because it's having a nuclear reaction. Yeah, that
Whoa!
does give you energy.
You know the size of the sun? Tell me all about it.
The
Yeah.
size of the sun. I
Yeah.
don't know the
We don't
exact
know
size, but
what
I know it's
kind
like
of sun
thousands of
it
times
is.
Hey,
bigger than
There
the
are
Earth.
nothing of
no,
energy I'm going
fuck
by.
off, all of you. He was asked a question. That's not the cue for everybody to not him to speak.
Wait. I do have a question though.
Fuck
I do have a question though.
sake.
Yeah, you're breaking up bad, brother.
He's breaking up huge.
Yeah,
Has
he's
anyone here
trying.
been? Has anyone here been in a physics class?
Hang on, stop. No, we're going to continue with AI's question, which was, how do you
How
know
big
the
is the
size
sun?
of the sun?
Yeah.
Answer the question. Everybody else, shut up. You guys suck.
Get a better mic, AI, damn it.
Anyone want to answer that?
Wait,
The guy that
what?
was talking before.
The
What
guy
did he
that
say?
was asked, how big is the sun?
Hang
How do you
on.
know how big the sun is? That's what AI's question was. Go
Because
ahead.
you can measure the force of gravity on the sun and the Earth based on the distance we are apart. Have you taken a physics class?
Yeah.
Hold on, brother, hold on. How do you know the distance to the sun?
Well, it can also be calculated with other variables of the formula to get the distance, and then you plug the distance in and you can get the gravity. And once you have the force of
What?
gravity, you can
What?
know how big it is and how
What the
far it would
heck?
have to be.
The force of what?
Right, so, dude, you haven't qualified any of these claims so far. You just are moving the goalpost to the next portion of the circular reasoning. Yeah,
It's
you
not
got a lot of
circular
claims.
reasoning.
Yeah, yes, it is. You have a lot of claims that require at least one of those ifs to be proven in the first instance. So which one have you proven? Any one of them. Size, distance, Let's go. Prove one. Let's go.
Wait, do you think you can't measure the size of the sun from a distance?
Yes. Oh,
You
no, I don't
can
give a
tell us
crap.
how.
I'm asking you to tell me.
Why do they always say that? What, you don't know? We're asking you the question.
Try not to distract him. Like, let's just try to at least get his response. Because sometimes when we start chiming in too much, then they just take that as their cue to just dip.
True.
Exactly.
Gotta work on that. My bad.
Did he leave?
No, I'm still here. I'm just finding every bit of proof for you because I literally need to have like every angle covered or else you slip under my skin.
What?
Weird. Weird.
Yeah,
When do
are
you
you
think you would have?
scratching your microphone, bro?
When you think
Yeah,
you would have looked? When you
AI's
think
mic.
you would have looked this stuff up before you came in here? Like,
No, think so.
no. Kind of made a lot of claims. You need to get one of them at least.
But what's the fun
Maybe you
of
should.
that?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, you're right.
It's fun in making absurd claims, right? You gotta make an
You got me
absurd
there.
claims, get the absurd reaction.
Oh, okay, there we go. That makes more sense. Thank you.
All right, what is it? What you got?
Kepler's law of planetary motion. You measure the period of rotation for the sun when it gets back to the same place. You know how far it had to travel. You can calculate the orbit. You can calculate the size of the sun compared to the orbit.
How?
You know how far
Right?
it had to
By
travel?
measuring the period of Earth's orbit, which is t. That's the variable equation.
Yes, by assuming an orbit. Yep. Go ahead. Keep going.
By assuming an orbit, you can see with a telescope.
Yeah, bullshit.
Dude, you're telling me that you can look out from a telescope and then somehow you're looking back at the Earth in relationship to another body? That's what you're trying to say?
No, you look at the body in relationship to the Earth. You can't look at yourself.
No, it does. But how do you know? How do you know that's orbiting?
So, do you think it's a less ridiculous assumption to think that the entire sky around us is fabricated than it would be an entire universe?
Who said it's fabricated?
No one said it's fabricated.
What do you think it is?
Dude, listen. By me critiquing your interpretation of the sky phenomena and the motions therein, and by saying that they haven't been proven to be orbits, doesn't mean that I'm denying that the things up there exist.
So, you're just saying they don't adhere to these same laws that people have written down.
What are you talking about? The laws of planetary motion are relationships of how they work together. You can also do that with epicycles, which work off a flat Earth. So, I mean, it's high. Look, I want to be fair to these people and to you. These men that created these things in the past, they understood that they were creating models. In the forwards of their own books, they say the causes of these things can never truly be known. So these men were intelligent enough to understand not to reify their models into reality, right? But lo and behold, because the education system sucks, the modern day children think that these things are absolutely true.
Right. Just go back to his first question, bro. How do you know how far?
Yeah, so I'll give you the answer. So the answer is that Christian Huygens decided, with all these laws that were already established in these interpretations, he decided that Venus was the same size as the Earth. He just picked it arbitrarily out of his butt. He then applied the transit of Venus to the sun, right, to get the size of the sun from the angular relationship, assuming he knew the size of Venus. And then what began there is what's known as the cosmic distance ladder, right? Where it's because everything we see in the sky is just angle relationships. Like, Venus is a certain degrees of angular size. The sun is a certain degrees of angular size. We know all those. and they're all ratios, right? So you can put in any number and then just update your ratios, and then all the numbers to everything changes, and all the relationships maintain.
Wait, but we're not talking about angles anymore.
What do you mean?
Oh my god.
We're talking about the values of planetary periods, the time it takes for them to complete an orbit.
Yeah, so what?
So I'm saying that you can find the values of
are-
other planetary periods.
Yeah, that's great, but the thing is, you don't know the size of the object, so you don't know the distance. You just know the time it takes for it to return. That's it. All those other things have to be scaled, right? By picking an arbitrary value and applying it to one portion, and then, and only then, can you have a value to work with to start figuring out all your rest of your formulas. Which is why Christian Huygens had to begin somewhere. So he said, you know what, Venus is the same size as Earth because I like strawberries.
So
do you understand
with
that you need a value to go with your time?
yes,
Yeah.
but the thing is, you take the average distance it takes for Earth to reach a certain point in the orbit of the sun.
How do
There
you
you
get
go.
that?
When you do that,
Step
you can
one, hold
calculate.
on, you skipped a step. You skipped a step.
Right, sorry, my bad.
The step you skipped was assuming that the Earth is orbiting the sun.
If the Earth wasn't orbiting the sun, how would we stay near the sun?
What?
Like,
Maybe
how would the
maybe
entire
the
solar
Earth.
system travel?
Listen, maybe the Earth is fixed, right? And the sun is moving about the Earth.
Why would Earth have the gravity necessary to do that? Because the
Who-
sun is a
who
small body.
said-
Okay, I get it.
Well,
Right.
listen, who said that? No, pay attention now. This is where it gets interesting. Who said that the sun must necessarily be controlled in its position in free space by the gravity of another body? Who said that?
Wait, who says that?
Yeah. Who decreed that? That is the gospel. That is true. That they cannot be otherwise.
Well, probably Newton when he declared
No, he
gravity.
didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't, bro. Let me tell you all about Newton. So, Newton never discovered anything when it comes to gravity. He derived an equation based on Kepler's laws. He formulated this out mathematically and constructed a mathematical model that you could use to make these equational predictions. That's it. Now, Newton himself then went on to say, in his own words, that the idea that there's this gravitational attraction, right, between bodies that are not interconnected in any way, right? The idea that that could occur without an intermediary between the two is so great an absurdity that no one with a competent sense of mental faculties and philosophical matters would ever fall victim to it. So let me phrase that up in modern speak, since he spoke rather eloquently in old style. He basically said, if you believe that these things are attracted to each other, you're dumb. He also said, in his own words, do not ascribe innate gravity to me. Yet you're doing it right now. So Newton, again, like all these other guys, was smart enough to know that when you make a model, right, that mathematically works out, that doesn't mean you've decided what reality is. It just means your equation's balanced.
So you're saying because we can never fully prove that gravity works in every single situation possible, ones that we can't even like assume, because it can't be proven in every one of those instances, it just doesn't, it's just not how it is. It's not gravity, it's something else because of that.
Dude, think about it. I can't prove it's gravity. Therefore,
I don't
It's
think
must
there's like
be
a single
something
proof
else.
that has been found where it doesn't work, unless you make the assumptions that you make.
What are you talking about, dude?
Like with the current model of the universe, gravity is a thing that fits in perfectly.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, dude. You're not even close, bro. Let me tell you how far off you are. You want to know how far off you are? I'll tell you. You are off by a number that is 10 with 120 zeros following it. Because the predictions of everything that we see in the sky based on gravity doesn't account for all of the mechanics in the universe. For example, stars should be flinging planets off. Galaxies are rotating too fast. The expansion rate is greater than the mass. All of these problems because gravity doesn't fit the universe, friend. It just doesn't. That's why they call it the cosmological crisis. That's why they say it's the biggest
Wait,
mismatch of
hold
theory.
on. You said stars would fling planets off. Why? Their velocity isn't changing. Their velocity stays constant. If their velocity is changing, that's why they'd fling them off. But since their velocity isn't changing for the most part, they don't fling them off.
Dude, I didn't listen, my friend. I didn't make this crap up, dude. These are the physicists
Right,
who
but that literally
title.
means that. Like that is what that implies.
No, listen.
And
Pay
all you can
attention.
say is
You're not getting it. You're not getting it, dude. All these gravitational things don't fit reality, bro. And the physicists themselves say so. In fact, you can pull up a quote from Michio Kaku, one of the most famous ones, right?
Have you
It's
been in
always
a
in the
physics
front
class?
page. Yeah.
Which one?
What's your point? Irrelevant.
No, it's pretty relevant. Because you work
No,
with
it
formulas that
isn't,
use those numbers that constantly prove it.
Dude.
No, that's pretty fucking
I
relevant.
am telling you that the professional physicists.
Okay, but I want to remind you, the
listen,
only
dude.
thing you're telling me
My
is that the
argument
professional
is that.
physicists are saying this,
Oh
and you're
my God.
offering no proof because of it. You're just saying that they said it.
What are you talking about, dude? This is well known. The cosmological crisis is known, dude.
AI,
It's not even up for
And now
contention.
the thing you're falling back on is that it's known.
Have you
That's
heard of an
it.
appeal to authority?
Sorry, it's why you came up with dark energy
Oh
and
my
dark
goodness, dude. That's not an appeal to authority.
It absolutely is.
No, it isn't, dude.
It's a hostile witness.
Yes, exactly.
Just because you make a claim and say, oh well, like this scientist that I have is backing me up, doesn't make the claim valid.
What that you're
Right,
whatever, dude.
And you don't offer any proof for why the
Paying
scientist said
attention
that,
to what I'm
nor any
actually
context.
saying, dude.
Well, what is it
Anyway, the moral of the story is that this homeboy claimed that gravity fits everything perfectly. He has no way to prove that.
Look,
okay? So unless
In
unless you
situation,
two guys, listen, friend, who am I going to trust? Your dumbass or the physicist that I've researched and witnessed and saw and is commonly known among almost everybody in this room and modern academia? Who am I going to trust?
because you don't know
Your
exactly what
dumbass
he's
or
saying.
him?
You don't know why. You don't know why he's saying it. You just know that he said it, and you're blindly believing it.
Hold on.
You
he's
have
just
no other
explained
reason
to
that
you
he
my-
said it.
He's just
Projection
explained
much?
to you.
Dude, I explained it to you.
It's called
Yeah,
the cosmological
you explained
crisis.
what he
Your
said.
mathematics, my friend, your mathematics for gravity doesn't work. That's why you have to conjure into existence dark energy and dark matter to plug the fucking gaps.
So it works at
No,
least on a
bro.
local
Hey,
level.
Jedi. Have you been to a physics class?
Yeah.
No, but he's right. Jedi is
Oh,
absolutely right.
Which one, Jedi?
Sorry,
Well,
I've
yeah,
only
because
done.
you're not saying the same shit that Jedi is. Jedi's actually giving me some charitability and like leading into my argument here. You're just not even engaging with it.
But you
What are
understand.
you talking about, dude? I don't have to engage your argument. I just have to debunk
Then
it.
why the fuck are you here? This is literally like a politics Discord. If you're not going to engage with an argument, actually just a
What are you
yapper,
talking about,
and you
dude?
have nothing to say.
Dude, if somebody offers you a proposition and you offer a rebuttal that negates part of their proposition, maybe that is engaging.
But
But
the
you
thing
just
is
don't
about a
like
rebuttal is it needs proof.
the way
Like
I
you have
engage.
zero proof for your rebuttal. They just said it. That's it. That's your only rebuttal. Like you don't prove why they said it. You don't prove why you're right. You just said that they said it. You're like, this
My
smart
friend,
man said it. He must be right.
Dude, he's explained the
Listen, dude.
cosmological
It's
crisis
the
to you.
exact thing that you like literally criticize us for. You're doing the same thing.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
Holy
Nice
shit.
try, Holmes.
So you guys are cosmological crisis deniers, or what?
Yeah, exactly. They're science deniers, bro. Frickin' science deniers in here. Man, get these science deniers out of here. Tell them to go say 500 hail science and then come back after they're cleansed.
No, I'm not gonna lie, that
Frickin'
shit is
pathetic,
funny as
dude.
fuck.
We gotta prove. We gotta appeal to your nonsense and your worldview, and then you just deny it.
Your nonsense is hilarious.
After you saying that gravity fits everything perfectly,
No,
and we all know that
no,
we've heard
no. It
in
fits the
physicists'
situations
own
in which it
worldview,
should
yes.
operate perfectly. Except for those long
Oh,
distances.
okay,
We
there
don't
you
know
go.
much about those. We don't know much about those. We just know that it works on a local level.
So then it doesn't work, dude. Oh yeah, so there you
No, just
go.
because it doesn't work in every scenario, it could just mean it's limited.
Oh, sorry. Now we've gone from perfect to
Yeah,
limited
there you
scenario.
go.
So you're backing up now. It's perfect. Oh no,
Right,
it's not. It's
so
not.
yeah, so maybe gravity. So keep in mind, dude, that I began with this idea that gravity doesn't apply equally everywhere. You criticized me for it, and now you've conceded to my point. So well done, sir. You played
No,
yourself.
no. You didn't say gravity doesn't equally apply everywhere. You said gravity doesn't apply
To what?
to reality.
Which
No, that's not what I said.
Isn't that not what you said? You said to disavow
I
Newton's
said
word.
this is what I said, friend, in regards to the celestial bodies, right? That there's no reason, or who said that gravity is applying to them, right? So now you're telling me, oh, who says that gravity in the way we think it applies here applies to things way out there? The exact same point I was making.
Right, but you asked me a charged question in the first place when you asked who said it and not why is it said. Because you just wanted me to respond with the person and not the principle with the proof for the principle. You just
Not
wanted it to be
really,
about
dude.
people.
No,
You don't
that's
want it
not
to be
the
about
case.
you don't want it to be about formulas or anything like that. You just want to point to people. That's literally like the core of your argument. Like pointing to Newton
So
and saying he said it was wrong.
what proof did you provide? Sorry, what proof did you provide?
About?
Yeah. Yeah. So the point of the
About the
people
topic
is
that
that
we're
these
talking
men,
about.
look, the point of the people, okay, is that these men developed these things, right? Yet they knew that they couldn't prove it. Fast forward to today, you still haven't proven it. It's the same thing. You're just using their models of interpretation to make claims about the sky phenomenon that they themselves disavowed. You don't have the frame of reference to prove the point, right? You're still just at the same stage they were at, looking at the sky and making interpretations.
Right, but as our technology gets more advanced and as we can measure gravity more accurately, we recognize that it works in only a local area.
Okay, so what's the hypothesis for gravity?
In what sense? Just that it applies.
Any sense, any written document that has a hypothesis for gravity. Go.
It's a fair question.
I think she's looking for the scientific validation of its existence.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Ding, ding, ding. I thought you guys were talking science. We've literally just asked for the hypothesis. It's a really simple question if you knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, just simple hypothesis will do. I don't even need.
Bro, my bad. I
What
smacked
is
the
a
Bollington.
hypothesis, my
I
friend?
smacked the Bollington right before here. So when you talk too long, it sounds like yapping to me. My bad.
Bowlington. That's a new one.
What? He hit himself in the head with a bowling pin?
All
Now
right.
I understand why you. Now I understand
Let's
why you're
describe
not getting it.
describe the scientific procedure, right? You got an observation, right? You see some sort of phenomena where something falls. You don't know why it falls. So you develop a hypothesis. So when you develop the hypothesis, you do experimentation. In
Hold on.
experimentation.
Hold on.
Mhm.
So is gravity the cause or the effect?
Well, it's a phenomenon, so you don't really know until
The
you
phenomenon of gravity, please.
want to know if it is a cause or effect.
Yes.
An
You
effect
did
of
not make that
matter
very.
existing in space.
I'm sorry.
Is that it? Because that's what it is.
What is the observed phenomenon of gravity?
That it pulls and that it pulls things.
So you observe that.
Yeah.
How?
When
Where?
you drop something and it's pulled down to Earth.
I
No.
drop some.
Wrong.
I drop
Wrong.
a helium balloon. It goes up.
Well, because helium
being
is lighter
pulled
than oxygen, so helium
So
would
why
naturally
can't
go
that
up.
be okay? So what if that's the observed phenomenon of helium? Why can't it be the opposite of that for something that goes down? Why are you putting a label of gravity on that? So you're saying that gravity is the effect. What's the cause of gravity then?
Mass existing in space.
So
It don't
mass.
even matter, man. He hasn't even accurately described the
Hold on.
phenomena yet.
I manipulate gas or mass. What is mass?
Mass is condensed energy in physical form.
That's wrong.
He said being pulled, which would be the cause supposition for the observed phenomenon.
Well, the mass would cause it to be pulled by existing, and
But
gravity
your
is just a
definition
symptom
of
of that.
mass is wrong. So what's mass?
Sorry, not mass, matter. My bad, I misspoke.
So
Can we stop
matter
right now
exists.
for a second, please?
Oh,
We
sorry. Go
just
ahead.
stop. Okay. He said he observed something being pulled to the ground.
Yes.
That's a lie. Or sorry, that's not a lie. That is erroneous. He's observing something moving towards the ground. He has no reason from that observation to assert that he's witnessed it being pulled
So
to the
that's
ground.
why that's the hypothesis, and that's why you test it to see if that's the case.
No,
If
that's
it's
not.
so, is
That's
it
not.
such a
No,
coincidence that every time something falls to
no,
the Earth, it's being
no,
pulled?
no,
But
no,
that
but
just
no,
happens.
but
That's
no,
not
but
gravity.
no. Listen, Fred. We're trying to be precise here. You have to start with describing your phenomena accurately. Your hypothesis could be maybe it's being pulled to the ground. But those are two separate things. You got to know how to separate.
You don't say maybe in a hypothesis, by the way. Your hypothesis is going in with an assumed truth and seeing if it fits.
Oh no, duh, dude. Good.
Yeah, but that's why you said maybe, and there's like a clear distinction there where it's not a maybe. You have to fully assume that.
Fully assuming? What the fuck does that mean?
Like, you have to assume that it's true, and then if it doesn't work out, then it's not true.
Do you understand what the fuck you're saying?
Yeah, because your
friend.
hypothesis
Right,
is a
but
claim.
You have to suppose. Listen, in order to do so, you have to make a supposition in the first instance, which
Yeah,
is
but then once the
generally,
supposition is
in
proven
colloquial
true, then
terms,
it is
referred
true.
to as a. It could be this. It could be this, which is a
Well, that's why it's all
maybe. I mean,
theory.
for goodness sakes, dude.
That's why it's all theory.
What?
That's why it's all theory.
No, dude.
No.
Wrong. Theory
Sorry,
in science comes after experimentation phase.
Right. I do apologise, my friend. Everything that you've been saying for the last 5 minutes, if you look into the live stream, I've started to post citations for you. With regards to your definition of mass, that was incorrect. With regards to physics, mass has no meaning. I'm going to start
No way
posting
this
you.
dude with the fucking shadow hood profile picture is talking to me. My bad, bro. I'm just geeking.
Yeah,
Keep going.
Everything for the last
My
5
bad,
minutes. Dude, everything for the last 5 minutes you've been saying is incorrect. I will cite you scientific sources and universities which demonstrate my point to be true. One, with your regard to the definition of mass. Within physics, mass has no meaning. We can start quoting Professor Feynman if you would like.
So what about
It's not a
matter,
problem.
which is the thing that I later corrected myself to because I
Not a
misspoke.
problem. Well, that's not even within what any supposition for a gravitational hypothesis. It's mass. Isn't it?
Matter?
It's not mass.
Matter
Yeah, mass.
isn't in
No.
gravitational supposition, even though
What's the
mass is
cause?
literally in the
Oh,
formula,
mass.
and mass is a symptom of matter.
There we go. There we go. So mass then. Again, in the text stream, I've cited it for you. If you scroll up just a little bit, about 1-2 minutes ago, you'll find that within physics, mass has no meaning. incorrectly defined as the amount of substance in matter. All of that lovely good stuff that you've been saying, I've literally just pulled apart for you. Not me, Dr. Feynman, and other physicists from from known universities. So you may not know what you're talking about. Just pointing that out for you. Would you like
Hey,
more?
what's the definition of mass anyway?
Yeah,
He's saying
which
it
one?
doesn't have one. Hold on. That's
Resistance.
I don't believe that for a second.
Resistance
Well,
to
look,
acceleration.
Resistance to acceleration. Yeah, there you go.
Have you even looked in the text though? If you have, can you scroll up and then begin to read out what I've posted?
No,
I've
I'm not
taken
reading
the
all that.
citation out. I've given you the reference source. You can go and check the reference source.
No, I'm not reading all that. Thank you though.
Oh, so sorry, my friend. Then you are not an honest person. Then I'm literally citing people
No,
for
I'm
you.
so sorry though, because this AI dude
No,
literally just
wait,
said 2
no,
seconds ago that he didn't have to engage with any arguments in a politics Discord server. So it's like I'm not taking this fucking seriously when this guy's doing that.
I am.
That's not even what I said, dumbass.
It's literally
I
what he
am.
said, by the way.
No, you're
I am.
not. You're just deflecting because you're scared little girl, bro.
Let him go. Let him
Everybody's
go have
listening to
another
this shit.
Bullington. Yeah, let him have another Bullington. Go on Netflix. Get out of here.
Bro,
Well
I've been
done, sir.
smoking,
Now,
spliffing things all fucking night, bro, and I'm still have more fucking
Dude,
brain power than you.
I'm
so
a
you're
little.
not going to look at the citations I've provided you, trying
you
to
can
help
dig.
you along with your
Okay.
rhetoric
Where did you send them?
in the side chat. The fuck
There you
else
go.
am I
Oh
going to
my
fucking?
god, that's so
There you
much
go.
work.
Little guilt
Okay, give
trip.
me a
He's
second.
still baked, so he's still feeling sensitive. So there you go. Guilt trip him.
I don't give two
Yeah.
shits about any
He
of you
said that
motherfuckers.
he said that I don't want to be engaged with him.
That's okay.
I don't
AI,
give
I don't
two
know what's
shits
going
about
on
this
with your
fucking
mic, bro.
filled nose ass motherfucker talking to me.
Yeah, AI, your mic's been fucking
Damn.
destroying this whole thing for hours now.
Yeah, it sounds like you're like the most nasally human on planet Earth.
Well
Hey,
done.
be
Well
nice to
done.
AI, bro.
Right, sorry, Nana. I'm saying it's the mic. I'm saying he doesn't sound like that. His mic is making him sound
You're
like
good.
that.
I'm just tugging on your nuts, bro. Relax. You're good.
That's
We're
great.
chilling.
And I'm gonna come. I'm just letting you know that.
Can we get
How long
back
do you
on
want to be in?
topic, please?
Yeah, can we? Otherwise, you're going to get removed, man. Come on. Let's have an honest conversation. Let's not be a little child.
Yeah.
Good. So, citations provide you in the side chat. Read them. I've got
Sorry, bro. You
lots
just
more.
commanded me. Hold on.
Yeah, because I'm
You're
trying
getting
to
me.
educate you and help
You're
you along.
oof. Ooh.
I think he's done.
Well, he did say he was gonna finish. So
I thought he was just calling people gay now at this point, but maybe I misheard something.
I was just
I'll
trying
take
to
him
bring
off.
levity to the situation.
Wait,
Maybe
what? Who was I calling gay?
Yeah, okay, that was my bad. I think I misheard you. Sorry.
You did.
Alright, you can relax now, bro? Learn a little bit?
I'm trying to. You keep talking to me.
True. I'll shut up.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, you're right, heretic.
Am I?
There you go. Posted it again for you.
Clown.
did he bail or what?
No, I'm still
Or he
here.
got
I'm reading
duped
this.
or what? Oh, okay.
AI, go on your phone settings and turn CRISPR on at least. Holy shit.
Hey man, I'm sorry to cut you guys off, but we need Goal or the mod over there real quick in the VC check-in to give somebody the VC verified role real quick, please, somebody. Thank you.
Kimbo.
Yes, sir.
We're over at 24/7.
Yes, sir.
What's up,
Thank you.
24/7. I'll see you over there.
All right.
The Earth is the globe.
Prove
it!
Prove it!
Yeah,
TV said
that's
so.
right. Heretics there anyway.
So far of what I've read of this, it just is saying that like the mole is bigger than we let on. And that's the only reason why mass isn't fully defined, is because we're like slightly off by how much carbon atoms are in a mole.
Awesome. So keep reading.
And so if it's slightly off, that doesn't mean that mass isn't a thing that's defined. It just means it's defined slightly off.
Dear me, it's like I've got to read it for you.
So not defined. So defined but not defined.
In physics, however, as we
Fucking
must
hell.
very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. Underline that bit for you as well. In physics, which I do hope that's what you're talking about, this word mass has no meaning. What, the amount of substance in a space? The resistance
Oh wait,
to
hold
another?
on. I clicked on the first one. Is it the
Maybe you should.
chemistryworld.com? It is the
Hey, stop smoking
chemistryworld.com. I'm
balls
trying
and
to
just
control. Hey,
concentrate
I'm
for
trying.
10 minutes.
No, because I want to find this in the text. I'm trying to control F and I can't.
You can't, but it is the chemistry world one. Yes.
Word.
Word. I never understood what that meant. Word.
Words
Word.
to your mother.
Yeah, bro, if I can't control F this, I'm gonna lose it.
Here, I'll repost it for you again.
Why don't you just fucking click on it instead of doing some stupid shit on your keyboard? Just fucking use your mouse and go over to it and click on it. Fucking young people, they don't want to do any work. They just want to control F.
Hey, I like Control F. Don't shit on Control F, alright?
Yeah, alright. It's a fucking lazy generation though.
Bro, Control F. You do need Control F. I mean, it's how you can get
What the
sources.
fuck is Controlled F?
You
Control
find
find.
something on the page.
No, I know what it is. I'm just telling you, I actually never use that. Like, I rarely ever use that.
Never use it in a page, like when you're reading an article or like a
Rarely,
PDF.
rarely ever, man. Yeah, no, I don't need to ever. I don't know why.
That's okay.
I think I'm
fuck-
not lazy. I'm not lazy. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
just
not
find
lazy.
it, yeah?
Well, I
Yeah.
You just
mean,
look and you find it.
if you're going through like a 900-page book, dude, you're gonna need Control Find, okay? If you're just trying to find like a little citation or a little source, you know. I'm just saying it's useful.
Doesn't it have an index and a
Dude,
glossary?
why is this not here?
Yeah.
I swear to God, it isn't in my thing.
Are you in
My
the right
article
chat?
doesn't have those fucking words. I swear to God. Hold on, I'm streaming right now. I could fully be tweaking, but no, it does not. Is this the right article?
Oh my god.
Hello?
Maybe Control F isn't working.
It's not, because I can't even read through it and find that shit.
Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass.
That wasn't even one of the things he said to me.
He cited it.
Read the whole fucking thing.
Oh, yeah, you did say that first. I can't see the one about mass as a
Oh.
word.
Jesus. Hey, I use Control Find to find that quick, alright?
The first one's the only one that's here. I saw that one.
It's interesting. I've literally given you the page fucking number as well, right? This is why I've given you a citation.
33 to
The
34? Hold up.
source of the quotation. The
Hold
page
up.
of the quotation.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Why are we
page
waiting
number?
on
How do
you?
I turn the fucking pages?
I don't know. Don't know. I like Flats's question earlier when we were asking for the fucking hypothesis in the first instance. That's a good question. I like that question because then we start to understand whether people who come up here saying things actually know what they're talking about.
Well,
The
his
answer
observed
is no.
phenomenon seemed to be all mixed up with his cause supposition for it. It's hard to tell which the way he was talking about it.
In the Principia and also in General and Special Relativity paper, there are no hypotheses in either. So, if you come up with a scientific theory, I put in quote unquote, that's derived like without going through the scientific method, which the hypothesis part is, also the observation of it is a part of the scientific method, then by definition it is pseudoscience.
Is that wait? So that's saying there was never a hypothesis of gravity?
Bingo.
Ding ding ding!
Bingo, got
The
it.
winner, chicken dinner.
That doesn't
Insane,
even sound
right?
True.
But it's
Well,
true, bro.
Be
get
the
it.
first person to present one for us.
Yeah, win a Nobel Peace Prize or something, bro. Go ahead.
If I was the first person to propose an observation
Not observation.
that mass is attracted to one another,
Not an observation, bro.
Hypothesis.
Hypothesis. Very
is
different.
that not a hypothesis? That's a
No.
question, right? That's a
I'll tell you what.
fundamental principle.
I'll tell you what. Can you define very simply what a hypothesis is?
The hypothesis
No.
is the thing that you're testing for.
I'm gonna start giving the game away for you. See if you can follow along. A hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Basically stated an if this then that statement, correct?
Yeah.
If cause then effect, yes?
Yeah. If mass exists, then gravity. Yes. That is a hypothesis.
Sorry,
That's
if mass exists,
incoherent.
then gravity. No.
Yeah.
First of all, we need the observation of a phenomena, something happening, don't we? The dependent variable.
Right. So when you drop an apple.
Awesome stuff. So I've dropped an apple. There's my phenomena. What's your presumed cause?
Well, what else is pulling this thing down? Or what other force is shoving it from above?
All right, okay.
So
Fair
then you
enough.
look down
Again,
and you see this big old mass under your feet.
Oh, interesting.
And you're like,
So
maybe.
you
Just maybe.
do understand that this hypothesis, right, we're going to test in a minute. That will be the experiment bit where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate the presumed cause in the experiment to see if it has the effect. Science, my friend, hypothesis and test. Science has experiments in it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So you have to remember the independent variable must be something that exists, must be something physical that you, the researcher, can vary and manipulate to see if it has the effect. So let's start again. You observe
So mass on
phenomena-
itself.
Oh my goodness me. We've got 3 definitions of mass. Doesn't have any meaning in physics. It's
Okay.
not gonna be
So matter on
related.
itself.
Brilliant.
Well, wait.
Apple,
So
hold on. Trying to help you along. Apple falls. Dependent variable. Observe phenomena. What is your presumed cause of apple falling that you're going to vary and manipulate in an experiment?
you're gonna vary and manipulate the pull of the big object underneath you on the apple.
Awesome stuff. So you're going to vary and manipulate the earth, are you?
Yeah, pretty much. Different conditions, yeah.
No. You're not going to vary and manipulate the earth, my friend. Don't be disingenuous. This is where we're going to start helping you along, and hopefully you'll realise that there is no formalised hypothesis for gravity. Mate, keep going, keep trying. Give me another one. In actual fact, don't pull things out of your own arse. You're believing things that have already been demonstrated, I presume. So then
Yeah.
go and get their hypotheses, right? Newton didn't offer one. Einstein, that's math, not science.
And you're totally cool to
If
say,
I
I
was to
don't know,
test
bro.
gravity, I would go to the moon. That's how I do it. Because I'm a genius. But, you
Dude,
know,
this guy's
that's
got it.
just me.
This guy's fucking got it.
Yeah.
Listen, in regards to Newton, he actually has a direct quote. I feign no hypothesis.
Wait, so can you hear me or can you hear me? Hello?
No, I can't hear you.
Alright, I'm playing Counter-Strike 2 and it's one of my teammates quit. It's 4v5. We were winning, but like...
Sorry, do you want attention or something? Do you want attention?
I go do a Twitch, bro. Get out of here.
Yeah, I told you I can't hear you.
Hey,
So might as well stop talking.
Well, isn't gravitational pull or the fall, the acceleration, I forgot what it's called. It's like 9.8 or something.
9.8 meters per second.
Yeah, you can measure that shit. So what is this guy talking about?
That's the phenomena. That's the phenomena, rate or fault of an object. We can measure how fast it goes. Awesome. Now, what's the cause of it?
Well, gravity.
Awesome. So, where we manipulate gravity then? Something that must be physical, and you must be able to vary and manipulate in an experiment. You have attended science classes before, correct?
No, there's different variables, but you don't have to manipulate all variables in a test.
I'll do this for you. In an experiment, there are three
Yeah.
variables: dependent, independent, and control. Dependent, the observed phenomena. Independent, presumed cause. Control, all the other variables you keep the same.
Let me just quick Google.
I'll tell you what, just for shits and giggles, I'll cite that for you as well. Give me a minute.
I just need to look at Google Images and look at a graph of or a picture.
You know why he's called FE Jedi, bro? You know why? Because he's trying to help you out, man. He's trying to get you to
Help
break from the dark side, bro. Of this laziness. You know what I mean? It's just like,
help me. I learned this in like
oh, then you
in
should
school.
have no problem.
Well,
Why do you
no,
need
I
Google?
mean,
You sure you went to school?
I got graded on it and I got an A, so I'm not very insecure about this. It's not very hard. It's like GCSE stuff.
Cool.
So I mean, I just
So you don't
I
need
didn't-
Jedi citations then, or his help then, right? So
well,
you know
no, I never intended to go into science for higher education, so I didn't take it that seriously. But when I was learning it, I understood it. Right now, I don't remember it that well, but that's why I say I would do a quick Google search.
I mean, you're defending something you don't really know too well. That's not really smart.
What, defending gravity? Like, why wouldn't that be a smart thing to defend?
Have we got the hypothesis for gravity yet? This is getting real tedious.
Okay, so independent, the one thing you change, limit to only, okay, the change that happens because of the independent variable, everything that you want constant and unchanging. Okay, so what exactly is your, what's exactly this guy's problem?
We're just looking for a hypothesis for gravity.
Just a hypothesis for gravity, brother. See if you can
Okay,
find.
so I drop a ball on the moon, and I drop a ball on Earth, and I test how fast they fall. What do you mean no? What do you mean no?
No one's saying. I mean, no, because you're not going to the moon. That will be a fucking guess. We're going to be doing this on
Actually,
the.
NASA are going to the moon again. They're doing it again.
No.
What do you mean no? Don't just say no, bro. Don't just.
We need an actual experiment, not a bedtime story, dude. Come on, work with us here.
I'm giving you an experiment. I'm sorry.
You're telling us a story. That's not something that we can actually test.
Oh, okay. All right. We're gonna deny the moon landing. Okay.
At the moment, my friend, those are the very things that are up for contention. So let's not bring up a hypothetical where I can go to this other place where I'm not and start doing things. Scientific experiment, right?
Okay.
You're on the Earth.
How about this? I launch a ball at a certain trajectory that would allow it to a certain trajectory along the Earth that is closer to the Earth, and I see how far it travels, and then I launch a ball outside of with a higher trajectory into space, with a certain amount of power, and then measuring what happens to that ball. For instance, because of gravity, the lack of gravitational pull on the ball would lead the higher trajectory ball to travel further into the outer atmosphere if you gave it enough force, a la a rocket, okay, into orbit, like, which becomes a satellite, which is what we use phones for, etc., etc. What's wrong with this hypothesis? So,
well, it's not a fucking hypothesis, mate.
Why is that not a hypothesis? Different trajectories.
Dude, I've
Wait, hold on.
cited what
Can I
I've
jump back in? Can I jump back in?
You must.
All right. So, the hypothesis for gravity is testing the cause and effect relationship between masses and the force of gravity. Now, I know you said that mass was not clearly defined as like a physical
force of gravity?
concept. Huh?
What force of gravity? Has it been determined that there is one yet? before you went to test
Well,
how mass is affected?
the assumed force is being named gravity at this point in time. So it's masses and the force that they have on each other, which we're going to call
You're gonna
gravity.
manipulate a force that you just have to assume
Nope,
exists?
you manipulate mass, and that's how you find out whether the force is greater or not. And if
Oh.
the mass increases and the force of gravity increases, then there you go. You have a correlation.
What,
Now you have to measure causation.
The force that you just had to assume exists?
Fucking
No,
hell,
the force that
gravity.
exists, you're just assuming how it works for right
Dude.
now until you
Dude.
test it and prove it.
Gravity hasn't been thought of a force since 1915, since Einstein came up with his theories of general and special relativity. Not a force. Would you like us to go and get hostile witnesses from the scientific community which will back this point? Professor Brian Cox, gravity is not a force, in quotation marks. I can give you 20 more. At least use the right gravity, mate.
Well,
Do you know what gravity
okay,
is?
so you're mentioning Brian Cox, a person who fully doesn't believe that the Earth is flat.
Awesome.
Also
That's why I
relevant.
said hostile witness from your own side. Somebody on
Right,
your own side
right,
who's more
but you're
educated
using
than
someone
you
from my
will
side's
define-
argument for an
my
argument.
friend. Do you know what a hostile witness is?
Witness from the other side, yeah.
Somebody from your side who doesn't back what you say. Hostile witness for you. Not backing what you say, because gravity hasn't been thought of a force for over 100 years.
So can you disprove
1915.
his other opinions of why the Earth isn't flat?
We're just trying
Got
to get a
nothing to
hypothesis
do
of
with his
gravity,
other
dude.
opinions. This particular
what?
point of inquiry, he doesn't back this specific claim. I don't care what he has on his fucking pizza.
Well, I mean, you're just taking one slice of it.
Dude, do you know what a hostile witness is? We've given you several and you don't like them. You didn't like Michio Kaku earlier. Hostile
Right,
witness.
they came to different conclusions than you based on those points. So,
Does not back what you say.
your thing is you're just saying I don't know
boy.
exactly what
This is
and when I can't
tangential,
exactly
dude.
define
This is beside
No,
the
this is
point.
literally
This
what's
is
happening.
beside the point.
This
We're
is
just
literally
trying to
what's
get to your
happening. I can't
experiment for
exactly
gravity,
find
dude.
it, Sam.
We're just trying to get to your experiment for gravity, dude. Stop
What's
talking
what,
about
what was
you
wrong
were
with mine?
according to, and this guy said
He's
what?
not trying to
He's
get
a
to my
Bober.
experiment of gravity.
None of
fully.
that matters.
He doesn't
None of
give a
that
shit.
matters.
He doesn't care.
None of that matters. We're just trying to get the experiment. We're trying to find out how you actually manipulated the independent variable that is, in this case, the supposed cause of the effect. And that would be gravity, according to you.
Nope,
It
it'd
hasn't
be
been defined
mass.
as a
You
force for over
manipulate
100
mass.
years. You keep saying that it's a force. Hasn't
Nope,
even been
you
defined that
manipulate
way.
mass.
Listen, hasn't been defined that way for over 100 years. Unless we're going to be Einstein deniers. Is that what we're going to do?
No, sir. All right, let's
No,
see what
sir.
the current. Let's see what it's.
Yeah, it's currently defined as a pseudo force. It's the bending and warping of space-time. So when you say that you have an experiment that proves gravity causes this or that, what you're telling us is that you have shown that the bending and warping of space-time is in fact the cause of the apple falling or whatever phenomena you're going to say it's the cause for. So what kind of an experiment do you have that does that?
What was wrong with my experiment?
Wasn't an experiment. Yeah.
What,
The
launching
bending.
things at different trajectories? So, like, okay,
Sorry,
if
I'll
you
ask you this clarifying question.
So
Go ahead.
What are your independent and dependent variables?
Okay, yeah, sure. Let me do that for you. Independent, the one
Thank
thing
you.
you change. Okay, the one thing you change is the trajectory.
Awesome. So
Okay.
trajectory causes then.
Huh?
Trajectory causes then. You said my independent variable's trajectory, so trajectory then.
No, but I want to go on to dependent and controlled variables first before I
So what,
start
let's
talking
do
about
this
the
the right way
causes.
round then. Let's do it the right way round. What's the observed phenomena?
Okay,
The
if you
dependent
say that's
variable.
the right way around, let's do this that way round. Okay. So the causes would be my hypothesis, right?
Oh my god.
No, wait,
So
sorry.
first of all,
Wait,
first
can
of all,
I jump
in the
back in? Can I jump
Dude.
back in?
No, okay, so the cause of the
This guy ain't gonna say
trajectory
nothing.
would be gravitational pull. For instance, larger objects have a stronger gravitational pull, and therefore, oh shit. Let me think about this.
Yeah, go away for 5 minutes. Think about it. We'll come back to you. Let's go back to this other gentleman. Let's go. Let's go.
What
Give
do you
me a
mean the
hypothesis.
cause of the trajectory change? No, you're not understanding my experiment. First off,
So
okay,
let's do
I'm
it the right
saying
way round. Let's do it the right way round. Give me the observed phenomena first, the dependent variable, which we would then make a presupposition into its cause. Observational phenomena first. Dependent variable, please.
okay, dependent. The change happens because of the independent variable. Okay, the
Okay,
change that would the change that would happen would be how far the
No.
rocket travels, based on how much fuel you give it. In a higher trajectory, it would.
Oh man, what is the observed phenomenon? What is the thing that you saw in nature occurring? That's the question.
Gravitational constant.
The total distance traveled by the rocket.
What's cause of total distance travelled by rocket?
The
The
cause
gravitational
would be
constant.
the
Is the
gravitational.
dependent variable.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, is it?
Very
Okay.
Gravitational constant then.
Right. So the
Correct.
argument in essence
You
is
have to remember
P1
this,
in a
gentlemen,
hypothetical
please.
flat Earth model.
Right?
You
This
have
can't
to
be
remember
real.
this, gentlemen, please. So, dependent variable, the observed phenomena. You got to remember that your presumed cause independent variable, you, the researcher, must vary and manipulate. It must be physical.
Yeah, so what I'm hypothesizing is that if you launch a rocket along with a certain amount of fuel along the Earth surface at a certain trajectory that's closer to the Earth surface with a certain amount of fuel, it won't go. Given that there's no obstacles, it won't go as far as if you launch a rocket directly upwards. Because as a rocket reaches the outer atmosphere, it would
Like, sit down.
it would have
Please.
it would have it would it would
You're
have
embarrassing
it would have
yourself.
less.
Please.
No, it would
You're
have less
embarrassing yourself.
gravitational pull. The difference might be only like slight, but
Please.
if
Please, mate, don't do this to yourself. You're embarrassing yourself, mate. Please.
Yeah. This
Why does
preposterous
it have
theory.
to be physical? The
Oh
gravitational
my God!
constant
I'll tell
holds
you
it
why.
all together.
I'll tell you
Wait,
why. Why does
can
it
I
have to be
please jump
physical?
back in, por favor?
Yeah, in a minute after I've
Ah,
answered
bad,
this
bad, bad.
question.
Okay,
Why
wait,
does
wait,
it have to be physical? Because we're doing natural science, the study of the physical and natural world, you fucking idiot.
That is
Yeah,
fully
but
right.
it's a variable, and speed is a variable, time is a variable. These are
What's a
not
variable?
physical.
Sorry, hold
also
on.
we have
Time. Who said
You
GPUs
fucking
and we
understand that, right?
Time is a variable.
time?
He's right.
Who said time?
I didn't say it, but I think it's true.
What?
It's fully a
Time's
variable.
physical.
I know we all live in the matrix, but
Oh, time's
Time.
no, time is not physical.
You know what's really funny? All of this came out of just asking these Globers for a hypothesis for gravity, and this is where this conversation has gone. This is crazy.
Actually crazy to witness.
so what if
Isn't-
do you believe in
isn't
the
this exactly-
gravitational constant though? Like that constant exists. You can see that pattern when masses are going up and down. Like there is something going on that
No one
that
can
is
deny
bound by this constant, and they
There-
experiment with that.
There is no denying that when you drop rocks, they go down. There is no
Right.
denying that things also go up. So there is no denying that here on Earth, things seem to go in this order. For a reason, we have this vertical up and down. Now, the cause of that, well, hasn't been demonstrated to be true.
Well, the cause claim ultimately is the bending and warping of space-time. Whoever manipulated that to show that that is the cause of things going down.
Technically,
can I
that
ask you a
makes sense.
question? Can I ask you a serious? Can I wait quickly? Can I? How do you explain how Elon Musk gets the rockets to re-land, if they can't calculate gravity?
Oh, again, so up and down is very useful. That's happening in the physical and natural world. It's the presumption of cause that is the issue here.
He doesn't really need to have any knowledge of the cause. He just needs to know the effect. It goes down at such a rate. So nobody's disputing that. What we're talking about is the cause claims that are on the table from the globe side.
Okay.
Well,
All right,
like
I'm finally at the point.
this is more of a.
I know I can contend with that.
Okay, one last point. This is more of a philosophical question because you say, "Oh, like, what is energy?" And you say, "Oh, energy is a transfer of different energy to different," and you can like put it in categories. But then you just keep saying, "Oh, what is energy?" And then like, "Oh, energy is this, energy is that." It's like it's not really anything.
Well, I mean, I haven't really taken it to like an infinite regression or anything like that. I'm just asking them, the Globers, how they validated their cause claims for these things. They have a cause claim, so we're just asking, where did you get that? Where's the experiment? Where's the validation? And the conversation just goes like this every single time.
But the
He's not
the definition
exaggerating
of gravity
every
by
time.
Einstein is
so
basically
he's
rhetorical anyway.
all right. Well,
It says
this is
it's
a different
bending
part.
through
This is
space
a
and time.
we've been through this.
Things go through space.
You're letting them loop you.
That's
Don't let
just
them
like
loop you.
rhetorical. I
So
think it's misinformation to keep us away from maybe like magnetism or something.
You think
But
that Einstein is misinformation?
uh,
The gatekeep make? Is that what you're saying?
he's the Neil deGrasse Tyson of the time.
All right, that's interesting. Well, all right. Well, I guess we won't be getting an Einstein hypothesis from you, but that's fine.
No, doesn't it just seem like he's just saying things are traveling through space and time and bending? It's just like it's going through.
true.
Like if you had a video game and
True.
things are, so it's kind of just
True.
generic little definition. So he's not saying he even knows like what's really causing that. It would probably be like God or the creator.
So are you saying
And
like
we don't know how
Einstein's
he did
probably
that thus
bullshitting?
far.
Right. Yeah, we get that.
He just said it was like very generic. Let me look up its definition. But he's made it say like a fancy way of saying things are moving. But at least that the constant's there. And then if people are like, all right, why am I not floating away? There's some kind of constant there. Like weight exists, time exists. And in an effect of an idea, gravity does exist. If you jump up and down, you don't fly away. So they call that gravity.
So
They just
so
call
what's
that
gravity? You coming back to the ground? That's gravity.
it's yeah.
So that's
That's
just the
what it
effect,
is.
though. That's just the effect, and we all agree on that. What we're asking about is
It's
the
an
cause
effect.
claims that the Globers make about that effect, right?
I don't know if Globers. Yeah, Globers. They think we're spinning, and I guess there's magnets. There's magnet. So I want to look more into magnets and the magnet. What do you magnet? Something magnetic field. There you go. They've been able. Someone was able to take a picture of an atom, and I'm trying to see how they're counting protons and electrons. It says that they were able to steal electrons through a magnet, and some stripper was able to count them. And they actually have a picture of an atom of this 160 atomic number one chemical.
All right, can I just say I won the
So
debate?
I just think it's absolutely hilarious that we asked for a gravity hypothesis and the conversation goes here. I mean, I'm not dunking on you for it, Alpha. Whatever, it's all good. It's just
you know what
funny.
it is?
That's what happens.
People are
Gravity
dumb.
is
They don't
yeah.
realize gravity's just an idea, and then you guys are bullying them for that. But like,
I'm not trying to bully them. I'm just trying to get it out of
it's
them.
just like
why-
prove time. Prove time.
Yeah, I'm just trying
We
to get
know
it out of
time
them
exists.
why it is they think what they think.
Right.
But why do you think the way you do? Like, why do you not just accept it? Do you not believe in time? Do you not believe in like your weight when you go on a scale?
Just
Like,
remember how you guys defended gravity so wholeheartedly and then not really understood it. That's the point of asking for the hypothesis that's not around. You guys get it? It's a belief system you're under.
yeah.
Can I take a crack
We
at
don't
this real
know.
quick?
Okay.
I think this is wrapping
What's
up.
going on? Should at least be nicer to these people, though. Like,
Yeah,
you
don't
have
worry
to
about
play
it.
this
We're gonna
game
be
all the
really
time.
nice and let Zeno. We're gonna be really nice to these people and let Zeno have a crack at it like he asked for.
Okay, so what was the what were you asking about for gravity?
Hypothesis for it.
A hypothesis.
So,
The experimental validation of its existence
so
as
if
a
I
cause, because a lot of the time in this conversation, well, what Globers will often do is conflate the cause with the effect. They'll say that gravity now is the downward acceleration, things falling, but then they'll flip flop from that to gravity is the reason it fell. So we're talking about gravity, the cause.
Well, gravity, the cause. Sorry to interrupt, but isn't it to do with particle attraction or atomic attraction?
No.
Like, no. Why
No,
no?
because it was defined as the bending and warping of space time.
Said to who? I'm sure it's got to do
Einstein.
with.
That's what Einstein said. So if it is the bending and warping
The
of
other
space
one is
time, it's entirely like it's not like provable.
Mass.
And I guess like the reason why we
Well,
want to
yeah,
argue
I
so
get.
hard is because we disagree with
wait.
the point that they think that the Earth is flat because of that, and we're like, no, it's
No.
not flat. And then we bring this up, and then this happens, and then we try to defend
well,
it vigorously.
okay,
but
yes.
we
Hold
don't
on.
even
Just
we
let's
aren't really
skip all that.
familiar with that.
Let's just go back real quick. So, what's the problem with saying the hypothesis is if you drop something, there will be a downward acceleration? Well, why is that not a hypothesis?
That's the observation of the phenomena. You're missing the other half of the hypothesis.
No, that is
Hypothesis.
the hypothesis. If I drop something from twice the height, it will have a
Oh, I get what they're
exponential.
saying.
So
It will
I was
have.
talking about causes.
No, we don't know why.
Hold on,
We
hold
can't
on, Alpha.
demonstrate
That
why.
doesn't-
Alpha, hold on. I was
Can't say
talking about
why.
causes, and in this scenario you just laid out for me, the cause is you dropping something. So is that what gravity is now?
No, I'm saying that if you drop something from twice the height, then we should experience either the force being twice or 4 times as much.
Right. So you're only giving me the observation of a phenomena so far, one half of a hypothesis. A
Well, no,
hypothesis
I have to do the
consists of
dropping
the
and
phenomena,
then.
the dependent variable, and then the precision. No, you're not going to let me. Not going to let me finish.
No,
Let me
I don't
finish.
think so because it seems like the height
Okay, would you
from
like
which
me
I
to
drop
cite
the
it for you?
object is
Would you like
the
me to cite it
variable.
for you? Would you like me to cite it for you? What a
No,
hypothesis
I
is?
don't.
Okay, then fuck off.
Okay.
I'm trying to help you.
Zeno, he
Gotta
wants
be
you to answer cause and
our
effect.
conscious
Answer that, and you can proceed.
observation.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not
Conscious,
really.
us being conscious
Oh my
observing
God, hold on,
is
man.
the cause.
All right. Well, he's talking about the downward acceleration. We're already there with you. We already agree that is the phenomenon. That's what's observed. That's an effect. Now we're wanting to test the cause. The cause claim on the table is the bending and warping of space-time. How are we going to do that?
Well, no, that's we've gone a step too far. I think first we have to
That's
make
what we're
sure.
asking you
No,
for.
that's what we're.
It's not a
That
step
is
too
what they're
far.
asking.
Well, no, to understand like
Well,
the
wait.
bending of of space time, you have to understand like energy density and like plugging in energy density into like the original Newtonian framework is kind of difficult and a long process. So like you have to first build up from like Tycho Brahe why you do that, and then get to energy density from Einstein using
Einstein
like the
superseded
derivation.
all of Newtonian mechanics.
No,
All of
that's not.
Newtonian mechanics.
That's
Yes,
not
yes,
true.
all of it. Yes.
So when you use Newtonian gravity, you can use energy.
Okay, listen. I
Wasn't
asked
Newton
for
fully
the
like 500 years
hypothesis
before
to
Einstein?
test the cause claim of the bending and warping of space-time as being the cause of the effect, the downward acceleration, whatever phenomenon you're going to attribute it to. Please try again.
Well, look, isn't the split particle experiment not the split? What's that one where particles act as a wave and they act as a
That's about light.
The double, the slit, but like that's not this.
But isn't that showing how particles interact? And then if you can measure how particles
Dude, that has
interact,
nothing to do with relativity. That's got nothing to do with this.
Well,
nothing to do with gravity.
Okay, wait. Let me just do some quick googling.
Thank you.
Yo, I just want to
You-
say, FE Jedi and Flatwater Crisis Support, thank you for helping me reach an understanding as to like where you are in your argument. Because for a while I was like, I was fully defending gravity, but I just realized we're at the same place where it's like we don't
We don't know
understand
what
like,
it
why
is.
this fucking thing happens. You
Exactly.
just think it's flat because of that. But I
No.
disagree with that. and I
No,
guess
no,
you're
no,
saying
no,
like,
no, don't make that leap.
Actually,
I
I'm.
believe.
Well, no, I mean,
Okay.
it's in his name. It's in his name. Like he fully believes the Earth is flat because of that.
Yeah,
but
but
that's
not
okay.
because of
I
this.
disagree
I
with you.
wouldn't use this as an argument for
No,
that
no,
at
no.
all.
I know. Yeah. Well, I would have to hear a lot more like
Okay,
different fucking
so
arguments to
when
believe that.
Not us. It's not us that brings gravity up, right? It's the globers. So when they do, we ask for evidence of it.
Right.
We ask them to support their
And
claims.
most of them don't make it past this. Okay.
Well, you know
Alright,
what? I think AI was trying to be pretty charitable with you. I think he was trying to share some stuff, and maybe you guys were just not meshing for some reason. But I don't think he was trying to take any digs at you or anything like that. I think he was just trying to throw some stuff your way.
Okay,
No, I
so
know he
when
was trying to throw stuff my way, but I don't know. I just felt like it wasn't like being
all
honest.
good.
Like if you were honest, you'd be like, okay.
You
I'm
guys
trying.
are
If you were
here,
honest,
bro.
you would start every conversation with, okay, I believe the Earth is flat. The reason why I believe Earth is flat is this thing vaguely, and this thing vaguely.
Oh,
If we want to
so
go into topics, we'd have to go into all of those for me to ever change my mind. Because I feel like if you're
So
not saying that, you're being dishonest. And then these people just like get stuck on gravity, and then you have like a fucking boring discussion every time.
hello,
I don't know.
guys. So when I Google evidence of particle interaction, the first thing that comes up is wave-particle duality.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so
we're-
the fact that you guys, when gravity is literally just in a way particles interacting, okay,
again, I'm going to urge you to sit down and shut up. You're embarrassing yourself, man.
in what way am I wrong? Like I'm trying to learn as well.
Cherry,
Like
my bad. I just thought it was mean.
you could literally just explain to me in what way I'm wrong. Like if you don't understand it simply enough to explain it, then you don't understand it, do you?
I tried to go through a hypothesis with you. I tried really hard. And now you're Googling other stuff that has got nothing to do with what we're talking about. We are asking for a scientific experiment that proves a hypothesis test. I don't know where you are off, mate, but you're in the weeds.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that I'm hypothesizing that the cause of gravity is particle interaction, okay? And then one way we can see particle interaction in an experiment is the wave-particle duality experiment. Like, I don't understand how this is how you're not seeing the connections here.
Dude, now you're giving me gravity as the effect. Now, we're asking for cause. This is what happens. You guys jump around between gravity being the cause and gravity being
Yeah,
the effect.
it's the fact that there's multiple particles. There's one particle. There's two particles instead of one, and
All right.
because of there being two particles instead of one, the multiplicity of it,
Codename?
that is the cause.
Didn't hear what I said, did you? We're looking for the cause. You didn't give it. You gave gravity as the effect.
Wait, hold on. I might be at a point further.
I'm not reaching you, or you're not reaching me.
Codename. It looks like
So,
you're
can
deriving a
we
new.
make the assumption?
Yeah.
Can we make the assumption that gravity, the cause itself, is that phenomena of which we observe to be mass attracting to one another?
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, that would be the cause supposition.
Why would that be the case?
Because when you drop an apple, you just see the thing fall. You don't actually see any attraction. Your cause supposition is it was attraction that caused it to fall.
Yeah, but if you drop an
No,
apple in
it's just
different
the
places,
attraction exists.
I'll do it like this.
The relation exists.
Just to help you
Yeah,
all
because
along.
you have to know like the forces in
listen,
the area as well.
Jedi's got something to say to you guys.
Built the conclusion into the observation.
Yes.
Within any gravitational idea, whether it be Newton, Cavendish, and Einstein, there'll be a presupposition that the Earth is a ball, right? There'll be a little r within all of the calculations. So then the question is, how was the Earth demonstrated and measured to have a radius value in the first place? If we want to get back down to why people think the Earth is flat, within any gravitational idea, there's a presupposition that the Earth is a ball spinning in space. So let's prove R in the first instance if you want to fucking get anywhere.
But it works though.
All right, guys, let's get digging, guys. Who's got the shovels?
R.
Well,
You guys know what R is?
If Alpha God can
Codename
get
is
back
working
in,
on
that would
his
be
own
fucking
his own
wonderful.
theory of gravity. He's going to supersede Einstein in time, so we'll look out for that. Good work,
You
Kanye.
guys can't explain why I'm wrong. Simply, I'm not claiming to be knowledgeable on the subject, but he's asking questions, I'm answering them, and then if I ask why I'm wrong on this, you can't explain why. So
Hold on,
Well,
check it out.
I did when you didn't give me a hypothesis for your trajectory of aeroplanes. I explained to you then. Can you repeat what I said?
you said that you need to be able to measure the change of something or something like that. You said
Vary and manipulate the presumed cause to see if it has the effect. Right? We're
But
just doing
okay.
science, trying to do science here, guys. Trying to construct a hypothesis that we can test in an experiment. Man, you said we could drop shit on the moon.
Okay, so if the cause of a explosion is an ignition, okay, you have to. Are you telling me you have to do an experiment to see the cause of an explosion? You're telling me you have to vary the cause, which is the ignition. How would you vary the cause of an explosion, which is the ignition? Would you use different ignitions or something?
Do you want to keep
Like,
this really simple? Do you want to keep this very,
He's
very
just
simple?
asking you for the experiment you could do here.
no,
Right.
I don't
Explosion
understand
as an
why.
idea.
We talked about natural phenomena.
I want him to. I thought I answered
In
asked a simple
gravity
question.
smash.
Wait, can I jump back in and trying to give like a reasonable like test?
Yeah, sure.
I kind of want to jump back in this. All right, so you drop one thing from one height, and
Yeah, I
it
was literally talking
presumably,
about this.
presumably, whatever we're talking about gets pulled down, right? And then you drop it from another height, and it gets pulled down, but for some reason, its velocity is changing while it's pulled down. And velocity can only change when there's a change in energy, and there can only be a change of energy if there's a force pulling it down to the big weight. So when you find that out, you determine that there is an acceleration. You get that acceleration value. There you go. You plug it into the force, or you plug it in with the force. What
Should
the
we do
fuck
this
am I
in the
talking
vacuum?
about? Not the force, the
What
mass.
are you
Jesus
talking about,
Christ.
dude?
My
You
friend,
Well,
plug
that's
it in
the
with the mass
effect.
into the force.
You're
You
talking
plug it
about
in
the
with the
downward
mass into the
acceleration,
force, and then
the
you filter.
effect again. You're speculating a
friend.
force is the cause, but Einstein said that it's not a force.
Can we agree that
we're just
you
we're
don't
just
need a
measuring
cause for
different,
something to exist?
right?
What do
Like
you
a
mean?
thing,
Things exist
we could be
without knowing
talking
the
about a
cause.
phenomena without like labeling like the cause of the phenomena yet. Like we're talking about one cause here. We don't need to go into another cause in it.
Should we
Like
drop
that's for
my
another
friend?
thing. Like gravity
friend.
is a thing, but what causes
I'll-
gravity? Well, I don't know. Like the universe, like something.
I
I don't know.
thought we was looking for R,
guys,
about you.
please,
Right.
please.
No,
So,
I don't
should we
know.
do this in the vacuum chamber like they've done?
I just googled it. I just googled
Brilliant.
it
Well
again.
done. Well done. Shush. So, my friend, when you were dropping things from different heights, should we do that in a vacuum chamber? Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're just getting a general idea and you're not going for complete precision, then it wouldn't really matter.
No, I just want to
You're
point
just doing
something
it.
out. Dude, let's do this in a vacuum chamber. You've got a bowling ball. You drop the bowling ball, it goes down. You can measure the rate of the fall of the bowling ball, right?
Yeah.
At the top of the container, I've got a container of gas. I open the container of gas. Does the gas fall at the rate of the bowling ball?
No, but that's because of drag.
Well,
Well, not because of drag. Not because of drag,
no,
because of the
exactly.
force.
So this is why I'm bringing this up, because you just seem to isolate solid matter like rocks and shit, and when you drop apples and rocks and shit, they go down. But we understand that not everything falls. Not everything of matter falls. When I uncontain gas in a vacuum chamber, that disperses in all directions, outwards, downwards, and upwards. So
It's
where's your
falling
gravity
up
now?
towards the sun.
Where's your gravity now? Everybody says everything falls. No, they don't. If I uncontain gas in a vacuum chamber, it disperses in all directions.
But that's Newton's
Well, yeah,
definition.
gravity isn't a
That's
fall.
old.
Gravity isn't a
That's-
fall. It's
that's
a force of
retarded.
attraction. That's
So
a stupid
this is
argument. You're just arguing that because you You can't drop something, you can't test it. But nah, you just
no
do something you can
attraction here.
drop.
There's no attraction here then. You
Right.
always say all things fall. Uncontained gas, it does not fall at the rate that
No,
was
no, no,
measured.
no. No, all things are attracted to a bigger mass.
So again, not so, because when uncontained gas, that moves in all directions. The vector of gravity is just down or inwards to the radius of a ball, right? So not affecting gas then.
Well, no, because sometimes gas can be lighter than air, and air can be pulled down by gravity to keep our.
Dude, no. I've just uncontained one gas in a vacuum chamber. Don't point out a relationship between lighter and denser gases. We'll just have up and down, that's fine. But you're saying that what the Earth is attracting things to it, not gas though.
Right.
Mm,
You
I see what you're
understand
saying.
why it doesn't work?
Density. All gases go away.
Yeah.
Well, that's because there's another force within the
No.
the
Don't go in the
gas,
weeds.
wouldn't there?
Just listen to what he said, right? Where is
Yeah.
gravity when it is affecting gas particles in a vacuum chamber? Oh, it doesn't affect gas. Doesn't
Well,
pull it
no,
down.
because there's another force that exists that's overriding gravity.
Overriding gravity.
Yeah. Like for instance, if you throw a ball upwards,
Wait a minute.
you're overriding gravity for a little bit.
That begs
Hold
the
on.
question, man. You
But
haven't
what
you haven't
about
proven
what
any
about
gravity
okay?
yet.
This is gonna be weird. This is gonna be like weird wrench, and this is gonna stir up a lot. Okay, what about black holes? Because
Oh
they
my
suck. They have
God,
so much
bro.
gravity that they suck in gas. They suck
Can
in
we
light.
keep it on Earth? Can we just try and keep it on
Okay.
Earth
All
real
right,
quick?
we can keep it on
Okay.
Earth.
Keep it simple.
So isn't in vapor, isn't there different temperatures?
Well, yeah, we talk about the evaporation cycle.
Right.
Some come
So how atoms interact with each other is they vibrate and stuff at different temperatures.
Yeah. So
So
evaporation cycle. So within the evaporation cycle, which way does the gas go?
Every
Up.
direction.
well,
Of
it
the
goes in
ocean.
every
isn't it pulled-
direction because
Aren't each
because
of the
of the
molecules
energy.
pulled towards themselves a little bit, and because it's kind of spread out, it kind of equalizes the the acceleration.
Hold on. Wait.
The thing I'm pointing out is that
I mean,
observably,
so,
I'll give you
okay.
it's not
You know,
affecting gas.
Right.
Wait, they don't vibrate, but
Traction
they're
is a
moving.
bad word.
Yeah. Well, so
It's a
okay.
force when different masses are being
The extent
propelled
of gravity's
through each other
influence
and around
depends
each
on
other.
such factors such as the density of the gas, the strength of the gravitational field, and the distance between gas molecules.
But just listen, guys. The point is, gravity is selective in your worldview.
No,
It works
because
here.
gravity
It
affects
works.
that.
It doesn't work here. It works
It
there.
does
It
work
doesn't
here.
work here.
It does work
Take
here.
the question,
Like you
please.
need it to fit your worldview.
It does to the
Xander.
density. Do they not
Xander.
use the constant on
Yeah, what's up,
gas? Does it not
Xander.
work on gas? It
Stop
does.
taking the question. You haven't
Ask
proven your
ask
gravity
them
yet.
ask
Hold
them what
on.
happens if
Do
the
they
container is
use the
60
constant
kilometers
on gas?
tall.
Hmm.
No point. You drop shit, it goes down. You let go of gas, it don't go down. So
Ask
not
them
all
what
things
happens to the gas if the container is several hundred
Wait,
kilometers
okay,
tall.
hold on. What kind of vacuum chamber are you talking about?
just a vacuum chamber where you
A vacuum
gases and
chamber
then
devoid of
Gas,
oxygen and
the
any
Jewish
force
gas
outside?
chamber.
Or are we talking about a vacuum chamber with just oxygen in it?
a vacuum chamber with just oxygen in it will not
There
be a
you go.
vacuum
You just
chamber.
answered.
It's got oxygen in it.
Right. So
A
a
vacuum
thing
chamber
with
devoid
nothing.
of gas. No gas in it. That's why I've got a container at the top with just a bit of gas in it. So when I release a button and the container opens, the gas disperses in all directions, not falling at the same rate as the bowling ball or the feather. And when I release the gas, now don't have a vacuum chamber. I've got gas in it, and the gas is pressing in all directions on the walls of that vacuum chamber, upwards, downwards, and outwards.
I mean, eventually I'm vaping right now. Doesn't it set? Oh no, wait, it wouldn't settle. It's in a vacuum, right.
So that means that just means
Guys,
the strength of the gravitational field and the distance between the strength of the gravitational field is just weak enough. The distance between the gas molecules is just enough and the gas is just dense enough to where it doesn't get pulled towards Earth. Is that so hard to believe?
When I uncontain gas in a vacuum chamber, which way does it go?
So
When you what?
Xander, in their worldview, just ask them what happens if the container is several hundred kilometers tall. They believe that the Earth is in a container and that there's gas gradients. So if you just replicate that in a vacuum, quote unquote, the
Yeah,
gas
go
will
the atmosphere
settle
then.
at the bottom, even if there is less
Settle.
dense air at the top. So
Awesome. And if I was to open the top of the container to an available space, let's say there's a vacuum outside of this gas container now, when I was to open the top of the container, the gas would leave the container.
Of course. So in a
Brilliant.
container that is several hundred kilometers tall, if you were to tell me that the gas would explode out into the vacuum, then I would have a problem. Because if it's thinner at the top and more dense at the bottom, it would slowly leak out. And that just makes intuitive sense. I think we can all agree there.
What?
But if
Slowly
you want
leak
to
out? That
say
means
that
the door
then
open?
it would burst out with explosive force, that is a little bit less sensible
Depends.
because if you have a gradient
Depends on
that
the
is like,
pressure.
300 psi and then you open it up and it explodes, that makes sense. But if it's more like
Depends on the pressure.
0.001 psi and you say that's going to
Depends
explode
on
out
the
with like a lot of
hole,
force,
the
I
pressure.
don't
the
know.
bottom,
That doesn't make much
sorry,
sense.
sorry.
Who's got
You
a
know the pressure.
600
I'll give you this.
kilometer
I'll,
container?
I'll
I
give
What the
don't
you
fuck are you
this.
care.
talking about?
Being
How
as
can
high.
gravity be real when my fucking marijuana?
Shut up. I'll give you there's a gas pressure gradient in this hypothetical really tall container, but you
Mhm.
understand that the gas at the bottom is still pressing upwards. So when I was to open the container, that's going to happen fucking fast, mate. All of the
Uh,
gas is going to press outwards and upwards because it's got a new available space to go into. You keep
See,
somewhere there's not a lot of gas at the top, so it happened really slowly. Now the gas underneath is pressing upwards too, and the gas underneath that right at the bottom, that's pressing upwards too. So it would leave the container pretty much instantaneously.
can you demonstrate that?
No, it's a hypothetical situation, dude.
I
You
can
see it's
demonstrate the
hypothetical.
opposite of
It could
slowly
be
leaking out.
demonstrated. It could be demonstrated
Okay.
with a gas container.
Okay. So if we take a like nominal amount of pressure at a very tall, a ridiculously large container, and we were to say the gradient is very small on very small segments of space, then it would just like violently
How much
explode
gas?
out of the container. Like that
Yes.
can be
How much
demonstrated.
gas? Sorry.
If you
How much
toggle,
gas?
if you
How much gas
toggle it,
is in the
it'll
fixed volume?
come out.
How much gas is in the fixed volume?
I don't know. This
Well,
is pure
that's really
hypothetical.
Oh,
important.
how much?
Dude.
Right.
My friend, that's really important,
Yeah,
right? We
this is your
understand that when it comes
hypothetical. Let's use
dude,
numbers.
yeah, dude, I'm asking you, and you said, no, I don't know. We
Yeah.
understand that gas pressure, right? That's going to be reliant on the amount of gas in that fixed volume, the
Yeah,
size of that fixed
you
volume, and the
created
amount
this
of gas
hypothetical
in that. Why are you talking through me?
because you are trying to put the onus on me when it's already on you.
Well, we understand that gas abhors a vacuum. The gas, high pressure, when exposed to the lower pressure environment, will leave. High goes to low. So when you've got an amount of gas in a fixed volume, whether it's gradiated or not, it's still higher pressure than the outside vacuum. So when I open the container, the gas is going to leave.
Yeah, so
Wait,
like
but that's
let's
just
look
because
at
of the
air
properties of
pressure in
gases.
an
They
air
just want to fill
can,
their
right?
container.
And so an air can is going to have quite a bit of pressure in it. You use it to blow out dust from a computer, your keyboard. It has a piece of aluminum or steel between the pressure inside and the surrounding air. That makes a lot of sense. If you punch a hole in that, it explodes. But if the pressure is quite a bit lower than that, and I mean quite a bit, like 99.9999% less, and it's moving between like a few feet, that the gradient is still 99.97% of a difference, like no difference. So 0.03% difference between like several feet. I don't think it's going to be a violent explosion. I think it's going to be quite a subtle movement.
I think that's a different scenario, though, right?
I don't think so, right? Because we see that on Earth.
Like Jedi
and
said, it depends. It depends on
Right, of
the
course.
amount.
And Yeah,
of
no,
gas.
of course. And
And the
when we go up
temperature and the
mountains and we go up in
volume,
the atmosphere, there
blah,
is
blah,
less
blah.
air up there, right? And so there is quite a gradual gradient.
So that's something that you said will happen in a container, right?
Yeah, in this hypothetical, and then when we take off the lid, it's not
No.
going to explosively
In reality.
escape into a void, even though
Okay,
that void isn't really
yeah,
a void.
in your
it's just
hypothetical,
very
yeah,
low
it's in your
energy density.
hypothetical imaginary situation, that's not going to happen. But in reality, a gradient will form in a container, right?
Yeah, and then we take off the lid, and I'm trying to explain to you using
Okay.
an intuitive example
Okay.
of an air
I
can.
understand.
It's not going to
I
explode out
understand.
into that very low energy
Lovely.
density. It is just
Lovely.
going to very
I
gradually
understand.
move between.
That's lovely. Okay, so being that a gradient will form in a container, you wouldn't go and try to use a gradient as some kind of proof against a container, would you?
I don't understand the question. Can you ask
Isn't
it a
that what
different
you're
way?
doing?
Well, since a gradient will form in a container, you wouldn't point in a gradient and use that to say, hey, that gradient means there's no container, right?
Well, also, can I ask a question? Like,
No,
why?
Well,
shut
hey,
up.
did I get the answer?
up.
Like, what's with you, man?
I'm just having a hard time understanding the question, to be honest, because
Is
like
it-
that seems like a ridiculous question.
Is it me or like did I not word it properly?
Yeah, go ahead, repeat
Very
it one more
clear,
time.
Heretic.
It was
That was
very
very
clear.
clear, mate.
All right, I'll tell you what. Should we try and make this analogous to the Earth? Yeah. Should we try and do that?
That's what I thought we did already, but sure,
Well,
yeah, let's
hold
go.
on. No problem. So we've got a container, but it doesn't have a lid on the top, and you
Okay.
impart gas into that. How are you going to achieve pressure?
The same way that we do on Earth, which
With gravity.
requires us to understand like the difference between energy density, Newtonian gravity, and how these relate to each other.
And
Gravity.
no, and you
Gravity.
need it to be contained, right?
It's not
So-
contained.
No.
I'm not sure.
Can you
this
stop
is gonna be the
chiming
point of
in, mate,
contention
and
now.
You
just
think-
wait your turn?
This is going to be the point of contention now. If the container is not fully contained, it is an open system. How the fuck are you achieving gas pressure in the first instance to then get a gradient? If
See,
you want to
I-
make it analogous, if you want to make it analogous to the Earth,
It's gravity.
I would think that that's like a great question if it wasn't like framed as if there was like I'll bring up like the Kármán line, right? And if it was like the Kármán line
Where's
suddenly
that?
reduced, it's like I don't know, 99.7% of where all the gas is like gone, but I'm not sure exactly. So it's like as if the Kármán line is where it just explodes, like if we popped open the top of a soda can pop, right? But that's
don't
not what
you relate
happens,
it-
right?
why
It's
don't
a
you relate-
very
why don't you relate
gradual,
it to
very
reality?
subtle movement between higher pressure and lower
relate it to
pressure. And
reality,
so I
though.
think it's a lot more understandable to say that there is a lower pressure, way, way up there in the sky
Relate it
versus
to
down here on the
reality.
ground. And to say that that is
This dude just loves
unreasonable
to talk, man.
Oh god, does he ever
is,
shut up?
I don't know, I guess it's just kind of like ridiculous to me.
What is-
that I can't pump my tire up if there's a hole in it? You're not going to be able to achieve
Sure
gas
you
pressure.
can.
in the
It
first
depends.
You're not going to be able to achieve gas pressure in the first.
Wait. Do you not recognize? Do you recognize
How big
that
is the
because
hole?
the tire has high pressure and because the outside has lower pressure and the gas wants to move from the higher to the lower? And that's
No
literally
shit.
the same law that
That's
we're
the
talking
whole
about.
point. That's the whole
That's the point. Mate. That's the
Right.
whole point. If you've
Right,
got
but
an
the
open
container on
system-
Earth is
you've got an
partially
open
gravity.
Xander, please, real quick,
Okay.
just real quick. Let's take a look at that example because that's awesome. I love it. Let's relate it back to the pop can. So the pop can has a really high pressure that we pop it open, it goes. Tss, tss, everybody loves the sound. With that tire, it has a hole and you can't pump it up. But let's say that there is a 0.03% higher pressure gradient inside the tire than the outside surrounding air. And let's say the hole is like it's pretty big. Now that equalization is going to take a while. It is
Yeah.
not going to be instant. If you have a little bit of higher pressure inside the tire, it is going to
Okay.
leak
I
out
get what you're
over
saying.
time.
I get what
And
you're
it is
saying.
not going to
I
explosively
get what you're saying.
leave the rubber.
You're missing the point.
Wait, Jedi.
It's missing the point. You're not going to be able to achieve gas pressure in the first instance.
Sure you can. Have you never gotten a hole in your tire?
Okay.
Well,
So detail.
yeah,
Sorry, go on.
I've got one now. Really annoyingly enough.
I'm sorry about that, man.
Zeno, can you detail for us the journey in like specific detail? Give us, tell us the story of the journey of the first gas particles from Earth.
Well, one gas particle loved another gas particle very much, and oh no, we're not doing that.
You're not funny. You're not funny, man.
So gas attracts gas.
I mean,
If
it's a good
gas
looking
is all
enough,
by
I
itself
guess.
and there's nothing else, yes, gas would attract gas. Any other, if that's the only mass that was out there, the only matter that was out in the universe.
He's right.
Wood.
So it left the surface. It left the surface, and it was going away from the surface. And then what?
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's more like
Let the other guy answer then.
it's more like gas particles share angular momentum with other pieces of like
I think.
Higgs.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can I try and intermediate and try to middleman real quick?
No.
I think
let
there's a
him answer.
discrepancy.
Okay. I mean, I don't care.
Because, okay, you're having a fundamental hang up on one of his things because he said that he mentioned the idea of a hole in something. And so your discrepancy is you think that if there's a hole in something, it's going to explode. But that's not necessarily the
No.
case because what if the hole is big?
Why does it always have to explode?
Because that's
When it
kind
has
of
a
what you
tiny hole
guys
in it?
are intuiting, and that seems to be like the
Whole thing
idea.
is a
If,
I don't
if
wait,
there's
hold
an
on. I don't
open
think they're assuming that.
Okay, let me give another analogy here. So like I
boy.
keep on harping on the pressure gradient and how like if we have very subtle, very gradual changes between these gradients, it's not all that unreasonable for us to say that it's not going to suddenly escape and everything's just going to blow out into space all of a sudden. But the problem is like the analogies and the examples were being shown. It's like it's like the pop can. We're saying if you take the container, like, if you take the lid off, it just blows out of there, and that's not
No.
really what's happening on Earth in
No one
reality.
claimed.
And
No,
no,
they're
I
just
understand.
they're just
I
wondering how it's
understand.
staying here. They're
Yeah,
not thinking that it's
I
going to
gotcha.
blow off. They're
No,
just
I
wondering
got you,
why
Xander.
it's here.
Right, I gotcha.
You
just
are
say-
kind of begging the question
The
that they
pressure
think that it's going
gradient
to blow off.
means that it's being contained. That's all. That's simple. That's it. If it's
Okay.
being contained, then how the fuck is it not being contained in a globe model?
I think there's
The globe model says there's no container, right? We've been to space, we've been in the moon, we've sent rockets and satellites, yet the antecedent of gas pressure is to have it being contained. You need a
no,
container.
that's assuming the consequent.
No.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Let's
Am I wrong in that? Is that assuming the consequence, guys?
Yeah, let's
No.
move that to the side.
No.
Demonstratable.
It's absolutely yes. It's demonstratable, established.
You could technically call a gravitational field around the Earth an artificial container created by gravity. So you could go that route.
Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah,
go
you
that
can laugh
route.
at it, but that's exactly what it is.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I get you. I just don't like going that route because people don't find it like very persuasive.
Of course.
Do you guys know
Well, we
the
don't
other
have
side
the
of the argument that Jedi's about to say? Sorry, go ahead, Jedi.
First of all, we don't have the observation of gravity acting on gas in the first instance. Now, if we want to keep this system analogous, like I keep trying to point out, let's have a really big container without a lid on. There's vacuums in both situations, out there outside of the container without a lid on, and there's no gas in the container without a lid on. Now, try and put gas in that container. It's not going to stay there, is it? Because the lid's open. You're not going to achieve gas pressure, and you're most definitely not going to have a gas pressure gradient.
Wait, doesn't the gas eventually fill the entire container in a vacuum, though?
If it's open, the gas will leave into the lower pressure environment and will be in both places.
Wait, but I kind of want to go back to the vacuum.
It's contained, right?
Because with the vacuum, it's entirely contained.
Right.
So it would fill the entire shape of
You
the
got
container.
it. Yeah, you got it.
So,
There you
okay,
go.
you're just saying that you
So
don't
if
think
you
the Earth is valuable.
if you put a hole in that vacuum chamber, what would happen to the gas?
It's the
What we're
pop
talking
can
about,
again.
Hold
yeah,
on, wait. Stay with your logic, right?
Oh, wait a minute. Nope, I see where Xeno's coming from. Hold on, I see where Xeno's coming from because
What the
you're
fuck?
relating. Nope, you're relating this really like tiny hole where something has the even
Am I
possibility of
crazy? This
leaking
is
off of it.
crazy.
You're comparing that to the planet and saying that like, why isn't this thing spilling off the same way?
We don't have a lid. Let's imagine we've got a fucking 500-foot or 500-mile long bloody Pepsi can, but we've taken the entire top off of it. Vacuum outside, vacuum inside. Then when I try and put gas into that container without a fucking lid on, it's going to leave that environment because there's no lid on it. You're not going to achieve gas pressure, and you're definitely not going to have a gas pressure gradient. Gas pressure comes before gas pressure gradient. But being as you have an open system, you're not going to be able to achieve gas pressure in the first instance.
Yeah, try
Right, but
blowing
don't
up
you think
half
the
a
gas
balloon,
is being?
dude.
Don't you think that the gas is being contained in Earth reasonably because the force of gravity only extends so far between
Oh my god,
before it
you're
reaches
invoking
space, which has
gravity
no
again.
energy?
Stop invoking gravity, bro. We're just
But
talking about gas
gravity's a
pressure.
fundamental part of it. Gravity's a fundamental part of why
It's
gas
the
does that.
basis of what. No, sorry. Go ahead, Jedi.
Do you remember why we started this? Because we were dropping bowling balls in vacuum chambers and iron contained gas and it went fucking everywhere. So you don't have the observation of gravity acting on gas. Well, I'm giving
No,
it
you
to
do
you just
because
in
it
case
fills
you
the
fuck around.
container. It still fills the container. It still reaches the bottom.
And the top, upwards,
And
outwards, all directions. Gravity's just a vector downwards. You
because
open the container. the gas
because that's
fucking
just the
leaves.
properties of a gas. It just fills its container.
Awesome.
That's
Can
what
you
gases
provide?
do.
Can you show me in the second law of thermodynamics where gravity is even mentioned?
Yeah, it's not
It's not mentioned for gases.
at all.
No.
Why the second law?
Second
Because
law of
We're talking
thermodynamics.
about we're talking about entropy. We're talking about high going to low. We understand if I've got a hot cup of coffee, it's going to get cold. The same way that if I have high pressure, it will disperse into a lower pressure environment. It's a direction. The counter isn't true. It always goes in this direction. So high pressure goes to low.
Yep.
Well, but the second law just says that isolated systems entropy will never decrease over time.
Awesome stuff.
That's what it says. Like, why
And
is
we
it
understand
relevant for the?
if we keep going, because we're going to be talking about how energy moves, we'll understand that isolated, closed, open systems, isolated systems don't exist, right? Just theoretical in our instance. Closed system, free energy transfer from inside and outside, right? But no free matter transfer. Open system, everything can leave, everything can come back, apart from the high pressure. That will disperse into the lower pressure environment. You know what an open system is, right?
Well, okay, but like I'm trying to understand like how this is applicable in this case.
Because we're talking about energy.
Okay. Energy as in potential energy, kinetic energy, like what type of energy? Energy is just the
Pressure.
ability to do work.
Pressure.
In this
Congratulations.
Pressure would be what? Potential energy until it's released, right? And then it will be like, depending on.
You could say am I wrong to say you could say it's kinetic energy?
Well, kinetic in terms of like moving the particles, yeah, sure.
Okay.
And particles are matter, like gas is matter.
Uh-huh. And how is pressure achieved?
In the sense of?
How do
what's
you?
the definition of gas pressure?
Yeah.
Of gas pressure?
Yeah. What's the
Yes.
definition of gas?
Concentration of molecules
Hold on,
within
no. Just look
some
up the
area.
gas pressure definition first, before you guess, because that's wrong already.
Okay.
Look it up? Seriously, or someone want to look it up? It's like, I mean, what's the definition of gas pressure? You could look up gas pressure definition and just read the fucking
It
definition.
is the measure of the force exerted by the molecules as they collide with the walls of their container.
Boom.
It results from the
Their
random motion
container.
and collisions of gas
Well,
particles.
what do you think? What do you think the surface of the Earth is?
Really
It's
quickly.
a wall of
Yeah,
a container, no?
that's one part of the that's one of the walls of the container. But let me ask you this: can you have the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container without a container?
Wait a minute. Hold up.
That is a very
Hold
silly
up.
question.
Hold up. Gas pressure is typically expressed in units, and one of them is pounds per square inch. Now, when you use a
Really
unit like pounds per square inch, you're kind of begging the question that gravity is a thing. That's in the definition. If it's
What?
measured in pounds per square inch, and pounds is a unit that depends entirely on gravity.
No, you would be begging the question of what causes weight there, so that wouldn't be me, and that didn't
Well,
answer
what
my
causes
question
weight is
at
literally
all.
molecular-
Hold on, before you all flip
atomic
the hell
weight.
out, that didn't answer my question at all, which is, can you have the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container without a container?
Simple question.
No.
Well, you're playing around with the definition of the word container, and it's laudable, and I
No, I
enjoy
didn't.
it.
That was the
but,
definition of gas pressure.
No. Wow.
Yeah. So a container. Do you think a container has to be something that has a lid necessarily?
Yeah, it's got to be a closed system.
Yeah, that's what you believe it to be. I understand that. I just don't think that that's like reasonable.
So, can you have the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container without a container?
Yeah, so like I think that's the word game you're playing there, where you try and
Yes
create
or
the
no?
contradiction
Yes or
Yes or
within,
no, dude?
within
where
the
Okay, it
question
sounds like
is,
a
is
no.
awesome. But
All right,
let me
got
go
it.
back
It sounds like
one
a no,
second.
and you don't like that answer. So
Sure,
now
you
you're
can
lost
believe
on
that.
the
That's great. I will
sophistry.
definitely be able to show you how this question is malformed if you'd like.
Oh my
Nah.
god, what a sophist.
It was just a yes or no, but I got it. It's a no that you didn't want to give me. Thanks.
It's pretty simple, guys. If you keep it simple, it is simple. I mean, it just makes sense. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
I guess.
Because you're ignoring the elephant in the room.
Which
You're ignoring the possibility of a force other than a container that pushes all molecules down towards the surface of the Earth. You're
Okay.
ignoring that as a possibility. You won't
That's not
mention it. You
happening.
stay away from
That's not happening.
It's
That's
absolutely
not
right.
happening.
No, I'm not
Where do you
ignoring it as a
observe that?
possibility.
saying it's
I'm
not
not
happening, you
ignoring
have
it
to
as a
show me-
possibility.
I
I'm
understand.
asking for it to be demonstrated.
Okay, so let me explain. The person who kept saying that's not happening over and over again, can you give me evidence to show me why it's not happening like that?
Oh, burden of proof reversal. So you won't be
It's not really a burden of proof
demonstrating.
reversal.
You
It's
won't
an
be
insistence
demonstrating the
that you
force that
cannot
gas
make a
exerts
claim.
on the walls of its container without a container, I guess, will you? Because you're just trying to get us to show the opposite, which is easy enough to do.
No, I'm just explaining that we're missing something here. We're missing an elephant in the room that no one wants to talk about because they're afraid
We're
of it.
talking about it. It's what the whole conversation has been for 2 hours. You say it's a possibility. Okay, possibility. Can it be demonstrated?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Oh,
then do
beautiful.
that.
Come back.
What's besides gas? Anything heavier than a gas, such as like an object that is not in gaseous state, a solid. Why does the solid fall to the earth?
So you've already moved off of gas. So I guess you won't be demonstrating gas pressure without a container.
I can demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
Well,
Once you
try to focus then on the gas. Don't go to solids and other forms of matter,
Okay,
right?
can I
Just
finish what
focus
I'm
on the
saying?
gas. Yeah, and finish your point with that.
So no, don't tell me how to finish my point because that's not a.
I'll just finish you off then. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Jesus, that sounded vaguely suggestive.
Yeah, we've dealt with Great Angelo before. He's a troll.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, is he going to demonstrate gas pressure without a container or not? He started talking about dropping solids and shit. Obviously not what I was asking about. Like, are you stupid or a sophist? Which one is it, Great Angelo? Maybe you can answer that question more easily. I'll take you off mute for it.
Okay, so this is typical of a 24/7 server. Where just
Okay.
because I
Yeah, talk about us. That's also not gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, he doesn't need to talk to demonstrate it. Go ahead and post something. Post your demonstration of gas pressure without a container, please. Thank you. Have a
Well,
nice day.
Yeah, but the problem,
What?
guys, again, we spoke about this at length yesterday. The problem is that the experiments these people are willing to perform, you will not recognize.
Well, what are they? We haven't even gotten. We've been talking about this for probably 2 hours.
The fact of them, and again, this type of a situation or mechanism could exist on a flat or a globe Earth, but the fact that there is a downward vector that pulls all matter to a specific point exists already.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
Not gas.
that's the point. You guys don't
Yeah,
recognize
that was
the point.
basically my point too. I was trying to demonstrate the fact that all this matter that's going straight towards the Earth has to be explained
It's
somehow,
not.
and you cannot just rest your
Oh my
argument on gas pressure alone, because you have all other
matter
matter
is
that's
not.
involved in the same activity that the gases are doing, and that explains the same reason that if we're inside a domed container, why do we have a gradient? Why isn't this gas distributed equally
God.
all the way through? No, this is part of a fundamental law of
we live
physics that if it was a
in
sealed
a
container, the
dynamic
gas would spread
system.
itself all over the place. And claiming it's
We live
dynamic
in a
because
dynamic
of
system.
temperature and weather and so forth is absolutely
Hey, all
irrelevant.
right, that's enough. Get
It's
off the
not.
soapbox. Jedi's gonna ask you some questions about that.
It's they just ignore the fact that we live in a dynamic system. Gas production is down here on the surface of the Earth. Chemical and biological cycles. We've got cycles, right? We've also got all types of energy being put into the system, primarily from the sun. Cycles of that indeed as well. It's colder up there. It's usually warmer down here. I don't understand why people say this. It's really annoying.
Why,
I'm pretty
why
sure
is
he
it
just
colder?
said that
Why is it
temperature is
colder up there?
irrelevant to pressure.
No,
Yeah,
no,
he did say that.
I didn't say that. I said the reason why you were calling it a dynamo is because of temperature and things like that, and current, the air currents and weather.
It's irrelevant.
Okay, so let's go back to the relevancy of what he just stated. He said as you go up in altitude, it gets colder. Why would that be? If you're inside a sealed container and you have a hot object inside that container that's supposedly a sun, it should be heating everything equally all the way through the entire container over time.
Awesome. Does the sun go away? Does it get nighttime?
That's a good question on a flat Earth. I don't understand how it could
Yeah,
possibly go
so
away.
obviously it's not heating equally all over, clearly.
But it seems to visit every part of that flat disk
Yeah,
at one
so now
time
you're
or
changing
another
it.
in the
Flat
course of.
disk, that's also a straw man. Now you're
Hold
changing
on,
it.
now you're
First of
talking
all,
over me.
no,
Where's the
I am
mod?
gonna talk.
Where's the mod for this?
I'm the mod, bitch, and you're trying to change it now because a minute ago what you said is that it's gonna heat everything evenly. Then you went, oh geez, and started talking about how it doesn't do that and how there's night and day. So you're trying to change your claim, and we see it. So fuck off with that.
You want to do me a favor and just tell me if there's any mods in here that are for globe models?
No.
That's what I thought. So this is a flat Earth only channel.
No shit, bro. Did you not read the VC? Wow.
Earth is not flat, so I'm not on their side. Just pointing that out.
Yeah, but you're not a mod, so that's not what he was asking about.
Doesn't
It's
matter.
just a safe space for flat earthers.
Back
Yeah, I
to the
think
crux.
it's a circle jerk. Guys, I'll see you later. Have fun.
Okay, I was gonna ask you some more questions about the gradient, but your call.
You could ask me questions, but stop muting me when I give answers.
You're trying to steamroll and sort of
No,
like
what I'm
change what you
what I'm
said.
demonstrating is a fair debate, and you're not being fair
It's
about
not a
it.
fair debate when you say
Of course
something
not, because
and
I'm
then
in
you
a
get
room of
cornered
guys
on
who
it, you
just
get
believe that
rebutted on it, and then you try to change what you said. And then
your
you try to
belief is
talk.
not approachable.
Look, you try to change what you said after the fact when you get rebutted on it. Then you try to talk through the moderators. That's not a fair debate, dude. Quit projecting, fucking asshole.
Real, dude.
I didn't change my position
think he
after being
changed.
called on it. Not
Yeah,
once.
you did. First of all, yeah, and now you're lying too. That's not fair either. First of all, you said it should heat evenly. Jedi pointed out very obviously that there's night and day, so it doesn't do that. So there's going to be temperature differentials, obviously, because we don't experience it being all heated evenly like you said it would be. And then you tried to change it from that.
Okay, well, that's wrong actually, because the sentence I said before all of that, before they came back at me, was the weather, temperature, and all that affecting the difference in gradients. In other words, the fact that we're in a dynamo. This is the comment somebody made. And I said, yeah, you're going to use that argument. And I said, no, it's not. And then you came back saying that, oh, you don't believe that there's, a great, temperature doesn't affect it. And that's not true. That's not what I believed in.
Where's the gas produced?
So now getting back to the gradient itself, you explained to me why the air is thinner
So
on
why would you skip
Everest.
over his question?
Where's the gas
What
produced?
question are we talking about?
Third time, where's the gas produced?
I hold on. I got to turn my volume up. I couldn't hear who asked the question.
Where's the gas
Oh,
produced?
what's surprising?
Where's the what?
The gas produced. Where's the gas produced?
Funny how he's gone deaf all of a sudden.
Are we talking about, because we were discussing the dome right now, the dome model
off.
basically.
No.
Don't tell me to fuck off. Answer my question.
No, where's the gas
didn't answer
produced,
Where's the gas
bro?
produced? Where's gas produced?
You're gonna have to be more specific. What gas?
And which gas are we talking about? The atmosphere?
The gas,
Yeah,
you muppet.
Yeah, what's the constituent parts of the atmosphere? Oxygen, nitrogen, blah, blah, blah. So where is the gas produced?
The atmosphere is constantly being replenished over time, not only through the fact that the
Where
Earth
is it
base
produced,
itself is
you
accumulating, but
muppet?
there's gases within the soil, there's
But
gases within
try
rocks that are
again.
released all the
Try
time.
again.
There's
Try again.
also there's the
Try
carbon
again.
cycle that
Try
don't tell
again.
okay,
He
why are you
said.
talking over me? You asked
He
for an answer.
said.
All right, guys, I'll see you
Listen.
later.
He
Obviously,
said
we got a bunch of
where.
children in this room. You little kids.
He said where. Try again.
And it's not in a gas factory in the sky, muppet.
Where's the
Primarily
gas
the gas
produced?
Primarily, the gas is produced down here at ground level within the chemical and biological cycles of the Earth. Being as the gas is produced down here, don't be surprised that there's more gas down here where the gas is produced.
That's a pretty fair explanation. Makes sense.
We'll also understand that primarily these are cycles. We understand what a cycle is, right? Oxygen cycle, nitrogen cycle, blah, 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 blah.
Water cycle, name it.
Carbon cycle.
We understand what radiant heat as well, right? Released from the surface of the Earth over time. So what happens to gas when it is heated? Awesome. So we can, is he gone? Brilliant.
No, he's still here. He's lingering.
Takes like five tries of asking him the question to even get him to register it. Then he answers something completely other than the question.
Yeah. Most sophists tend to do
Stop.
that.
The particles
Globers
leaving
have
the
a
ground
claim to make.
if it's pulling
Sorry,
everything
go
to
on.
the center.
One deck. I think everybody's probably talking over you because you were coming in real choppy there for a sec.
If Globers have a claim to make about gas pressure gradient, then go ahead and make it.
Well,
I know.
I mean, he's trying to lead it there. Why the gradient? I mean, it's obvious what he's inferring. Okay.
Care to answer that?
Well, it's
No,
obviously
here we
your
go.
claim. So you go ahead and answer it. If you want.
You know, this is the thing I don't understand is why are you asking me to provide evidence for your flat Earth?
Oh, okay. That's all right. You're not claiming gravity for the gradient then. That's fine. No contention.
Yeah, gravity is the gradient. That's where the
Oh,
gradient's
so
coming
yeah,
from.
There
exactly.
it is.
You were leading it to exactly where I said you were. All right. Got any experimental evidence of gravity causing gradients to form?
That's a no.
Everyone's gone quiet so you can talk. So talk.
Oh dear.
Doesn't sound like he's got that experimental
The
evidence.
on
You know, I gave you an out. Guess you missed that.
Gravity is the cause of the gradient. Okay, please show us that demonstration. And then he goes quiet.
Well, he doesn't want to answer that question, so I'll ask him this one. Do gradients form in containers, Angela? Doesn't like that one either.
He only wants to answer questions that he likes. I don't know, maybe his
Well,
handlers are telling him something different.
him
Back
not
to,
answering kind of gives me all the answers I need.
Right. I don't even remember where the other guy. Zeno.
The problem is that the experiments that were done in laboratories for like controlled experiments that were done to demonstrate gravity's influence on gases basically demonstrate that the heavier gas is sinking and the lighter gas is rising. You're going to sit there and deny gravity. So by taking
So,
that out of
yeah.
any paper that I show you, or if I go ahead and I don't even know where the chat room is for this particular voice channel, to where I can post any of this evidence.
Yeah,
And
just
that's the thing
start
that.
by copying the hypothesis for us to look at.
Well, in the first place, where do I put it? Because is there a channel, a chat channel for this?
24/7 Flat Earth text on the side. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Open chat or whatever it says. Yeah.
Yeah, could you do what Flatwater Crisis Support says as your first post of evidence? Please present us the hypothesis of gravity. Any kind. That'd be great.
I'm trying to figure out what you're asking me right now.
Well, you said there's experimental evidence for gravity causing gradients, so it's just looking for the hypothesis to start with.
Well, that's the hypothesis. If you understand what a hypothesis is, that's a claim that basically gravity is causing the gradients. That's the hypothesis. The experiment then takes that hypothesis and experimentally tries to prove it.
Great.
So
Yeah,
if you don't know the scientific method, I can't help you.
The hypothesis from the paper that you're going to be citing to
It
start
would be
with.
the same thing. It would be the same thing.
Okay, well then cite it.
So why don't you ask me for instead?
Yeah,
Why
no,
don't
how
you
about
ask me for
instead
the
of
experiment
how about instead of
and the
Great
results of the
Angelo?
experiment, including the abstract?
How about instead of Great Angelo
Great
sitting here and telling us his hypothesis, you just cite it from any of these papers you mentioned? Thank you.
That's exactly what I'm doing. In the meantime, I'm just
No,
correcting your lack
There's no
of.
source. You haven't given us any source material. You haven't cited shit. You're just making
Yeah, I'm still
claims.
waiting. You found the chat, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Hang on.
Post the hypothesis, bro.
Real.
Okay, again, you guys are asking for the hypothesis. That is the hypothesis.
Okay, I know that you're whining in the chat so that you can stall from posting the hypothesis. So stop doing that and just get the hypothesis, please.
Do that.
Gravity is the hypothesis of gravity.
No, gravity is the
Good
conclusion
question.
of that hypothesis.
Hey, are you posting? What are you doing?
Sorry, is gravity the independent variable?
It doesn't like that question either.
Yeah, let's not bombard him. He might stall again. Please post that hypothesis. I'm dying to see it.
In the text
I can feel it breaking already.
Text room as well. I've posted specific gas laws as well, just for everybody's perusal.
Thank you, Jedi. Look at that. Nice and order, citations. Beautiful. Let's see what Great Angelo is going to post. Oh, that's Avogadro's law.
It has one, an observed natural phenomenon, and two, an independent variable, a presumed cause of the effect that you've observed occurring in nature.
Which must be physical, because I'm going to want to manipulate it.
I almost think whatever he posts will be funnier if we don't tell him what a hypothesis is.
Oh yeah, shush.
It's like you don't want to scare him. Look at him. In the distance.
I remember back in the day when all the Globers used to say they had all the science and that's what they expected. Now they don't even know what science is or the scientific method or a hypothesis.
It's weird how that
Funny how
turns out,
times
eh?
change.
Yeah. I didn't see it turning out like this. Not back then.
I think science is some field in the field of study within the realm of academia said this or that, therefore.
Yeah, and then it's like pulling teeth to just get anybody to name a single hypothesis. even have to tell them what it is, for fuck's sake.
Pretty wild.
Mention any of the variables, then they're way too confused to talk to you anymore.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I thank you guys because now I definitely know what a hypothesis is from this channel.
Look, we only talk about a kind of a very few things within flat Earth, right? Gravity and science is something that we talk about every hour, probably on the hour. Round and round and round. I literally went to bed last night. You were talking about gravity. I woke up 8 hours later, and fucking hell, you're still talking about gravity.
It's inescapable, no? It's just if you
It does start to get you down after a while, doesn't it, Jedi?
I mean, that may be the case. I think though it's for one group's worldview, it's a fundamental part, right? And
Can I jump in? Why is the difference between flat Earth and hollow Earth so different? Is there a hollow center?
You can measure a flat Earth.
Low center of a
You
flat
can
Earth.
measure a flat Earth. Celestial navigation. You can measure a flat Earth. We don't measure hollow Earth.
But we have evidence of Nazis and Russians going to hollow Earth, but we don't have any for flat.
All right, well, there's
Right.
caves and
You have
caverns and shit.
stories.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do have direct surface measurements of the Earth, which show that it cannot be a sphere.
Yeah.
So, do you think these stories are false?
but I'm curious, the hollow Earth person. Do you think that the Earth is still a sphere but hollow, or flat but hollow at some point?
Stop it, stop, please.
Well, I'm just curious because I've never heard this shit.
Go look it up on Google then.
No, but there's been Germans that have warships
They're
go through the hollow
stories,
Earth.
bro. These are all stories. You don't believe the
Okay.
stories of Narnia? You don't believe the stories of Harry Potter? They're all speculative. There's nothing. There's
Germans,
no tangible things
Americans,
there.
Germans, Americans, Russians. I guess they're all just stories. They're all just fake. So,
Yeah, cool
hollow
stories,
Earth
man.
does
Exactly.
not exist.
Most of them are fucking stories, propaganda. That's it, dude. Come on.
I think that caves and underground caverns and stuff exist, but
I've
any
been in
like
some.
particular stories about them, I can't verify.
Yeah. Especially when the fact
In
that
underground
the
caverns,
deepest,
huge underground caverns.
right, and the deepest we've ever as in humanity, as in the Russians, they went 7 point something kilometers deep. That was it. Then their drill started to fucking fail. So
That's one story. That's not all the stories.
that's
There's
not
many
right.
stories.
I just tried to post, and unfortunately, I don't have permissions for that. Can somebody give me permissions?
You posted it.
Your rank is too low, probably. That's why you cannot post in guest rooms.
I'm
Does
sorry.
anybody have
I-
the powers to rank them up?
All right. Well, I can give you an
a
idea where the
server mod.
reference is, so you can look it up yourself.
Tell you what, you can
This
post
one's
it
actually
to
from
me
an article or a paper that was published in the National Institutes of Health. Believe it or not, even though it was in the National Institute of Health.
Post it to me. I'll post it for you.
Actually, it's at the National Library of Medicine, and it was published by Han-Mei Yong and Seng-Young Park at temperature gradient of a vertical column of air in a gravitational field. And along with it, all the references at the bottom lead to other articles demonstrating how a gravitational field affects the gradient, the gas gradient within that air column, including pressure and temperature.
Was it in a container, this air column?
It's a column. It's an open-ended container.
Oh.
Like Earth, then.
So, what was the hypothesis?
Okay, did you hear what I just said, or were you like deaf at the time? That is a hypothesis.
I didn't hear any if then.
Right.
What was
The effect of temperature gradient and pressure in a gravitational field. If you change the gravitational field, will it change the temperature and the pressure? There's your if then.
How would they be manipulating a gravitational field?
You can do that
Right.
several. You can do that several ways. You can
You
do
can
in
do
this
that.
case here. You can do that. You can do it by changing the altitude of the what you call it, the cylinder. One way of doing that. By bringing it up on higher up on a mountain, it decreases the amount of gravitational field. It's ever so slight, but measurable, and you can see the effects of pressure on that.
Increase it. That would increase it.
No, the further you are from the center of the Earth, the less the gravitational field.
There's more mass between. There's more mass there. There's more
You're
mass
farther
between
from
the
the
center.
mass point, the point of center of mass.
Oh, so we're also
You could
begging
do
the question of a spherical Earth too with this. A lot of problems here.
There's more evidence that there's.
So he's manipulating altitude.
No,
he hasn't actually manipulated
you
the
haven't read the
gravitational
article, so you
field.
can't
There's
sit there
the
and tell me
assumption
that I'm
there's
doing
a
anything.
gravitational field which weakens with altitude, but that's not actually directly verified or manipulated. Yeah, a lot of problems there.
Once I get permissions, I can post it
So
for you.
what
But in
you're
the
saying
meantime,
is
you can
that
look it up
really,
yourself.
with altitude, indirectly, the curvature of space-time is
Can you
manipulated
read?
in these tests.
Can you read
I'm just
the
asking you-
article? The
I'm
answer
just
is
asking you
yes
a
or no.
question. You read it, right? So I'm asking
I
you a
haven't finished
question.
reading the article. I just brought up one of the articles I know is talking about that particular subject.
All right, so I'm asking you a question because you must have read enough of it to know something about it if you're bringing it up here. So you're saying that indirectly, by manipulating altitude, they actually manipulated the curvature of space-time to produce these observed phenomena.
No, that's not.
That's not how it works. Okay, as you
Oh,
move it further away, from the center of the Earth, in other words, from the gravitational
Wait a
field,
minute.
it's going to
Center
get
of the Earth.
weaker the
Begging
further
the
you are away.
question.
Center of
But
the
that
Earth.
doesn't matter. That's
Wait,
not the
wait, wait.
point that I'm getting at. You wanted me to demonstrate
Wait a minute.
the effect of temperature and gradient
Yeah, you didn't do that.
in an open container as a result of a gravitational field, and that's what this article in this
Yeah,
particular
so
paper
you've
is
gotten
talking
about 10
about.
steps ahead of where I wanted to stop you. You said center of the Earth. Are we just begging the question of a ball Earth with a center here?
Point of wherever the gravitational field is coming from.
What gravitational field?
Well, see, if you're going
That's
to
the thing
deny
in
gravity,
contention.
then why in the world are you going to bother reading the article?
Well, where's that point
That's the
that the
thing in
gravitational
No,
field is
if you're
coming from?
denying the gravity, you're going to not want to read the
What
article because it's
gravity?
specifically the entire
gravity?
article is about it.
What gravity? Has it been directly
So
manipulated?
you're
or are you
going to
assuming-
troll me now. So
Has it been directly manipulated, or are you just assuming that it was indirectly manipulated via altitude? What happened here?
And the point of the
I'm
conversation.
sorry, I'm not going to answer your question because you're absolutely you're basically being a troll right now.
Oh,
No, the point of the conversation is disprove what I just said because I think that the gravity is coming from the center. So,
Great, Angelo. Can you just chill and try and comprehend what Flat Water Crisis is saying?
No, what he's saying is denying gravity. He wants me to prove gravity rather than proving the
he's not
gradient within a gravitational field.
sound like a
I already
religious
specifically
question.
gave him what he asked for, and now he wants
because
me
you're
to read
begging
the
the
article
question.
to him
All right.
rather than
So,
read it himself.
Listen, I just got you perm, so can you go into your paper where it says hypothesis and just copy paste that statement for us in the
You
text?
look at the paper yourself.
Well, can you not just cite the hypothesis?
He's literally just been really kind and giving you permissions to post, and now you're going to be an obtuse little man. Fucking hell, we're trying to help you.
Well, who was being obtuse? Flatwater Crisis Support, who can't even accept that I've already given him his hypothesis. I told him where to look at the
Post it.
Post it. You have the permission. Please. Jesus Christ.
articles to look at.
Hey, can we be cool, guys? Come on, be cool. Come on.
There's no hypothesis in this paper, actually. Gravitational fields are just assumed. The ball Earth is just assumed. They just assume that these things are all being indirectly manipulated via altitude. There's no hypothesis. It's not an
That
Open the
doesn't contradict
But I don't.
any predictions of the model.
They just don't
Yeah,
get it.
but that's just
It's
how
like you're talking past
containers
him. It's like you're talking past him. He doesn't get what you're saying. It's like, yeah, but he just doesn't understand.
I never said but.
I think no matter
Well, it's
what
a
you give to him,
nuanced
he's just going to say, yeah, but it doesn't contradict the model. That
Yeah.
seems to be the pattern.
Well, exactly. The observation doesn't contradict the model.
Yeah, it does.
There you go.
What?
In other
Okay.
words, my authorities still
Carry
say
on.
what they say, despite what you're saying. So I'll believe the authorities.
No, that wasn't what I said. A bad summarization of what I said there, by the way.
What changes the path of gas molecules?
Hitting other gas molecules.
Awesome. And anything that it physically hits then, yes?
Other molecules in general, yeah, let's put it that way.
Yeah, yeah. And say
And
the walls of the
also any
container.
forces acting on it, like gravity, does pull them down.
Awesome. Awesome. So that would be your basis assertion being as gas pressure is defined as the gas exerting a force on the walls of its container. And we understand the traversal of gas. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. We understand it's only physical collisions that change the path of gas. We can add heat, for example, but you're just going to make the gas
I
more
need to make
exciting.
a correction. I need to make a correction. It's not only physical collisions. If you want to represent the globe model, it's not only physical collisions. It's gravity as well affecting a gas. And if it's plasma gas, which is affected by magnetic forces, it can be any magnet nearby will also affect the direction of the molecules.
I'm not breathing
Of the
plasma.
ions, rather.
I'm not breathing plasma, and
Okay.
observably, your force of gravity that hasn't been thought of a force for over 115 years is observably not changing the path of gas. Open the container at the top, the gas is free to disperse upwards out of the container. Where's your fucking gravity?
Well, that's just not true. It is changing because you put let's say you have a smoke machine, right, that they use in movies. You push the gas or you blow the gas up and it goes down.
Is that because it's denser than the gas around it, which is
That's
why I keep
because it's
putting you
being
in a
pulled
vacuum
down.
chamber?
Yeah.
Relative density. The gas is denser.
Well,
no one's denying this, but I keep putting the example in a vacuum chamber. Your smoke machine, your sulfur hexafluoride, will disperse randomly in all directions, up, down, left, and right, omnidirectionally. Open the top of the container, which is now outside a vacuum. Outside of the container is a vacuum now, right? We've got a container of sulfur hexafluoride. I take the top off, the gas disperses into the vacuous space. Upwards.
So again, you're claiming that this is what's going to happen. That's not what happens.
Demonstrably what happens.
That
You
isn't
put
what
gas
happens.
into a container that has no gas in it, a vacuous space. The gas goes omnidirectionally, presses upwards, outwards, and downwards.
Right. If the gas is heavy enough and your vacuum chamber is big enough, there will be more gas towards the bottom because of gravity.
And if
That's
you
the
open
model.
the top of the container, the gas will not achieve any more pressure and is free to disperse upwards.
There will still be more gas towards the bottom of the container, whether it's
When I
open or not.
open the container, the gas is free to disperse outwards in this limited volume. How much gas are you putting into the space? How much pressure is achieved? What's the size of the container?
I don't know. You brought it up.
Awesome. So you understand? Yeah, exactly. So you open the lid at the top. Let's say outside is a vacuum. We understand that gas is going to move into this free space.
Not if it's being pulled down by
I
gravity. And that's the whole thing.
I don't fucking know.
Sorry, say again. I didn't hear the last part.
If you
Any
open,
experimental evidence for gas being contained by gravity?
you need the container.
The globe model says you don't need a container because gravity is the container.
That's just a claim. We're looking for the experimental evidence.
Well, that's the model. If you want to disprove it or whatever.
I'm asking you because you're claiming the
Be accurate.
model claims that. So what's the experimental validation for that claim?
You can make a heavy gas in a test tube, and it will stay at the bottom of the test tube
Forever, or will over time,
for
being it's
a very long time until it evaporates
yeah, we
slowly.
don't carry around
But that's the
buckets
same.
of sulfur hexafluoride.
Yeah, but hold on. In the same way, you put a glass of water. Water is not going to stay there forever, is it?
No, it's going to
Eventually, it
evaporate.
will.
The gas will go
Exactly.
upwards. Yeah, the
Exactly.
gas that is evaporating goes upwards.
What happened to the water?
It evaporates.
Exactly.
Turns into gas, and the gas goes upwards. You know what the evaporation cycle is, right? The sun comes out, heats the oceans of the earth,
Yeah.
and the gas goes up.
Yeah, but some gases go down. You can create
Yes,
heavy
I don't
gas,
see
and
any
it will
part
go
in this
down.
process where
Gonna go
gravity.
round and round in this fucking circle, are we? Yes, we agreed to this 20 minutes ago. But this is a relationship between gases. The heavy gas in a relationship with the atmospheric pressure around it. Your smoke machine, for example, is a demonstration of a relationship between gases.
So if you blow the smoke machine of heavy gas, let's say, in a vacuum chamber, in a big vacuum chamber, you think it's not going to go down?
It'll go up, it'll go down, it'll go outwards, pressing on the walls of its container. Open the container, the gas is gonna leave.
And here's the thing. The observation is if it's heavy enough, most of it will be towards the bottom, and there'll be very little of it towards the top of the vacuum
Only
chamber.
achieved the gas pressure gradient because it's in a container.
Right. So what? So
Right.
the
So the
gravity
question
caused.
is, how do you achieve gas pressure without a container?
You can wave your hand. There's gas pressure.
Hold on, that's fucking hell, my friend. Really?
Yeah, I don't know. You keep asking like weird questions.
Not a weird question. To achieve gas pressure in the first instance, for you to wave your hand and get a gas pressure reading, you must have a container. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Gas pressure, not
Gas
dynamic
pressure is
pressure.
all around you right now, right?
Yes, that's dynamic
Great.
pressure. The pressure that you can read. Well done. You'll notice that when you put your hand out, and this was explained to you by T-Dubs just a minute ago, put your hand out, the gas is pressing upwards onto the palm of your hand. It's pressing downwards onto the top of your hand, and it's pushing inwards omnidirectionally. So in all directions then.
Great, I agree with that.
So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Why do you need a container for it? To press
To
on your
achieve gas
hand?
pressure, because gas
Well, it's
pressure is
pressing.
defined as the force gas exerts upon the walls of its container. No
Even when you
container.
gave us, even when you
What
gave us
about?
a gradient, listen, even when you gave us a gradient, you needed a container for that when the whole purpose was to show us that it can be achieved without the fucking container, man.
Well, that's my whole point. It doesn't need a container. If you have an open beaker,
By
you
showing
create.
it needing a container, your point that you're trying to prove is that it doesn't need that container.
It's like I've got to post a GIF again. Bloody hell. I'll do it just for shits and giggles.
Hey, Jedi, I have a question.
Yeah,
Yes.
in a minute.
Yeah, you
So
take
you'll
your time.
notice. Yeah, no problem. So you notice my friend that we're speaking to in the live stream chat, I've just posted a GIF. Vacuum up, gas down in the two separated vials, where there is
Yeah,
a
you have.
physical barrier in between. The tap, you open the tap, the gas disperses upwards into that vacuous space.
Yeah, you have nitrous oxide, which is
Yes.
twilight.
Oh, man.
It doesn't matter. Right?
It
The gas
does.
disperses upwards. Does it fill the space? Does the
It does
gas
fill
fill
the
the space?
space. Yeah, it does fill the
Brilliant.
space.
Thank you.
No, I have a question.
So can I?
Yeah.
Can I? Okay,
Okay,
go on.
so Jedi, may I ask, have you ever been in or flown in an airplane?
Yeah, man.
Have you ever seen a helicopter?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so and another example, have you ever used one of those air dryers at like a McDonald's or something like that that's very strong and kind of presses against your hand?
Yeah.
So would you say that all three of those examples, I would say all three of those, maybe you disagree, so I just want to hear your opinion. I would say all three of those are examples of air pressure without a container. There's pressure on your hands when you dry your hands. It kind of presses on your hands. I think that's what a helicopter is. It uses the pressure it
Dynamic
creates
pressure.
to force the air down. What
Dynamic
do you
pressure.
think?
Dynamic pressure. So just going to talk about the McDonald's thing for a second. That's the movement of gas, right? It's pressing on your hand as it's released from the container, right? Well done. We can have a reading of that gas pressure on my hands, but the gas disperses in all directions. Your airplane and your helicopter work within the gas pressure on the Earth.
Wait. It doesn't go in all No. It presses on your hand, and it's not like a champagne bottle they're opening at the McDonald's thing. I would assume it's probably some system of fans. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly what it is. But we're talking about the achievement of gas pressure in the first place, not the manipulation, not the usage of gas pressure. Aeroplanes, helicopters, they use the pressurized gas to achieve lift, for example, but that's not demonstration of a gas pressure without a container.
Well, the
That's just
helicopter example is a good one because it does
dynamic
create
pressure.
pressure. It does create a
Dynamic
higher
pressure.
pressure underneath it.
Dynamic pressure. Use the words correctly. This is dynamic
It
pressure.
does you don't have to say dynamic. It's just increased higher pressure underneath
Yes,
the
he does,
helicopter
because you're not
and the-
understanding the point. There's pressure there to begin with. That's where you get the dynamic pressure from. So he's asking how
Dynamic
we
just
got the
means
pressure to begin
changing.
with.
The word
Right, you're
dynamic just
changing
means
something
changing.
that's already there, right? So why
Okay.
is it already there? That's the point.
No, that was
I
not
mean,
the point why it's already there. That's got nothing to do with the point.
That
just
is our fucking
confused.
point. If you don't get it, let someone else talk.
Well, I don't understand what the point is because it's like, oh, you can't have contained pressure without a container, and then you'll be like, where is there pressure without a container? Where's there a vacuum without a container? And then we'll show like 30 examples, and then you'll just and then we'll be like,
Start
no, it
with
doesn't
one.
go omnidirectionally.
Start with one.
Helicopter,
Helicopter was a good one.
McDonald's,
Dynamic pressure. You're using
vacuum,
pressure that's there to
waving
begin with.
hand,
Where did you get that
bullet.
pressure from? No, don't gish gallop. You said helicopters. That's dynamic pressure. You're using the pressure that's already there. Where'd you get that from?
No, the helicopter
Right.
increases
Well,
the
that's the
pressure.
point. Okay. Well, I think that's
Where,
what you're doing is
where
using the
did you get
goalpost.
the pressure from to have change in pressure, i.e. dynamic pressure? Why is that pressure there?
Because the blades of the helicopter pushed extra air down, increasing the pressure of
The
that
air,
area.
where'd that come from? Why is that there?
The air is all around us. What do you mean? Was
So
that?
why is that there? Is it there because of gravity?
The air is there because we have an atmosphere.
Wait, dude, are you dude? Whenever there's pressure being applied, in order for the pressure to exist, it needs some opposition. It needs to be contained by something. If it's an open system, you'll just push the air out into space, and there is no pressure.
Yeah, these guys are really not grasping the point.
The
So ultimately, you're going to say that
gravity
the
is the
atmosphere
container.
air,
It
that's the air
contains.
that you're getting. Listen. That's the air that you're getting
Okay.
the dynamic pressure of the atmosphere, which you say is there due to gravity. What we're looking for is a conclusive demonstration of gravity taking the place of a physical container and being able to contain air. Is there such an experiment that you're aware of?
The whole Earth is your evidence.
That's
The
called
existence
begging
of
the
atmosphere.
question.
No, that's not called begging the question.
It is. I've got a belief that there's a sky vacuum up there, and we've got gas pressure here, and the gas pressure isn't dispersing into the sky vacuum because I've got a belief up there's a sky vacuum.
Yeah, that's the very thing in contention here. You can't use that as proof of the thing in contention. Come on.
Yeah, that's the thing you're trying to prove, and you're going to use it as proof.
This is complete circular reasoning.
What thing am I
Obviously.
trying to
Come
prove
on.
again? You seem to be like deciding for me.
Gravity containing air pressure. Otherwise, you're going to need physical containment for that.
Gravity containing air. Yes, it pulls the air. It pulls
There's the
molecules,
claim
air
again. We're
molecules
looking
down.
for the evidence.
Well, the evidence is that we have a gradient. That's your
That's
evidence for
begging the
gravity pulling it
question.
down.
And you already told
No,
us that
that's not
gradients form in containers. So what kind of evidence is that? You're telling me
because of
that this thing
gravity.
that happens. Listen, you're telling me that this thing that happens in the container tells me that we don't have a container here.
Pseudoscience, by the way.
That's
No
not what I
evidence,
was
no
saying.
force.
Well, it is what you said amounted to.
No, that's not. That's a bad summarization.
Yeah, it is because you
Bad
pointed at the
faith
gradient. Okay,
summarization, mate.
you pointed at the gradient, right?
You see, at
We
least
got it.
Jedi was trying to like make sense. You're just jumping from one thing to another and trying to put words in my mouth.
No, I'm just breaking down what you say.
No, you're just putting words in my mouth and
No,
trying
I'm
to
just
pretend
breaking
that
down what you say.
you're straw
You
manning.
pointed to.
That's what it's called.
Listen, okay, I'll go back a little bit. Maybe I'm going too quick for you. So I said, can you demonstrate gas pressure due to gravity, not a physical container? You said, yeah, the gradient. I said, you already told us that a gradient happens inside of a container. So then what you're doing is just pointing at this thing that happens inside of a container and going, see, we don't need a container. This thing that happens inside of a container tells me there's no container. It's ridiculous.
You
So
done?
you're using gravity as proof of a gradient, and you're using the gradient as proof of gravity. That's circular reasoning. So he's correct.
No, I'm not using the gradient as proof of gravity.
Just did.
Okay.
I'm using objects falling down to the ground as proof of gravity.
That's not gas. We're asking about gas pressure.
Yes, but that proves the existence of gravity.
No, we're asking about gas pressure.
Right.
We need experimental evidence of gas pressure being contained or caused by gravity.
Yeah, but here's the thing, what you said, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said this thing happens inside a container, so therefore it can't happen outside of a container. Is that what you meant?
No.
No.
Just-
Okay.
just-
Do you want to
Right.
take it, Jenny? You can go.
So in that case, let me just summarize that then. The gradient happens inside of a container because the container is on Earth and is affected by gravity. It will happen, the same gradient will happen outside of a container because gravity still exists.
Mm.
If you were to take this container, vacuum container, to outer space where there is no, or the effects of gravity are negligible, then you would not have a gradient in the gas.
How do you know that? You're begging the question.
I'm just telling you what the globe model predicts, and if you want to build an experiment and test that, go ahead.
Listen, you're telling me what yeah.
Sorry, which would be in
No, it's fine.
contention with known gas laws, which I've just cited in the text room.
So which particular one would it be in contention with?
All of them.
No, I don't.
None of them have
How is
G
it? How is
in
it in
there.
contention with Boyle's law?
Read it out for me.
Relationship between pressure and volume in gas at a constant temperature.
Awesome stuff. So where's gravity in that then?
But how is what I said in contention with this law?
Which way does gas move?
Which way does gas move? It
Depends
depends on
on
the
which
circumstances,
forces.
on the forces
Yeah.
acting on it.
Awesome stuff. So we had this conversation 10 minutes ago and you asserted, but unless there's another force. We understand that the only thing that changes the path of gas molecules is physical interaction. We're not going to be talking about ionized gas in this instance because I'm not breathing that.
Right, but I also said, if you remember, you omitted it again. I also said that that's not physical interaction is not the only thing that affects direction of molecule travel.
So
Gravity also affects it.
All right,
Yeah,
let's
if
do
nothing affects it, it doesn't move anywhere. For you to say that it moves in all directions means that there's sporadic forces.
Awesome. So just do this one then. What's gravity?
Gravity is there's different definitions of it. What do you want to go down Newtonian versus Einsteinian definitions?
If you want,
Mass
I'm going
attracts
to.
mass.
I don't really want to go down that way. It's a bit boring, to be honest.
Yeah, of course, because you'll understand that mass has no definition in physics.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Would you like me to cite that for you as well? Would you like me to get Dr. Feynman out?
Richard Feynman was an idiot.
Brilliant.
He only had like a.
Science
I mean,
denier.
I can literally cite everything that I'm talking about, which is why I'm talking about it. I can cite it. You can't.
That's definitely not true.
Awesome. So provide me with the scientific experiment that has proven any type of gravitational model, any one in existence. Give me the hypothesis. I want a dependent and an independent variable. The independent variable must be physical if we're going to be doing natural science and doing experiments and shit. So everything in your hypothesis got to be physical.
Hmm. Have you ever been to LIGO?
The
Wait,
You ever
experiment
heard of
just
LIGO?
because I love
Jedi.
this affirmative. I love this affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. It's brilliant when you say the path of light changes. You only assert that it's because of gravity. Brilliant.
So,
Well done.
so Jedi,
No, I'm into
you
this.
just
Bro.
asked for what, an experiment demonstrating gravitational force.
Hypothesis, please. Yeah.
Well, you want the experiment or what?
I want the
Start with the
hypothesis,
The
which
hypothesis.
we will test. My goodness
Okay.
me. I want the hypothesis so we can
Okay.
test the hypothesis.
Okay. Hypothesis is that there is a gravitational force that causes objects with mass to be pulled towards each other.
Awesome. Can you correctly formalize your hypothesis then, please? If
That
this
was
then
formalized hypothesis.
it wasn't. I want the independent and dependent variables. I want it properly formalized.
Here you go. That's a research paper that does that's done this
Give me
experiment
the
properly
hypothesis.
formalized.
Give me the hypothesis. If it's correctly formalized, give it. Give me the
I
independent
just told
and
you the hypothesis. This is the experiment.
what's the dependent variable in what you just said then?
Have a look at the paper. It's very extensive.
Give me the dependent variable in what you just said. You've already said it. I want you to give me the dependent variable because I was
Just
confused.
have a look at the paper, mate.
Just have a look at it. Give me the dependent variable.
Not giving you anything. Just have a look at the paper.
Brilliant. So this is no longer a good faith argument. You're just going to go, yeah.
No, you're
And
just gonna go, oh, give me this,
I
give me
want the
that, give me here.
hypothesis.
I've
Very
just given you
simple.
the experiment.
So I've got to read through your shit and basically back up your shit. Give me your shit.
No,
Give me
I've
the
backed up
independent
my
and
shit.
dependent variable. Give it, give
Jedi,
it,
he's
give
doing,
it. If you're not
Jedi,
going
he's
to
doing
give
what
it,
the other guy. He's doing what the other guy was doing, which is basically, look, this over here tells you the truth. I don't understand it, but I'm just going to quote it to you. Go and read that. I haven't read it, but I want you to
I
go
don't
and read it.
understand it, and I have read it.
good.
So
Grab
Then
the
give us
pie
the
out of it.
dependent
you're putting
variable.
words in my
Okay,
mouth.
you read it. You read it. The information is there. Provide the information we're asking for then from the paper since you read it.
I just
Dependent
did
variable.
provide the
Come on.
information.
What's
I
the
just did.
dependent
Grab the
variable?
part.
Okay.
Grab the part out of the document which describes the dependent variable.
So you didn't read it.
I just want the observed phenomena. That's what I want.
The observed phenomena is that objects with mass gravitate towards each other.
What's
That's
the
it.
independent variable?
Gravity.
Brilliant. So you can vary and manipulate gravity, can you?
No, that's independent.
Yeah, independent variable, the presumed cause, the thing that you are going to vary and manipulate to see if it has the effect. Must be physical.
Distance between the objects.
So distance then.
Yeah.
So hold on. Why you've literally given me one hypothesis. You then changed your independent variable into something else. I'm now going to start suggesting for everybody that you don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about. You're now changing things. You're being very dishonest.
I'm answering your questions. Your
No, yeah,
questions
twice.
change, so
Twice.
my
You give me
answers
two
change.
different answers.
That's how it
Two different
works.
answers for your independent variable. Why have you given me two different answers for your independent variable? If there was an independent
Misunderstood your
variable, you should
first
have just given
question.
it, but
My
you've
bad.
given me two. Why have you changed your answer?
Because I misunderstood your question first time around. My bad.
Hell, I asked you for a hypothesis 5 minutes ago. You failed to give me one. When asking for the independent variable, you've given me two. You obviously don't understand what a dependent variable is because it was a presupposition within your dependent variable.
Naughty boy.
So dishonest. Go and read the paper. He tells me to. Fucking hell, man. If it was
Also, I
that
noticed
simple,
Because that's
should
what
have
you
just.
asked for.
I should have been a supposition into a cause and effect. You gave me two independent variables, you dishonest little man.
You're just
Telling
winging
me
it up,
you
your
didn't
parmesan.
understand
So
the
now you're
fucking
just
question.
into.
Telling me that you didn't understand the question. I asked you for the hypothesis. What don't you understand about that? A hypothesis, a supposition into cause and effect, and I said that IV and DV better be properly situated. The hypothesis better be properly formalized. You didn't do that. How could you not understand that question if you knew what you were talking about? You gave me distance and gravity, two different independent variables. So what distance is the cause? Being as I told you that gravity wasn't physical, we weren't very manipulated that, you went to distance. What?
So distance is your presumed cause, not gravity?
Gravity is the cause of the
Oh, so
bodies
gravity is
moving
distance.
towards each other.
So gravity's distance?
I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Fucking hell.
Okay, sounds good. Gravity's distance then?
Gravity is not distance, though.
Well, you just said that gravity was
it
your presumed
relates.
cause, and your presumed cause was distance. So what are you talking about?
See, they're just making shit up as they go along. You see, very ignorant, naive people.
Yeah,
Very son-
your independent variable, that's your presumed cause. You told us that was distance. Then you said, my presumed cause is not distance.
That's not what I said. I said gravity is not distant, right?
Yeah, you said.
So you guys keep doing this over and over. You guys keep putting words in my mouth and saying, "Oh, you said this, you said that," without
no, you
actually.
keep changing what you're saying. And when we
Because
pick
you're
you up
not.
on that, this is when you're moaning.
You're not
You said your
listening.
presumed
to what I'm
cause. You
saying.
said your presumed
And
cause is gravity. Is your presumed cause gravity?
and also you're not listening to what I'm saying. And
Listen,
also,
is your presumed cause gravity?
Oh, dude, like hundreds of people will
there's no
probably explain
presumed
this to
cause.
them.
Now there's no presumed cause.
Yeah.
So there's no independent variable now.
There is an independent variable.
Oh, so there's a presumed cause then.
Sorry, I had to come back just for that. So
Can you
there's
believe
no
that?
independent variable then. No independent variable in this
There is
hypothesis.
independent variable. The
Just
guy
said there
keeps
isn't one.
saying stuff.
Now there is one.
He keeps saying there isn't one.
I never.
No. You keep giving different answers for what it is.
No. You
You
keep
even
you keep
apologize. You
asking
even
different
apologize for
questions.
getting it wrong a minute ago. So.
Mate, you keep asking different questions. You get different answers, and then you're like,
Question: what is
"Oh,
the
how
independent
come?"
variable?
Mass of the bodies. That's an
That's
independent
the new one.
variable.
Third option. You get us a third
Yeah,
thing.
because there are multiple things that affect the strength
No,
of
dude, you have
gravity.
one independent
There's
variable per
multiple
experiment. One
variables in the
independent
equation.
variable. No, you have
Hold
one
on.
independent
Sorry.
variable in an experiment.
In an experiment, yes, when you're building
Sorry,
your
my friend.
experiment, but there are multiple
friend.
things. Sorry, Jedi, you were saying something.
When I asked you the first time, mass was in your dependent variable. Have you now just switched the position of where mass is in your hypothesis?
It
I was
depends what the
listening.
experiment, which experiment you're talking.
Fuck me. The one that you're citing, apparently,
So
the one that you said that I had
here's
to fucking read. I asked you what the dependent variable was, and mass was in your dependent variable. If you just now switched the position of where
well,
mass is in
mass
your
was not
hypothesis,
dependent variable.
it was.
No, it wasn't.
First time around, you said mass. I asked you for the observed phenomena, the dependent variable. You said it was mass. Now you've switched positions and
I
put
didn't
mass
say
in the independent
what.
variable. You did,
Maybe
mate.
maybe I misheard you then. You asked independent variable. I said mass.
First of all, I asked you for a formalized hypothesis. First of all, I asked you for the dependent variable. What's your dependent variable?
Rate of
Don't say mass.
attraction of the bodies.
Awesome.
Well,
And now what? Independent variable.
Mass of the bodies.
Thank you. What's mass?
Mass of an object.
Mass of an object.
Yeah. What about it? How much mass
Right,
it has?
okay. Yeah, no problem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and get you several references into the definition of mass. You'll notice within the definition of mass, there are at least 3 different definitions. One's the amount of substance in a space, which can be more accurately defined as a mole. The other definition of mass is its resistance to movement. And the other definition of mass within physics, it has no definition. Doing science
Right.
here, right? So
Okay.
which is your definition of mass?
All of them.
All of them. So the amount of stuff in a space, the resistance to inertia, and in physics, mass has no meaning.
Well, the first 2, I don't know about the third one. You will have to
All right, I'll go and
post
cite it for you.
post
Give me
the
5 minutes, no
citation.
problem. No problem. I'll go and get you some papers. I'll cite it for you so you don't have to go into the paper. I'll cite it for you. You can read it.
Very generous of you, if I may say so myself.
Wait, I have a question for Jedi real quick. Do you believe math is true? Because I remember we discussed this. You think it doesn't exist, but it is true,
Math
right?
doesn't exist.
Idiotic question.
Math or mass?
Stop
Or both?
derailing.
I'm not trying to derail. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just curious.
Asking the question, is maths true? Is like saying, is English true?
Yeah.
No, I'm
The
asking Jedi.
language it describes
You can ask a
things.
freaking retard if you like. It's the same answer.
So we agree math is true.
What are you talking about,
Is
man?
English true? Is English true?
I don't know. I'm asking y'all.
Oh my god.
The dumbass.
I honestly don't know. I think
That's a
there's
problem
different
that you should
answers.
figure out yourself.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the math is true. Yeah.
What about
I think
English?
I think it's an identity crisis you need to figure out yourself.
Just very quickly, guys, I've posted the citations with regards to what mass and what it isn't. It's not me saying this. These will be known physicists from known universities. Don't have a go at me for what they say. This is a citation. Not pulling this crap out of my ass.
Wait, I want to know. I want to know if Jedi thinks math is true or not. I'm
Oh my
confused.
god.
Because I think that's really
Did I
what this
you hear
comes
his
down to.
question?
Honestly, I think none of this
I
has to
think
do with flat Earth.
if we show you certain observations, we're gonna find out real quick whether you think math is true or not.
Okay.
If you
All
look in the
right.
mirror, is that really you?
But yeah, also I don't think y'all's rigor with experimentation is as clearly thought through as it may seem. But
Can you
I do
name the
think y'all are
variables
making
of
a
it?
sound
Can you
decision.
name the constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. I'm actually a scientific anarchist, so
So yeah,
I
you
like
can then, right?
well, I like the idea that the scientific rules are always sort of
Oh.
changing.
Oh, okay. So you
guy's a
don't know
dumb.
what the variables of a scientific experiment are. So you're not capable of any
Well,
scientific at all. All right. Well, thanks
if
for
what you mean
casting those
by that,
aspersions on us.
well, what would be the point of doing that? Is that to create more conclusions, more
Well,
hypotheses,
it's
or is
just
that
that you're
to
telling us that our rigor
inform
isn't
a
up to
system of
par,
rigor?
our rigor isn't up to par, but you don't even know what an experiment consists of.
I'm not sure if you do.
Really?
This guy is such a troll. At this point, he's a troll, man. Honestly, it's ridiculous.
I mean, I
I mean,
just
I know
asked
it
you
may
if you
seem
do,
trolly,
and
but
you
I'm not
couldn't
being a
answer.
troll.
I've
For
been
real.
talking about the parts of an experiment for like the last hour or so. You've been listening to that conversation. You're not sure if I know what they are. Fair enough, because you don't know what they are.
Well, I already said I don't want to enforce a certain dogma science. Although I am a supporter of science, and
Just
that's why
shut
I
up.
say
believe
that.
maths is,
You're an
do
idiot,
you
is what you are. You don't know
do
what
you
you're
believe
talking
maths to
about.
be true,
Don't waste your
Mr. Hammer
time.
Middleman?
What's that, sorry?
Do you believe maths is real?
He's not gonna after I show him the black swan.
Do you believe it to be true,
The
sir?
black swan. I believe math is true. I think like the representation of math is real. I don't know if I
What does
believe
that
in
mean?
like some like platonic form or some weird thing like that.
What about English? What about English? Is English true?
What do you mean by platonic form? As in like the actual numbers on the screen?
Well, the like I guess it depends on what screen you're talking about.
A plus
But
screen, whatever, like numbers, are they real?
their representations are real. They
What does
might
that
have
mean?
some like actual like existence in some like realm we can't access.
Yeah,
What about
go ahead
English?
and go ahead and close Discord because without maths it wouldn't be working. Just go ahead and exit that button.
Oh yeah.
No, just go ahead, exit.
Oh, dude, is there a realm where words and letters are as well, or is it just numbers?
Oh, so that's well, I guess if y'all have never heard of Plato's theory of forms, the idea is that everything is just kind of, or at least every physical thing is just a shadow of this true sort of Platonic realm in which everything exists.
So then English is true, and then symbols are true, and squiggly
No,
things are
no,
also
that doesn't mean they're true. No, that doesn't mean they're true.
not.
That just
But
means
numbers
they
are.
exist in some Platonic realm.
Right,
And
so
that would
numbers
also mean that
exist in
numbers
that realm, but letters, symbols, and squiggly things don't, yeah?
Well, no, their representations exist, and then everything exists as well in the theory of Plato's forms. But I'm not
No one
sure if I
cares about
believe in that.
So you're citing something you don't believe in? I'm so confused.
No, I said I'm not sure, but I think that is a decent attempt at trying to answer this kind of problem.
Do you understand Plato's theory very well? Have you read his book?
Oh, definitely not, and I wouldn't claim to.
All right, and nobody
you're-
cares because this isn't a philosophy channel anyway. Let's get back to the surface
yeah.
measurements of curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, which you're going to use numbers and math.
We are going to do that.
We can use
experiments.
Hold on, we
And
can
we're
also
going to find
use.
out who denies math.
Hold on, we can
who's
also
that?
use symbols. We can use words and letters as well.
Well, I would never deny the application of math.
What does that even mean, bro? The application of maths? How can you apply something without presupposing it exists? I'm so confused.
Oh god.
Okay, well, let's apply this. 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. That's the formula we're going to get for a geometric horizon distance on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Is everybody okay with that?
Does Plato think the Earth is a sphere?
Quiet.
Yes, I am okay with that, heretic. I am okay.
How about these Globers? What's his name? Middle of nowhere. Whoever the other guy is. Yeah, how about you guys?
Guy couldn't
Can
tell
we
the
go with
difference
those
between a
numbers?
sphere.
What?
He couldn't tell the difference between a sphere or a surface that's flat. Asking the wrong guy.
Yeah, that happens quite often around here.
Is gravity not an acceleration? Why is there a discussion in chat? Can you guys use your voices?
Well, why are you answering to something completely other than what I've been saying in the VC?
No one else is talking.
Well, somebody could talk by answering the question. Well, I guess we found out who the math denier is. Never mind. Doesn't want to engage with math suddenly. All right, fair enough. I'll drop it.
You see, but dude, they only trust math when it's an authoritative source telling them the conclusions. When it's people on Discord, they can't. They don't understand it themselves, so they can't appeal to that authority. Which is the guy on Discord.
The man wanted math. I was
No,
going to
I
give him
think
math, but
No, I think that's a really interesting point. So that would be some question I would ask, which is how do we know which math equations to trust and which ones not to
there we
trust?
go. See, I knew it would come to this.
No,
I just
I'm
say?
not trolling. Like it's not I'm not trying to be like math doesn't work or some dumb thing like that. It's like I'm actually asking y'all like
Yeah,
what is
math
it
only
that
works. According to you,
No,
bro,
no, no,
math
no.
only works if it's the right authority telling it to you.
No, I'm saying like what
Yeah.
what do you do? How do you do?
About the
Look at
Pythagorean
a math
theorem.
when you're trying to decide
About
if an answer to a math equation is correct or not. What do you do? Do you use an experiment or do you use your mind? What do you
Go
use?
on
So you don't
Google,
really
bro.
know.
Pythagorean theorem.
So you don't know if you trust math, then, middle of nowhere.
What's that?
Do you trust math?
Only on Tuesdays.
No, you're dodging the question. You're very insistent other people answer your questions, and then you won't answer your questions yourself.
How
I'm
do we
asking
know
you,
math to
what
be
allows you
true?
to decide? What allows you to decide what a correct answer to a math equation is? It's a very simple question. I
Axioms.
even gave you two possible answers. Your mind
Axioms.
or experiments. You can even think of another answer if you don't like those options. What is it? Go ahead. Anyone can answer.
I just said axioms. Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're coming through. We're just ignoring you because we don't like reality.
Start with axioms, right, in math?
No, I'm saying, how do you decide? You use axioms every time?
It's not really about how we decide. It's not a
No,
subjective
no, no,
thing.
it is, because you guys keep going. Every single thing y'all talk about, it's always, no, I need to see it for myself. I need to decide for myself. So I'm
We
saying,
all
I
got
want to
taught
know
math.
how y'all decide. Oh, you were
We
taught
all
math
got.
by the
We
authority?
were taught math.
Oh, what is
Yeah,
this?
yeah. At school,
Oh,
but
why
like
do you
same as
listen to the authority?
everybody
How do you
else.
decide if that makes sense? I want to follow y'all's logic. Let's.
They
That's
I
not our
want to see
logic.
demonstrate
for
to
myself.
you.
How do I decide for myself? And you, like, how would y'all prove it for yourself?
All
How
right.
do we
So
verify
Use
what
an
it's
maths? Is
come
the
authority.
what
question?
it's come to is that we can't trust math now. The very thing that you were holding against Jedi. That's
No,
what it's
no,
come
you're
to for you.
straw
You
manning.
can't
You're
trust
straw
it. So
manning.
you're
I'm
gonna
asking simple questions.
y'all's logic. You're talking about y'all's logic. You think our logic is
This is a
we
red
don't
herring
believe
and a
anything
straw
unless
man.
it comes from an authority or whatnot. So now using y'all's logic, as you put it, you have to throw out math, right? That's how you're gonna beat us at our own game. That's what you're gonna do. Do the very
No,
thing
no,
that you
no,
tried.
no. I'm not saying to throw out math. I actually
Okay,
think
so
math is
what's the
great. I trust
question? Can
math.
you repeat it?
I'm
Oh,
just
okay, math
And
is great. So fuck it, we can go with math then, right? We all
no, no, no,
we
no,
all agree
no.
on the
I'm saying
axioms of math,
y'all
right?
don't seem to understand how math works, and then you keep
Oh,
talking about
okay.
math and
All
all
right.
this stuff.
We don't
So I'm
understand how math
asking.
works. Yeah, we don't understand how math works. So
wait,
am I
can you ask this?
mistaken
Can
that
you ask
when
the
I
question again?
say, well, hold on, he's an idiot, so no. But am I mistaken when I say that a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles will have a geometric horizon distance of 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet? What do you think of that math? Is that okay with you, mathematician? I'm just running it past you because
You're the
I'm not
ultimate
the
Because
one
you
supporter.
love
who
Someone
math,
doesn't
man.
muted.
trust math,
Oh,
right? I
sorry, they
have
muted me.
I don't trust anything I was ever told, right? So, but you do, and that's an axiom for being able to figure out if math is true or not. So, I'm going to run it past you. Are those numbers okay?
You know what a straw man is?
Uh,
No, what's that?
yeah, it sounds like you're gearing up for one right now. So, I'm just wondering if those numbers are okay. Should I run them past you again? What do you think?
Well, I can respond to that question with another question, but I'm just asking you, how do you?
It'll just be a yes or no. How about that? Are those
Right.
numbers okay? Or
Well, how would I decide? How would?
well, that's up to you, mathematician. Because you were okay with math. You were on board a minute ago. Now you're going to ask me what you need to do to figure out whether this works. Just give me yes or no.
Well, I'd need. Well, oh my gosh.
How about you just give me yes or no, you fucking weasel?
Would you at least concede that we're both weaseling out of questions right now?
No,
No,
just you are.
You're responding. Go ahead. What's that?
What was the question that he's weaseling out of? I'm still curious.
Yeah, well, he was Mr. Math a minute ago, and apparently we have to deny that to be logically consistent in our worldview, according to him. So I'm just running it past him if these numbers are okay. 3,959-mile radius sphere. From that, we derive a geometric horizon distance of 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. He just wants to tap dance around instead of saying, yeah, I'll go with that, or no. I'm not going to go with that. I don't know. What do you got for us,
No,
middle no?
I'm trying to prove a point about empiricism. So like,
You're proving a point about yourself, which is that you don't know what the fuck you stepped into.
yeah, maybe I'm just confused. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you've
I
been
think you
confused
are.
the whole time.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, maybe
I think
so.
you're a little bit confused, bro. A little bit confused and a little bit discombobulated, but it's okay. We can solve that.
Discombobulation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
discombobulated.
so maybe
You can look that up. Yeah.
So those are a bunch of numbers I spat out at you. I don't really expect you to have a knee jerk off the cuff, honest
Well,
answer.
I just want to understand how the system works because it is kind of fascinating to me. And I think it is like y'all are
The
smart.
system
Y'all
of
do have some
maths.
measure. No. Here's the system of how we like your system of like determining what's true or not. How you like come to this conclusion to like invalidate a lot of like
So
whatever.
what's
You know what I
true
mean.
in general or what's true in maths? 'Cause you have to be a bit more specific.
Well, I want to be general here. Just like you guys is a lot of people. There's like a lot of systems. You guys are using various
Well,
systems to
okay,
like
you guys
verify
are
things.
what guys? What are you talking about?
Well, no one in specific, just various people I've kind of heard speaking in this chat, proposing
Do you
some
name names?
strong positions. Well, Jedi is one. I really like his positions. I think his arguments are fairly strong. Um, but for example, my question would be something simple like, y'all seem to use a lot of like reliance
You're
on
still
direct.
going, you guys. Be specific. Name names. Stop
Well,
saying you
let,
guys.
let him get it out. Let him get it out. You kind of overstepped him right when he was getting to his point. Let him at least say it.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Yeah, so it seems like some people kind of propose this system where it's like, oh, well, there's kind of two ways we can verify things. Math and or even more so just direct experience. Like y'all want to be like, "Oh, I need to have direct experience of everything and I need to have directly kind of like do the experiment for myself." But in my head I'm like, y'all also use math. And then I'm like, is math an experiment? Is
No,
math something y'all are experiencing?
no, no. It's
Of
not an
course not, right?
experiment. But I mean, I can't
Well,
speak for all of us. But I'm not saying that we all have to go out and do absolutely everything directly ourselves. Maybe there are some hardcore empiricists that will say that. But I'll take a citation or something verifiable that someone else did. I'm not saying that literally everything has to be experienced right down to the detail directly.
interesting. Yeah, and I think I even was discussing with Jedi the other day, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, so y'all need to like ask him personally. I don't want to quote him, but I think he did say something kind of approximating like he may concede to, and I think this wasn't a very strong position, but it was something like he may concede to certain thought experiments if they are verified by experiment later. Um, which I don't think is like, well, I think like in all fairness, that wasn't like a very strong support of like thought experiments, but I think Jedi did say something, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, something akin to like, yeah, well, you can kind of like do a thought experiment and like be correct about it. You still might need to like actualize it with an actual experiment, but it still makes sense to like think about something and then like predict the way reality is, kind of like, and then that would be perhaps even like it would make sense to accept that maybe you can't do it until you do the experiment, but it makes sense to like accept that as some form of like, well, whatever. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jedi. Wrong.
Paraphrase me pretty correctly there, mate.
Sorry, what's that? I'm correct.
You paraphrased me correctly. Yeah, I did say that. You are right. Thought experiments. I don't have a problem with thought experiments, but they're not going to lead to any viable conclusion until something is actually actualized in the physical natural world. But with the caveat of depending what the thought experiment's about, right?
Right. And then, so I think that's kind of gonna be like the crux here is like, I've been in here for a couple of days and I've seen a lot of people kind of like push these different things. And like, honestly, I'm not even like trolling. I genuinely don't know if the earth is flat or round or like a cube. Like, I have no idea. Like, I just kind of go with what I think and what I've heard. But the thing is that I've heard a lot of people kind of try to debate y'all on these various different like kind of physical points, or something with gas pressure, excuse me, or all these different things. And in my head, I'm like, well, I feel almost as if there's a reason why nobody could really like sway the conversation a lot here. And it's not just because like y'all are like someone might like incorrectly assume y'all are like not intelligent or think y'all are dogmatic or something. I think it comes down to this strict reliance on empiricism, which is that like y'all seem to in certain instances demand direct experiment, demand verification, or even, and then y'all might like switch to like math, right? And then but I think the thing is that like I think we can truly like use thought experiments to like
It's
postulate things
just,
about reality.
I
And I
think
think
it's just the empiricism. The empiricism is just because we're trying to elucidate that in these cases, with the claims that they're making, they're actually false. So we're just trying to elucidate that what they're saying is happening can't be demonstrated because it's not actually happening.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's like there are a lot of things we're not going to be able to demonstrate, but I
That's
still think it's very valid to ask questions and propose things about them.
That's
And
what we're doing.
all
fine. Fine if you
But
want to frame it as a question too, a postulation. Just say I'm just speculating. I wouldn't take issue with it, but what the Globers are doing is saying this is
let me
happening. So we're
expound on
saying,
it.
can you back it with physical demonstration? And by the way,
Sure.
I think I kind of misread you at first. Sorry for coming in hot.
Oh, it's totally fine.
And
Yeah, no.
it also depends. Like you said, okay. You said we kind of like demand, like this empirical, scientific evidence. The only time we do that is if someone claims to have science behind to back up their claim, that it's scientific. So if it's scientific, it must be supported by a scientific experiment.
And that's where I would disagree with that. Not only would I disagree with that on a scientific grounds, but I actually frequently get into debates with scientists about this. And so I may be on like kind of a more radical end, but I'm actually like I consider myself like a scientific enthusiast. But I think some things should be thrown away in science. One being like some scientists have a reliance on or sorry, go ahead. What was that?
You're saying it, and then so I say the globe.
Wait, what's
Third
that?
order,
I
go ahead.
can't hear. Sorry,
Carry on.
maybe my headphones are bad. What was
Carry
that?
on. Carry on.
There is
Okay.
another situation in which we will ask for scientific evidence is if the person is claiming a cause and effect relationship within nature. Then we will also demand the scientific experiment which validates that claimed cause and effect relationship.
Okay, so if someone gave you scientific evidence,
Science doesn't prove cause and effect.
well, I mean, it's like what like this is the thing. This is what I'm saying. It's like what experiment do we do to validate the truth of mathematical answers? I know the answer, but
It's self-evident, bro. 1 + 1 is 2 because it's self-evident. There's no experiment you can do for that. It's just self-evident.
I think that's a very good answer. And I think another very good answer to that question is something like the self-evidentiality of that is a sort like the self-reflection that is or like the attention that is put into a mathematical like I don't know what the right word judgment would be. It you can think of it as like a sort of strange type of experiment. And I mean, this is the same thing I talked to
Dude,
Jedi
stop
about.
waffling.
It's like
Stop waffling. There is no experiment.
Reasoning,
Things are
reasoning
self-evident.
is not reasoning is not experimentation.
well, it's something in which you derive proofs from.
This guy's just waffling. He's literally taking up time for no reason. That's what he's doing.
No.
He
What
is,
I'm
but
what I'm trying to get to here, I'll
he's
put
a
the
lot
crown
more
on it.
cordial than
If
I judged him as being at first. I feel bad about that.
oh, it's totally fine.
He just wants
I
to
may have
talk in
been a little
circles,
messed up.
drag his feet a bit, say this, say that, and then try and cozy up to someone and say this. Just basically just wants to la-di-da, talk shit. That's what he's been doing for the last hour or two.
We'll
Here,
put a pin
well
in
then
what
maybe.
Stuart said.
Well, maybe I could just crown it all with this. It would be something like, well, I think maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not the best at like explaining what I'm thinking or my perspective on this, but I think if I would be kind of if there's like any kind of truth in what I'm saying to the point I'm trying to make, it would mean that you can kind of just think about the way the world is and discover a lot and even come to like good and true judgments about like science and reality and even physics. And you don't even need to experimentally validate them for them to be not only
Natural
true but
science,
accepted as
if it's natural
rational.
science, you
What you
do.
basically,
Sorry to
what you
cut you
basically,
off there, but if it's natural science, you do.
No,
But I'm
I'm
not
saying it's
denying that
applied
there are.
correctly.
I'm not
Thank you.
denying that there are. I'm not denying that there are other methods of study and learning and gaining knowledge.
what this guy's trying to say is that we can
No.
find
I'm
the
saying
truth.
that's how knowledge itself works. That's what rationality is. It's a
Very quickly,
reflection on the world. Yeah, go ahead.
very. I've just cited in the text room that if we're going to be talking about natural science, right, the study of the physical natural world, it's definitely going to need an experiment in it.
It depends on what you mean by experiment, though, because you could think your perception of reality itself is the constant perception of an experiment.
Well, yeah,
It's
I
you're
mean,
always testing everything and proving it always to be true. I know that sounds
well,
kind of squirrely, so
it
I
does,
submit,
because
but
within science, words definitely mean things. When we're doing natural science, that's going to elucidate a cause and effect relationship. We're going to formalize our hypothesis and then we're going to test it. That test is the experiment where we physically manipulate presumed causes to see if they have the effect.
yeah, and I've always thought that model was so problematic because I mean, you can look at something like sociology, right? And you can sociology itself has this
We're not
whole
talking
like
about sociology.
ability. No, I know,
Dude,
no, I know, but I'm trying to prove a point about the scientific method itself, which is present in sociology,
Yeah, in
which
some
would be
fields of study, it does not apply because you can't do the things which it
why,
strictly says you must do.
why, why? Think about that though. Why? It's you're literally even saying like all this stuff you can just sort of
So
like
you're in a
change it, but
category
that's not
error
even
then.
no, that's not true though, because you can see this even with the progression of the history of natural sciences. You look at someone like, I mean, I'm probably going to butcher the history, but it's something like Galileo's experiments weren't taken seriously because he validated his experiments and his hypotheses with physical instruments. Like he used because he was using things like telescopes, they thought, "Oh, well that's ridiculous." A true scientist, which, relates to like a philosopher, is someone who uh sees something with their own eyes and uses that as proof. And they thought like, "Oh, well, that's like loony. Why would we ever believe this guy who's using these tubes of glass and things like this?" But we see this total flip where now it's like, oh, well, scientists nowadays are more on the other end where they would say, oh, well, we're not going to believe it with our own eyes. We need to see it actually measured with some sort of device. But really, you could do it either way. Like, I think these are both clearly can be both valid and invalid forms of evidence. And then, like, I think you guys are, or I hate to say you guys, so forgive me, but some people here are perfect points of that because y'all want to say like, no, we could rely very heavily on evidence, and as opposed, or excuse me, experimentation, where some scientists nowadays are like very theoretical, like they're very focused on like, that's what like a theoretical physicist is. Like they just kind of they don't do as much like physical experimentation. They just literally sit around thinking about science, and then that's how
So
they do it.
applying the strict method of scientific experimentation, right? That would be observing an effect in nature, and then forming a hypothesis, which would be a prediction, an
There's all kinds of
educated guess,
experimentation.
right? Of and a
No,
prediction
there's
of the
all kinds of
cause of that effect, right?
No, that's not true.
Mate,
Yeah, in
that's
one
natural
dogma.
science, right? You're saying
Yeah, in
Galileo had a
one dogma.
hypothesis. You're saying Galileo had a hypothesis and applied the scientific method to what exactly? What was his hypothesis?
He had many different hypotheses, and I think he even applied many different methods. But we only accept
Name
one.
one. Detail one.
What? That's besides the point. The point I'm trying to say is there's many.
No.
That's what I'm saying. And then the question itself even kind of fetishizes one scientific method over another.
So you're just going to be ambiguous and just
Can you
state it as fact,
can you please
right?
can you please provide at least 2 examples of scientific methods?
You want an example of the scientific method being applied?
I just did.
No,
There's
the guy
one
said
scientific
like
method.
multiple scientific methods. I just want him to show me 2 that are different.
Yeah, so you must have missed what I was saying because I actually gave 2 in my example. So the first one is going to be a scientific method which only accepts. Well, I'm trying to think the right word for it. Like personal direct experience without saying like empiricism. Like personal direct experience as the valid form of evidence. And then even the experimentation itself can be like anything that takes place in a life, right? But then you see this transition to a more modern form of science where experimentation is generally measured by instruments. Like when we do experiments, yeah, we watch them, and then there are a lot of like basic experiments where you just kind of like physically observe the results, right? But many experiments nowadays use sort of like technical instruments, and this is like a kind of poor analogy, but you can think about it like the instruments themselves are the ones that actually record the data, which is the thing which proves the experiment. So
Then
This
are
is
the
just the
instruments now
extension of
doing
sense,
any?
though.
Are
Wait,
the
let me get
instruments
this
now
out.
doing them? When did
Let me get
humans
this out
start
real
doing
quick.
experience?
Let me get this out real quick. I'll be really fast. You're just talking about the extension of sense through instrumentation, right? Like you could say your eyes are an instrument.
right, and could you say your experience is an experiment? Let's go. Keep going with this. I like this. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. Let's avoid where.
I'm not really. I guess I'm not.
From
I'm
people
interested in
doing the
answering your
experiment
questions, but I think that
to
question needs to be
instruments
better
only doing the
explained.
experiments. When did we start using instruments and stop using people for experiments?
Never. And then that's what I'm saying is that like all of these or many of these different scientific methods have been in use for many of human history. So I think the idea that like this one
These aren't different
system
methods, though.
itself
These
is
aren't
science.
different methods, though. These are different models, but not different methods.
See, I kind of like that idea because I like the idea that all of this is just purely science. So that is really ultimately like how I'd like to phrase this. So yes, we're all on the same page. I know you guys are gonna hate that. Sorry, but
Well, I
no.
mean, listening to you earlier, you seem to conflate mathematics with empiricism, or rationality with empiricism, which you really can't do.
Well, which definition of our empiricism are you going with? Just so we're on the same page.
Experience of the other.
The other. Ooh, that's interesting language. It's like some Levinas stuff. I don't know. I was confused by that. The other? I'm not sure if I followed that.
Yeah, I mean, something that's not directly internally perceived.
Yeah, are you a human?
Oh, I don't know. I was just saying, like, this is like a very basic distinction. in philosophy between empiricism and rationalism. And it just, when I was listening to you guys talk, it sounded like you kept struggling to see the difference between empiricism and mathematical analysis.
Well, you can be an empiricist. Well, like, yeah, what? I don't understand how someone would even like equate the two. No,
Well, I mean, it
The
sounded
point
like earlier you were saying, like, if I evaluate some mathematical proof, I'm conducting an experiment. It sounded like you were saying that.
Right, I was trying to take it the more like idealist point. Yeah, because I do think rationalism and empiricism are both like, of course, like flawed, and that's why various people disproved them in like the 1600s. So yeah, I don't think that's a tough one.
I'm not really sure what disprove means here, but I guess it would make sense to disprove someone totalizing one of these. But I think you're going to run into a paradox if you try to say that one is the other.
Right. But I think the boundary is not as clear as it may seem.
Yeah, that's why I said you're going to run into a paradox.
I'm not sure if it's a paradox. I think that it's just that's. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Like, what would the paradox be? I think we just use rationality to decide things as well as experiments. But I think you can experiment with things in your mind, and that can be a valid form of evidence, depending on how good your rationality is. And that's how this works.
We're going into inductive and deductive reasoning, aren't we?
No.
Then
We're
the
just going into
separate.
reasoning itself.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but we can induct something, right? We can have a thought or an about something, right? We can go that route. One, but it's always going to depend on what the fucking question is in the first place.
I'm not sure because it's like that's like a weird thing to say that you're going inward when you're really like learning something about the world when you go inward. I think all the time.
Like I said, it always depends what the question is, right? If we're talking about what causes something to happen in the physical and natural world, then we can have ideas about it. But the best way to demonstrate a cause and effect relationship is to see if you can vary and manipulate something, like your presumed cause, to see if it has the effect. That's just the scientific method with regards to natural
Okay,
science
you
and
just said
cause and
that's the
effect.
best way. But that's not the only way.
If I
Okay,
can
maybe
physically
that's the
demonstrate
best
something,
way.
if I can physically demonstrate something to be true, then I've physically demonstrated something to be true, right?
Yeah, and I would say that thinking about something rationally can be a form of, well, it depends on, I mean, this is going to be a harder one to, for me to show, because this is what I was trying to say about dreams the other day, is like, do you think your dreams don't exist?
I experience them.
Right. You
What do you mean
experience
by
them. But like that's what I'm saying. Like, do you think like you experience your dreams, but then every morning you wake up and you're like, oh, like you just decide that they just never happened, or like none of that like presumes like any reality about the world. Like those are just totally
I
meaningless.
experience? Well, when I wake up, I realize that I had a dream last night. I experienced something when I was in a semi-conscious state when I was sleeping. Has it
Oh,
got any
you
bearing on the
experienced
world?
something.
May
You
be riding with
experience
unicorns.
something. Ooh. I hate to do it to you, Jedi, but I think you just slipped up there. Because you said you
What?
experienced something in the dream.
Yeah, that was the dream.
Okay. So now this is putting all the pieces together. Because it's like, that's like a real experience. What are you experiencing? What is that world?
Oh,
That's just your
also,
mind. That's just your thoughts. That's not a physical
what do you mean
world.
by real? Yeah, exactly. My point and where I'm going to get to. In my dream, for example, I could be riding unicorns, right? It doesn't mean that unicorns exist.
Ooh, but it does mean that that's a real experience. And that's what you're looking for, because you just want to experience what shape the world is, or what these experiments, excuse me, or all these things. So here's what I would say. Like, what if someone said, like, this is what I'm imagining. What if someone was like, oh, do this experiment, do this experiment, do this experiment, and then you basically just like had some dream or something and used the most of your rationality, and then you just under contemplation, sort of like, I would take that as a form of experimentation. I don't know. Honestly, I'm losing the point, but maybe you kind of get what I'm saying. Frankly, this is like a really weird thing. That's why I think this is cool.
I could go with thought patterns and imaginings, but dreams are slightly different to that. I don't have control over my dreams, for example. They happen, but I can control my thought pattern logically, right?
What do you mean
You
you can
start talking about
control your thought pattern? I'm not sure if I understand.
Yeah. Well, if I'm going to be postulating an idea in my imaginings in my head, I can be rational about the logical train that I follow. Not necessarily the same as a dream, where the dream happens to me and I've not necessarily got any control over what happens, right? But within my
I'm not
thoughts
sure.
and my
No. I think that's
imagination,
that's an important distinction, because there's a degree to which you may be able to like intentionally partake in like observing rationality, or like be like, you can like make choices which maybe like lead you to be more rational or something like this. But there's a degree to which you might think of rationality itself as being this thing which you actually don't control. It's something that actually imposes itself on you. Because what it means to be rational and to use rationality is to have your mind or like have thoughts which reflect the world properly. Like, if you were to decide something about the shape of the earth and it made total sense, and you were able to just deduce it within your brain, I would say, wow, that's a display of rationality. And like, that wouldn't be something where like you just decided that. It would be something where the kind of structure of the world is like impose itself on your mind. Does that make any sense?
right? Kind of, but I really want the meat of this issue, man. Where are we going with this?
I think we actually just got right to the meat of it. It's there. Boom. Now you can use rationality to deduce things about reality. So now I think this is like there. Boom. We don't necessarily need
No
experiments.
thing.
So we don't use rational thinking when we're doing an experiment? I think that was a flawed
Well, you
perception
can.
of what we're saying with experiments, bro.
Some people don't use rationality when they do experiments. I would hope we would try
I
to.
do have a question. What experiment do you do to find the shape of an object other than just look at it, observe it, and measure it? Like what experiment do you think you have to do to find out a shape of something? I am
You
curious.
don't make an
Well, I think
experiment,
that the
you make
best
a measurement,
experiment
you make an observation.
I think the best experiment for something that you can't really do, like something you can't like see or touch or like physically observe, probably the best experiment you can do, like a real physical experiment, is you or someone you know who's like very like rational, has astute judgment, perhaps just take some time and try to like meditate on the issue and like think like hard and think about like all the different factors going into it and try to like decide. And like, the experiment will probably fail. Like, you'll probably like not like you're, you just might not be able to set up a correct experiment that way. But I think if you think properly about something and you like organize
or you're like in the right headspace, I think you can like figure things out. And I think we do this all the time. Like there, yeah, there's like tons of instances we all know in our daily life where we just sort of think about something and we figure something out about reality. And the thing we figure out is true. We know it's true not because we do some experiment and find out it's true. We just find out that it's true, or it just is true, and then we just go on about our lives knowing it's true. And we have no problem with that because we know
So
we can deduce truths about reality using our mind.
so you're saying we can just sit and think about it, and then we just know that, like the way Globers think, they think it's a ball spheroid. You think you could just sit there and just know that it's a ball spheroid?
Oh, well, I think it's a lot more complicated than that, right? So there are people specifically like who spend their whole lives like practicing, kind of like it sounds weird, but like thinking about like very, very tough scientific problems and building up intuitions in the same way that someone who studies the world using experiments goes out and like does various experiments. Excuse me, I think I mixed up my words. I'm saying experience and experiments a lot, but anyway, they go out and they do experiments, and that's how they kind of like. But similarly, when they do these experiments, what they're developing is an experience. It's an intuition, right? And similarly, you can, well, whatever. And then you can think of the math that a sort of theoretical physicist, and then that's the two halves of physicists. There's experimental physicists, and then there's theoretical physicists. So that's kind of like what they do. There's the thinkers. Yeah, I'm blabbing, but maybe you get
All
it.
right, so I'll just go back to my first question. Like, what experiment do you think, in your thought process, can you do in your paradigm to make it a ball? What experiment would you do?
Yeah, so I guess I would be undecided, but so I want y'all to decide that for yourselves. No, I'm not trying to like sway anyone on that necessarily, but the thing I would want to sway is that like I think there's a lot of different ways you can do experiments, and some of them are going to be better than others, but I don't think any, and then some are just going to be flat out terrible. You know, like I would never deny some ways of doing experimentation, and some proposed scientific methods are just ridiculous, useless, terrible, right? But I think there are a lot of like really legitimate ones, and perhaps if I made any impact, I would hope maybe we could like broaden our horizons for like the types of evidence we support. And I would say there's there's thousands and thousands, millions of different experiments you can do. But that's all they are. They're just
I'm
experiments.
just asking. Yeah, I'm just wondering what's one. Like, okay, so you obviously are a glober, right? You believe the spheroid, right? That's safe to say. You agree?
I would say my intuition probably leans that way, but I am genuinely undecided. Like, I don't know. Like,
Oh,
I've
okay.
never seen.
Okay, well, all right. Well, that's fair. So when you say there's thousands of experiments to find out the world's a ball, I just
Well, no,
want
no,
one.
no.
Like,
I wouldn't.
what's one?
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like you could. I mean, the thing is experiments themselves don't contain. All they do is just. Yeah, this is like a weird thing to explain. Let me think of how to phrase this. Okay, this is like a tricky thing to explain.
Well, hold on, just real quick. Hold on, wait, just real quick. No, not to be like a dick, but
Yeah, go ahead.
before you dig yourself deeper in this hole, I'm trying to help you. Like, would you agree that there's really nothing you can do as an experiment to find a shape of something? All you just have to do is just observe it and measure it. Wouldn't that make more sense? Like, you just measure it, right? Like, you can't experiment a shape. Like, I mean, maybe if you're like built like a something and you, I don't know if you want to call it experiment. It would just have to be an observation, right? And then a measurement. Would you agree to that, or do you think that there's an experiment that you can do? And if so, what would you do? Right?
Oh,
Or is
yeah,
it just safer to say, oh yeah, I rethought about it, and no, you're right. There's no experiment that can be done to actually prove a shape of the thing of which you stand on, or unless you do know of an experiment. That's why I generally was asking.
Well, I think I guess I was trying to kind of like blur the lines between like experiment and like thinking it, but either way, I mean, I would almost want to go to like some flatlands type thing. I know this is just like a random. You ever heard of flatlands? By any chance?
Have I heard of Flatlands? Yeah.
The book. Yeah, that's a great one.
Did they make a movie out of that? Isn't it called Flatlands?
Maybe, I'm not sure. They
I
could
think they
have.
did. Might not
It's
be the
really
same
interesting.
one, but I know there's a title of a movie called Flatlands.
Yeah, it could be, but it's really interesting because it kind of tells this like fictional story of this character, and he lives on this flat land, and he's a two-dimensional character, and he interacts with this three-dimensional character, and it's this three-dimensional character that he's not able to like totally perceive. This will be real nerdy. I'll get a weed of separate the crop from the wheat or whatever it is, but whatever. But yeah, and it's this kind of interesting thing because it's like the three-dimensional shape can see all of him at once, right? But he only sees these like sort of lines. He sees these like strange like line segments. And then what happens is a sphere passes through this two-dimensional plane, and the character just sees these sort of like two-dimensional line segments. And there's this kind of like I don't know. There's like different ways you could think about it. There's like one way you could think about it as like that is him perceiving the sphere. Like he just sees the sphere as this thing. And then even more so, you could say like he can never perceive it, right? And then you can even do the same thing with the fourth dimension. Like the fourth dimension is itself like this like higher up like theoretical plane. So what it would mean for an object to move through that is like it's this thing we only see slices of, right? And I think this is an interesting thing because, you know, Jedi is, we've talked before, he seems, well, he's kind of like asked me, like, I don't know what his position on like time is, but I believe he may have, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but he may have asked me, like, well, how can you prove time? Or how do you experience time? Not like moment to moment, but like, how do you really, like, what's an experiment that proves time? And I think that's actually a really interesting like question because, you know, time is proposed as this fourth dimension. You know, it's this thing we pass through, but only unidirectionally. But we only see slices of. But I mean, like, I don't know. I think it is actually perhaps you could back it up to like not believe in time. But I think most of us, like, at least probably our intuition is to say like there is some sort of thing like time that is real. And I think that's reasonable. But the thing is like time and gravity are both these things, and even causality itself, the very thing you're like, it's like this natural science thing, like fetishizes. You don't, okay, what's the experiment that proves causality? Causality isn't an abstracted theory. Like, what
Bro, what
is,
did I tell you about self-evident fact, bro? Some things you cannot go beyond.
oh,
They are the very base of reality. So self-evident fact, 1 + 1 being 2, would be a self-evident fact. Causality would be a self-evident fact. Okay? You don't need to prove it. Self-evident.
okay. Self-evident. I really like that. I think actually that's perfect. Because I like that that's actually a thing. Like things can just be self-evident to us. Like you could just be like, I know, and then if someone said, "Oh, well, what's the experiment that proves that self-evidency is blah blah," you would just be like, "No, that doesn't even make sense." Like, of course you would say things are just self-evident,
You see, bro,
right?
I already know what you're tempted by. You're tempted to say the globe is self-evident. Go ahead, say it.
No. I actually wouldn't say that. And in fact, I would say the opposite. I would say there is a core that's similar here. But the interesting thing is that the globe is not self-evident. The globe is actually a theory built upon by many different like physical observations and abstracted principles that all kind of like come together and point towards this thing. And that's why it's hard. But the thing is like I think the way people come to that, it's not merely by just like observing it, but it is by like using their judgment and rationality, you know?
Is gravity self-evident?
No. But I think there's a connection between like very complex, abstract, like physical theories, ones that you can't really directly observe, and like their validity being derived from the
Just
kind of
because
like
you can observe
self-evident
something
things
doesn't make
that.
it self-evident, bro.
Well, no. Yeah, that is true. That's why I'm saying the mathematical, or I would say physical theories, that are proved mathematically, like ones that deal with like very
Prove
complex.
anything, dude. You're talking shit.
Wait, can
You're
I
just
finish?
waffling in circles, bro. You should stop talking.
No,
You should
no,
have
no.
some
You're
shame.
not letting me finish.
You should have a sense of shame right now because you're literally just waffling in all directions.
You're interrupting me. I'm trying to answer your question. I don't know.
You're
I don't
waffling
think
in
I'm
all
waffling,
directions. So,
man.
I mean, there's nothing to interrupt. You are just wasting your own time.
Oh, maybe I am. I don't know. No, but I think that it. I'm just saying like that is like literally how it works. Like that's there are many things we can't directly experience right now, but we can propose rational, acceptable theories about them. We can know things about them now. Yeah, and that's what people do. Pretty basic.
So you're done with your waffle, yeah?
Um, I want. Perhaps I was not. I don't know. I don't know if anyone else has any questions or anyone else is confused anywhere. No, I think I made my points. No one seems to have any responses to anything I was saying, so.
Whenever someone responds to you, you don't actually engage with them on that. You just continue some other waffle. That's all you do.
Oh, I'm sorry if it was confusing. I tried to be clear and concise, but it seems. I'll take waffle as a compliment. Yeah. Well, guys, start abstracting some principles. Get to it. No. I know the same mix-ups are going to be going on.
It sounds like the more and more that the globe Earth is being proven to be more of a lie, it seems like the discussion is getting further and further down the philosophical road than actual scientific, hardcore evidence. It seems that way, at least.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting observation because I think that is because what y'all are asking, like, I don't think y'all are making like dumb points. And y'all do ask a lot of questions that y'all pose as kind of like rhetorical, almost like gotcha questions. But I'm like, y'all are just getting to like actual like trick questions almost in like physics and philosophy. Like I think if you got a physics and philosophy professor to hear some of these conversations, they would be like, "Oh my gosh, brilliant." They'd be like, "Exactly. Yes, this is where a lot of people get mixed up about density and gravity and containers and vacuums." And then they would just go into some like long ramble about that. And they'd be like, "Yeah, it is really tricky, but y'all are asking the right questions. This is what most people like miss, right? Because there are like a lot of subtle things. Even that thing with like empiricism. Like I was like talking to Jedi the other day, and I was like, "Bro, you were like genius. Like you literally have like David Hume's position. Like you're literally like a straight like empiricist. Like this is like beautiful. Like you don't believe in time. Like you don't believe in causality. Like or like you don't believe in like you do believe in it. You just don't believe in the experimental validation of it. That's Hume's position." Go ahead.
Whoa. So I've heard you
Okay.
say this a couple of times, and I was making my
I could be
breakfast and
wrong.
whatnot. I don't make the claim that time doesn't exist. Time's just not physical.
Do you experience time?
Yes, but can you give me time so I can put it in a jar and paint it red? It's not physical, is it?
Well, I mean, it depends on what. I mean, I know I know this is like like probably annoying to hear, but this would be a perfect time to be like, it depends on what you mean by physicality, because you could think of time as like the organization of physicality itself, but not like it's not like a part. Like you could say like, is the way things are organized physical? Like if you have like 10 boxes and you sort them all in a position, right? You'd be like, that's physical. But you could be like, is the organization of those boxes itself physical? You could be like, the organization? Maybe. Like that's kind of what almost like what time might be in some weird way, but I don't know. Like maybe it's like an actual force, but that's also
Can't
kind of weird.
you can't give me time, for example, physically place it in my hand. I can't paint it red like I, facetiously said, but I also can't put energy into time and make it go faster or slower, right? I can't do anything. It's not a physical thing, it's abstract.
Well, see, I actually do. Well, I actually do think you can make time faster and slower kind of relatively, but I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't think I could back up like uh like the principles needed to like explain that. Neither experimentally or like rationally. I think there are people who could, but they would need to
This
like
is
spend
this
hours.
is where
But
you were asking earlier about maths and stuff, and does maths exist and all of this type of stuff. Within kind of the time math type of argument, especially around here when people talk about gravity, if we look at what Einstein did, he reified a non-physical thing, time, into a physical fabric, along with space, which is absence of anything, so nothing. He reified these things into physical existence. And then, because they now exist within his math, he can then use math on these non-physical things. The reification of space-time. So they're not physical, but in math, you can do all the fucking shit you want if you make them physical in your math.
is that you think that that's irrational, correct?
It's
I know
not
you're going to say it's
scientific.
reification. But
Yeah, it is a reification, but it's definitely not scientific. It's mathematical reification, conjuring things into physical existence that didn't exist until you reified them and then applied the math to them. Turn space and time into a physical fabric. All right, then, fair enough. Conceptually, so concepts, math and concepts, none of these are scientific.
I mean, but that's where I'd be like, okay, perhaps I could understand like, I mean, okay, this is honestly like I'm glad you're saying this because like this is like a great like question. I'm like, okay, how the hell do okay, you're like, yeah, like you're right. Like I think a better man than me could do this like more smoothly, but it'd be something like I think to say that like Einstein is like reifying time because time doesn't exist. It's not like scientifically taken as like valid. I think is a little. I don't know. I think that's almost a little bit of a stretch. I see what you're saying though.
Well, it's not physical, is it?
I'm not. Well, that's what I was trying to say earlier. I think the fact that this is a question is said something more about time than about it like not existing. I think this is just like a weird quality of time.
Not saying
Like
time doesn't exist. That's not what I'm saying.
no,
Time
no, no. I
obviously exists.
think I think physicality doesn't exist. If you want me to really get cutthroat with it, like honestly, the physicality doesn't make sense. It's never has, and it never will. No one actually like. What does that mean? Are your thoughts physical? Are images physical? Are sounds physical? What does that mean? What is a physical thing? Like you can make some. You can use some like colloquial. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I think it cut out for me. I don't know if it's just me.
Yeah, I didn't say anything, but I think that was someone else.
Oh, okay, my bad. I think it may have lagged on my end. I'm not sure. But yeah, I was just saying, like, yeah, physicality. I don't think that's like that's not even a meaningful that meaningful of a distinction. Maybe colloquially, like if you said like, oh, thoughts are non-physical, a rock is physical, I wouldn't know what you meant. But like when we're talking about like what is truth, what is reality, what is use science, physical science, it's like okay, that's where I'm like, no, I have to draw the line here because like it's and then all these idiots are gonna be like, oh, bro, try shining a laser, and they're gonna try to get y'all on some like, but I know y'all know all this stuff. Like that doesn't matter. I don't care about that. Like this is like the real thing to me. Yeah, like physicality. That's not a meaningful distinction. Like what do you? And or at least not here.
We understand the physical and natural world, right? Things physically
Everything
exist.
is in the natural world. Everything is natural. Name one thing that isn't natural. Everything comes from the natural universe. That's another
Physical and
meaningless distinction.
my goodness me. Please, dude, calm
I'm
down
not
with your
even trying
show.
to. Oh, you're right. My bad. I do get hyped sometimes. Fair enough.
No worries.
Onward.
We're talking about physical things, things that we can physically interact with. Say, for example, I can impart energy into something and it will do something because of the energy that I put into it. Right? Something will move, I've put energy into it, it physically moves. You apply force, you kick a rock, physical interaction. Right? They're not the same things as an imagining. Physical and natural world are the world around us, our existence with it, and those physical interactions. What do you mean physicality has no meaning? What are you talking about?
Right. So I guess in at one level I would be like, yeah, I think because I mean this is actually like an old debate I've had for like literally like a decade now with a bunch of people. It's like what is natural, right? Like if someone says, "Oh, this bottle of bleach made in a factory, it's unnatural. This cup of orange juice that just squeezed with my bare hands, that's natural." I'd be like, "Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like I get what you're saying, right?" But then when people want to be like, "Oh, we have to live naturally. We have to do this and then avoid things that are unnatural." That's where I'd be like, "Oh, that maybe that's kind of weird because everything is a part of the natural world. Your phone is a part of the natural world. Cities are a part of the natural world. Society, modernity, that's a product of Earth's nature. All these things have come out of Earth's nature. It's a product of nature. Like, I get the like making a colloquial distinction, but like when you really like break it down, like that is just kind of like a tool to think about it. It's not as like that's not like super like accurate to what the real like world is. And I think there's a similar thing with what was the other one we were talking about? Sorry, I had a brain fart. Natural and then physical, right? Physical, yeah, because there are a bunch of things like this where it's like something kind of similar to this. So physical, like okay, so we might say like okay, like a physical rock in the world, right? And then there's almost like this presupposition there, and I don't think you've really intended this, but someone may, and you might say something like there's almost like some presupposition there that your thoughts aren't a part of the world, right? Or that they like have no physicality, right? But then even more so, so like this actually is like literally the same thing as time. Because you might say, excuse me, your thoughts do have like some physical constituents, like that being like the neuronal firing, right? So it's just gonna be like electricity zapping around. If you'll like, let me just do like a layman's like analogy here. And you might say like the thoughts aren't stored in some physical thing, but in the actual like rate of the firing or some like organization of that electricity. And you might say that that's the same way that like time exists. It doesn't exist as like an actual part, but as like an organization of things. And then like even more so, like I think like your brain, like your thoughts are a part of the world. But like I think it also makes sense to almost be like your thoughts are kind of non-physical, right? But you could just as easily be like your thoughts are a physical thing. But the grounds on which you would do that is you would sort of like deconstruct what physicality even is. I mean, like, well, this is like a weirder example I think I could think of, but I don't know if I could explain it. Does that, I don't know, maybe I'm just like making sound like a crazy person, but I think that maybe does any of that follow?
I mean, I might have lost you 2 minutes ago, man. Got to be honest.
Ah,
Trying to
totally
follow
understandable.
Been waffling for over an hour.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see.
Sounds really convoluted, and I mean, I like you, but I'm not following you, bro.
No, you see, I honestly I totally accept that. And I think you're right. And that's why I think I really almost want to like wish y'all like good luck and like support y'all on like y'all's like journey and exploration of the world. Because I'm like, oh, if y'all just push like a little bit farther, y'all could figure out some crazy stuff about like science and rationality and the way the world works. Y'all could probably even make a bunch of amazing discoveries I could never even imagine. Not even about like the shape of the Earth, just about like y'all selves or like each other. I mean, not to turn this into some like friendship is the point thing, but I don't know, no, because this is like literally idealism. Like this is like what it is. Like we're literally talking about the distinction between Hume's fork and then this like weirder like it just gets into like this is like the same distance between like normal like Newtonian physics and like quantum physics. It's like someone being like, oh, well, why isn't the world just like little balls like floating around? And I'm like almost needing to sit here and being like, okay, there's like these I don't even know how to explain it. But yeah, no. I think this is like a really cool place y'all are in.
Would you agree that for people to understand what each other is saying, we must have definition for words, so we can communicate properly, right?
Ooh, well, I don't know. I have like a kind of weird position on that.
Okay,
But
but
I'm not really a
for us
linguist. Or go ahead.
to communicate properly, we must understand that words do definitely mean things, right? Tios has kind of demonstrated this in the text room. There's obviously the etymology of words. Some of the words that you used, you might be using your own definition for. So this is where you might be losing people because obviously words mean things, especially when we're dealing with very specific subjects. Within science, words definitely mean things, right? Otherwise, we're going to have a problem with communication. So understanding that words mean things, I must understand what you're saying, right, with the words that you use. But if you're using a word in a different context, then man, you're going to lose the entire room.
Well, I hear you. I hear you. But I think there are words that kind of have like. Do you know what the word colloquial means? Just so I make sure we're on the same page. Do you know what colloquial means?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like I think there are words that have like colloquial meaning that's like valid. Like you can like imply something just like day to day, and I think that like that's fair. But if we want to be like, okay, what does this word really mean? Like, for instance, another good example is the word exist, right? Like, if you tell me, oh, this thing doesn't exist, I know what you mean, right? Like, you're like, it's not there. I don't see it. I can't touch it, right? I can't smell it. I can't hear it. It has no manifestation, whatever, anything. You could even say it's not physical, and I think that would work. But like, and I know this like sounds insane, but like if you really take that word seriously, it'll break itself down. Because like you can't name me one thing that doesn't exist. You can name me something that isn't physical. You can name me something that doesn't have like a certain type of manifestation, but everything that manifests itself in any way, shape, or form in that form exists.
I'll
And
tell
I
you
know
what
that
doesn't
like
exist. Tell you what doesn't exist. Globe Earth.
Brilliant.
sorry, what was that? What doesn't exist? Oh, I assume it was like a joke. Oh, you said Hollow Earth?
Here's a good one for you. So,
Yeah.
colloquially speaking, people like to use the word theory, but in science, theory's got a very explicit definition, right? But people like to throw this word around like it means something, but they're actually using the colloquial term, as in, I've got an idea.
Exactly. Like as opposed to like the theory of evolution, something like this.
Yeah, all of these different types of things, right? Now, the theory of evolution isn't based, now we're going to be talking science, on any hypothesis test where you can demonstrate something to be true and then build your scientific theory upon things that you know to be true. It's just a fucking idea. So this is what I mean about words meaning things. Depending of the context of the conversation, words are going to mean things. So this is probably one of the main reasons why people think that they're on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, because the word science comes up a lot. Scientists and science proves, and if you understood what science actually was, you'd understand that scientific experimentation, formulation of a hypothesis, has got absolutely fuck all to do with defining a shape. It's a complete category error.
Okay. So you would say you would say like people normally they use this word theory like they're just like, oh, this is just like an idea, and they really mean to use the word hypothesis, as opposed to a scientist like Charles Darwin using the word theory for his theory of evolution, which that's just like that's going to be the same thing to you, like that's just like an idea
Just
again.
and again, that word hypothesis, again, people use that word kind of conflatory with the word theory. I got a hypothesis, and when they tell you the hypothesis, well, it's not a scientific hypothesis in a supposition into a cause and effect relationship. It's just I've got a fucking idea. People pour words out of their backsides thinking it's got some kind of gravitas, but they're using the word in the wrong context. So this is kind of like a failure to communicate. Words mean things. People use the wrong words sometimes. It's no fault of their own. I've done this before as well, right? We all use words out of place. But words do have meanings, and if we don't understand what everyone's talking about, we're going to have a failure to communicate.
Well, I'm not sure if words all clearly mean totally different things, but I think I could explain that very quickly and simply, but y'all might think it's just like a derailing. But it would just be something like, what's the like you could just define one word, right? And I'm gonna say like, what is defining a word? Like you're gonna like
This is
give
again
me like an
problem with
answer.
the English language. Some
Okay, go ahead.
words have three. Sorry, this is probably one of the problems with the English language. Some words do have 3 or 4 definitions.
True, true. And then those definitions are a series of words, right?
Yeah, we use words to define words. Yeah.
Right. And then we use those we define those definitions with other words.
Yeah. But anyway,
So
Joe,
there's
gonna do. I got to bust out for about an hour or two. Got to go do some bits and pieces, but I'll catch you all in a bit, right? Nice talking to you, mate. I'll catch you all soon.
Yeah, have a good day. Good talking.
Later, Jedi.
I guess if anyone else had any questions for me or objections about rationality or science or anything like that, it's my jam. I may leave in a minute, but thought I'd leave the floor
Flat
open.
or no?
Sorry, what's that? Are you quiet?
Is the Earth flat?
I'm not sure. Not
You
even
think there's a
trolling.
dome?
I'm not sure. That one I have less intuition towards, I guess. But I do like the firmament dome type theories. I think those are both fun and interesting. What do you think?
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, really, but I see a bunch of different things. I just keep an open mind and yeah.
So it's very interesting. I also want to respond to TOCUK. I don't know if he's still here. Yes. I appreciate that you gave the definition of natural. This is the one I kind of like paraphrased. I was trying to kind of critique this one. That this is the one people kind of commonly use and know of, but it doesn't really make as much sense in a scientific context. Yeah. Also, I would say, in true flat earther spirit, empiricist spirit, I would say instead of just listening to the powers that be, this is me kind of goofing, but I'm partially serious. Instead of just listening to the powers that be, on what the definition of natural is, I say you do some personal
Read it out
experimentation
for us.
and try to see what you think the definition truly is. What's that?
Read it out for us.
I'm what for who? What? Sorry? Oh, the what?
He's still talking.
I was.
Continue, Don. Let me stop you.
How do we turn off someone's video again?
You click on their name and then just hit turn off video.
Oh, you just asked them.
I'm not getting that option.
Oh, turn off the camera.
Like you
I don't have
click
the option.
you click on the people. See the top. Are you on a computer or a phone?
Yeah, I'm on Android and I'm not on the app, so I can't. Obviously, I don't have that option in the app.
Yeah.
And
You're
I'm
using
using
the web
the
browser.
Android also. So go to the names, the list of the people, right? And then you click the two heads, and then it gives you the list of people's names, right? And then you can click on Just Cause, right? And then his
Okay,
name will
hang on.
pop up.
Right. Yeah.
And then once you can see his bio and such, scroll down till you see his mute, his volume, his server mute, right? And it
Yeah,
should
not
be
getting
turn
that.
off their video.
No, not there. Not in this version.
That's weird.
Cause do you really need to have your video on? Be streaming? Can you please switch it off?
Just cause, mate. You there? Cosmo. I'm muting. I'm not gonna do anything.
That's weird that
No,
you can't.
it's not.
That's weird that you can't click on his name and just like turn it off from yourself.
I can't. Not on this browser version. Doesn't work.
Why on the browser? That's a real question.
Because I don't have a lot of room on this device, and I sacrificed the app to get another app, and yeah.
Fair enough.
Whatever. But yeah, middle of nowhere. I hope you understand that when science defines natural, it is specifically speaking of things that are not man-made.
So that would include like farming, right? Like the kind of practice we invented to like modify the way seeds are naturally dispersed. That would be a unnatural thing, right? Like farming.
So we could
So
apply
plants
science to
don't
possibly
drop
aid
seeds.
us in the. Sorry, go on.
So plants don't drop seeds naturally, and then the seeds don't germinate in the ground naturally because it's now made by man in a way of we decide to put the seeds in the ground in a pattern because it's easier for us to maneuver through the plants. That makes it not natural.
I don't know. You tell me. What do you think?
I think it's natural.
Okay. Any other opinions? No? Okay. Not that hard of a question. Yeah, no. I mean, okay, maybe you might say like that's kind of natural, right? Right? But what about something like strip farming? Like what if you like planted a bunch of crops in like a giant row, something like this? Is that natural?
I just said yes.
Okay. And what if you like dig a bunch of like iron out of the ground with like a bunch of rocks? That's natural.
Yeah.
And then you like heat it up with like a fire that you like got from like a tree that caught on fire because it got struck by lightning, right? That's natural.
Natural.
Right. Okay, so then you like heat that iron up and you like pour it into this like certain
Because those are
mold
naturally
you dug
occurring.
out of the. All right. Okay, so now we got farming, tools, uh, iron, like whatever the iron word is. Let's keep going. Okay, so now let's say you form that iron into like some sort of circuit, and you like charge it up with some like static electricity or something like this, and then you kind of like store the charge. Is that natural?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And then you like build an iPhone, right? Okay, so that's natural.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
we
hold this
started
position
with
because the human body is more complex than the telephone, and it's a series of circuits and storage of energy systems and recharging systems and circuit breakers, so to speak.
yeah, and I
But I
think
got to
that's
get to
actually a
work.
brilliant position. Oh yeah, I think that's actually really smart. So the philosopher Martin Heidegger actually had a very similar position. He thought he thought a more sensible way to look at like things being natural versus like unnatural. He instead thought things were well, he has this like one word for like the opposite of natural, but or like kind of meaning natural, but he just uses techne, which means almost like machinic to describe like unnatural things. But he says that like humans are kind of like machinic. And I think there's a degree to which that makes sense. I mean, like, look at a flower. Like, if you went outside and you like looked at a flower and then look at a rock, tell me which one looks more like a machine. Like, you're of course going to be like the flower. Like, that's more machine. And then like the main point is like, okay, we just went through this whole line of logic, right? Like you make the fire, you pour the iron, you make a circuit. Okay, now we go from this idea where natural means anything that's not human made to natural is like literally everything. Okay, so it's like and then that's what I mean. That's the breakdown of the word natural. It's like it. What does that mean? Natural. Everything's natural.
It means it comes from nature.
Exactly. So name one thing that didn't come from nature.
Chemicals.
Which chemical didn't come from nature?
All of them.
Like all of the chemicals that make up nature didn't come from nature. All the chemicals that make up and form nature.
Something like that.
Nature is made of chemicals. The whole universe is made of chemicals. Well, there's a little bit more, but there's a lot of chemicals in the universe. How about that? Right. So you're just getting it mixed up with the synthetic distinction. Like to say like I mean there's a distinction in chemistry whether or not something is organic versus synthetic. Right? You can like distinguish chemicals like that, but you can make organic chemicals in a lab, and there are synthetic chemicals that can form naturally. Um, Everything is formed naturally. So,
I
yeah.
guess so.
Right.
Well, we're not gonna sit here and name all 4,700 of the chemicals that aren't from nature, but yeah, there are
Oh my
some that
god.
are.
Well,
I don't really want
well,
to sit through it
well,
either.
I mean, they all came from Earth, right? Earth's nature.
There's a distinguished difference though, as what is from nature and what's naturally, like for instance, when you mix something together and then it forms something else, well, that only became because you mixed it. Otherwise, those would have just stayed in their respectful places and they never seem to have mixed together to form it to begin with. So there's a whole list, thousands of different things that man has taken and tinkered with and produced a byproduct of this and a byproduct of that. And that is kind of like what's going to separate what's natural and then what's not natural. What's something you're just going to walk in the middle of a field and find, that, and then
Right.
no one's ever touched it.
So if something just kind of like comes to be like because of nature, like nature mixes it up, that means
Right.
it's natural. But if a human themselves causes it to happen, that would mean it's unnatural, right?
Yeah, that's by definition. Yeah.
So would you say humans themselves are natural or unnatural? Because your definition means that they're not
Well,
a part
well,
of
now we're
nature.
talking about. I think you're kind of changing the subject because now we're talking about life forms as opposed to just substances. Correct?
I don't know. You tell me. You might think humans are just substances. I don't
Well,
know. You
we're
tell me.
made up of. We're made up of, but you don't find. Well, I mean, maybe if you're in a weird place, but you don't find pieces of a human to make a human. That's not. I think you're going down a weird road. But just generally speaking, chemicals, there are natural and then there are unnatural, meaning nature didn't form it. Are there some chemicals that nature did form? Yeah, absolutely. But there are some that don't and wouldn't. It literally takes a tinkering, a mixing, like a solvent. Like you those there's just some things you never will ever
No,
find
no, I
present.
understand. No, I understand that definition. I think that's acceptable. Like, if in real life if we were like somehow like I didn't know like you were just my neighbor for some reason, and you like came over to my house or something, and you presented to me two glasses. One had a totally synthetic poisonous chemical in it, and then the other was a freshly squeezed glass of orange juice that you just made. And you said, "Don't drink this one, it's unnatural. You should drink this one, it's natural." I would know exactly what you meant. Like, and I wouldn't be like, "That doesn't make sense. They're both natural. They're part of the world." Meh, 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 meh. I would just be like, "Yes, thank you for the warning. I understand." Like, I know what like natural and unnatural like means to people. The point I'm trying to make is like, nah, if we start saying like there's like a natural science or people should like live naturally and all these things, that's where I want to sort of draw the line. And I have to be like, okay, well, what's really natural? Like, what didn't come about from nature, you know? And there are people who do this. Like, you might say like bows and arrows are natural, but whatever. This is besides flat Earth. I think maybe people here are trying to get to flat Earth or something. I don't know.
Typically, but not necessarily.
System guys. I'm the new Jedi.
I'm the new sheriff in town, bucko. So you better sit down and get ready for Pound Town.
Downtown.
Okay.
That was interesting.
Yeah, I'm just excited making food. Mmm. Scrumptially dumptious.
So have Globers ever come in here and actually like proved anything, or do they all just get like plumbed up?
You know what an ellipsis is?
Uh-huh.
So I heard somewhere that if you take a picture of the sun and the camera's in the same spot, pointing at the same direction every single night, the sun makes a perfect ellipsis, which would indicate that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I've seen that little figure eight.
Yeah, I don't know what anyone that's debunked it yet.
Well, it's funny because the hardcore like warriors of Globers that's like hopelessly trying to keep it alive, they'll tell you, because I've heard it, matter of fact, just last week, they'll tell you, oh, that proves that the Earth is a globe. They literally will say that, and they always turn it, they twist it, they reverse it. It's really funny when they do that, but you can tell who's who when they do that. It was just the other night, matter of fact, like maybe 3 or 4 nights ago, because they were talking about it. They're like, "Oh yeah, there's a." I don't know if you know who Blautek is, but he was talking about there's this clock that was made, and wherever you stand on it, it represents the month and the day and the time. And if you look at it though, it it creates a figure eight, and like that would prove, that it's not a globe. And then someone immediately jumped in. They're like, "Oh, well, that proves it's a globe." It's like, man, they just don't get it.
Epoch.
Yo,
Epoch. Flapjack thinks the moon is a man-made lighthouse.
oh yeah, I know he said some crazy stuff. He's he said some
It'd be more
some stuff.
likely to be a hologram.
He says some stuff that I'm like, all right, cool. I mean, I don't know, man. I guess at this point we're just saying anything.
No, because realistically, hear me out, right? If they wanted to make some sort of big spectacle, there's only the sun and only the moon, and that's like the only planets that we can kind of see like during the daytime and nighttime. And that could just be a way to push us further away from God, and to like be like, oh, the solar system exists and there's all these planets and stuff that wasn't made by God because it never talked about it in the Bible or whatever. Like that's what they will say. But I don't know. Apparently there's like some satanic stuff behind it, but like solar is supposed to be, it's like luring your soul, so like solar system. It's a solar system, like to lure your soul away from God. And then
You know,
there's
okay.
a bunch of other stuff. But that's some stuff that I've heard.
You know what I
They
was
wanna.
oh, go ahead.
That's why extraterrestrials are quote unquote, coming out all of a sudden. That would be their agenda of like, oh, they had to come from another planet. They're more intelligent, so that means that God can't be real, or like I don't know. There's just so much, but I know there is a God, but I don't think there is like the Christian God. I think I'm more agnostic. I think there is a divine being of some sort, or like dynamic of how the solar system works, I guess. not the universe. I mean, I don't know. This is all just skeptical. No one here really knows for sure unless we go to space.
Yeah, the other day, maybe like within the last month, I was talking to a guy who does like with gets a telescope, points it up, and it was in Discord, and he was telling me how there's software that generates the image on the lens. I was like, what? He's like, yeah. He goes, when I look at it, when I look through the lens, I'm not looking at the actual like the clear picture that what I'm seeing on the lens isn't exactly what I'm looking at because there's a computer attached to my telescope and it generates that image. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. And I go, well, then why do they believe like what they're looking at is real? He's like, I don't know. I mean, but it is definitely generated. He's like, there's no way you can see it that clear or that, marvelously through the lens. It's literally but what about when you move it? It's like, well, it knows that you're moving it, so it moves it on the lens. Like it'll cut half of it if you put it at half of it according to the direction you're pointing it. I'm like, no way. He's like, yeah. He says it knows how far you're zooming when you zoom in and zoom out. Like it knows. Like it's the computer generated image, and you're just like it's like looking at it on your phone, and you're just like going in and out, zooming in and out. And right there, I was like, yeah, all these globers who do that and they stargaze and they love looking at planets and like, see, look at the Earth as a globe because these are all globes out there. Like it's just they're manipulated. I'll never trust a telescope again now. They ruined it. And then even iPhones do that now too. Like if you take it and point it to like a light behind a sheet, like it'll show the moon on your phone, even though you're like pointing it in your room at something. Because it's like I think it's like trying to do like an enhancement or something like that. Like it's trying to enhance the picture for you. So it gives like a false image. Imagine that.
Okay, so I just got back. I made food and I went to go get it.
Nice. It's 4 in the morning. You eat that early? Or maybe it's different where you're at. So do any Globers actually come in here and make a good point, or do they ever, or do they just are they just here to learn, which is what it should be.
I met a flat earther today on a different platform. Does anybody here have an app called You Now?
Yeah.
You do?
Well, I don't have it, but I know what it is.
Yeah, I could tell you her name. She's like a hardcore flat earther.
Yo, I have a question. So, I just wanted to say, like, this whole flat Earth thing. You guys are just normies. Don't you guys know it's layers? Do you guys know about the egg theory?
Why are you chatting shit, bro?
No, I'm not. Don't you know what's it?
No, Earth is like Minecraft.
The cosmic egg theory. Don't you guys know about cosmic egg?
Why are you chatting shit, bro? You looking for your daddy or something, huh?
No, cosmic egg theory, bro. It's don't you know it's all layers. It's not flat. It's layers.
Look, dude, if you're looking for your daddy, I can help you, but you got to be honest with me.
When you say what do you think the word flat Earth means? What do you when you hear that? When you hear someone is a flat earther, quote unquote, what do you think they believe in? I'm really interested. What do you think?
What are you talking about? The Earth is
Like
flat.
when you hear like that person right there believes in a flat Earth, what is
Mhm.
the image that you get? Like, what do you think that means? A flat
I
Earth.
well, that's my I have family members who are flat earther, and I actually know too much about the flat Earth community. They all have different ideas. That's like a nonsensical question because all of them think of it differently.
No. I didn't ask what they think. I said, what do you think they think?
I don't know. They all think something
Like
different.
what? Okay, so what image comes to mind? Like when someone says, "I'm a flat earther," what pops up in your head on how you're going to look at that person? Like, what do you think? Like, for instance, let me start. Let me lead by example. Okay, when someone says, "I believe in a globe," I picture a ball, and then I go, "Oh, that's what they believe in. It's a ball." So when you
I see a flat plane. I don't know, but I don't know the details other than that. It's like a flat plane.
So
I
like
know.
do you think like that flat earthers don't believe there's layers to the earth?
No. Cosmic layers. No. This is cosmic layers way too base for you guys to understand. All right. So they think. So think of it this way: that there's multiple flat planes, circular flat planes layered on top, and and at the bottom is where all the low level people live. All right, that's where all we live. And then as you go up in layers, you ascend in consciousness. That's the base take. So all you people who believe in flat Earth, you guys need to catch up.
So it sounds like you believe in another wild story like Glober guy. That's what it comes down to.
No, bro. You don't understand. You don't understand.
So
Here, I'll
like
send you.
Globers believe that water sticks to balls as they spin, and then in an infinite vacuum, as it hurls at speeds at 2.5 million miles per hour. You believe that there's multiple levels and layers, which unless you've seen them, but you
No,
or you just
it's
believe them.
invisible. It's invisible. So
Ah,
it's
you know
in
what? That
each
makes
layer.
sense.
It's in each layer. You're in a 3D wait, Duck, help me out here, Duck. He knows about it more than me. He's pretty astute on this too.
I mean, I was just trying to um point out that if you've never seen, would you at least agree that then it's just another belief system? I mean, almost like religions at this point. Like, there's so many different gods and so many different
No.
views and
I,
religions.
I I would I would say because it's my opinion, subjective reality.
Yeah, so it's a belief, right?
No. It's objective reality.
Do you believe it to be true?
Well, because it's my opinion. It has to be
Yeah,
true.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, for instance, I believe that, and it's my opinion, I believe that, the neighbors on my block are fairly generally nice people. I believe that though. I don't know that for a fact because they can be the biggest assholes to their family members or coworkers, but I believe, it's my opinion.
No,
So
but here's the
I
thing.
have a question. Do other planets exist, or are they just lights in the sky? And I think that's the difference, Just lights in the sky, or are they actually part of Earth? Who knows?
Wait, some flat earthers don't even believe in planets.
Right. They're like luminaries, or they're lights in the sky.
So are they really
They're,
lights in the
they're,
sky? I don't get it.
they're props put up by the government, bro. Don't you guys know?
Are they really?
Yeah, man. Like the government, they put them up there just so
Do you
we
think
all
it's
believe
from
it's
satellites?
a ball.
Do you think all
Huh?
these satellite systems all around the world project a hologram of like these things?
That's a good working theory. You
Because
gotta
what I
put that
don't
up.
understand is all of a sudden the stars come out like you didn't slowly fade in, just out of nowhere they just start coming out when it turns dark. It just makes no sense.
Well,
You gotta.
maybe you're missing the point. Like when they're there, because even sometimes during the day you can see them.
Yeah. So it's
they're-
just them malfunctioning sometimes, or they're on
it's
a thing.
they're so like for instance, like let's say if you put up some markings in a gymnasium, and they're like little LED lights, right? But you turn on this bright light, and it actually you cannot see those LED lights until you turn off that big light. And once that big light goes out, then those little LED lights like present themselves. They were always there. They were washed out, if you will.
Okay. I guess in
That
my
makes sense.
opinion, like when it gets darker and darker, yeah, I guess I can see them a little more. But they're all